A warrior's lonely helmet lay near a huge stone. His master sat on this very stone and watched his comrades, who looked tired. Even despite their fatigue, they talked, smiled, and drank warm, aromatic tea. Suddenly, their idyll was broken by an incomprehensible noise that frightened a flock of birds, and the adventurers unanimously turned their heads in that direction. Nobody said anything but simply looked ahead, not understanding what was happening and expecting anything. Unfortunately, the young people's premonition was right, as the drinks in their cups began to shake from a barely perceptible vibration. It was good that it wasn't an earthquake, but the bad thing was that the emoji was rapidly approaching them. Therefore, the long-haired brunette ordered the Windblade fighters to prepare to fight back the monster. Or better yet, kill it. All the boys froze in nervous tension, waiting for the emoji to appear. And then, a moment later, a huge and terrible monster appeared before them, about which many legends had been written and composed. In this situation, the most important thing for everyone was not to get nervous or panic, but to pull themselves together, activate their skills, and begin the fight with a cool head. So, the first thing the adventurers did was dispel the emoji skill. Overall, this group consisted of the best and most talented young people. Now, while the snake had not come to its senses, the guys decided to begin the attack and add some fire. The main character finished all the preparations. Now he was ready to rush into the attack. Hyun Sung was one of those who awakened too late by this world's standards, so he was still at level 1. However, this did not stop him from doing what others did not dare to do. He jumped and found himself in the sky right above the emoji. At that moment, the monster and the man met eyes. Neither of them were going to lose. A second later, the boy drove his blade, enveloped in purple energy, into the emoji, causing an explosion. Before all these events, the main character was an ordinary 27-year-old guy who worked on a construction site, and during one of his shifts he became very tired, so he sat down to rest. Before going to work, Hyun Sung was an ordinary student and attended university, but his carefree life quickly ended, as his father was hospitalized with an incurable disease, mana deficiency. Previously, such a disease did not exist, but 19 years ago, a gate to another dimension appeared, and then this misfortune came to them. This event turned the human world upside down as many began to awaken and gain various magical powers. On the one hand, the gate to another dimension was a blessing for people, but on the other hand, it was a curse, as monsters began to come to our world. The monsters brought harm to people and cities, destroying them, but awakened people who possessed magic appeared and destroyed the uninvited guests. They started making money from this, as the loot from monsters was worth a lot of money. It's true that not only the players, but also people involved in this industry were able to quickly amass a fortune. But for the protagonist, the gate was only a curse. Hyun Sung was going through hard times, as the medicine that could help his father required a rare stone that dropped from monsters. But the problem was that the guy didn't have the money for it. In order to save the necessary amount, the boy's mother began working 2 jobs. The older sister gave all the money she had saved for the wedding, but even that was not enough to buy the necessary stone. After his main job, Hyun Sung always hurried to work part-time, but even so, they didn't have enough money. At such moments, he really wanted to be awakened because then he would no longer have to think about money. Having received power, he believed that he could destroy rocks with one blow. And for fun, he can jump over tall buildings. He started working again, realizing that all this was just sweet dreams about something that does not exist and will not exist. Evening came and the young man fell onto his bed at home, feeling alive. He dreamed of awakening again, but no one knew how this process happened. Or rather, no one knew how to induce it and how to control it. It was a kind of lottery. Yes, Hyun Sung wanted to wake up, but he knew that with his current level of luck, it was unlikely to be possible. But he didn't want to be an ordinary player with mediocre abilities. It was another matter to become strong and with outstanding abilities. The dreams were wonderful, but it was time to wash, take a shower, and sleep, because in the morning I had to go to work again. But as soon as the guy went into the bathroom, something strange began to happen to him. Suddenly, a blue sign appeared in front of him, indicating that he had awakened. Previously, Hyun Sung didn't understand the people who died after finding out they won the lottery. But now he shared their feelings and sensations. Now he's a player too, so he decided to check the status window, hoping there would be something cool there. A miracle didn't happen. Yes, he became a player. And that was great. But his characteristics were so low that it made him want to cry. Hyun Sung was sad because he had neither passive nor active skills. On average, the players had 50 points, but he only had 18. And in order to become on par with an ordinary first-level player, he needs to raise his to 6th or 7th. Other players received 1 to 2 active and passive skills. Also, after awakening, players received a rank. They could be tanks, damage dealers, or healers. But there were rare players who received a boost skill that allowed them to level up faster, such as Kim Ha-na, who awakened twice. There were no more than 10 such players in the world, but in Korea, Na-ha was the only one of her kind. It's true that there were also players who couldn't raise their level, and although they had strength, they were little different from ordinary people. But even that category of players had abilities and skills, and he had nothing. However, even in his characteristics, Hyun-sung found something interesting. These were the categories of sales and purchases. At first he thought it was trash, but as soon as he clicked on one of the categories, what he saw shocked him, as there was inventory there. But here too the prices were high, albeit in the local inhuman currency, and he had accumulated a whole 2 billion local points. Suddenly, in the long inventory list, he saw the position of a demonic staff of legendary quality, despite the fact that the best was considered to be heroic by people. But the problem was that the accrued points were not counted, and to buy a rare quality weapon he needed 10 billion, but his account was 0. At that moment, the boy thought that if there was a rare legendary weapon here, then perhaps he could also find medicine for his father. Indeed, there was one elixir on the long list, but the young man could not afford it. But now he realized that trade could be the way out of the impasse for him. This made him think that if he didn't buy up skills and abilities, he wouldn't be able to become a great player. However, first of all, he had a small red crystal in his hands, and the guy thought about whether he could eat it or not. Be that as it may, he decided to put it in his mouth. But after Hyun-sung swallowed it, strange things began to happen to his body. Without training in the gym, the guy's shoulders broadened and muscles appeared. Yes, it was the effect of 100 points of strength. Now his body became stronger, more beautiful, and more resilient. Now the main character decided to sell one of the goods that he had. At that moment, he received a message from a stranger who offered to place his ad on his board for a symbolic fee of 20% of the sale. This proposal didn't particularly inspire Hyun-sung, so he decided to start all over again. So he spent a lot of money and bought himself a lot of crystals to increase his strength. A new day dawned, and the young man went to an organization for players. The girl at the reception desk didn't believe that an older guy could show any signs of being a gambler. She apologized to the guy, since in her experience this was the first time that abilities had awakened in a person over 50. The main character had absolutely no idea what was going on, and at that moment he looked at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't believe his eyes. The office believed that the main character was feeble-minded, since at his advanced age he considered himself awakened. Hyun-sung looked at his hands and realized that nothing in this world comes for free. However, he wanted to check his stats, so he opened the player window. Only now did it begin to dawn on him that for every point he received, he paid with 1 year of his life. He returned home, lay down on his bed, and could not believe what was happening to him. The young man did the calculations and realized that at this rate he had only 1 year left to live, and during that time the most important thing was to earn money. Since this was the case, the first thing he decided to do was sell some of his things so that he would have something to buy food with. He found himself holding a gaming console in his hands. The guy doubted that anyone even remembered this thing. This small object was dear to him and brought back memories from the past. And besides, it still worked well. After a little experimentation, the protagonist managed to scan the console and place it on the bulletin board. Here, Hyun-sung had a question about how much he could get for the item, because in reality it was 50 to 60,000 won, no more. However, he exaggerated the force as much as possible, believing that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even despite this, the goods were accepted for sale, so the guy thought that he could try to put up some other unnecessary items. Meanwhile, the girl from another world was looking at the goods that were on sale. Much of what she saw on the list she already had and did not interest her. The demoness was angered by the fact that the same story was repeated every time. Players and others were loading the same items, so they all became fed up with her. Out of boredom, she came up with the idea of organizing cockfights, at least some variety from which she could make money. Suddenly, she saw a very interesting position in the ad listing. Who would have believed that demons could be shopaholics? Well, no one. But this one was, so she quickly bought the new items without looking. Meanwhile, in our world, the main character was happy that his skin had tightened, his beard and wrinkles had disappeared, which meant that his life now depended on the balance of points. In another world, it was daytime and someone was relaxing in a gazebo, while in ours, Hyun-sung was wondering who had bought his junk for such a huge amount of money. The main character's watch appeared in the stranger's hands. The blonde stared at the dial. It was news to him that the numbers on it could change over time. The guy was amused and delighted by this. And in general, he believed that everything would be useful in everyday life. But what the stranger liked most so far was the smartphone, which received a notification about the balance being replenished and the money being debited. But he couldn't write a message, make a call, or go online because there was no internet access point. However, the guy continued to poke his fingers at the object. After some time, his attempts to somehow use the smartphone led to him opening the camera in portrait mode and seeing his reflection in it. Below, he saw icons of different filters and masks, and having selected one, he clicked on it. It was obvious that the young man didn't quite realize that he had just taken a selfie. In the photo, he was wearing a pink hat with a wide brim and cat ears. The guy liked it so much that he couldn't stop taking his photos from different angles and with different filters. This process was drawn out, even if you were part of another world. So the stranger confidently began posing for photos. Meanwhile, in the dark castle, the demoness was going crazy and was very angry because she did not have time to buy what she wanted. She was ready to kill whoever dared to intercept her toys. True, several positions were given to her as well, and now they lay decorously on the table. Now it would be great to understand what all these things are for and how they can be used. Suddenly, the programs on the console began to load, and the demoness was surprised, since there was no magical trace in the object. As soon as this process was completed, she began to play, although quite poorly, so she failed immediately. She was extremely depressed by the fact that she could not win, and everyone ended the game ahead of time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hyun-sung stood next to the car and would not mind selling it, but he was not allowed to put other people's goods up for sale. The young man continued on his way and came across a broken fan near a landfill. Without thinking twice and without much worry, the guy put the broken fan up for sale. He was lucky, because since someone threw the thing away and the guy picked it up, it automatically became his, so he could sell it. Hyun-sung brought a number of items home, but the system issued a limitation that he could not sell more than 10 items at a time. Now, that was a problem, however. He was able to sell one more item and was pleased with himself. But the joy quickly passed, and the guy calculated that he had 11 days left. But with the physical strength he had gained, he decided to do some exercises. At that moment, the young man received a system notification, which contained a complaint from a buyer about the purchased product. Hyun-sung didn't expect that there was something like this here. However, the problem needed to be solved, so he decided to lower the price. And he believed that this would help solve the problem. So the guy lowered the price and soon everyone bought everything he had put up for sale. This was quite unexpected because these objects did not have much meaning for him. However, the complaint letter was still in front of his eyes, so the guy was deciding whether to read it or not. But then he received up to 8 complaints, so his activities were temporarily suspended and he needed to solve the problem. There were complaints about the watch and smartphone, but it wasn't a malfunction. It was simply that they ran out of battery. The young man sat and did not understand what was happening, as he received complaints about cigarettes, a lighter, and all the alcohol. Complaints came so quickly that the main character did not have time to read them. It only just now dawned on the guy that he was in trouble, as the system had suspended him from work for 3 days. But if he didn't resolve the complaints within a week, he would be banned for 3 months. So the phone could be booted again, but this time with charging. Suddenly, the guy realized that most likely the buyers of his goods were not gamers, but perhaps aliens who were not very versed in technology. And since that was the case, he decided to visit the website of a local flea market and buy goods at low prices for clients from another world. But the main character had a problem. His finances were going down the drain. Sadly, he had practically no money, and he couldn't register as a player due to his age. However, Hyun-sung figured out how to solve this problem, got dressed, and went to work. So, a new day had arrived and many people had gone to their workplaces. But a strange atmosphere reigned at the construction site. The workers were looking at one of the employees. This man was in more than good physical shape, so he could carry several bags of cement at once without experiencing much discomfort. That man was Hyun-sung. His colleagues were amazed by the main character's strength and endurance, and they were also curious about where he had worked before. To tell the truth, the young man worked in different places for a little while. 3 days passed at this pace. Hyun-sung sat at home in the evening and waited for the moment to be unblocked in the system. Now the young man could once again put his goods up for sale. The only problem was that he again received a complaint about his product, which threatened him with big problems. There were complaints about 20 out of 20 products, and he had to solve the problem within 4 days. Otherwise, he would be suspended from work for 3 months. The demoness complained about the game console and demanded a new one, and the guy remembered that in this case too, he forgot about the batteries. The girl continued to threaten, so Hyun-sung tried to change everything as quickly as possible. but it obviously didn't work out very well for him. The guy knew he'd been banned for 3 days. He understood that if he didn't solve the problem within 4 days, he would die. In the morning, Hyun-sung got ready and went to work at the construction site. 3 days passed, evening came, and the main character sat and waited for the ban time to end. He thought he had come up with a great solution to the problem, and that the person who bought the console would buy this too. In theory, these batteries should have been suitable for the game console, although they were already old. So the guy posted all the updates and waited to see what would happen next. One could be happy for the main character, since he resolved all his complaints. Plus, he earned a tidy sum of points, which restored him to his former glory. The guy knew before that day that money is power, but now he was even more convinced of it. Now Hyun-sung sat and thought about what he should sell next. Although the trade could wait, because while he was returning to his former appearance, he needed to go and register as an awakened player. But to obtain a player's ID, it was necessary to undergo 3 weeks of training at the training center. You could return to training several times until you pass the exam, but if after several attempts a person fails the exam, then he does not receive a certificate and therefore is not considered a player. So, awakening is just the beginning of becoming a player. So far, Hyun-sung's training has been going quite well. There were those who rejoiced at the success of the protagonist, but there were also those who envied him and insulted those who supported him. A major fight was brewing between the players. The girl couldn't understand why one of the guys was behaving this way, since his unique skill didn't give him the right to bully others. The main character also didn't like his classmates' manners. Exactly 3 weeks have passed since the start of training. The boys may not have become friends, but they did become comrades. So one of the girls invited Hyun-sung to go with them and have a good time. But the main character politely declined the offer, as he still had things to do at home. A new day had arrived. Hyun-sung decided to complete the registration process, so he went to the company where he received his ID. The protagonist was pleased because he had overcome many difficulties to obtain this certificate. The boy really hoped that he would be able to pay his father's hospital bills with only the income from hunting, after which he came to the rental store and took the necessary equipment for hunting. Unfortunately, the protagonist's entire savings were only enough for the cheapest armor and a sword. The guy understood that if the equipment was bad, then he wouldn't even be able to enter the dungeon, and he'd have to pay for the time spent there. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, players were looking for missing members for their teams. One young man promised to pay the rent for the dungeon and also guaranteed safety. Hyun-sung passed by. It was his first visit to the dungeon, but he had already drawn his first conclusions. Besides, with the level of skills he had now, the guy could have gone to any team, but he didn't want to do it. But today he set himself a goal: to kill the boss alone. However, the entrance to the dungeon was controlled by employees in black suits, and the man was not particularly pleased that Hyun-sung did not have a partner. Although, despite this, he was allowed to enter the dungeon. The protagonist was aware that the other players considered him abnormally brave, as going into the dungeon alone was too dangerous. In most cases, players went on raids in pairs, since going alone was life-threatening. You could die or become disabled. And so Hyun-sung found himself in his dungeon. It was quite dark and scary there. However, a group of players were trying to kill a huge hair monster, who, after a successful provocation, attacked the guy with the shield. Watching this scene, Hyun-sung was speechless. Meanwhile, a group of players decided to attack the monster together. It is clear that before awakening and training, they all had a normal life, but now everything was different. But now there was a very good opportunity for another attack. Only now did the protagonist realize that he had been too overconfident when he thought he could kill the boss alone. The protagonist watched as several players attacked the hair monster, which already had several swords in its body. But when one of the players got very close to the monster, it raised its clawed paw to attack. However, the man turned out to be quite agile and slipped under the monster's paw and thrust his sword into it. The defeated dungeon boss has fallen. It took the players approximately 8 minutes to kill this monster, which was longer than the protagonist thought, as killing similar monsters should take no more than 5 minutes. Hyun-seong believed that with such allies it would be impossible to achieve success, so it was not worth even trying for their sake. Therefore, now he became even more convinced that he needed to act alone, and for this purpose the invisibility skill was activated. After this, the main character was going to move forward. Meanwhile, 2 girls appeared in the dungeon. One of them was the leader of the guild, Su-Lee Soo-hee. The second was the healer of this guild, Kim Ji-soo. The girls clearly came here for big fish. Soo-hee hoped that she wouldn't have to wait long for the monster to appear. But the guild members didn't want to kill the monster. They needed it alive. Soo-hee wished herself and the guys good luck. Her comrades tried to calm her down. saying that they had enough strength to carry out their plans. The girl had no doubt about it. But the problem was that the monster did not come out. The younger members of the group immediately began to apologize to their leader for ruining her mood. Everything would be fine. But 15 days have already passed. Basically, the whole point of the fourth mission was to get the head of the monster rabbit. By and large, the task wasn't very difficult, as the monster wasn't particularly strong, but the problem was that he hid in this labyrinth and didn't want to come out. Suhee was already in the mood to kill the monster as soon as it poked its head out of its hiding place. So the girls went forward, with the rabbit monsters sleeping around them. Suddenly they heard a strange sound and noticed that there was someone ahead. Meanwhile, the main character was approaching them. Suhee didn't want to pay attention to the strange guy who came here alone. Jisoo assumed that this young man had lost his partner in battle. However, this was unlikely in Suhee's opinion, since Hyun-sung didn't have a single scratch. And besides, he used the stealth skill. This made it even more interesting because it was unclear why the guy was alone. Suddenly, one of the girls had an incredible idea. In front of them was a psychotic newbie dressed in rented gear. On the other hand, it was hard to believe that a newcomer would dare to go into such a dungeon alone. While the girls were wondering about his identity, Hyun-sung drew his sword and was about to attack the rabbit monster from behind. And then something happened that the girls did not expect at all. The young man killed the monster with one blow. They didn't know how to comment on something like this, so they stood there with their mouths open. This was Hyun-sung's first kill, so he was now shaking slightly. He mentally asked for forgiveness for what he had done, because it had not been easy for him either, and he had to feed and take care of his father and sister. He was so absorbed in his own experiences that he didn't immediately notice how the other rabbit monsters had become animated. Suddenly, the young man noticed that nothing had fallen out of the rabbit, which meant that he had failed, after which Hyun-sung activated the invisibility mode again. So he quietly touched up another monster and stabbed it with his sword. And this time, nothing happened. Suhee watched what was happening in silence. The girl knew perfectly well that if the player's level was lower than the monster's, then when it was killed, some items would drop from it. However, experience and items could not be obtained from monsters if the player's level was higher than theirs. Thus, the higher the player's level, the worse the quality of the loot that drops from the monster will be. But if the player's level is higher than the monster's level, then no loot will drop at all. Seeing the protagonist's confusion, Suhee realized that this was his first hunt. But Jisoo was curious about the class of their unexpected acquaintance. But this time, Suhee found it difficult to answer the question posed. So the girls decided to watch Hyun-sung's actions a little longer. Watching the guy was much more interesting than sitting at home and doing nothing. Meanwhile, the main character killed another monster with a lightning strike. This time the monster dropped a blue crystal. The main character was as happy as a child when he received a new reward. Getting the crystal was nice, but the question arose as to why it was so difficult to level up. In truth, Hyun-sung had already killed many monsters, but he still hadn't received any experience points, and his level remained the same as it had been at first. However, he was confident that an hour would be enough for him to clear this dungeon. But things didn't turn out as planned, and the young man spent a whole 5 hours clearing the dungeon. What was surprising was that the guy's level did not increase and no new skills were added. The main character was sad enough because he was unable to level up and gain new skills. Although, on the other hand, during this time he managed to make good money selling electronics in the body of one of the monsters. Therefore, Hyun-sung ordered himself not to despair, and to act according to the situation, since this was just the beginning of his activity as a player. At that moment, the monster rabbit crept up on the main character unnoticed. But this did not help him at all, as the young man took his sword and killed the monster with one precise blow, without even realizing it or getting up from his place. The monster's blood stained the boy's face. It was time to end the rest, as 3 rabbit monsters had already gathered around the main character. Don't make any unnecessary movements. Hyun-sung decapitated all the monsters with precise blows. One of the monsters decided to resort to a different tactic and jump on the main character. Well, it was there that the monster rabbit failed and was killed by Hyun-sung. However, killing the last 300 horned rabbit earned the young man the title of Horned Rabbit Hunter. In addition, he received 1 point to his endurance. The guy had seen something similar on the internet and knew that every player could receive similar achievements and awards. But the problem was that most players leveled up until they killed 300 horned rabbits. Although this situation also had its advantage, the main character could grow to a rare rank. Meanwhile, the girls continued to watch him. Suhee even began to laugh a little at his reactions to what was happening. Give or take, the main character seemed to her to be a very interesting young man. She noticed that the guy killed a horned rabbit with one blow, and if this had happened once or twice, It could have been written off as luck, but it happened systematically. Moreover, the guy managed to cut off the heads of other monsters in one attack. And for all of this, he only needed one swing of the sword. So she decided it was time to come out of the shadows and intervene in the situation. While Hyun-sung was pondering whether he should move deeper into the dungeon, the girls approached him. Until this moment, the main character had not noticed that anyone was watching him. So when he turned around, he was surprised to see other players. The girls' equipment was of the highest quality, so the question arose as to who they were. Jisoo asked them not to be afraid of them, as they were from the security service. The main character still didn't understand what he had done wrong, that security officers approached him. But the guy immediately realized that the girls were lying to him, since security officers always remained at the entrance. They didn't go deep into the dungeon, and besides, they didn't have badges. But Jisoo insisted that they had just returned from the gate defense operation. Moreover, the main character most likely didn't notice them because the girls used their stealth skill to avoid accidentally running into the horned rabbits. The only problem was that Hyun-sung couldn't even hear their breathing, let alone their footsteps. The blonde said that she accidentally noticed the main character hunting horned rabbits, and after observing him for a while, the young man's outstanding abilities did not escape her notice. But this was not to the advantage of the main character, since his level was first, and all his stats totaled 270. At this point, Soo-hee intervened in the conversation. She admitted that she initially wanted to pass by the young man, but since he interested her with his abilities, she had one question that she now wanted to voice. But the girl started from afar, saying that she belonged to the Soo Guild, which was sponsored by one of the largest corporations in South Korea, namely the Soo Group. And if the young man reveals his status to them, then Soo-hee will definitely help him become part of her guild. At this point, the protagonist realized that he was at a huge disadvantage and needed to be extremely careful with these girls, as he knew there was a penalty that would make it impossible to level up further. On the other hand, perhaps the girls could help him solve his current problem. However, he refused such a tempting offer, after which he turned around and went about his business in proud solitude. But Soo-hee wasn't going to give up so easily. She overtook the young man and stood in front of him. She assumed that her new acquaintance might not know anything about Soo's guild, but the protagonist was well aware of this guild. However, he still wanted to try his hand at working alone, and he had no need for comrades. On top of that, he wasn't bound by contracts with other guilds, but he wanted to work alone, and at one point he thought he'd even convince the girls, so he asked them to step out of the way and let him through. Soo-hee even partially understood the guy's worries, so she handed him her business card and said that he could contact her at any time convenient for him, because it would not be a problem for them if he only had skills and nothing else. Hyun-sung took the card and said that he would definitely think about her proposal. But he was unable to leave, as the girls offered the young man to walk him to the exit to avoid trouble. However, the guy refused this offer, and the girls did not try to persuade him anymore. Finally, the young man came out into the light of day, realizing that he would have to be more careful in the future. But he couldn't find the girls around him with his eyes. It was obvious that they hadn't left the dungeon yet. But he didn't dwell on it, caught a taxi and asked the driver to move. After looking at some information on his phone, Hyun-sung asked the driver to take him to the Bloody Fox dungeon. The driver congratulated the young man on successfully completing his mission in the Horned Rabbits dungeon. Only now did the young man realize that he had a very talkative driver who began telling him stories about the players he had driven and what had happened to them. The main character reached his destination, where other players were luring other team members to join them. Hyun-sung noticed that the atmosphere around the Bloody Fox dungeon was the same as the atmosphere around the Horned Rabbit dungeon. At the entrance to the dungeons, the support worker was surprised that the guy came here alone. However, he did not stop the main character, who had already approached the gate. Inside, a painting could be seen of a group of players surrounding a large, toothy fox. To begin with, the young man decided to observe the actions of other players. But the first thing that caught his eye was that the support workers were sleeping at their workstations. This seemed like a great opportunity to continue his plan, so he used the stealth skill. Hyun-sung attacked and killed the monsters in his path without any problems. For each fox he killed, he received about 180 points, which was a good result. So he continued to move forward at his own pace, killing monsters. Quite quickly, he was able to decapitate the first group of foxes he encountered on his way. But this was only the beginning, and Hyun-sung looked ahead, realizing that now he would need to put in more effort. And all because a large pack of foxes was approaching him. But the main character did not show a drop of excitement or fear. He believed that the time had come to start the real hunt. 2 hours passed, and the main character stopped his counting at 300. After killing 300 high-level blood foxes, he again received a new title, Blood Fox Hunter. Now it's time to check the status window, but there were no changes there except for the addition of a new rank. Although no, if you look closely, this time he gained more power points. Obviously, the increase in points depended on what rank he received, but there was no more time to think about it, as another huge pack of bloody foxes arrived. On these unfortunate creatures, the main character was now going to conduct a small experiment to confirm his theory. 7 hours had passed in the heat of battle, so Hyun-sung was already a little tired. However, the main character was not particularly worried about this, although there was a large pile of dead bloody foxes lying behind him. The system informed the guy that he had received a new title. Now he was a blood fox slayer, as he had single-handedly killed 1,000 high-level blood foxes. His strength had increased again, and it was still possible to rise to the epic rank, which was good news. But now Hyun-sung decided to take a little rest. The protagonist understood that it was time to end for today, but tomorrow he could continue upgrading his skills. Meanwhile, he put the last blue crystal into the bag full of crystals, and then he found a book of skills in his hands. But the problem was that this book contained a skill that the young man had already learned before, so he was a little upset because he had spent money on this book. However, Hyun-sung took the books and left the dungeon. At the entrance, the support worker asked the guy to put all the crystals and items obtained in the dungeon into the right basket. The man was extremely surprised that the newcomer was able to obtain so many crystals, as well as 2 rare quality skill books. After all, before Hyun-sung, no one had ever brought books of rare quality here. The main character, however, thought that there was nothing special about it. Hyun-sung had finished the first part of the procedure, and now it was time for the second. The worker examined the boy's stones and said that he could pay 840,000 won for them. The skill book was a bit more complicated, but the worker promised to contact the protagonist immediately as soon as someone purchased the item. This development of events suited the main character quite well. Now Hyun-sung was at peace, because soon he would be able to earn about 1 million won a day. He had already understood that being a gambler was profitable, but now he had tested it through his own experience. Having finished his business, the young man decided to have a little snack, as hunger was making itself felt. The guy didn't want to be disturbed, so he chose a quiet and secluded place. At this point, the protagonist realized that he should look for a hotel room, since traveling there from home every day would be very inconvenient. After finishing his meal, Hyun-sung was ready to continue working, and he also wanted to raise his rank to the maximum level. Today the foxes were unlucky again. The main character killed enough of them to receive a new title, Blood Fox Slayer. What was also interesting was that the guy was the first to reach the heroic rank and receive the title. First person to reach the heroic rank. This meant that there were other people besides him who had reached rare ranks, but he was the first to reach the heroic rank. In fact, Hyun-sung achieved this by accident, but this small victory did not make it any less pleasant. The status window also changed. All stats increased by 100%, although the level still remained first. Moreover, being the first in something has always been very pleasant. Moreover, the main character understood that if he tried hard, he could reach the legendary rank. But he decided to postpone this activity until tomorrow, since the fatigue in his body made itself felt, and the guy could no longer feel his legs. So he decided to return to the dungeon tomorrow. 10 days passed at this pace. The guy checked into a soldier's hotel, and it wasn't the first day she was on the go, as she didn't have enough time for more. After some time, he found himself in the dungeon again, killing the bloody foxes one after another. This time, Hyun-sung was much more tired, but he still managed to reach the legendary rank and receive 2 titles. The first was Blood Fox Executioner, and the second was the first person to reach the legendary rank. So, all of his characteristics increased first by 100% and then by another 40 times. Now the main character was amazed that something so incredible was happening to him. However, further rank advancement was impossible. However, the protagonist was not particularly worried about this, as there were still many places where he could make good money. For this reason, Hyun-sung returned to the Horned Rabbit dungeon. These monsters were much more agile than the foxes, so the main character had a bit more difficulty dealing with them. True, this did not stop him from defeating his opponents one after another. Moreover, after he killed another rabbit, the guy realized that he could defeat them even with his bare hands. This meant that he needed to finish here quickly and go somewhere else. After finishing his business in the dungeon, the guy returned to the hotel where he took a shower. And when he came out, he noticed a message from the player's trading house, which said that all his items were sold and he could come and collect the money. This was good news, since Hyun-sung was planning to go there anyway, and money would flow into his hands like a river. So he got ready and came to the trading house for players. The manager girl gave him the amount of money he had earned. To begin with, the young man familiarized himself with the documents. Plus, he had to recalculate the entire amount. After reviewing the document, the guy realized he'd been completely ripped off, as half of the money he'd received had been taken in taxes, so selling his skills for points wasn't worth it anymore. After taking the money, he went home, thinking that he needed to spend more time hunting monsters. Come to think of it, he earned 10 million won in low-ranked dungeons, and that was just from crystals, spending less than 10 days on it. In a month, you can earn about 100 million won this way. Suddenly, at the metro station, he looked at his reflection in a shop window and realized that he hadn't bought himself new clothes for a long time. Hyun Sung simply could not afford such luxury, since his father was sick and he had to support his mother and sister. But now the situation had changed, and the guy could afford to fix it. Evening had come, and at one of the factories the women were finishing their working day. They quickly changed their clothes and went home. Suddenly, one of the women felt that someone was standing behind her. The woman turned around sharply at the sound of a familiar voice, but she did not expect to see its owner here. In a good mood, the main character approached her. Hyun Sung hugged his mother tightly, although he didn't think she would lose so much weight since the day they last saw each other. Although the woman was glad to see her son, she pulled away and asked why he had come to visit her. It was strange to hear something like this from his mother, so the guy just smiled and said that he missed her and wanted to see her. If so, then everything was fine. So they calmly went home, getting ready to have dinner together. Only dinner had to be postponed a little, since the woman had to go to her second job in the cafeteria. So she gave him some money and asked him to order some delicious food for dinner, and in the morning she would definitely cook them a delicious breakfast. Hyun Sung understood perfectly well that his mother still hadn't eaten anything either, so he suggested that they go out together somewhere and get something to eat. But the woman stubbornly refused, since she could eat in the cafeteria, and her son had to go home and rest. However, the young man did not want to go home alone, so he decided to go with his mother to the dining room and help her there. But then he stopped and said that he had come home with important news. To tell the truth, such conversations did not inspire and puzzled the woman. But nothing bad happened, and Hyun Sung happily admitted that he had awakened. To be honest, this wasn't the reaction the protagonist expected from his mother. The woman simply stood and looked at him. Moreover, she didn't really believe her son's words, so she asked him what he was talking about. To confirm his words, the young man took out his player card and showed it to his mother. That's why he asked his mother to quit her job at the factory and in the canteen, because he no longer had to worry about money. But the woman was not happy to hear such news, as she knew how dangerous and difficult the life of a gambler was. Hyun Sung thought his mother would be happy about this news, so he didn't know how to properly respond to her words. True, he quickly pulled himself together and then began to assure her that safety was his top priority so she could quit her job. But the woman was still against it, because she had heard that players make money in a rather difficult way, and in order to get their first profit, they need to spend a lot of their savings. That was true, but the main character was lucky and hit the jackpot, after which he handed his mother the bank book. The woman did not refuse and began to carefully study the numbers. She never expected to see the sum of 1 billion won there. After all, while hunting, the young man found a rare skill book, sold it, and earned all this money, so now they don't have to worry about paying their father's hospital bills or their own. Now they could live peacefully. The woman could not bear it. She cried and asked her son for forgiveness. To tell the truth, she was very ashamed in front of her own child for all the difficulties he had to endure. Hyun Sung tried to calm her down, as he believed that she shouldn't ask him for forgiveness since she was not guilty of anything. After all, if it weren't for his mother, he wouldn't have been born, and he also wouldn't have grown up so big, healthy, and strong. So now he asked his mother to rest a little and take good care of his father. She stopped crying and thanked her son. So they finally came to work in the canteen, where the woman introduced her son to the other employees. He was put to work washing dishes since his speed and youth would be useful there. The cafeteria workers were surprised at how quickly he completed the task, and they finished the workday much faster than usual. Now he and his mother could go home and rest. Hyun Sung's sister was waiting for them at home. The girl was surprised that her brother decided to come visit them, but he reassured her and said that he came with good news. When they caught their breath and sat down on the floor, the boy told his sister that he had woken up. This was indeed unexpected, but pleasant news. But what was even better was that the young man managed to earn decent money, as evidenced by the numbers in his bank book. The amount of 1 billion won seemed truly unrealistic, so the girl asked her brother if it was true. But since it was true, Hyun Sung asked his sister and mother not to work so hard anymore. He would take care of everything. The girl was so upset that she started crying. Although her mother tried to calm her down, the girl admitted that it had been very difficult for her the whole time. Night fell, and they all went to bed in one room on the floor. Morning came, and the main character, leaving his bank book on the nightstand, was about to leave on business. But his mother called out to him. She was worried whether it would be comfortable for her son to live here, but he was happy with everything since there were dungeons all over the country, after which he promised to return home before his mother finished her work. The woman did not let him go yet, as she was worried about her son's appearance. The guy said that he would rent equipment from a nearby store, after which he went hunting with a calm soul. It was evening. Hyun-sung's mother was walking home after work and tried to call her son, but the subscriber was out of service, so she began to worry about him. But a couple of minutes later, the guy himself ran up to her, saying that he was late because of traffic jams on the road. He was out of breath because he had to run the whole way, since if he had driven, he wouldn't have made it home even by tomorrow. Together, mother and son went to visit Choi Hyun-gyu, the protagonist's father. They were silent, not knowing what to say, because their loved one could not answer them anything. However, the protagonist continued to believe that the day would come when his dad would come to his senses. 10 days passed. Hyun-sung finally killed 1,000 horned rabbits and received the title of legendary rank, Horned Rabbit Executioner. Looking at his watch, the young man realized that he had another 6 hours to spare, which he could spend hunting. This time, he came to a place he had only heard about from other players. The strange thing was that there was not a single player around who wanted to enter the dungeon. It was a vampire bat dungeon, level 10 to 15. Typically, this type of monster lives in packs of varying sizes, so it will be difficult for new players to deal with them. Hyun-seong wondered if it would be possible for him to hunt without the support of a high-ranking player. But then he decided to give it a try. And even before that, no one really believed in him, so he went into the dungeon and immediately used his stealth skill. As always, 2 support staff members were sitting at the entrance to the dungeon, but they didn't notice the guy's appearance and continued talking among themselves. Overall, the scene in the dungeon was quite terrifying, as the vampire mice had red eyes and were hanging upside down from the ceiling. But the main character felt nothing but excitement from this sight, so he was ready to start the hunt. First, he cast a shield on himself. Only after that, he cancelled the effect of the stealth skill. After this, he proceeded to the next step, namely, he pricked his finger with a needle on which a drop of blood appeared. The vampire mice immediately smelled the man's blood and flew in his direction. There were too many of them. It felt like an ocean of monsters was washing over the main character. This time, Hyun-sung decided to fight the monsters with a fireball. Only now did he realize that using 2 skills at the same time was difficult and exhausting. But on the other hand, fireball was a great move, especially when it came to small spaces filled with small monsters. Meanwhile, he added a little more force to the ball, making it larger, which should be enough for the first attack. Hyun-sung then threw the step into the sky, where it exploded into a cloud of vampire mice. The shield had not yet broken and protected the guy from the blast wave. It was a shocking sight even for the protagonist, but the problem was that a new huge flock of vampire mice was flying in his direction. However, Hyun-sung did not flinch and prepared a fireball to attack. As soon as the monsters flew closer to the guy, he pulled the same trick as before. Everything was going swimmingly, and the main character received a rare title and thought that he could achieve something legendary today. Suddenly, he noticed that the red energy from the vampire mice had concentrated in one place, and a sword had been formed from it. In all the time the guy had been hunting, this was the first time something like this had happened. Hyun-sung realized that the residual magic had fused together, and thus a sword had been created. Without thinking twice, the young man extended his hand and took the sword, which could restore magic and stamina by absorbing the blood of the enemy. The surprising thing was that there was only one item, but it had 2 properties, so it was an important prize from all the others. The guy realized that if he caught a huge number of normal rank monsters, then an item of rare quality would appear afterwards. The question then arose of what would happen if a huge number of rare rank monsters were gathered in one place and killed. A week passed. The main character tried to bring his idea to life, but it turned out not to be so easy to do. For some reason, the residual magical energy did not gather. Suddenly, the boy noticed that he had another item. It was a vampire batrobe, which was thick, elastic, and did not tear. Hyun-sung decided to take this item for himself because it was of rare quality. Here the main character got everything he wanted, so he decided to go somewhere else and earn a new title. Several days passed, and the mother was once again worried about her son. It turns out the main character decided to buy a house, but the woman was worried that her son had decided to spend a large sum of money at once, since this meant that he would have to work a lot and hard later. But the boy assured his mother that he was fine, and that working was not a burden for him. So they came to the real estate office. Hyun's son had arranged a meeting in advance by phone, so the consultant was already waiting for them and had prepared documents for a 105 square meter apartment in a residential complex. The boy's mother didn't understand why they needed such a big house. Everything was just right, because each family member had to have their own room. A week later, the Choi family finally moved into their new spacious home. The young man was not at all surprised by his sister's enthusiastic reaction, as it was the first time the girl had seen their new home. She liked absolutely everything here. The protagonist was glad that he had pleased the girl and promised that he would buy a bigger house later. But, in her opinion, this house was more than enough for them. Meanwhile, Mom prepared a delicious dinner and they all sat down to eat together. Suddenly, an idea came into the girl's head, to make a rice cake and treat her neighbors to it tomorrow. Mom more than liked this idea. Hyun-sung thought that this would be the right decision, and next time they would definitely do it all together, and their father would definitely be with them. After eating, the protagonist went to the dungeon. This time he chose the Bloody Rats dungeon. The Bloody Rats looked quite impressive and aggressive. This time, if it weren't for the guy's good reaction, the monsters would have finished him off. This time, the cunning rats were much faster than the protagonist thought. However, this did not stop the protagonist from killing 2 monsters in one attack. Moreover, he decided to combine the fireball and fencing and try to get a new title. While the guy was thinking about this, a new type of monster attacked him. After finishing in the dungeon, Hyun-sung brought a bag full of crystals to the trading guild. Now the guy could go home with peace of mind. But he didn't get far, as Lee Soo-hee blocked his path and introduced herself officially. The girl hoped that the guy had a couple of minutes of free time to talk to him. The protagonist immediately recognized her as the girl he met in his first dungeon. A week ago, Soo-hee was called into his office by her boss and interrogated about the main character. But the girl herself knew nothing about him. Guildmaster Soma Ji-hoon looked quite angry. The man asked Soo-hee to pay attention to the number of crystals that the protagonist sold, because to obtain them, he had to kill at least 1,000 monsters alone. The girl guessed that Hyun-sung had a special hidden skill. The man couldn't deny it, because somehow the guy managed to overcome the 20-level rule. Therefore, they must use any means necessary to lure the young man into their guild. Soo-hee understood that this mission fell on her fragile shoulders. However, Ji-hoon was going to send a negotiator with the girl. But first, she would have to try to persuade the guy herself, since they were at least a little familiar. Moreover, it was important for him to know that this information had not leaked anywhere else. Apart from the guild leader and Ji-soo, no one knew about Hyun-sung, and Soo-hee promised to keep an eye on the girl. Now she stood in front of the main character and thought about how to persuade him to become part of their guild. Hyun-sung didn't understand how the girl was able to find him. The guy had no problems with his memory, so he immediately remembered the girl and her offer to join the guild. But now he was worried about how the girl had learned his name, and even more interestingly, how she had found him in this dungeon. Soo-hee began to feel a flush of heat as he realized that their guild had conducted a secret investigation and had also bribed the dungeon workers. At that moment, the negotiator approached them and asked the protagonist to give them a little time and talk in a quiet place. Only Hyun-sung ignored him and went about his business. But the man did not back down and asked the boy if he would mind if he visited Hyun-sung at home. But this sounded like a threat, so the guy stopped. The negotiator continued, saying that he was waiting for the guy here because he wanted to show politeness. So they moved to the cafe. The man introduced himself. His name was Ko Jin-sung. He was the head of the first recruitment team in the So Guild. Hyun-sung wasn't interested in that, so he got straight to the point and asked why they were looking for him. The answer was obvious. Sue's guild wanted to see the main character in their ranks, so they were here with a very tempting offer. The man smiled, apologized, and said that he was being gentle because other guilds used more radical methods to achieve their goals. Listening to this was a waste of time, and the protagonist could see how much the man's words and actions diverged. Jin-sung was saying a lot of unnecessary things, so the protagonist interrupted him and asked what annual salary they were offering him and what kind of deposit he was owed for his services. It was extremely difficult to name the exact amount now, since Hyun-sung had not yet joined the guild and had not revealed his level, status, and skills. The protagonist realized that he was being brazenly forced to reveal all his cards at once. However, the man was willing to offer a deposit of 10 billion won and a salary of 1 billion won. To tell the truth, Hyun-sung didn't understand where this unprecedented generosity came from. Meanwhile, Soo-hee was silent and drank her drink, and the guy was thinking about the fact that these people wanted to make him a representative of the guild. Hyun-sung didn't believe that the guild was willing to take the risk and invest 1 billion won in a newcomer. This was only possible with top players like Ha-na, who was the only existing buffer in the country. His skills were too ordinary. Yes, He had the skill of selling and buying, but he couldn't talk about it, so he remained silent, making the man opposite him nervous. At that moment, the thought occurred to him that perhaps the fuss was caused by the crystals he had obtained. Jin-sung didn't understand what the protagonist meant, but the girl understood perfectly well what the main character was talking about. Jin-sung's puzzled expression told the protagonist that his suspicions were correct. The man had no idea about his abilities, but Soo-hee's behavior was the opposite, which suggested that she was aware. But Hyun-sung didn't think that the Soo guild needed his crystals. This meant that the guild leader believed that he had special skills or that he possessed secret information. Meanwhile, the man in front of him was pushing the young man towards the right answer. But the main character wasn't sure that by making a positive decision, he wouldn't lose anything. The girl even stopped drinking when Hyun-sung added that it would be a great loss for any self-respecting player to show their status window to just anyone. Besides, Mr. Jin-sung didn't promise anything concrete to the main character. Moreover, if the guild is truly serious, they will pay him 100 billion won as a deposit. Only in this situation was the young man ready to show all his cards and join the guild. But since the man insisted on his position, Hyun-sung had nothing more to talk about with him. After which the main character collected his things and went home. He understood that it was best for him to stay away from these people. In addition, he had to keep track of the number of crystals he was mining, because without thinking, he had started to stand out too much from the crowd. Suddenly, the young man received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was Ko Jin-sung again, but now he decided to call the guy. When Hyun-sung got home, the first thing he did was take a shower. But when he came out, he noticed that he had received a message. The guy started to get angry because it was Jin-sung again. He apologized and wanted to meet up on the weekend. It was a nuisance, so the protagonist blocked the man's number. The next day, the young man went into the dungeon again, killing the bloody rats one after another. But on the way back, literally near his house, he met Jin-sung. To tell the truth, he didn't want to talk to him, so he walked past silently. A new day dawned, and the protagonist went into a dungeon with huge lizards. Killing these monsters was not particularly difficult for him. Opening the status window, the main character saw that he had accumulated more points. He was confident that with such a resource, he would quickly be able to buy the coveted elixir. Besides, today the guy wanted to go to the Red Wolf's dungeon. Hyun-sung entered the dungeon with the other players. He looked at the monsters and realized that they looked stronger than the lizards that were yesterday. However, he was confident that he could handle them in one go. Now he wanted to start by obtaining the title of Red-Haired Wolf Hunter. Deep within this dungeon lived powerful monsters that had already killed players. Oh, Chang-soo looked at this picture and couldn't believe his eyes, even though he was a level 71 player and had seen a lot before. However, he believed that he had enough strength to kill this monster that ate his comrade. But the monster was faster and bit off the young man's right hand. While there was still a chance, Chang-soo tried to escape. But this time too, the monster was faster. A second later, the guy lost his head. Meanwhile, the main character looked at the whole crowd of players who had gathered at the entrance to the dungeon. Hyun-sung thought that there weren't usually many people at the entrance. To tell the truth, the young man felt a vague sense of unease today. In general, he knew that 10 years ago, after the natural disaster, the number of interdimensional gates increased endlessly. But 9 years ago, the heroic rank gates appeared. The number of gates did not increase or decrease, but the number of players grew every year. Meanwhile, the main character was already in the dungeon and killing monsters. The number of wolves kept increasing, but the guy wasn't worried. He was already caught in a wave of excitement. Today, he was clad in his best armor and successfully combined fireballs and sword attacks. Now his fire attacks were much more powerful, and the blast wave from the explosions was stronger. After this, half of the wolves were destroyed, but a couple of individuals remained. The wolves were angry, ready to kill the protagonist on the spot, so they rushed to attack. Today, Hyun-sung decided to use brute force, so he punched the wolf in the face. The second one froze in place and growled. In addition, the young man activated the magic projectile skill and hit the enemies with it. This had a certain effect on the monsters, so the boy asked the wolves to attack him. The monsters didn't have to be asked twice. The whole pack rushed to attack. Hyun-sung kept up with his opponents, and now they were attacking each other. Thus, the protagonist earned a new batch of blue crystals, as well as a new title, and accomplished this faster than he expected. The young man was well aware that much of this depended on the sword he had received earlier. Hyun-sung looked around and realized that the area was empty, meaning that he had finished his work here. Having grabbed his bag with crystals, the guy was about to go home. But when the young man came closer to the exit, he stopped a little and looked around in surprise. Another group of players couldn't even handle one red-furred wolf. However, Hyun-sung decided to pass by as he didn't want to hunt near other players. So the main character went further. Another group of players was fighting in the next clearing, and he had to go further. Today the guy obviously had no luck, so he decided to go to another dungeon since everything here was occupied. But then Hyun-sung froze in place as he heard a terrible human cry of despair. At that moment he turned around to see what had happened there, since in theory there should have been one wolf and that's all. But he never expected to see several other players lose the upper parts of their bodies. The long-haired girl tried to escape from the suddenly appeared monster that was chasing her. But she didn't succeed, and her head flew in an unknown direction, after which this very head landed at the feet of the main character. For the first time, the guy was so disgusted by what he saw that he almost threw up, but he tried to hold back. The monster standing next to the guy was huge, and it had as many as 3 heads. Hyun-sung didn't know what to do in this situation, so he froze in place and looked into the monster's eyes. The main character was able to jump aside from the monster's first attack. It was obvious that the situation was too serious, and it was quite difficult to find a way out of it. So, the first thing the main character did was use his stealth skill and hide around the corner. But the monster was approaching in his direction. The young man and the monster were separated by a thin stone wall, which the 3-headed monster decided to destroy with its paw. Hyun-sung was well aware that the monster most likely saw him through his stealth skill. It's good that the main character had good reflexes, so he managed to jump back. Now the guy understood that he was in a difficult situation. The wall had collapsed and stones were flying in all directions. But it so happened that several sharp fragments flew at the main character. The problem was that several of these fragments wounded the guy in the stomach. Hyun-sung was slightly distracted, and then noticed that the monster had begun to attack again. The young man couldn't get out of the line of attack, so he decided to activate the stone shield. This helped the young man avoid death, as the recoil hit the middle of the monster's muzzle. But this was not enough for the monster to retreat, so it began to advance again, and the guy jumped back a decent distance and began to think about what to do next. He decided to throw the bag of crystals aside for now, so he used both hands and summoned 2 fireballs to attack. Moreover, Hyun-sung created 3 fireballs and threw them at the monster. All 3 heads of the monster began to roar in pain. The young man thought he had done it, although the feeling that the end was near did not leave the guy. The guy started running. He kept looking back. He noticed that his attack didn't do much harm to the monster. Meanwhile, the monster licked its paws, and the guy thought about where this strong and huge monster came from. The situation was strange, since this dungeon was rank 15 to 20, and this monster was clearly stronger. Once again, the guy launched 2 fireballs at the monster. They hit the left and right heads of the monster directly. The one in the middle was not hit by the fire attack. It was obvious that at this rate his mana would run out. The monster quickly came to its senses and chased after the main character, intending to hit him with its paw. A minute later, Hyun-sung received a strong blow from a paw on his back, which made him wince in pain. His legs gave way and the guy fell to the ground, and the 3-headed monster stood next to him, looking at its victim. The protagonist was incredibly lucky to survive, as before going into the dungeon he had the good sense to put on a vampire batrobe, which was extremely durable. Having risen to his feet, the young man began to run away, although he understood that his strength would not last long. After all, the monster's speed of movement was significantly higher than his own. But the guy found a way to fix this. He bought a speed-up pill and was going to swallow it. The main character needed time to fully grasp the concept, and he managed to win the coveted 20 minutes. The monster also came running, but the guy combined several of his skills, created a fireball, and threw it at the monster. This time, he managed to cut off half of the monster's right head. This inspired the protagonist. He was now confident that he could catch the monster, even if it took him 100 days. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung launched another fireball at the monster, but it covered its head with its paw. So the fireball hit the beast's paw, and it lost one of its toes. This was another small victory for the young man, who was now confident in his abilities. And then something happened that the guy didn't expect. The monster began to regenerate. This meant that no matter how many times the guy used the fireball, it would be of no use. Hyun-sung started running away and trying to remember what skills he had in his arsenal that were better than a fireball. The 3-headed cat monster never left his side. As he walked, the guy looked through the list of items for sale and chose the active skill of creating a fire spear, although he had to spend a large sum of money. But now the price didn't really matter. The main thing was to survive. Having received an active skill, the protagonist slowed down and turned to face the monster. His mana reserves should now be enough to create a fire spear, which the boy began to do. Hyun-sung held a fire spear in his hand and waited for the right moment, but the beast had already come very close to him. The moment to throw the javelin was just perfect. At this moment, the protagonist began to ask all existing gods to help his weapon work. The fire spear hit the middle head straight, and the beast staggered. The main character began to rejoice at the result he had achieved because he had hit the target. But the monster didn't die but stood firmly on its paws and was very angry and ready to attack the man. But Hyun Seong also understood that the effect of the fire spear needed to be consolidated, so he prepared to throw it one more time. And now a fiery spear flies straight into one of the monster's heads. But the monster wasn't stupid, so he turned his head to the side and the spear flew past. Now this was a problem because the young man was counting on this attack. But now he had to change his strategy, and he created 2 fire spears. Neither man nor beast was going to lose, so when the boy rushed to attack, the monster fell to its paws and the spear flew past again. However, the protagonist had another spear, so he aimed better. This time, the guy was able to get into one of the monster's chapters. The monster had one last head left, so the guy was confident that he could win. At this moment, the main character's status window opened. Hyun Sung realized that his mana was almost at 0, but his stamina was completely fine. The young man understood that if he could hold out until his mana was restored, he would be able to defeat the monster. Meanwhile, some pretty strong players started gathering in the dungeon and found the corpses of guys and girls, which led to panic all around. Suddenly, the man in the cloak called his 3 comrades to him, saying that there were traces of a monster left here. They froze in place, as the footprint in front of them belonged to some kind of giant monster. The girl didn't understand whether they should follow these tracks into the dungeon. One of the guys thought that sitting around and doing nothing was impossible, since they couldn't contact the security service anyway. Therefore, the group of players could not stand still, so they decided to search the dungeon. But not everyone in the group supported this idea, so the guy was not going to die doing his duty, but his comrade could do whatever he wanted. But the guy in knight's armor didn't understand what would happen to the players who remained in the dungeon with the monster. The guys argued heatedly among themselves. The rest of the group did not interfere in their dialogue. Meanwhile, the main character's mana began to recover. But the monster never got tired. It growled, dug the ground with its paw, and was ready to attack the man again. In addition, the 2 severed heads began to grow back. So Hyun Sung thought that he needed to try to kill the monster before the heads fully grew. So the young man created a fire spear. He realized that he had one try. If he missed, he would die. So, the main character created another fiery spear and stood in front of the enraged monster who was just dreaming of killing him. The boy understood that a protracted battle was not the best option for him, so he threw his sword aside. Now all hope lay solely in the fiery spear that the young man held in his hands. Hyun Sung knew full well that he had one more try to finish everything. If you think about it, what the guy wanted to do seemed downright crazy, so he concentrated and caught his breath before throwing. Now he was ready to attack his opponent. But the monster was not in the mood to lose to the main character. It growled and stamped its front paw. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung shifted to the side, jumped up, and was about to attack the monster from the sides, entering its blind spot. But the monster had no intention of dying, so he jumped to the side and the protagonist's fiery spear passed within a centimeter of his head. This was not the best turn of events for the young man. Now the main character had to dodge the monster's clawed paw. The monster missed. The main character was still alive, but the paw landed on the ground with such force that stones flew in all directions. This was even a little to the protagonist's advantage, as these stones became his fulcrum for jumping in the right direction. Hyun Sung was able to reach the monster's face with his fire spear and cause it some minor injury. It was still too early to relax, but the guy had already landed on the ground and was standing firmly on his feet. Now there was a deep cut on the face of one of the monster's heads. This angered the monster, and he prepared to attack the guy with his clawed paw. These obvious manipulations did not escape the attention of the protagonist. So, without thinking twice, he approached the monster and cut off one of its claws with his fiery spear. The monster growled wildly and menacingly in pain, but did not lose its warlike spirit. True, now it became much more difficult for him to maintain balance, so it began to fall to the side. The main character took advantage of this and moved behind the monster. Moreover, he began to run along the beast's back. But as soon as the huge cat stood up on all fours, the main character found the most painful spot on the back of the beast's neck and struck it with his spear. At the moment the fire beam pierced the monster's body, it had already grown a medium head. The right head exploded, and the protagonist thought that he had won. But the beast was not dead yet. It raised its clawed paw and was about to strike the young man with it. This was unexpected, so Hyun Sung had to go on the defensive. This time the shield didn't help him. Moreover, it shattered into hundreds of small pieces after coming into contact with the beast's paw. What was worse was that two of the monster's three heads began to rapidly regenerate. Hyun Sung could immediately come up with a plan to survive and win. New ideas didn't rain down on the guy like hail. The only thing he understood was that his opponent was a very tough nut to crack, and he only had enough mana left to deliver the final blow. The young man strengthened his fire spear with everything he could and prepared for the final attack. The guy jumped high into the air, aiming straight at one of the monster's heads. The huge cat tried to protect its head with its paw, so the main character first cut off its paw, after which he took aim and delivered the final blow straight to the monster's head. It was now clear that the young man had emerged victorious from this fierce battle. Hyun Sung was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He stood and looked at the proud, defeated three-headed monster in front of him. The young man opened his status window and received a notification that after killing a named monster, he had received a new title of rare rank. To tell the truth, the young man didn't expect that this monster could have a name. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he had been awarded another title, First Level Destroyer, for the fact that he had single-handedly killed a high-level named monster, the difference with which was more than 100 levels. It was nice to receive two new titles, but the young man wasn't sure they were worth the effort. At that moment, he noticed that a strange glow appeared above the monster. As a result, a beautiful manuscript appeared before the main character. Hyun Sung had no doubts about whether to take the book or not, so he reached out and took what was rightfully his. It was a passive skill that the young man could develop over time, the gist of which was that he would not die until his head was completely destroyed. If he doesn't die immediately, his wounds will gradually stop until they heal completely. After reading this explanation, Hyun Sung came to the conclusion that if he protected his head well, he would become invulnerable to enemies. What was also interesting was that this skill was so rare that the main character had never seen it listed for sale or for purchase, meaning that if he put it up for sale, all the tanks would fight among themselves for the right to possess it. Hyun Sung was about to leave the dungeon, wondering what rank the item he received would be equivalent to. The most important thing was that this prize was one of a kind. The young man didn't have time to take a good look at the book before the system sent him a message suggesting he study this passive skill. The guy, of course, could have refused, but he decided that this skill would also be useful to him. So he pressed the consent button, and a pleasant blue glow reached him. As soon as Hyun Sung mastered the skill of immortality, the wound on his hand immediately began to tighten. The plus was that the wound was gone, the minus was that this process had drained his stamina. But the main character wasn't too upset, as he had plenty of stamina. Also, the new skill and name increased all of his stats by 5. This news turned the protagonist's head, as he understood that this was just an ordinary rank. But if he achieved the highest rank, the increase would be several times greater. And the title he received after killing the named one increased his endurance 3 times. Now that the boy was safe, the three-headed Graydon seemed like a nice guy to him. There was no point in reminiscing, so Hyun Sung went home. Meanwhile, the Players Association, a team of killers, was hurrying on the trail of the huge cat. The group stopped abruptly as they saw other players ahead. Shin Yuna said that they had received reports that a high-level monster had appeared in the red-haired wolf's dungeon, which was why they had come here. The girl asked other players to leave the dungeon, as several people had already died within its walls. The other team members didn't really believe this information, but it was the absolute truth. As soon as the outsiders left the area, Shin Yuna's subordinate scanned the area and concluded that there were no monsters here other than the red-haired wolves. But here, surprisingly, there were other players. Shin Yuna wanted to know how many there were and in what direction they were located. She was ready to hear anything except that there was only one person in the dungeon. With a sense of duty accomplished, the protagonist walked home, although he had not yet left the dungeon. At that moment, he heard someone approaching him from behind. From the sound, it was possible to determine that several people were running after him. Suddenly, Shin Yuna stopped. She couldn't believe her eyes. The girl, like her comrades, was tormented by one question. Had they really arrived at the right address? All because ahead, they saw only the lonely figure of the main character. A deathly silence fell between the players. However, Hyun Sung was well aware that high-ranking players had arrived in the dungeon. The entire appearance of the arriving players screamed about their high rank and was overly pretentious. But despite this, Shin Yuna was sincerely worried about the young man, so she asked if everything was okay with him. But she had nothing to worry about, since there was no longer a single scratch on the main character. It was wonderful, but the girl noticed that the main character's clothes were a little shabby. So she plucked up her courage and asked him if he had ever met a huge, evil monster here. Hyun Sung decided to pretend that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Shin Yuna accepted the rules of the game and said that a high-ranking monster had appeared in this dungeon, which in theory shouldn't have been here. The catch was that the main character had already killed this monster, but he couldn't say it. The young man also didn't know whether the Players Association knew about Graydon's existence. So the guy began to hide the fact that he had met a monster, which surprised the girl immensely. Shin Yuna pounced on him with questions about where the young man saw the monster, and whether it was really wandering around somewhere nearby. Hyun Sung didn't expect such pressure and zeal, so he even took a step back. The girl didn't want to scare the guy, so she immediately changed and gave him a small pill that was supposed to help him with the wounds he received after meeting the monster. A shadow of surprise flashed across the protagonist's face as he held a very expensive item in his hand. But the girl didn't care at all about the price of the healing potion. She asked the young man to apply it to her wounded hand as quickly as possible. Hyun Sung thought deeply, but then decided to tell some information about the monster he met. For Shin Yuna, this was a good sign, and she was ready to happily listen to the young man. So the main character said that he met a huge black three-headed panther. The spring girls were blown away by the wind, and in her life she had never met such a kind of monster. She was surprised early on. The main character added that this monster was the size of a multi-story building. But then Hyun Sung pointed his hand in the other direction, saying that the monster went that way. Shin Yuna thanked the young man from the bottom of her heart and then ran with her comrades in the direction indicated. The speed of their movement amazed the young man's imagination. Left alone, the protagonist headed for the exit. He was glad for the one who killed the monster before reinforcements arrived, since the monster could have destroyed everything here if he hadn't managed to do it. And the reward for killing it was significant. Hyun Seong felt a little awkward in front of the girl and her comrades, but nevertheless, they would have to try hard to find the non-existent monster. Indeed, the hunt for the group of killers did not take place. Instead, they reached a dead end. The girl didn't deny the possibility that the monster could return through the portal, but that would have complicated the situation too much. After all, the monsters that had tasted blood were the most dangerous. No one could predict when they would return again and attack civilians. However, it was time for them to return to the ordinary world and report everything that had happened to the association. Suddenly, the girl stopped. She was worried about whether the main character was able to safely get out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung walked calmly and hummed a song under his breath. Shin Yuna made up a lot of scary stories about how the young man had lost all his friends and miraculously survived. So she couldn't leave him alone and decided to hurry and save him. The girl asked her friends to wait near the exit. She herself wanted to find the main character, as she was very worried about him. One of her friends was sure that everything would be fine with the guy, but they had their own affairs and concerns. But the girl had a different opinion and believed that it was dangerous to be alone in the dungeon. The guys had to accept her decision as a given, so they promised to wait for her here. Shin Yuna ran back, but no matter how far she walked, she still couldn't find the main character, and this was strange. At this pace, she reached the blue portal, realizing that the stranger had most likely already left the dungeon. The girl wanted to believe that everything was fine with the guy and that he was now safe. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung was already at home. He looked at his hands and realized that the effect of the new skill that he combined with the treatment was much better than he thought. True, this time the guy was very tired, so he lay down to rest on the sofa in his room. But the universe had a different plan. Mom came home and was surprised that her son had returned home before her. The boy sat up in surprise, and the woman immediately noticed the strange expression on her child's face. And then he remembered that during the fight with Kat, he had spent too many points on purchasing skills. And this could have led to aging again, but he told his mother that he was just tired. To distract his mother from his person, the guy asked for something to eat. Since there was nothing ready, the woman went to cook dinner. Hyun Sung exhaled, but his head began to split in pain, and he realized that he had to be careful with his spending if he didn't want to end up badly. At that moment, my sister called my mother. She was worried about whether her brother had thought about it. It was strange why the girl needed the main character. Mom turned suddenly pale as her daughter told her that a tragic incident had occurred in one of the dungeons that day. Now it was Hyun Sung's turn to turn green with worry. The guy was negligent here too. He didn't think that he could be listed as missing in the dungeon during the incident, and his family would find out about it. There was nowhere to run, so the boy had to think of what to say to his mother, who had already approached him. Now it was clear to her why her son had come home so early. The main character couldn't think of anything better to do than start lying, saying he hadn't even seen that scary monster. But his words did not convince the woman. She now clearly understood how serious the player's work was. She did not want her son to take unnecessary risks. But for the first time in his life, the main character liked what he was doing. The guy claimed that he was having a good time in the dungeon, killing monsters and getting stronger every day. Meanwhile, an investigation was conducted in the red-haired wolf's dungeon, which was temporarily closed, and it turned out that 2 security personnel had died, but were unable to fight off the monster. Shin Yuna couldn't believe that this monster was wandering around here, because she and her comrades had searched every inch of the dungeon and found no one. But Dong-soo couldn't confirm or deny the girl's words, since he himself didn't yet understand what had happened here. But the first thing he decided to do was follow the monster's trail. Since Shin Yuna had no fewer questions, she decided to follow the man's trail. They had already walked quite a decent distance, and Dong-soo thanked the girl for volunteering to accompany him and ensure his safety. Suddenly, the man stopped. He concluded that this was where the monster attacked the low-ranking players. After finishing with the people in this place, the beast turned in another direction in search of new victims. And then Dong-soo saw a rather strange picture. The man started running to catch the vision. He saw a monster attack one player, but he fought back and ran away. Then the monster and the man ran and exchanged blows. At this moment, from the man's fragments of words, Shin Yuna began to remember about the lonely player she met around here. Kim Dong-soo was sure that the monster had come out of the spatial gate, but there was no sign of it having entered. Even now, Dong-soo could still feel the remnants of the fire magic. The man continued to run forward. He understood that the stranger had well-developed agility, which indicated that he belonged to the class of sword mages. After some time, the man and woman ran to the place of the last battle between the monster and the man and looked at the last traces of the monster. Dong-soo assumed that it was in this place that the monster received an extremely serious wound, as a result of which it lost a lot of blood. The picture still didn't come together in Shin Yuna's head. She couldn't understand how some nameless player could seriously injure the monster, and how 2 security personnel were killed. Meanwhile, Dong-soo changed his initial opinion about the player's class, as he now realized that the guy was most likely a mage with a high level of agility. The thing is that the main character used a strong magical skill to defeat the creature. A few minutes later, the men and the girl moved a little deeper into the dungeon and stopped, since the most important thing happened right here. Shin Yuna couldn't quite imagine what could have happened here, since there were no traces here except for emptiness. At that moment, scenes of close combat between the protagonist and the monster flashed before the man's eyes, so he concluded that his first guess about the guy's class was correct after all. But they couldn't find the monster's corpse because the residual magic after his death turned into some kind of object, which the young man took. No matter how hard she tried, the girl could not hide her surprise because something like this had never happened before. The fact is that magical swordsmen could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and they were considered universal soldiers, so they did not have one specific specialization. Moreover, the main character fought a monster whose level was several times higher than the level of this dungeon, and he did it alone. Dong-soo wasn't sure, but he assumed that the player who defeated the monster was at least level 24. However, something in this story clearly did not add up, since this young man was not a security officer, while the employees guarding the spatial gate were killed instantly on the spot, and he not only did not die, but was not really hurt. Moreover, the security personnel who were in the dungeon at that time did not look for the monster, but waited for the arrival of the assassination squad. Therefore, it was only now that Shin Yuna began to realize that that player was far from ordinary. Dong-soo suggested that it might be a person who had not yet renewed his player ID. Yes, of course, this could have happened, but the girl hardly believed it. She understood perfectly well that before changing the player's ID, it was possible to level up to at least 50. But was that really the case? Moreover, none of the players who were in the dungeon received equipment from the guild that day. The man agreed with her that the whole situation seemed very strange. Personally, he was worried about another inconsistency. If this player was a high level, then why would he hunt in such low-level dungeons? Suddenly, Shin Yun became curious about whether Dong-soo would be able to track down the player who defeated this monster. In truth, up until this point, the man had only been tracking monsters, but he still decided to try tracking the player. To do this, he activated his skill again, but unfortunately, the player's tracks were lost after the battle. So, after racking his brains, he came to the conclusion that looking for the young man was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But the girl still didn't understand why the man refused, since he had managed to find traces of the battle between both the man and the monster. The thing is that large monsters cannot help but leave traces on the terrain. It doesn't really matter what such a monster does, there will still be traces, but a person is a completely different matter. His traces are not so easy to find. There was also no indication that the player would use any skill after defeating the monster. If the young man used the skill, the man could track it by the remaining magical energy. At that moment, Xin Yuna realized that she had asked the young man to do the impossible, so she sincerely asked Dong Su for forgiveness. On that note, it was time for them to end their work together and return. Returning to the Players Association headquarters, Shin Yuna sat down to look through the documents of the registered players, as she had become interested in a young man in the dungeon who had single-handedly defeated a level 100 monster, so she wanted to get him into her ranks and not give him to other guilds. The girl knew perfectly well that the Players Association was subordinate to the state, and that private guilds belonged to specific individuals, so players often preferred to join guilds rather than become part of the association. Only in the first years after the disaster did the Players Association have any significant influence in the world. At that time, its members included outstanding individuals with great potential, but over time, the association's influence began to wane. At the same time, the guild's influence became more and more. Thus, politicians emerged who occupied high positions in the Players Association, without having proper knowledge about players, monsters, and dungeons. These people talked about their patriotism at every turn, but at the same time forced the players to work for pennies. Guilds, however, were sponsored by various large companies, so they could and did offer players high salaries and excellent working conditions. But soon, purges took place within the Players Association. Corrupt officials were asked to leave, and their places were taken by ordinary players. Thus, they contributed to ensuring that their subordinates received a decent salary, and now they were competing with the guilds. Now the Players Association has cleared its good name and has achieved prosperity. However, there were significantly fewer active players in its composition than in guilds. Therefore, Shin Yuna wanted to get the main character into her ranks by any means necessary. A new day had arrived, and the protagonist was getting ready to hunt in the red-haired wolf's dungeon, since he had already visited all the other dungeons that were near his house. But before leaving this time, Hyun Sung began to study the dungeon lists. Since they weren't allowed into a similar dungeon near his home, the guy decided to fly to the nearest province to hunt, and he also wanted to improve his skill. He couldn't find any information about the new passive skill online, but using it constantly was unlikely to improve it, and the guy didn't want to intentionally harm himself. Upon arrival, the protagonist checked into a hotel and rested, pondering how to conceal the amount of crystal he had received, as he did not trust the association. After his latest mistakes, Hyun Sung knew he had to be much more careful. The constant checks at the exit weren't because the workers were worried about monster eggs and the like. They were making sure everyone was paying their taxes in full. Moreover, the Sioux Guild decided to recruit him, which the protagonist also didn't like, so he began to look for a way to avoid unnecessary attention. Hyun Sung was actively searching for a clue in his status window. As a result, he found an active skill that consisted of creating his own subspace, although he could not put a living being there. But it still had to be bought, but the price was too high. However, Hyun Sung bought the Subspace Active Skill book, after which I began to learn the skill. It took the protagonist a few minutes to learn the skill, after which he decided to open his own subspace. Surprisingly, the young man got it right the first time. Curiosity, that's what he felt now. So, without hesitation, he looked into the subspace. It turned out to be much more spacious there than he thought. After thinking, the guy compared the size of his new acquisition with his previous home. Now would be a good time to go and hunt to replenish our resource supplies. After some time, Hyun Sung stood near the entrance to the dungeon and wondered if everything would go well this time. To prevent anyone from noticing the slight changes in his appearance, the guy covered his face with a scarf. But looking at the knight in armor, he thought that in this form he would look like an aristocrat. And as he passed by the man with purple hair, the guy thought that there were a lot of eccentric people among the players. And so the main character reached the player support representative, who began to study his player card. But when Hyun Sung wanted to take his document and go further, the man stopped him. However, after some time, the main character finally got into the dungeon and began killing monsters. Finally, he had a new title in his pocket, as he had already killed 1,000 motley wolves. So far, everything was going quite smoothly, which couldn't help but please the guy. Except for the moment when the association employee at the entrance took his fingerprints under a strange pretext. But after that, they didn't ask anything else. Didn't ask to show my face and let me into the dungeon without any particular problems. The protagonist did not waste time, opened the subspace and hid some of the crystals there. But I decided to put a few in my bag, since it would be strange if he came out completely empty-handed. Meanwhile, the second team of the Sioux Guild became active. So Taeyeon found out information about the main character and decided that they should be the first to enlist his support. If that was the case, Jong Seon-woo was eager to hear the details of the case. It turned out to be an interesting movie. Less than 2 months had passed since the guy's awakening, and he alone visited dungeons of levels 15 to 20. But the main thing was that Hyun-sung was able to bypass the 20-level rule. Toon couldn't say for sure, but the likelihood of the information being true was high. Sonu hoped that no one had lured the guy away yet. And this was true, because the main character asked the first team for too high a fee for his work. But when Sonu found out that the protagonist was asking for 100 billion won, he thought the kid was crazy. The truth is, it wasn't the amount itself that was the issue, but rather that Hyun-sung was willing to show the status window after receiving the deposit, while Ma Ji-hoon wasn't going to pay the money until he saw the player's status window. So Jung Seon-woo even became a little more cheerful since his colleague was still as stupid as in the good old days. Besides, they had already lost Kim Ha-nu because of Ma Jin-hoon, so something like this shouldn't happen again. So, Sonu signed the documents. He was going to pay the deposit to the main character, look at his status window, and if there were any problems, reduce the payment amount. Jung Seon-woo was confident that if he succeeded in this matter, he would definitely become the head of the Soo Guild. Meanwhile, the main character finished his hunt for the day and waited to hear what the association worker would tell him. Since there were only 2 crystals in the guy's bag, the man didn't pay much attention to them. This time, the inspection went faster than usual, and Hyun-sung and the association worker parted peacefully. The young man worked according to a similar scheme for several days in a row. Now, he needed to put all his things in order, and besides, he received the last rank with the wolves. In addition to crystals, the guy sent skill books into subspace. At that moment, the young man noticed one passive skill, Wind of Rebirth, which accelerates the healing of wounds. Hyun-sung began studying the book because this skill was very popular not only among players but also among ordinary people. To be honest, today he received some quite useful but ordinary items. At that moment, the boy received a notification from the system, which said that he was unable to read the book of the normal rank Wind of Rebirth passive skill. This was the first time something like this had happened to the main character. It's strange. The young man had never heard of anything like this. And then, something even more interesting happened. His unique rare rank passive skill book, Book of Immortality, absorbed his normal rank passive skill book, Wind of Rebirth. Thus, the Book of Immortality was able to develop. However, when he started looking at the skill's characteristics, nothing had changed, even though it was clearly written that it could be developed. But if you think about it, you can see that this book was absorbing other skills that contributed to the healing of wounds. However, Hyun-sung had no idea how much his skill had developed, so he decided to conduct a little practical experiment. For this, he took out his sword in order to cut his finger. The small, shallow cut healed in just a few seconds. There was no difference between before and after absorbing the normal skill. Therefore, the question arose as to how many such 30 million one skill books his Book of Immortality would need to absorb in order to improve. If you add it all up, it was a very poor investment. Having finished his business, the young man left the dungeon and walked along the city streets. Suddenly, another unknown number called him. The guy even thought that it was most likely spam. However, Hyun-sung answered the call because anything could happen. This time, he received a call from the head of the second recruitment department of the Soo Guild, So Tae-woong. The young man was angry at this news. He had thought that after he started taking a few crystals out of the dungeon, they would leave him alone. Tae-woong pretended not to notice Hyun-sung's irritation, because he was ready to personally bring the contract for signature, as well as a suitcase with money, totaling 100 billion won. This was an unexpected turn of events for the protagonist. This time, Tae-woong was sure that it was in the bag, as they fulfilled all the guy's wishes. Hyun-sung was frantically trying to come up with an excuse. The first thing that came to his mind was to refer to being busy hunting, which is what he did. For this reason, he cannot come, but he does not mind reading the electronic version of the contract. The man agreed, and Hyun-sung realized that he had bought himself a little time. Before the main character could catch his breath, he received a message from Tae-woong, in which he said that he had sent the guy a contract by email and message, and asked him to write to him after reading it. The news wasn't pleasant because the guy just wanted to live peacefully, and not all this. Having received the contract, the protagonist went to consult with lawyer Lee Young-chul. The man carefully read the terms and concluded that the guy was being offered very good conditions. But there were a few questionable clauses that stated that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, some items would be confiscated from the protagonist. For clarity, the lawyer printed out the contract. So, if a player damages the guild's image, the contract will be terminated. The contract will also be cancelled if the player's abilities and skills do not correspond to the guild's status. In addition, if the contract is terminated due to the fault of the young man, he will have to pay a penalty in the amount of 10 times the amount. After hearing this proposal, Hyun-sung almost ground his teeth in anger. At this moment, the main character received a call from Ko Jin-sung from the first team. Now the young man was ready for dialogue. The guy didn't want to talk in the presence of a lawyer, so he decided to go out into the corridor for a while. Mr. Jin-sung didn't yet know that he had been beaten to the punch, so he called the main character to talk about a future contract. He tried to reduce the deposit amount to 50 billion won. Hyun-sung decided to make the man a little nervous and asked if his demands were really that high for such a guild. The man understood perfectly well that the guy was asking for 100 billion, not 50, but he still hoped for a reduction in the amount of the deposit. Besides, the young man should look at things more realistically. After all, even though Sue's guild was large, that kind of money was still too much for her to pay off all at once. Besides, the sum of 50 billion won is the only thing his management agrees to, not a one more. Then the guy decided to surprise his interlocutor and agreed to think about his proposal. But first, he would like to look at the contract and then make a final decision. This was great news for Dong Jin-sung, so he sent the contract to the protagonist, who then went back to the lawyer. Meanwhile, Hyun-sun had already entered the office. The lawyer looked up from his papers and looked at him intently. The protagonist's mood improved, and he asked the man to read and advise him on another contract. The lawyer did not hesitate and asked to review the document. Moreover, he realized that he was dealing with a player of outstanding ability. The man started working, and after a couple of minutes he had a logical question. Could it really be that these two contracts were drawn up by the same guild? The main character didn't expect that his prank would be discovered so quickly. Overall, the content of both documents was similar, but there were parts that differed. The second document contained significantly fewer strange clauses, and the fine amount in case of breach of contract was half as much. The protagonist did not understand why the same guild would send different contracts. The conclusion was obvious. A serious internal conflict was brewing in the guild since something like this had taken place. But in the lawyer's opinion, this was very beneficial for the client, since he would be able to choose a contract with the most favorable terms. At that moment, Hyun-sun had an idea: to create one contract based on the two contracts, eliminating all the points that were disadvantageous to him. Having received the ideal contract, the guy returned to the hotel and began to study information on the internet about Ma Jin-hoon and Jung Sun-woo, after which he decided to ruin life for both parties. The first to be hit was the leader of the second team, So Tai-woong. The man hoped that the protagonist agreed to his terms, but it was not to be. Hyun-sung decided that the deposit of 100 billion won was too small, so 200 billion would be just right. As much as he didn't want to, Taehyun couldn't give an answer to this question right now, but he assumed that increasing the deposit was entirely possible. But this was not enough for the main character. He raised the stakes to 300 billion won. Moreover, the guy was contacted by Ko Jin-sung, the head of the first team, with whom Tai-woon, to put it mildly, does not get along. The man gritted his teeth but promised to provide the protagonist with the most favorable contract terms. On this note, the young man ended the conversation. He realized that the first and second teams were real enemies. Now it was Ko Jin-sung's turn to receive a portion of happiness after the guy called him. The man was delighted when he heard the boy's voice. Hyun-sun said that he had read the document. Initially, the protagonist planned to sign a contract with him. But now there was no need for this. The man had absolutely no idea what was going on. But the guy had already added that he had sent him a new version of his contract. To continue the conversation further, Hyun-sung asked his interlocutor to read a new document. The head of the first team read everything. Now he was not happy. Besides, the main character asked him to solve internal problems without him, and the deposit of 100 billion won was small. Now the protagonist wanted 200, or better yet, 300 billion won. The man began to express his indignation, but the guy didn't care and hung up. After all, during both the first and second conversations, the guy made notes and was now editing the audio files, after which he sent the finished result to Taewoon and Jin-sung. And so that they wouldn't bother him anymore, the guy threw away his old phone. Meanwhile, the leaders of the first and second teams listened to the received file. A whole month passed, and Jung Seong-woo was asking his subordinate where Hyun-seong had gone. But Taehyun had no answer to this question, since the guy didn't even show up at the hunting grounds. The boss wasn't just angry at the employee, he didn't expect him to be so useless. Taehyun stood with his head down, thinking about how after that audio file, the guild leader and deputy had started an open confrontation. And now the guild is divided into two camps. Moreover, sharing information became very difficult, and viewing records of the main character's entry and exit from the dungeon was also difficult. But the worst thing was that the guy seemed to disappear into thin air. Meanwhile, Mr. Jong poured himself a drink and asked his subordinate if Hyun Seong could have joined another guild. Taeyeon doubted that such a thing was possible. Such a vague answer angered Sona. After which he chased away his subordinate and smashed a glass against the closed door. After a nice conversation with his boss, Taeyeon returned to his office. His mood dropped sharply, so he didn't even greet his subordinates and walked past them. The work atmosphere became unbearable, and he had more problems after that ill-fated swabbed audio file and contract. And most of the players and guild staff now took Ma Ding Hong's side. That's why now, more than anything in the world, he wanted to find Hyun Sung. Meanwhile, the main character continued to hunt. He needed to accumulate a decent amount of points. Now he received about 600,000 per day. On the one hand, it was a drop in the ocean, but if you collect many such drops, you get an ocean. Besides, he made good money selling batteries. The young man could even be proud of himself. True, now the guy began to notice that his sales window was too small. Whenever a product was sold, it had to be re-registered and put up for sale. It would be great if he could display goods in huge quantities like you could in computer games. Therefore, a logical question arose. If he raised his personal skill level, would the situation change or not? Moreover, other sellers could register hundreds, if not thousands, of products. For example, one such seller was a user of Rickamores, who sold thousands of medicinal products. But to level up, the main character needed to accumulate 10 billion points, and now he had just over half. At that moment, another monster snuck up on him from behind. Only the young man's sudden attack failed, as the boy dodged the spear flying at him. But the toad was much less lucky as the guy kicked her in the jaw, after which the enemy lost consciousness and fell to the ground. But that wasn't enough. So Hyun Sung activated a skill called Magic Charge. With the help of this skill, the main character decapitated the monster. But there were many two-legged toads in the dungeon, and the guy admitted that this was no simple opponent. The monsters were strong, agile, mobile, and not stupid, so people rarely hunted here. But the protagonist did not feel fear. Instead, he summoned a fireball, and he threw them at all the toads at once, after which there was a huge explosion. But the opponents turned out to be resilient, so they rushed into the attack. The situation was difficult. One toad attacked from above, while the second ran in for a frontal attack. But Hyun Sung only became more excited and waited for the attack, drawing his blade. The two-legged toads attacked the guy from different sides, but he ran straight towards them, not afraid of dying. As soon as the main character reached the first toad, he cut off its head on the fly. The young man cut his next two opponents into 2 equal parts. A few moments later, green crystals lay on the ground, and the boy realized that this time one blow was enough for him to win. At that moment, the guy read a notice that someone had bought all the batteries he had put up for sale. Incidentally, this was not the first time something like this had happened, and it looked very strange. And then a complaint came from a customer. This time Hyun Sun had a bad feeling, but he boldly opened the text of the complaint. In it, Crow's customer demanded that the guy sell him batteries at half price, and if he didn't do so, he would deeply regret it. Moreover, all the other complaints were of the same content. It was a strange complaint, so the main character decided to see what this Crow was doing, and it turned out that he was selling various stats. But for some reason, he only bought batteries from the main character. Hyun Sung would understand the complaint if Crow bought items from him like a Tamagotchi, a Polaroid, or an electric razor, items that run out of battery quickly. But Crow only bought batteries and wrote a complaint. Moreover, he demands that the goods be sold to him at half price, and he even sets a time frame. Hyun Sun wasn't going to follow the lead of such a provocateur, so he put the batteries up for sale at the old price. As soon as he did this, the goods sold like hotcakes. But a minute later, a complaint came from Crow. The protagonist didn't like this, and he had already been blocked from trading due to complaints. At that moment, the young man realized that Crow just wanted to be blocked, so the guy decided to try something. Meanwhile, Crow put all the purchased batteries in a beautiful vase and placed it in a prominent place in the room. The demonic-looking man was curious to see how long the protagonist could tolerate his bullying. Moreover, he considered himself invincible, which means that a person is doomed to failure. For beginners, the skill of selling and buying has always felt like a blessing from heaven. By actively using this skill, Crow became strong and invincible in a short time. Moreover, after some time, he became the only ruler on the planet on which he lived. He also learned early on the truth that not all people who possess special skills can reach the same heights as he did. Basically, you could spend forever trying to collect enough points. But the problem was that there would never be enough of them. And all because points have always been easier to spend than to earn. From personal experience, Crow also knew that newbies often spent all the points they had accumulated during the hunt on medicines and skills in order to become stronger. But among the gray mass, there were also some interesting specimens who sell goods that are found only on their planet, and thus make a good living. But no matter how much of a monopolist a person is, he cannot stand up to the overwhelming power of capital. Moreover, for the man, this was an ordinary race for points, in which he never lost. Crow always worked according to the same scheme. He bought up good products from newcomers, then wrote complaints about them and got their operations suspended for 3 months. When the blocking action ended, the man repeated his actions from the beginning. Therefore, Crow believed that no matter how persistent Hyun Sung was, he would not be able to withstand it and would sell the goods at half price, and only at the suggested time. Thus, the man was going to become a monopolist in this industry. And if the main character decides to rebel, the man will file a complaint against him again. While plotting the perfect plan to seize the monopoly, Crow didn't immediately notice that the main character had run out of batteries to sell. Hyun Sung was happy that the sale was successful, so when he returned home, he would buy more batteries to sell. After finishing the hunt, the guy immediately went to the store and bought a lot of different goods. In the hotel room, Hyun Sung began unpacking boxes. He understood that Crow wanted to get his business suspended, but during this time the guy had managed to sell a lot of different things. Therefore, the young man was not going to sit idly by. He wanted to declare a buying war on his opponent. So, the main character loaded batteries one after another for sale. As soon as Crow saw a new batch of goods, he immediately bought it. At this point, Hyun Sung noticed that other customers had also started buying batteries, and there had been no new complaints so far. Moreover, the young man understood that Crow would still buy his product, even if the price was twice as high. But then the guy noticed how complaints were flying from Crow, so he realized that at this rate he would have problems. However, by loading new batteries, the guy tripled their price because he would make a profit anyway. So, closer to the evening, Hyun Sung achieved the desired result. His account was 10 billion points. His active skill had leveled up. He could now buy heroic rank items and sell 100 items at a time. Initially, he didn't like the battle with Crow, but now he was even grateful to the stranger for his help. And it was dangerous to continue raising the price of batteries. And all because now the number of complaints has almost equaled the number of sales. Now the young man was thinking about whether he should start adjusting the quantity of the product by changing its name. Hyun Sung had one powerful item, and he even became curious whether the enemy would be able to buy it. Meanwhile, on another planet, Crow was no longer happy about the war that had started. He hoped that the guy would stop, and he would be able to rest and regain his strength. The man was furious because the original price of the batteries had increased by as much as 4 times. But if everything continues in the same spirit, it will become difficult for him to live on. However, the man was sure that the main character was now at the limit of his capabilities. At that moment, Crow saw that Hyun Sung had put up for sale a battery that could charge 120 smartphones and 24 tablets. Now it's Crow's turn to grab his head and go crazy, because all the batteries in the battery will cost him 2.1 billion points in total. The man didn't know what to do, whether he should spend so much money because the guy could load more similar goods. In truth, a man could have invested a lot more money. But that was only if the deal was in the bag. But in this situation, he had no idea how far the main character could go, so he was sad. Therefore, he decided to end the trade war with Hyun Sung for today. So, all the goods that the protagonist put up for sale were purchased, and he received a notification about it. There were also no new complaints filed against the young man, suggesting that Crow had decided to surrender. Apparently, the high-capacity battery was bought from him by those people who had bought something from him before. However, the interesting fact was that all the batteries that the guy loaded were bought by none other than Crow. Overall, Hyun Sung felt a bit sorry that due to the trade war with Crow, he had to put the battery up for sale earlier than he had planned. Evening came, and the young man went out into the city. He needed to stock up on new goods, as they had become especially popular in the market. The guy decided to make all the necessary purchases at a used electronics store. At the same time, a beautiful demoness was studying the list of goods on sale, one of which was a home slot machine. Before purchasing, she looked at the product's specifications and found that the cartridge needed to be purchased separately. A cartridge is a device that contained more than 800 different games. The girl had no idea how good this item was, but she decided to try to buy it and use it anyway. Meanwhile, having arrived at the hotel, the guy decided to check how much the new skill level differed from what he had before. Hyun Sung was also not pleased with the information that he needed 1 trillion won to take his buying and selling skills to the next level. after which he checked the window of the legendary rank elixir, which was supposed to heal any physical and mental wounds. But he could not buy this product now, since he had not yet reached the heroic rank required for this. That was all clear. But what the guy was interested in was whether he received any perks other than the ability to list up to 100 products at a time or not. So now he could read reviews of his product. The first thing he read was reviews of the game console. Only Bartok liked it. But no one liked the razor. Buying this item was considered a waste of points and time. That was all clear, but the guy decided to look at what was being written about the battery. And there was a whole canvas of harsh words directed at the main character, saying that he was fooling customers and swindling them out of points, even though he put a good thing up for sale. The other reviews were no less harsh and spoiled Hyun Sung's mood. After that, the guy decided to take a little rest and just look at the goods that other guys were selling. What surprised the guy most was the prices of domestic animal eggs and the pets themselves. Eventually, Hyun Sung got tired, closed the status window, and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply. To tell the truth, he was afraid to even think how much a legendary rank elixir could cost. At that moment, he noticed the phone vibrating and was surprised that his mother was calling at such a time. The woman asked if her son knew So Taewoon, a worker at the So Guild. The first problem was that Hyun Sung had forgotten about this guy, but Mom clarified that this man was the head of the second recruiting team. The woman mentioned this man because he had come to them and was now standing at the door. Besides, the mother didn't know whether she should let the man into the house or not, so she called her son. That's why she was very surprised when Hyun Sung categorically forbade letting Taewoon into the house and said that he would call him back himself and resolve the issue. The woman naively believed that this man came to them with good intentions. There was no time to explain everything now, so the guy promised to tell everything a little later. The mother was very worried about her son, so she asked him not to do anything to harm himself. Hyun Sung understood his mother's feelings, so he said that there was no reason to panic, he would solve everything himself, so she shouldn't worry so much. After hanging up, the guy immediately dialed Taeyeon, who had been impatiently waiting for this call for a long time. The main character was angry, but he didn't understand what the man was doing at his house and why he was making his mother nervous. Taeyeon asked the young man to calm down, as he had come to his house with only good intentions. Somehow the man learned about the illness of the young man's father, and that everyone believed he was paying for it. So the man wanted to tell his mother about the main character's difficult fate. Hyun Sung didn't understand why they had to go that far, since Sue's guild wanted to sign the contract with him, not his mother. But this time, Taeyeon decided to put pressure on the protagonist through his family, saying that important decisions need to be made together. Moreover, the man did not understand why the boy was stubborn, because the guild was ready to pay him as much as he wanted. It was strange to hear such things from the people who sent him the disgusting contract. The protagonist wasn't stupid, so he consulted a lawyer, and it wasn't just some minor inconsistencies in the contract. Hyun Sung wasn't even particularly surprised when he heard Taewoon start talking about how it was just insurance, that the guy was exactly the player they needed, and therefore there shouldn't be any problems. But these were just empty words, meaning that opening the status window would be in vain if Hyun Sung was not the player they were looking for. Taeyeon suggested that the protagonists think carefully about their offer, because they were not guys from the street, but the Sue Guild. In truth, the protagonist could have signed a contract with the guild if he didn't have to show his status window. But it was obvious that the Sue Guild was not prepared to make concessions on this issue. Therefore, there was no particular point in continuing such a conversation, and the protagonist wanted to hang up. He also warned his interlocutor that he would change his number immediately after the conversation. For this reason, Taeyeon will no longer be able to contact him. It would also be better for the man to stop trying to disturb Hyun Sung's mother, because if this happens again, the guy will not turn a blind eye to it. The call ended. The man was very angry at the main character, as he had messed up all his plans due to his overconfidence. Immediately after this, the man called one of his employees in the office, who was tracking the location of the protagonist. The call was just long enough for this, and a second later, Taeyeon received the guy's geolocation. The new information raised questions, as Hyun Seong was in the territory of the Osun Guild. Since things had taken such a turn, the man gave orders to involve the Woohyun Guild, whose members were supposed to thoroughly intimidate the main character. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung went to the store again. He decided to buy as many items as the sales window allowed. So, in a short period of time, he filled his cart with different boxes. Unexpectedly, his gaze fell on a bright and large sign of the famous Gucci brand. Knowing how popular their items were, he bought several copies to sell. Now the main character could go home with peace of mind, as he had bought enough of everything. After shopping, it was time to stretch your legs and do a little dungeon hunting. The humanoid toads were waiting for him with open arms. They were the first to attack the main character, but he was just waiting for this, so he took out his sword to repel the attack. Therefore, before the first group of toads had time to reach Hyun-sun, he beheaded them. The second group of toads was less fortunate. The main character cut them into 2 equal parts. The enemy's body parts were already lying on the ground, and Hyun-sun decided to attack the survivors from the air with a fireball. He hit the target quite accurately, causing a large explosion. 5 hours passed at this pace, and the guy received a new highest rank for killing humanoid toads, and he also finished faster than he planned. It was already evening when the young man left the dungeon. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice that he was being closely watched. He thought about the fact that he had little time left, which meant he could also go to the goblin dungeon. Passing by one of the gateways, he did not notice that a suspicious group of players had gathered there. The men were waiting for the main character, so they decided to follow him first and then decide what to do next. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung had already entered the goblin dungeon and was quite surprised. It was the first time the hunting ground was in such a large forest, so he decided to sneak past the dungeon guards. To do this, he used his stealth skill and easily passed by the guards unnoticed. Having gone quite far into the thicket of the forest, the young man realized that the guards would not see him here, and there were plenty of goblins to fight. Therefore, it was possible to start the hunt right now, and the guy prepared the first attack. Using the magic projectile, the protagonist decapitated the first 2 goblins that were closest to him. The guy threw a fireball at a group of goblins gathered a little further away, but this time the monsters were able to survive and rush to attack. This was even more interesting because the monsters turned out to be smarter than the previous ones, but the guy had already prepared a fireball for an attack. Some goblins were consumed by Hyun-sung's fire, while others were unlucky enough to be hit by his magical projectile and die. Suddenly, the young man saw out of the corner of his eye an arrow flying towards him from the side. Thanks to his good reaction, he was able to avoid dire consequences for himself. What was also interesting was that the goblins were divided into classes. Some attacked with axes or swords, but there was a group that stood to the side and shot darts from there. The main character was lucky not only with his good reaction but also with his robe, which was not damaged by the large number of darts. The cloak was durable and the mood was right for a counterattack that resulted in several goblins losing their heads. But the time was late, and Hyun-sung decided to end this fight by sealing one of the monsters' heads into the ground. He cut down the rest and was ready to go home. At that moment, he heard someone's footsteps and was surprised, as he thought that there were no more enemies left. But this time it wasn't goblins, but ordinary players who thought the protagonist was causing trouble on their territory. To be honest, Hyun-sung was expecting to see goblins, but not other players, especially those with complaints. These men needed to find any excuse for conflict, so they began asking why the guy was hunting on their territory. But Hyun-sung didn't understand what was going on. He was paying exactly the same as the guys, which meant that the dungeon could be considered his property. The men insisted that since they hunted here every day, it was true that he was on their side. But they will forgive the main character if he gives them all the crystals he just mined. True, this was not enough. So in exchange for the killed monsters, the guy had to leave them all his equipment. Hyun-sung didn't know how to talk to people who were out of their minds, so he remained silent for now. He had read about similar cases, but the guy could not even imagine that something like this would affect him. Nevertheless, he tried to talk to the men as an adult to adults, because such actions were definitely wrong. But it became clear that words would not help here, as the men began to threaten the protagonist even more actively. The thing is that in the dungeons it was possible to use various modern weapons, but electronics did not work here. Therefore, if conflicts between players occurred in the dungeons, only the players who witnessed the situation could resolve it. And no one is surprised by the deaths of players, since during a battle with monsters, various things could happen, especially if a newbie is entering the dungeon. But there were always those players who took advantage of this. The protagonist knew very well that there were groups of criminal players who robbed colleagues, but there were cases when they killed them. And Hyun-sung was unlucky enough to meet such people on his way. Although, on the other hand, the main character did not understand why the men were provoking him. Did they really not see what he had done to the goblins? And then, after a few seconds, the men all started attacking the young man. Hyun-sung was not afraid and kept a close eye on his opponent's movements. For him, their movements were very slow, though he had to jump to the side. But flicking his nose was also not an option, as 2 men were attacking him from above, and several more were using ranged techniques. However, the protagonist destroyed the sword of one of his opponents with one move. After this, Hyun-sung punched the man in the stomach, causing him to fly back several meters. The young man punched another opponent in the jaw, The rest of the players had not yet attacked and stood there, looking at the main character in shock. But as soon as they recovered from the initial shock, the guys rushed into the attack. It so happened that the first player was defeated again when his sword was cut into 2 pieces. And the main Hyun-sun did it in one movement, without taking a step from his place. After that, he knocked out the closest attacker and rushed to counterattack the others. So, after a few seconds, he found himself next to another player. Moreover, the sharper the guy's sword was, it turned out a millimeter from the enemy's eye. But the main character managed to change the trajectory of his sword. True, the enemy did not appreciate Hyun-sun's mercy, who wounded his hand instead of gouging out his eye. The man's behavior offended the protagonist, so he caught up with him and slammed his head into the ground. The young man didn't have time to catch his breath, as 3 players were already running to help their comrade. Hyun-seong didn't want to attack his opponents, so he decided to go on the defensive, and for this, he took a shield from the storage. Meanwhile, another man was watching the progress of the battle, who believed that his guys held up well and were doing their job well. He thought it would be a lot easier if they could kill this guy, so now he was planning to cut off one of the main character's legs. A minute later, the man came down to the clearing. Hyun-sun looked at him and took him for a security officer. But the man didn't respond to this, but the other guys started calling him the boss. Suddenly, the man spoke, wondering if it was Hyun-sung who had beaten his subordinates. The main character didn't really understand what questions could be asked of him, since these guys were the ones who started provoking him first. He shouldn't have said that, because the man didn't say anything else and attacked the young man, who was able to block the blow with his shield. After the first attack, the stranger immediately increased the distance between himself and the main character. It's amazing how a regular newbie, who hasn't even received a profession, managed to block the attack of an experienced player. By all accounts, this guy was not suitable for this dungeon. Overall, the man was very fed up with the situation, so he decided to end it quickly. The player was preparing to strike the guy again, although he had originally planned to do everything neatly and beautifully. But now his plans have changed dramatically. He decided that cutting off one of the main character's legs is not enough for him. That's why this time the man decided to attack Hyun-sun from the air. Surprisingly, even though the blow was very strong, the main character was able to block it. A second later, the man jumped back a few meters, breaking contact. The man stopped and smiled predatorily, as this was a very interesting situation. Hyun-sun also did not try to attack first. He understood perfectly well that this time he had a strong opponent. It was hard not to notice that this man was much stronger than the hooligans he had dealt with before. The enemy's strength and speed and all other characteristics were much higher than those of the main character. Moreover, the man's fencing skills were better than Hyun-sung's, despite the fact that his bloodsucker sword was amazing in combat. The protagonist also realized that he would have already died if he had not had a shield. But if you think about it and look at the man in front, the question arose as to how all this could have happened to the main character. There was a lot to think about, but first I needed to get out of here alive. If the sword didn't help the guy in the fight, he decided to use his fire spear this time. It was unexpected for the man, and quickly he would not have been able to dodge since the fiery spear was already flying straight at his head. A second later, the man and the fire spear collided, causing an explosion. While there was heavy smoke all around, the main character decided to try to escape from the battlefield. But unexpectedly, even after such a powerful explosion, the enemy survived, his hair was burnt, and the man became very angry. Hyun-sung was surprised because he thought that this blow should have been fatal, so he realized that he shouldn't have held back. But there was no point in thinking about it, since the enemy attacked him again. However, this time too, Hyun-sung managed to turn around and block the man's attack. The protagonist fell on his butt, and his opponent struck the ground with his sword. But then he quickly stood up and activated the fire spear. Now he began to aim at the enemy, who was already ready to attack him from above. The man noticed the protagonist's manipulations and was ready to repel his attack. But he could not have imagined that the guy would point the spear not at him, but at the ground. A moment later, there was a loud explosion. The enemy was already standing confidently on the ground, and his mood plummeted. Even though there was smoke all around and it was practically impossible to see anything, the man found Hyun-sun and attacked him. The attacker was pleased with himself, as he was able to find his victim among this chaos. But the young man could not be happy about this development of events. Moreover, the man tried to hit the guy, but he was able to dodge. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that the situation was beyond the pale, because this man, although he tried to injure him, did not intend to kill him. However, this had to be ended, so Hyun-sung launched another fire spear at the enemy. The man was already quite fed up with such attacks, and besides, he could only defend himself with his blade. The explosion again singed the enemy's hair. But before the man came to his senses, Hyun-sun began to run away from him, while simultaneously looking for something useful he could buy now to avoid dying in this dungeon. So, he found a passive skill that, in moments of danger, increases all player stats by 50%, but only for 60 seconds. In his situation, this was the best solution. Even though the skill wasn't cheap, life was still more valuable, so he bought it. After which I immediately studied it since there was no time to waste. The main character managed to pull everything off in time because his enemy was already nearby. The man even decided to give the guy one last chance and surrender. But Hyun-sun had a different opinion. He wanted to disarm his opponent in 60 seconds. But as soon as the guys thought about continuing the fight, a beautiful girl appeared between them in the clearing. Hyun-sung had a question. Who was the girl who appeared and stopped their fight? Meanwhile, Shin Yuna didn't waste any time and cut the bad man's sword into 2 pieces. Surprise. The attacker was left without his only weapon. The girl performed her trick deftly and gracefully, and now looked defiantly at her opponent. Even the main character, who stood to the side and simply watched what was happening, felt a little uneasy. After all, the girl knocked the man out with just one blow, and not her strongest one. Everything happened so quickly that the young man could no longer comprehend the essence of the situation. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna approached Hyun-sung and greeted him politely, addressing him by name. She also asked the guy for forgiveness for the fact that during their first meeting in another dungeon, she was too rude to him. Hyun-sung was silent. He looked closely at the girl's face, realizing that they had indeed seen each other somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered that he had already seen her in the dungeon where he had killed the giant cat. And it was this girl who had given him an elixir of rare quality for healing wounds. The guy understood that Shin Yuna had helped him a lot today, so he thanked the girl for her help. But this was unnecessary, since Yuna believed that she should be the one asking the guy for forgiveness, since she had been watching them for a long time and did not interfere. By and large, the girl had been watching this group of seekers for quite a long time, so she regretted that she had not intervened a little earlier. Moreover, all these guys were criminals who had broken the law repeatedly, but there was no evidence of their guilt. Now the situation became a little clearer, and the guy thought that Shin Yuna just wanted to collect more evidence, which is why she did not interfere in their conflict. But this assumption was wrong. The girl just wanted to test the main character's skill level. Unexpectedly, Hyun-sung didn't even know how to react to such words. Meanwhile, the girl formally introduced herself and said that she worked as the chief inspector of the Players Association. Besides, she came here mostly because of the main character, and not because of his pursuers. Shin Yuna was ready to discuss all issues with the protagonist. But first, the problem with the criminal players needed to be resolved. That was the right thing to do, but Hyun-sung didn't understand that if his opponents were repeat offenders, that didn't mean they had committed similar crimes before. It was exactly like that. In other dungeons where players disappeared, these guys were the suspects. What struck the main character even more was that the girl didn't yet know whether the players had disappeared or been killed. The situation was strange, so the guy shared his thoughts about how the guys didn't want to kill him based on his feelings. To tell the truth, Shin Yuna was of the same opinion. But if this was so, then why did the guys attack the main character? The girl didn't have an answer to this question yet, but she was going to start finding out right now. So, she was already standing next to the leader of the bandits and poking him with the tip of her spear. Shin Yuna didn't fall for his one-man show and ordered him to get up immediately, as she knew he wasn't unconscious. The man continued to pretend to be a corpse, forcing the inspector to resort to extreme measures. It was a shame he didn't obey the first time. So the girl, with a clear conscience, hurt him very much. The bandit immediately screamed in a voice that wasn't his own, and his eyes widened in pain. But Shin Yuna didn't feel guilty because she asked him politely to stand up. He himself refused, so it was entirely his fault. But this was poetry, and the girls needed an answer to the question of why the man attacked the main character. The bandit lied like he was breathing, saying that he was white and fluffy, and was simply defending his comrades who were attacked by Hyun-sun. In general, the Players Association inspector has no right to attack or threaten law-abiding people, so he will file a complaint and tell the press about everything. The only problem was that if the man was unconscious, he couldn't find out this information anywhere. The bandit had nothing to say to this, but the girl pointed the tip of her spear straight at his eye. Shin Yuna didn't expect that the man was so stupid and didn't understand his situation, nor where he was now. Since it was a dungeon, the girl could easily kill the man, and no one would ever guess what really happened here. Besides, it is obvious that Hyun-sung will not turn her over to the police, because she will avenge him. Therefore, if a man does not want this dungeon to become his grave, he will tell her the whole truth, because he will live exactly as long as he is useful. The bandit still didn't understand that Shin Yuna wasn't joking with him, so he began to threaten her again. There was only one conclusion to be drawn. The man could not come to his senses, since he continued to insist on his own way. So the girl smiled kindly at Hyun Sung and asked him to step away for a couple of minutes. The young man didn't need to be told twice. He decided to take a walk in the forest. Besides, he needed to keep an eye on the guys who were lying in another clearing so that they didn't run away. Meanwhile, the bandit and Shin Yuna were left alone. Now the man realized his guilt and asked for mercy. So, the main character returned to the clearing where the majority of the attackers lay. The young man watched them and tried to understand why these guys attacked him, what goal they were pursuing. Partly, Hyun Sung understood perfectly well that most likely these guys in Sue's guild were connected. But there was no way they could know about his personal skill, which meant he had to come up with a way to deal with all of this. But it was easier said than done, because the girl might have questions. She might ask how he dealt with a three-headed cat. He couldn't tell the truth. He needed to become stronger by any means necessary, but it would take time, and Sue's guild and the Players Association weren't going to leave him alone, which caused him a headache, because the guy believed that once he became a player, he would be able to solve all his problems. At that moment, Shin Yuna approached him. The girl hoped that the young man had not waited long for her. The inspector came with interesting news. It turns out that all these guys received an order from the Sue Guild. Their main goal was to put pressure on Mr. Hyun Sung. Thus, the guild wanted to lure the guy to their side, but at the same time pretending that it did not concern them. Nevertheless, the inspector managed to collect enough evidence. Now she could expose the Sue Guild members, but to do that, they had to leave the dungeon. Law enforcement officers drove up to the entrance to the dungeon and led the bandits by the white hands to their cars. The main character just silently watched what was happening. Suddenly, Shin Yuna approached him and asked him to set aside some time to talk. Hyun Sung agreed to talk, finding no reason to refuse. A new day dawned. Hyun Sung and Shin Yuna gathered in the office to talk. The young man wasn't going to beat around the bush, so he asked directly why the girl had called him. It was all very simple. Her decision was influenced by the situation with the three-headed beast. The main character had expected something like this, but he was curious how the girl knew that he would be in the Goblin Dungeon. To do this, Shin Yuna looked at the records of players entering and exiting the dungeon. The young man thought that the Players Association was being too presumptuous, since viewing such information was considered illegal. That would have been the case, but the association had a special right to view such information. Thus, she could request and view any information regarding the player if there was a need for it. But now she was concerned about the issue regarding the incident with the three-headed monster. The girl described in general terms everything that happened after the death of the monster in the dungeon, and she also understood perfectly well that it was the main character who killed the cat. The investigation was largely unofficial, so Shin Yuna secretly followed the protagonist and followed him into the dungeon to assess his true skill level, after which she witnessed the attack on Hyun Sung. So now she apologized to him again for not intervening right away. The guy didn't quite understand why the girl wanted to evaluate his abilities. The inspector was in no hurry to answer this question, however. She said that after observing and evaluating all the skills that the guy used at the end of the battle with Mr. Chan, everything became absolutely clear to her. Hyun Sung didn't deny that he was the one who killed the three-headed monster, but the boy didn't understand when his reluctance to disclose such information became a crime. But in fact, no one accused the main character of anything. On the contrary, they wanted to reward him for the work he had done. And Hyun Sung heard right, because there was a good reward for good work, and the Players Association had an excellent offer for him. He began to understand the essence of what was happening. It was not difficult to guess that he was being offered a job. But the problem was that Hyun Sung didn't want to become part of a guild or organization. His answer did not surprise the girl at all, since she had expected something like this, but she asked her to listen. The Players Association offered him a deposit of 100 billion won, as well as many other useful bonuses. For example, a young man received the opportunity to rent good equipment for free, as well as tax relief. Moreover, no one required him to show the status window. He had to pass a small test in return. Hyun Sung will simply have to answer honestly the questions from the person the girl points to. At this moment, the main character realized that the girl in front of him was most likely an investigator. In general, he understood what skill was being discussed, but it was most often used by police officers in their work. Then the person being interrogated tells the truth. No changes occur. And if a person tells a lie, his body will begin to glow red. The association was willing to go that far because the guy had great potential. And they weren't always able to lure worthy players to their side, as high-ranking players often had a secret agenda. But Hyun Sung guessed that it was because of the 20-level rule. Shin Yuna did not deny it. But the guy didn't know how to get around it correctly. Yet the association was willing to invest 100 billion won in him, since in just a few months, he showed outstanding results. After thinking about it, Hyun-sung decided to accept the offer, as he realized that he was still too weak now and needed to become stronger. If so, it was time for a little test, and another girl entered the room. She immediately prepared to activate her truth contact skill. The protagonist gave his full consent to this. So, after activating the skill, a confirmation window should have appeared in front of the main character's eyes. In this window, the guy will have to confirm his consent to further conversation. After this, the girl activated the Contact of Truth skill. To tell the truth, this whole situation was quite stressful for the young man. However, he gave his full consent to further conversation under the influence of the Truth Contact skill. Immediately after activating the skill, the girl left the room, leaving the protagonist and the inspector alone. For some time, a lingering, unpleasant silence hung in the room. Shin Yuna broke the silence first and asked Hyun-sung to sit comfortably and answer her questions honestly. The main character, without thinking twice, followed her advice. He leaned back in his chair and tried to relax. The inspector first wanted to know whether it was true that the boy had woken up only 3 months ago. The answer to this question was yes. Furthermore, the main character did not know how to get around the 20 levels rule. Shin Yuna also knew that the protagonist was around level 140, so she wondered why he was hunting in low-level dungeons. Hyun-sung was in no hurry to answer this question. For quite a while the questions were easy, but then the girl asked him if he had a personal skill. It was obvious that the inspector guessed about his skill, so the guy broke out in a cold sweat. The young man's reaction was more eloquent than any words. However, he confirmed the information about his personal skill. Shin Yuna then asked the protagonist if she understood correctly that he hunted low-ranking monsters because of his personal skill. Hyun-sung began to deny this fact to me and gave a positive answer. It was also important for the girls to know whether the main character could use his skill on other players. Although the young man clenched his fists, his answer was negative. The inspector asked the boy if he could use his personal skill to bypass the 20-level rule. The guy thought about trying to lie but noticed in time that this wouldn't work. For this reason, the young man answered truthfully. He could bypass the 20-level rule with his personal skill. At this point, Shin Yuna considered her little test complete. Hyun-sung hopes that he will not have to go through such a test again in the future. Indeed, there was no longer any need for such a test in the future, since the protagonist had been completely honest with her during the conversation. These were roughly the answers the girl expected to hear. Suddenly, Hyun-sung guessed that Shin Yuna also had a personal skill. Such a question from a young man surprised the inspector. She even stopped drinking her coffee. The girl squeezed the mug and admitted that she also had a personal skill, but she couldn't say which one. Realizing that he wasn't the only one with this personal skill, Hyun-sung felt a little sad. But Shin Yuna believed that this was not worth doing, because each player's personal skill was unique and unrepeatable. In addition, all players who have personal skills always occupy high positions in society and service. If this is true, then the girl in front of him is exactly such a player, and holds a high position in the management of the association. Suddenly, Shin Yuna told the guy that for ordinary people, information about the players is highly sought after, and many things are hidden from them. Thus, all information about players with personal skill was classified and protected by national security laws. Therefore, the inspector had no right to divulge information about her personal skill. But it was too late to drink Borhomi. She had already done that. But this shouldn't have been a problem, since they would be part of the same organization. But the main character didn't say that he would sign a contract with the Players Association. But the problem was, from the moment Shin Yuna told Hyun-sung about her personal skill, he had no choice. However, there was no point in making a sad face, since everything was not that bad. After which the girl placed the previously drawn-up contract in front of the main character. The young man began to study it. In fact, the salary was high, there weren't that many mandatory points to fulfill, and even benefits were paid during military operations. Realizing how good the conditions were that they offered the guy, Shin Yuna asked him to sign the document quickly. Everything was really good except that it was a lifetime contract. Moreover, Hyun-sung doubted that the other players had signed similar contracts. Shin Yuna did not deny that this was an exceptional case. Otherwise, the association would have gone bankrupt long ago. Such good conditions are written only because the main character has a personal skill. Moreover, even when the guy hunts low-level monsters, they still drop stones no matter how many he kills. Moreover, he could increase his level without limitation. It also meant that they could hire someone whose level would eventually become the highest in the world. The young man took a sip of coffee, realizing that there was some truth in the inspector's words, although he wasn't quite sure who they took him for. But despite all the perks, the guy wanted to at least shorten the contract term a little. Shin Yuna didn't answer, but asked the guy if he knew how many players with personal skill there were in the world. There was no answer, so the girl answered for him, saying that there were 80 such players all over the world. And until Hyun Sung came along, she was the only one in all of Korea. Now the protagonist understood that there were few people with special skills in the world, which is why they were so valued. Shin Yuna saw that Hyun Sung was not inspired by the contract period, but the Players Association couldn't allow a person with personal skill to be lured away by another guild or even a country. Therefore, the working conditions were improved as much as possible, although the term of the contract had to be changed to lifelong. And if the main character needs anything else, he can let them know, because they are ready to give him a lot. If only the guy would sign the contract. Hyun Sung wanted nothing more than to change the contract term. It should be 1 year, not 50 or more. He was even ready to accept a deposit of 10 billion, just so that the sentence would be reduced. But even if the deposit is smaller, the association's answer will not change. The term must be lifelong. The bidding was in full swing, and the guy decided that if the association wasn't happy with the year, he was willing to work for them for 2 years. But Shin Yuna was adamant. She was even ready to increase the amount of the deposit, if only he would sign the papers. The protagonist wasn't as simple as he seemed either. He agreed to sign a 2-year contract with the association for a deposit of 20 billion and to prioritize the association's interest in the future when renewing the contract. But if this option doesn't suit them, then he won't sign anything at all. Quite expectedly, Shin Yuna assumed that the guy wanted to leave Korea and start life from scratch in another country. This was a mistaken assumption. The protagonist simply knew little about the association, and besides, he didn't like to obey anyone. This was all clear, although the girl also knew that the contract was more beneficial to the guy than to her organization. Hyun Sung tried to think ahead. The deposit was huge, and at the moment it was a way out of the situation, but he didn't want it to become his shackles in the future. Now he needed a place to weather the storm. And if he liked it here and everything was good, then he could stay here in the future. Hyun Sung agreed to re-sign the contract, and the association would not lose anything from such an offer. He intended to consider the next 2 years as an internship period. Since this was the case, Shin Yun had no choice but to change the contract to an internship agreement. But she couldn't make such decisions alone, so the first thing she needed to do was talk to her manager. The main character had to sit in the office and wait for a decision. After some time, the girl returned to the office and said that she had discussed the details with her superiors. So they were willing to compromise, but they had counter conditions. The protagonist was required to report to them any proposals from other guilds or countries. And if the association offers similar conditions, then Hyun Sun will have to sign an agreement with them. This was not a difficult condition to fulfill, so the guy agreed and then signed the contract. Shin Yuna believed that their cooperation would be successful, after which they shook hands firmly. The formalities were over, and the girl suggested that the protagonist change his equipment, since all of his equipment was rented. The young man rented everything except the sword and the rare quality robe. It didn't really matter, but Shin Yuna agreed to exchange everything except the 2 items mentioned. The next day, the protagonist and the inspector went to the association's special store for equipment. It was naive to think that association players could take whatever they wanted. Often they could only take items that corresponded to their rank. But since Hyun Sung had a personal skill, he became an exception to this rule. This both pleased and greatly embarrassed the main character. So, the first thing he liked was the velour jacket, which added agility in combat and was stronger than it looked. While the equipment was being adjusted to the guy's size, they sat and drank coffee in a cafe, Shin Yuna ready to answer the guy's questions about the association. So, Hyun Sung will be working in the investigation department. His job will be to resolve dungeon incidents and conflicts between players. Basically, he will have to identify problems and look for ways to solve them. Their team also helps the support team from time to time, as they are short of people. Hyun Sung had no doubt that he could handle the tasks in the low-level dungeons, but the problem was with the higher-ranked ones. Shin Yuna understood this, so she said that she would take his level into account when distributing tasks. The guy also had to report to her about difficulties at work, since she was his boss. If so, the guy wanted to discuss one problem that arose even before signing the contract. So, somehow, So's guild obtained records of his entrances and exits from the dungeon, as well as information on all the crystals and items he sold. Shin Yuna was going to find out everything and bring charges against the Su guild. The protagonist noticed that the girl was not surprised by his words, and this was because something like this had happened before. That was all clear. Then Shin Yuna said that they could provide the guy with a place to live, but he refused since he leads a nomadic lifestyle. But this was a little difficult. This could have been difficult because they did not have enough staff to do the job. There was a way out of the situation. The guy had to inform Shin Yuna about all his movements. Then she will be able to provide the protagonist with a job, depending on his location. The association also provided him with a card to pay for housing and other necessary items. Although Hyun Sung accepted her, he doubted that such gestures were acceptable. And he was right. Therefore, it was better for the protagonist not to tell other members of the organization about the credit card, as this would lead to unnecessary talk of favoritism. Officially, this money will be used as compensation for frequent changes of housing due to work. Hyun Sung knew he was very lucky, so he thanked the girl from the bottom of his heart. But for Shin Yuna, this was a small thing, because if they wanted the guy to renew his contract with them in 2 years, they would have to put in more effort. At this moment, the main character blushed, and it was not the first time he had done this in front of the girl. Afterwards, they returned to the store and the guy tried on the gear. It fit him like a glove. The inspector was pleased and handed the young man an ID card, stating that he was an employee of the association. Now Hyun Sung had all the powers of their team members, which meant he shouldn't have any more problems. The guy could be free, but he had to check his messages, since all employees could be urgently called to work from time to time. True, such situations happened extremely rarely, but if something like this did happen, the guy would need to react immediately. That was all clear. Now he wanted to get a deposit. The money had already been transferred to the protagonist's account, as the contract was considered valid only after the deposit had been transferred. Hyun Sung didn't really need money. He just wanted to buy a couple of skill books. It was a great idea. The association was so happy to have a store with similar books, so the girl suggested going there together. The main character now wanted more than anything to become stronger, so he decided to spend all his deposit on skill books. To be honest, the guy thought there would be more books here, but Shin Yuna explained that skill books weren't found that often in dungeons. Moreover, demand exceeded supply, so when good skill books came across, they were immediately bought. Having fewer books in the store was a minus, but not having to pay tax on them was a plus. Overall, Shin Yuna didn't understand why the guy needed so many skill books, since it wasn't as effective as it seemed. But even if this were the case, the protagonist believed that sooner or later there would still be a situation where they would be useful. That was all Shin Yuna's work was done for today. She walked the young man to the car, which he could use since it was insured. After Hyun Sung left, Shin Yuna went to the boss's office, who complained that they had signed a contract with the guy for too short a period. The inspector understood that the director had dreamed of a lifetime contract, which is why he was now upset. But this was a half-truth, since the man was more worried about the money spent. The director didn't consider himself guilty of anything since they paid Shin Yun well, even though the contract was for life. This is how it is now, but before it was completely different. Besides, if she hadn't insisted on improving the terms of the contract, she would have been working for pennies, and in general, she shouldn't have agreed to a lifetime contract in the first place. The boss believed that the situations of Yuna and Hyun Sung were different from the start, since the girl was the first with a special skill, and if it weren't for her, they would never have known about the existence of such a property. This did not change the fact that the association should have treated her better from the very beginning. Moreover, they made many concessions with the guy's contract just as she wanted. If she hadn't intervened, they would have offered the guy a lifetime contract and a deposit of 100 billion won. Otherwise, the other guilds would have taken him for themselves. The director of the association did not expect that the girl would remind and threaten him with foreign guilds. But this was not a threat, but a calculation of probabilities and risks. The conversation reached a dead end, since the director had no intention of changing Shin Yun's contract, even though she had hinted at it. And the guy would have signed a lifetime contract if the girl hadn't intervened. And in general, the man did all this not for himself but for the good of the country. But Shin Yuna didn't really believe it, and thought it would have been better if Hyun Sung hadn't signed a contract with them at all. And in general, if a man does not like her behavior, then he can cancel her contract. The director did not fall for such an obvious provocation. Meanwhile, the main character was walking down the street and making a money transfer to his mother. He understood that the amount should be enough for her to pay his father's bills for 10 years. Moreover, in order not to attract unnecessary attention, the guy bought only one skill book related to restoration. He did this in order to improve his immortality skill. On the way, he stopped at one establishment, and in order not to waste time, he checked what other players had put up for sale. So he found a passive skill book that specialized in healing wounds, although it wasn't cheap. Yes, he couldn't study this book, but it was a good thing to have in reserve. So he spent quite a lot of money on purchasing skills. But he had some extra points in reserve that could be spent. The protagonist also checked his sales statistics and saw that the most popular items were the game console and smartphone, although cosmetics were also sold out. But the battery was the top seller. Nothing could beat it. So once again the guy came to the used equipment store, where he was greeted like family. It turns out that he recently placed a large order for equipment and now came to check how things were going with it. The store prepared the required number of batteries and charged them. Great. But the main character had one more small request. Hyun-sung asked to prepare the same amount of goods but with a full charge. For the protagonist, this request was not difficult at all, so he said that everything would be prepared in the best possible way. The protagonist was also promised a discount since he always paid with points, and if he had any other wishes, he could confidently voice them. Having finished his business at the store, the guy returned to the hotel and, remembering the recent fight, decided to spend all the money from the deposit. He had exactly 3 billion won left, and he decided to invest it all in himself. True, to improve all characteristics to 200, he needs to spend a total of 5 billion points. So he bought and swallowed the first pill. He knew that pumping up stats was much more profitable than anything else. He also spent 5 billion on various skill books, which lay in neat stacks on the floor. After absorbing several skill books, his immortality skill increased slightly, but he needed to understand by how much, so the guy decided to conduct a practical experiment. With one movement, the young man cut his finger. Surprisingly, the wound healed instantly, leaving no traces. Suddenly, Hyun-sung turned his attention to the incoming call from Shin Yuna. Considering that they had seen each other not long ago, the guy asked what could have happened in such a short period of time. The girl said that they had evidence of the Sao Guild's guilt, so they reported it to the police, and everyone involved in the crimes would be arrested. Although the Sioux Guild had close relations with the prosecutors, they would not escape punishment this time. Moreover, the investigation this time was much better conducted, most likely influenced by the factional war within the guild itself. Mr. Ma also supported the investigation. Moreover, he even provided access to internal information, as if he wanted the guilty to be punished as quickly as possible. However, there was no arrest warrant for Jong Sun-woo yet, but he won't be able to avoid responsibility for long, as Mr. Chanwoo from the dungeon was arrested, and all the murders of players became known. Mr. Taeyoon, who was one of Sonu's close associates, was also taken into custody. Suddenly, Shin Yuna asked the protagonist to turn on the TV. Hyun-sung reached for the remote control and turned on the TV. The news report stated that a scandal had broken out in one of the guilds involving the murder of players, and that one of the higher-ups had been immediately expelled from the guild. I was surprised by the semi-censorship when the name of the culprit is mentioned, but the name of the guild is kept silent. Nevertheless, it was great news. Sonu will not be able to avoid punishment and arrest because absolutely everyone has turned their backs on him. The protagonist thanked the girl for her help, but she felt a certain guilt because she could not do this earlier. In any case, the young man promised to treat the girl to dinner as a sign of gratitude. They decided to meet later, but now they both needed some rest. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he still needed to go find the book. He found the skill book, but he hadn't seen any improvements to the immortality skill yet. The last hope remained in the book that the boy was holding in his hands. Consuming the last book helped increase his immortality skill, but he spent all his deposit on it. Now he couldn't die unless his head and heart were damaged at the same time, which meant he had much fewer weaknesses. The skill could be developed further, but he no longer wanted to do so, since it would take a lot of money to get to the heroic rank, so he could only dream of the legendary rank for now. Now, with peace of mind, he could go to bed. Hyun-sung was planning to get a good night's sleep since tomorrow was his first day at work. A new day had arrived, and all of Shin Yuna's team members were excited and waiting for the newcomer. Hyun-sung arrived at work on time and even filled his office on the first try. The guys from the team were in no hurry to get to know him and only glanced sideways in his direction. But there was one guy who very politely asked the main character if he was the one starting his shift today. Yes, today was the young man's first day at work. It turns out that the squad leader had asked many times for a new recruit to be sent to them. And then a miracle happened. His request was fulfilled. So the guy introduced himself and said that his name was Seo Taichul, after which Hyun-sung did the same, and the boys shook hands. Suddenly, the main character noticed that the only girl in the squad was throwing displeased and menacing glances at him. Taichul stubbornly tried to ignore this and brought the newcomer to the 7th team's restroom, where he could rest a little. The man also told the protagonist that if he was assigned to a dungeon below level 100, he would go there to see Su-yeon. Lee Su-yeon turned 25 this year, and she was about the same level as Hyun-sung. The young man sincerely hoped that he and the girl would become excellent partners. However, Su-yeon wasn't so confident and generally acted quite rudely. She received an immediate reprimand for such behavior, since she should have introduced herself correctly and not resorted to informal speech. But the problem was that Hyun-sung looked younger than her, so she thought it was appropriate to speak to him in this way. It wasn't hard for the guy to guess that the girl didn't like him. Although Taekul began to apologize, the protagonist felt that something was wrong here. The guy didn't focus on this for now, but he did warn that he wasn't suitable for the role of the younger brother either. The thing was that Hyun-sung had just recently turned 27, but because of his childish face, he was often mistaken for a younger person. Realizing the mistake she had made, Su-yeon began to apologize. To tell the truth, the main character was not angry with her, but the girl did not listen to him and quickly left the restroom. Taekul was not surprised by the girl's behavior, and only shouted after her that as soon as the call came, they would have to move out. The guy admitted that he wanted to assign someone else to the main character, but the other guys hadn't reached level 100. By and large, Hyun-sung didn't really care who he worked with. After all of his stats totaled around 200, so he shouldn't have any problems in a level 100 or lower dungeon. The group leader also showed a sleeping area where the main character could lie down, sleep, or read a book before being called. While everything was quiet, the main character slept soundly and only woke up in the evening. It was also pleasant that no matter whether you sleep or read, your salary still trickles into your account. Besides, it was possible to take only night shifts and get a good night's sleep. At that moment, Su-yeon ran into the room and said that they had received a call and that they needed to quickly go to the scene. It was good that Hyun-sung only had to wear a jacket and he was ready to perform feats. They got into the car and rushed into the dungeon. It turned out that a monster had appeared there that exceeded the rank of the dungeon itself. The protagonist was a little worried that they went on the call together, but the girl believed that this was enough to complete the task. They were traveling to the Horned Turtle Dungeon, level 60, where a werewolf of level 70 to 80 appeared. There were no victims yet. Hyun-sung knew they were lucky so far, as the difference in levels was small. To be honest, the calls most often came for incidents in level 50 dungeons. The young man took it upon himself to suggest that this was happening because there were no security personnel in such dungeons. The point was that players often get used to being supervised. But in dungeons after level 50, there is no babysitting provided for them, and that's when problems begin. It is obvious that players are getting nervous and making a lot of mistakes, which lowers their survival level in the dungeons. Suddenly, Hyun-sung noticed that this was greatly amusing the girl. Su-yeon didn't even deny it, because after this trip, she would receive a raise in salary. So, they got to the scene of events, but the dungeon was large and there was a forest around, so finding the werewolf would not be easy. The partner wasn't worried, but asked the guy not to be surprised by what he was about to see. And then a transformation occurred, and the girl turned into a cat person. The guy couldn't help but be surprised. He even started pointing his finger at his partner. She got angry, and it's not surprising because she turned into not a stray cat but a snow leopard. There was no time for squabbles, and Su-yeon asked Hyun-sung not to lag behind her, as she had already picked up the scent and was about to escape. After a couple of minutes, the girl really was far away because she was running on 4 legs. And now, the girl was already near the clearing where the werewolf stood. Hyun-sung kept up with Su-yeon. He didn't expect the opponent to be so big. Since his sense of smell was good, he immediately sensed the approach of enemies. But this didn't help him, and the girl tore his head off with her bare paws. The second to run into the clearing was the main character, who did not expect to see such a show. The deed was done, and Su-yeon suggested that the guy go home. Only the girl's excellent hearing and sense of smell told them that they would have to stay in this place for a while. After all, the werewolf was able to call his pack before his death. Unfortunately, the girl's instincts did not fail her, and a whole pack of werewolves came to the clearing. The protagonist looked at the pack of werewolves that appeared in the clearing and asked his partner how often something like this happened. Although quite rare, such unforeseen situations have occurred. But when something like this happened, the level and name of the dungeon changed immediately. Now they had to first kill all the monsters and then prepare an incident report. Hyun-sung was in no hurry to show off all his talents, and rather leisurely reached into his subspace for the sword. But Su-yeon was a much more impatient girl, and was the first to rush into battle. But having drawn his sword, the main character was also ready to join the battle. Meanwhile, the girl was contentedly and mercilessly tearing off the heads of werewolves. The young man didn't fall behind and actively killed the monsters that appeared in his path. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and listened to a long, wild howl. This howl belonged to the leader of a pack of werewolves who appeared in the clearing. Since Su-yeon had been in the squad longer, she decided to take on the Werewolf King. This monster was about level 100 to 110, so the main character hoped that there would be no problems killing it. The main character couldn't stand and dream either, as he was already being attacked by two werewolves. It was not a difficult task for the young man. He jumped up and, in midair, dealt fatal blows to the monsters with his blade. He killed his opponents one after another, all the while keeping an eye on his partner. The young man chopped off the heads of some individuals with a sword, while he pierced others with a magical beam. Hyun-sung completed his part of the job quickly and perfectly, but at the same time he noticed that his partner still hadn't finished with the Werewolf King. From the outside, it looked as if two leaders of different packs were fighting. The protagonist saw that Su-yeon had received several wounds, but he didn't know whether he had the right to interfere in her fight. While the guy was thinking, the situation escalated and he had to intervene. At that moment, the monster growled, and the young man realized that he was using some kind of ancient magic, so he had to make a small tactical retreat. Meanwhile, Su-yeon was quite seriously injured and began to fall to the ground. But the Werewolf King didn't let her fall. Instead, he caught her as she fell and clamped his jaws on her neck. The young man couldn't just stand and watch this, so he launched a fireball at his enemy. But the monster wasn't particularly scared, so he was in no hurry to let the girl go. So Hyun-sung decided to attack the monster from behind. This tactic worked, and the main character already had his partner in his arms. Although the young man freed the girl from the clutches of the monster, he understood that she was not in the best condition. So the day before he had learned quite a lot of skills, he began to use one of them on the girl. And it was healing. But no matter how hard the young man tried, he couldn't heal his girlfriend. At that moment, he remembered the medicine he had received not long ago from the inspector. True, the guy was unable to get it, as he was attacked by a monster. Hyun-sung was able to react in time, but now he clearly understood that he was facing a difficult opponent, and an intelligent creature. The Wolf King's plan was simple. First he dealt with the girl, and now he took on the boy. The monster laughed because he had deceived the main character. First, he had sent his subjects to stall for time, and now he was ready for the most interesting part. The guy tried to at least land one blow on his opponent, but it was useless. The wolf dodged. But then something strange happened, and the king of the werewolves moved through space. Moreover, he was going to attack the girl, who was lying unconscious and could not react in any way. This time the main character was faster and kicked the wolf, who flew off to the side. The werewolf king didn't like this, so he howled and called the rest of his kin into the clearing, who surrounded the protagonist and his partner. Hyun-sung understood the complexity of the situation, but looking at the girl, he suddenly realized that the fact that she was unconscious was, to some extent, even to his advantage. There was no need to panic. The main thing was to act methodically, step by step, so the main character was already preparing a new attack. He was going to launch 3 types of projectiles at his opponents: magic, fire, and ice. The guy also wanted to create a fire spear and a fireball. Next, he needed to release all of these techniques and direct them at his opponents. Thus, some of the younger werewolves fell into the main character's attack range and were destroyed. The pre-prepared projectiles flew and hit the werewolves right on target. The main character didn't even have to move to destroy his opponents. The young man was pleased with the result of the new strategy. He didn't even need to use potions. It was not over yet, and Hyun-sung knew it was too early to relax, so he prepared a new attack. But the difference between the ordinary werewolves and their leader was striking, as he dodged all of the main character's projectiles. This did not surprise the protagonist, since he had long ago realized that this monster was special, and his reflexes could only be envied. Since the shells didn't help, Hyun-sung decided to use the rare rank skill Ice Wall. The monster didn't know what to do with the wall, so it slightly slowed down its forward movement. In the end, this delay was decisive, as the main character turned the tide of the battle and was confident of his victory, after which he again summoned a huge number of different projectiles to attack. In a couple of minutes, the enormous power of the combined skills was ready to break through the ice wall and hit the leader of the pack. The ice wall shattered into tiny pieces and fire consumed the monster's body. After the battle, the protagonist collected all the crystals and was also curious about what the Werewolf King had dropped. Hyun-sung didn't expect such a turn of events, because in his hands he held neither a crystal nor a skill book, but a real heart. Curious about what to do with it, the guy opened the skills window to draw conclusions. So this was the heart of the Werewolf King. You had to eat it and then turn into a Werewolf King for 60 minutes. It was quite interesting, but first we had to leave this dungeon. It was already late evening, Hyun-sung took Soo-yeon to the infirmary, and while she was unconscious, he sat next to her. At that moment, Taekol and several other members of the squad entered the room. They were worried about the girl's condition. There were no longer any strong reasons for worry, because all of the girl's external wounds would already heal. However, the protagonist thought it would be better if they took Soo-yeon to the hospital to check the condition of her internal organs. The squad leader understood that there was logic in these words, and he also thanked the newcomer for helping the girl, because without him, disaster would have happened. There was no point in thanking him since helping comrades was a common thing. But right now he still had some business in the dungeon, so as soon as he finished them, he would immediately return. A new working day began. Soo-yeon was on her feet and in full health. She thanked the protagonist for his help. Hyun-sung stood frozen in place with his hand outstretched, not expecting such adequate behavior from his partner. The situation was awkward, so the guy changed the subject, noticing that everyone was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. It turned out that yesterday Taechul went hunting, and then immediately came to work. The main character was the same. He rested here and also earned some money from hunting, an ideal option. The guys decided to drink coffee and talk. The leader admitted that he thought Hyun-sung was a rich Pinocchio who lived in a big house and also had a lot of rare things. It sounded pretty funny because before the guy woke up, he worked as a laborer at a construction site. Their conversation was accidentally overheard by Soo-yeon, who was passing by them. But the guy's situation was not easy because his father had become very ill and had been in the hospital for quite a long time. And in order to be able to pay the hospital bills, all family members had to work long and hard. At this point, Taechul admitted that before the protagonist's arrival at the squad, all squad members received orders to take good care of him. Now, Hyun-sung began to realize that everyone around him thought he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. There was only one conclusion to be drawn. This was the work of the restless Shin Yuna. Suddenly, the squad leader perked up, wondering if Hyun-sung knew the inspector, who admitted that it was the girl who hired him. After that, everyone began to understand that the guy really had good abilities if Shin Yuna herself recruited him and sent him to them. Evening came. Hyun-sung was going about his business, thinking about how he would need to organize the items he had received at home. At that moment, Soo-yeon caught up with him. She bowed and asked the guy for forgiveness for her behavior, since she was now ashamed. Due to a misunderstanding, the girl behaved rudely and inappropriately, so she asks for forgiveness from the bottom of her heart. One day, during a call, the girl met a man, after which she developed certain prejudices. At that time, the squad included the son of a high-ranking official, and when they went to respond to a call, the boy behaved recklessly, which resulted in injuries to all members of the team. But he didn't receive any punishment for his actions, since his father immediately got him off the hook. But the rest of the team members were punished, even though it wasn't their fault what happened. And from then on, the girl tried to be the first to respond to calls. Hyun-sung asked the girl not to worry about such trifles because he does not pay attention to them. Watching his partner, the main character realized that she was very kind. But Hyun-sung had one question that was tormenting him. The girl was ready to answer, but he understood that Soo-yeon was too naive. However, Hyun-sung decided to clarify that the question would touch on the girl's skills, so she should think twice. The main character wasn't the first to ask her such a question, so the girls weren't at all surprised. The young man didn't think that people would ask others so openly about their skills, so he was a little puzzled by his partner's willingness to answer questions. The girl's active skill was therianthropy, that is, the ability to transform into a snow leopard, with all of the girl's stats increasing during this transformation. So she had high attack and defense power, but she also had some downsides, such as low magic and willpower. It was also obvious that due to her low willpower, she became too vulnerable to various kinds of magical attacks. The guy understood that the girl had absolutely no reason to tell him all this information about her skills. A week passed and absolutely nothing happened around him, so the young man spent days lying in bed at work. He was bored, because since that incident in the dungeon, no more unforeseen situations had happened. Hyun-sun's initiation ceremony into the unit was quite successful, but from that day on he did nothing else. Since he had nothing else to do, the guy decided to check his sales statistics. It turned out that his popularity as a seller had dropped quite significantly, but nevertheless, batteries and other electronics were selling well. The guy had already saved up some points, which meant he could soon buy himself something interesting of heroic rank. He wasn't used to doing nothing, so he decided to relieve his boredom by going hunting in the dungeon. It wouldn't hurt to save up some points at the same time. At the entrance to the dungeon, he was met as always by a security officer who demanded to see his player ID. Hyun Song no longer hid her identity, so he easily obtained a document that confirmed his identity. Moreover, as soon as the worker at the entrance saw that the main character belonged to the association's supervision department, he turned pale. Now no one made fun of the young man. They bowed to him politely and wished him a pleasant hunt. This time, when the guy entered the dungeon, he saw a small flock of horned sheep in front of him. But today, they were all destined to be turned into shashlik, as the young man threw a firestorm at them. Although after this attack not even the smallest embers remained, he was glad that he had acquired a firestorm. Such an effect would be expected from a high-ranking, wide-spectrum item. The synergy between firestorm and shield was amazing. Hyun Sung understood that if he used a similar move in a mid-level dungeon, it wouldn't be as noticeable, but if he used it in a low-level dungeon, it could even be considered cheating. And at that very moment, the main character was attacked. The attacker cut his shield in two and wounded the guy in the shoulder. The young man looked at his enemy with bewilderment and did not understand who was in front of him and what he wanted. The man thought the guy recognized him, but he wasn't upset when he realized that the guy didn't understand who was in front of him. The man who hid his face believed that the protagonist deserved to know by whose hand he would die. So the former deputy director of the Su Guild, Jong Seon, came to kill Hyun Seong. The man had no apparent reason for such an act. The only thing was that he wanted to vent all his anger on the main character. Of all those who had harmed the man, he could only take revenge on the main character, since he was the most vulnerable. Hyun Sung tried to threaten Sun, but the man told the boy that he could scream as much as he wanted, but no one would hear him. And all because the man had prepared the battlefield in advance. He had set up a barrier that blocked all sounds and visibility. Moreover, he dressed in such a way that no one could suspect him of being a high-ranking player, and overall, he looked like a newbie. Hyun Sung immediately realized that the man had forged his ID and player card. Sonu admitted that he had falsified his documents, but the protagonist need not have worried about this, as the man was planning to leave the country that evening. He was going to live under a new name somewhere abroad. In truth, the man wanted to begin his revenge by killing the protagonist's family so that he would feel the full pain of loss. But to his great regret, the boy's mother and sister were under 24-hour protection by the Players Association. Yes, Sonu had enough strength to kill both the young man's family and his guards, but then it would have been much more difficult for him to leave the country. Therefore, Hyun Sung, who entered the dungeon himself, became an excellent target for the enraged man. Besides, if you hide the body well in the dungeon, then they will search for the guy for a very, very long time. It will take at least a couple of days. The psychopath also noticed that the protagonist's wounds were healing too quickly, which meant that he had acquired a very interesting and good skill. Overall, Sunwoo understood that Hyun Sung was deliberately stalling for time in order to heal his wounds. What was also funny was that the young man thought he could defeat him after healing his wounds. It was only when the man moved from words to action that the protagonist realized he had big problems. Sonu was unpleasantly surprised as the guy was able to block his first blow. Initially, the man planned to chop off only the boy's left arm so that he could not recover as quickly as before. While Sonu was speaking, Hyun Sung took out the heart of the werewolf king from his subspace. Unexpectedly, the man did not expect that the guy had a transformation item in stock. Meanwhile, the protagonist ate the heart, turned into the king of the werewolves, and tried to escape from the dungeon. But being at a decent distance from the enemy, he turned around and formed a fireball. Behind the smoke screen after the explosion, it was difficult to tell whether the man was alive or dead. Sonu was simply alive to me. He moved behind the main character and was about to strike him. His actions showed that Hyun Sung would not be able to escape from him. Even after the transformation, there was a huge difference in strength, so Sonu easily grabbed the protagonist by the mane. However, Hyun Sung was able to break free from the hold and jump a decent distance away from his opponent. He formed a new fireball and was ready to launch it at the man. Only the attack didn't work at all, and the man easily dispelled it with one swing of his blade. Since the fireball attack failed, the protagonist decided to use brute force and attack his opponent head-on. He grabbed the sword, channeling all his strength into it in order to break it. But for some unknown reason, all of the protagonist's manipulations only made Sonu laugh. Hyun Song was well aware that in this situation no one would come to his aid, so he could only rely on his own strength and deal with the enemy by any means necessary. But this attempt also failed. Sonu snatched the protagonist's sword, ended up behind him, and inflicted several cutting wounds. The young man turned around and hit the ground with his fist with all his might, so hard that stones flew in all directions. The man couldn't deny that the young man in front of him was incredible, but he was curious if the boy knew about his nickname. It turned out that behind his back they called him a lightning sword. Just at that moment, thousands of lightning bolts danced around the man. He didn't say anything else, and a bolt of lightning flew towards the main character, causing him terrible pain. But that was only the beginning. It turned out that Sonu had become much faster, and within seconds he was standing next to the young man, dealing him another blow. The man believed that the boy himself was to blame for what was happening, because if he had listened to him, everything would have been different now. While the enemy was speaking, Hyun-sung tried to reach him with his paw, but he was unsuccessful. But the man, without even straining himself, was able to inflict cutting blows on the guy one after another until he fell to the ground. Sonu was showing off his superiority with all his appearance, but he was curious if the guy knew how to get around the 20-level rule. Besides, he wouldn't mind hearing how the guy managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. But Hyun-sung had no plans to share information with such a bad person. The enemy pretended not to hear this and said that if the protagonist told him everything he wanted to hear, he would spare him. But Hyun-sung wasn't a naive simpleton, so he didn't believe his enemy's tales. Sonu himself didn't believe what he was saying, so the only thing he could really do was give the guy an easy death for the information. But his words were at odds with his actions, and he pierced the protagonist's body with a blade. The man no longer denied the fact that this was no longer a fight, but a real torture chamber, in which regeneration was not the best skill for the test subject. The protagonist will constantly experience terrible pain, and his executioner will not need to restrain his strength, but only enjoy the process. Although the man called himself a newbie in this difficult task, the way he did it said otherwise. At some point, the thought flashed through the young man's mind that he needed to surrender and tell his opponent about his personal skill, since enduring torture was excruciatingly painful. But only willpower and the understanding that the man did not need revenge made Hyun-sung hold on. But since he was not going to say anything, he asked Sona to kill him. It was obvious that Hyun-sung would rather die than be of any use to the man. But since Sun needed time to hide the body, he decided to do everything quickly and without leaving a trace. So he simply cut off the main character's head. With a sense of accomplishment, Sonu decided to collect the young man's body parts. This was his fatal mistake, as the protagonist was not yet dead. And when the man turned his back on him, the boy pierced him with his clawed paw. Sonu fell dead to the ground, and the protagonist stood over him, albeit without a head. After which he walked over to where his head lay and lifted it up, intending to screw it back onto his neck. On the verge of death, Sonu opened his eyes and saw something incredible happen. The head had grown back onto the protagonist's body. So, the last thing Sonu saw in his life was Hyun-sung's resurrection. After some time, the young man returned to his previous appearance, gradually realizing that this time he had managed to survive. It was strange for him to realize that the body moved on its own, even with its head cut off. But he decided to leave that for later, since it was important to do something about the opponent's body now, because he had no right to tell even the Players Association about it, since this would create additional problems for him and call into question his current level. But a way out of the current situation was immediately found, so the main character summoned a fireball. Hyun-sung was going to burn his opponent's corpse since there was no need to reveal all his secrets. Sonu's body and his armor burned very well, leaving no traces behind. By and large, all that remained of the guy's body was a trace of ash, and the protagonist felt no regret about it. And then something unique happened. From the residual magic after Sonu's death, a skill book appeared. Driven by curiosity, Hyun-sung approached the place where the book appeared and picked it up. It was an active skill book that, when used, formed a protective barrier of lightning and also paralyzed the opponent's body for a while, making its owner stronger. It was a great skill, so the guy immediately wanted to learn it. Immediately after learning the skill, a protective barrier of lightning appeared around Hyun-sung's body. The sensations in the guy's body were new and unusual, but he understood that the lightning definitely made him stronger. As usual, the guy decided to test his thoughts in practice, so he formed a magic projectile and added some lightning to it. This time, the explosion was twice as strong as usual, and there was even a feeling of a certain cheating. The protagonist no longer needed any further confirmation, as it was obvious that the skill level had become much higher. With such strength, the guy understood that he could defeat Jongseon, and it was nice to receive a new title, albeit a little unexpected. But even in this situation, Hyun-sung understood that it was vital for him to become stronger. Moreover, there was a problem. Although the attack was powerful, it took up too much magical power, so he had to refrain from using the breath of lightning. A month had passed since the last events in the dungeon. The main character was sitting in a hotel room, checking his sales statistics, and was perplexed. In fact, it wasn't there, just like he didn't have any points on his account, and the guy wanted to buy 2 skill books, but it was quite expensive for him. But he decided to take a little break and watch TV and think about the problems of points later. Before this, he worked all the time, but today was his only day off and he didn't want to do anything except lie on the bed, eat junk food, and watch TV. They were just showing a romantic movie about players, where a girl fell in love with the head of her guild. Hyun-sung watched the movie with great attention and pleasure, as it was now the most dramatic moment. This film was shot for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm, but the fact that expensive equipment was used during filming was eye-catching. By and large, everyone was dreading the 20th anniversary and took many steps to ensure people's safety. But nothing happened that day. There have been many fake articles online claiming that the number of dungeons has been dramatically reduced. At some point, the guy got tired of watching movies. He was lying on the bed and dreaming about new purchases. At that moment, he stopped suffering because he felt that something strange was starting to happen around him. The strange sounds made the young man sit up in bed and listen. It even seemed to him that an earthquake had begun. But it wasn't an earthquake. A gate to another world opened in the middle of the city, from which monsters began to come, and people tried to escape from them. But most people did not have the ability to resist the monsters, and the orcs attacked the civilians in groups. Hyun-sung quickly dressed and jumped out of the hotel window, creating a fireball to attack as he went. He managed to go down just in time and save the girl who was being pursued by a huge evil orc. He cut one enemy in two, fried another with a fireball, but nevertheless there were still many monsters around. He tried not to think too much but to act quickly and confidently, so several more orcs lost their heads. But no matter how hard Hyun-sung tried, people were in a panic and tried to run away, creating chaos all around. At that moment, the protagonist noticed another group of orcs emerging from the gate. Without thinking twice, the boy attacked them with a firestorm, hoping to finish them all off at once. But this time, everything didn't go according to plan, and the guy cursed loudly. The main problem now was that the orcs had mixed with the people, killing them, and Hyun-sung was unable to fight at full strength because he was afraid of harming the civilians. The situation was worse than you could imagine. The guy honestly didn't know what to do or how to act correctly. Suddenly, other players appeared on the battlefield and also entered into battle with the monsters. The leader of the group of players who arrived to help informed Hyun-sung that they would take on some of the monsters and he should deal with the spatial gates. Hyun-sung, without taking his eyes off his fight, thanked the strangers for their help. Meanwhile, people continued to run away from the monsters, children cried, and the leader of the association announced over the loudspeaker that he was declaring martial law. The regular army arrived to help the players, and armed soldiers took up their positions. The director continued speaking and called on all players to leave all current affairs and come to the defense of civilians. The battle with the monsters continued. Beautiful buildings turned into ruins and smoke could be seen in places. At this moment, Shin Yuna called the main character. She wanted to know where he was now and what he was doing. The guy wasn't walking, but fighting with the orcs that appeared from the spatial gates near the Red Tarantula's dungeon. Overall, the situation had two advantages. First, the orcs were apparently not of high rank. Second, other players who were nearby joined in clearing the area. The girl temporarily appointed him as the leader, so after clearing this area, he and the rest of the guys will have to move to another place. Another gate opened near one of the stations, but the association didn't have enough hands to hold back the influx of monsters. Hyun-sung understood everything that was said, but continued to kill orcs at the same time. Suddenly, Yuna added that the guy could fight calmly and not worry about his family, since they and other civilians were taken to a bomb shelter. This was good news, and the guy felt at least a little better at heart. Meanwhile, two orcs attacked him at the same time. The guy chopped off their heads with one blow, realizing that they were already waiting for him in another place, so he didn't have time to count the crows. Before the new group of orcs emerged from the gate, the guy opened the status window and decided to buy another skill book, as he didn't have any time. So he bought and learned a new skill and was now ready to kill all the orcs in the area. To finish off the enemies quickly and move on, he used the firewall skill. This fire engulfed all the orcs. They began to scream in pain and anger, but they could do nothing against the force of the elements. Hyun-sung was finished with these monsters. Now it was time to move on to the second part of the task. He took out a megaphone from his subspace and shouted, calling on all the players who were here to come to him, following the order of martial law and mobilization. Looking at his colleagues, the guy realized that gathering and organizing them for further action would be more difficult than killing a crowd of orcs. However, he informed them that a few players should remain here to maintain order, while the rest should go with him to Namyeon Station. All that was needed here was to monitor the spatial gate, so Hyun-sung thought the situation was clear to everyone, but one player had questions. The boy wanted to understand how many spatial gates had opened in the city in total. The exact number of new gates was unknown, but the protagonist heard that they had opened not only in this city but throughout the country. He seemed calm on the surface when he said this, but he noticed panic among the players after this information was announced. Meanwhile, the situation near Namyan Station was dire. Buildings were in ruins and on fire. People and monsters mixed together. The girls tried to run, cried, but the monsters caught up with them. The people basically didn't have a single chance to escape. Since the monsters were faster, they caught up with them and killed them. At that moment, players came to the aid of the civilians. One of them was so strong that he threw the monster aside and it crashed into the wall. The man was no longer young, so after such exertion he was already quite tired. But the monsters still did not end. New crowds of humanoid lizards kept emerging from the spatial gates. Watching this, the huntress girls began to lose all hope. They waited like manna from heaven for reinforcements that had not yet arrived. At that moment, a pillar of fire flew over their heads towards the monsters. But then the pillar of fire before the girls' eyes instantly turned into a wall of fire, burning the monsters to ashes. It became obvious that Hyun Sung and his group of players had arrived just in time, and they announced that they would now take care of the monsters. The young man's new acquaintances assessed the situation and concluded that it was worse than the previous one. And what was even worse was that there weren't many dungeons near this station, and therefore, no players. But even if that were the case, they had no moral right to retreat. So Hyun-song gave everyone the order to engage in battle. At that moment, unexpectedly for the protagonist, the firewall evaporated, as if it had never been there. But this did not happen just like that, but it was dispelled by the main boss of the monsters, who was the last to emerge from the spatial gate. But the main character was not going to retreat and hide his head in the sand. He summoned a fiery spear, after which he threw a spear at the monster, but it hit the shield, so it did not hit the boss. Since this technique didn't work, the guy decided to attack the monster directly. This attack didn't work, but it made Hyun-sung realize something. So, the main character now knew that his opponent was not as agile and strong as he might seem at first glance. So while the monster was turning its head from side to side and trying to find the guy, he attacked him from behind and cut off his head. At that moment, Hyun-sung heard a scream and turned his head to see an unpleasant sight. Namely, a new group of monsters came out from the spatial gates. Looking at it, the guy realized that he had killed not a boss, but an ordinary monster. He tried to attack them with fire, but the attack failed. And Hyun-sung realized that their skin was resistant to fire. Since that didn't work, the guy pulled out a shield from subspace and launched a frontal attack. First, he hit the humanoid lizard in the jaw with his shield with all his might. This was the first part of the attack. In the second part, he masterfully wielded the sword, inflicting fatal blows on his opponents. Everything would have been fine, but at that moment, Hyun-sung noticed a strangely shaped spear flying. But even a second slower resulted in the monster digging its claws into his arm. What was worse was that the strange spear was flying straight at the main character's head, and a second later there was an explosion. Miraculously, after such a powerful explosion, the main character survived and stood firmly on his own 2 feet. He was covered in ashes from head to toe and could not comprehend what had just happened and who had done it all. But the answer to his question came straight from the spatial gate. It was a huge humanoid lizard, which was very different from its relatives. Now Hyun-sung knew for sure that he had just killed an ordinary monster, and the king of their tribe had just appeared in front of him. The main character's shield was already damaged, so he threw it away, but was ready to fight the monster hand to hand. But this boss was different from all the ones the guy had encountered before. He used magic for his attacks, and 3 strangely shaped spears appeared around him. The guy survived being hit by one of those spears once, but the question is whether he will be so lucky now. And the spears were flying at him one after another. Unfortunately, the main character couldn't block them, so he chose a tactical retreat, trying to dodge every spear. But this was a puzzle with an asterisk, since other humanoid lizards also tried to hurt the guy who ran past them. But they were unlucky. There was no point in interfering with Hyun-sung, since he killed them without a twinge of conscience. True, this did not save him from the flying spears, as they tried to fly into the gap between the parts of the lizard's body and hit Hyun-sung. The guy was physically unable to get out of the line of fire now, since the spears were too close. So he tried to protect himself with a fire shield. It wasn't the worst tactic, and it opened the way for a counterattack, so the guy jumped up and pointed his sword at the lizard's head, covering himself with a fire shield. At that moment, the guy noticed that the enemy began to form some kind of energy ball in his mouth. The realization suddenly hit the protagonist that his opponent could use icy breath even at such a distance. Unfortunately, he was not mistaken, and a stream of icy magical air flew towards him. The fire shield no longer saved Hyun Sung. His hair and part of his face began to be covered with frost. At that moment, he realized that it was not the time to save Mana if he wanted to survive and defeat the monster. If that was the case, it was time to use his trump card, namely Lightning Strike, because now it didn't matter whether anyone would understand how he got this skill or not. The young man activated the skill, and in the blink of an eye disappeared from the place where he was just a second ago. The lizard stood in place and did not understand where the man had gone. But a second later, the guy appeared again and sent a bolt of lightning at the monster. The protagonist realized that now only he could resist these monsters, and therefore he must win at any cost. He saw that even if 3 players attacked one lizard, they couldn't defeat him. He was the only combat-ready unit, so the burden of responsibility for his life and the lives of the others was on him. A plan matured in the young man's head. He lowered himself to the ground and froze, allowing several opponents to approach him at once. The humanoid lizards had not yet realized that it was a trap, and the guy was still waiting for the perfect time to attack. It was good that they were stupid, so the guy didn't have to run after them. Meanwhile, he directed the lightning into his sword. And when 5 humanoid lizards surrounded him, he crouched down and with one circular lightning-enhanced movement of his sword killed them all. Particularly annoying members of the tribe lost their heads. Surprisingly, Hyun Sung remained calm and methodically carried out his work. The main character spent a whole hour killing Small Fry until the boss himself was left on the street. Even though the guy was pretty battered, there was a determination in his heart to finish off the boss once and for all. A second later, the monster and the man rushed to attack. It was no wonder Hyun Seong bought skill books and went into dungeons every day. His agility was already quite high, so the lizard missed. The guy was also happy that no one was stopping him from fighting the monster, so he could do what he thought was right. True, Hyun Sun was guilty of sometimes getting lost in thought and losing his vigilance, and now he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the monster was behind him. But he managed to react quickly and hit the humanoid lizard boss on the head with his sword. It was a fatal blow, so the monster fell to the ground and showed no signs of life. Now Hyun Sung sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief, as he was quite exhausted during the fight. Yes, the scene around was not picturesque, but the guy understood that it could have been worse, and the buildings could be rebuilt. Besides, he couldn't shake the thought that the monster must drop something very interesting and useful for him. And after a couple of minutes, another skill book was formed from the residual magical energy. Hyun Sung immediately grabbed it, because it was an active skill book. If you use the White Lizard King's Ice Breath, mana will be consumed. Such a skill could indeed be useful to the main character, so he learned it right away. Meanwhile, people came out of hiding, and the players tried to help them, even though everyone was in a state of shock. Hyun Sung took all the crystals that had fallen from the lizards. After a short rest, his mana began to recover, and he himself was already more cheerful. Everything was going as usual until he heard another sound that caught his attention. Someone shot at the body of the humanoid lizard. It turned out that there was another lizard hiding among the corpses, which was shot by the military. It was either evening or morning, but the guy finally realized that he had completed his mission and had done it perfectly. 3 days later, it became clear that the second wave of the cataclysm had dealt a serious blow to the global economy. This led to shortages of gas, oil, electricity, food, and water. The Korean government began building defensive camps around major cities and evacuating residents from the suburbs to reduce the number of casualties in the event of further monster attacks. But this completely slowed down logistics and trade turnover, which also led to the fact that industrial production became impossible. Now, Hyun Sung was in trouble because the stock of products he had placed for sale had already been sold out. And if you think about it, he had nothing else to sell, but he had to do it. But in order to continue living and trading normally, he, like all other players, needed to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as quickly as possible. Not only players, but also regular army soldiers maintained order and protected civilians, flying around the area in a helicopter. One such helicopter took the main character to the location of his next mission. In the middle of one of the deserted streets of the city, spatial gates opened, from which hordes of monsters emerged and were now looking for their victims. To begin with, players will have to clear the city streets, and then solve other problems, if any. This time, the operation was led by Hyun Sun. He asked his subordinates whether they had familiarized themselves with and remembered the areas they were responsible for, and everyone answered positively. The protagonist trusted the leaders of the player groups, so he left them in charge of their squads, while he himself was going to go first. He was not afraid to go into the thick of things, so he waited for the others below. Meanwhile, the number of monsters that came out of the spatial gate increased. The young man used firewall against several of them. Burning alive, the monsters screamed, growled, and writhed in pain. Other individuals may have been luckier, as the guys simply chopped off their heads. By combining several techniques, Hyun-sung was able to defeat quite a large number of powerful monsters at once. His movements were too fast, so the monsters couldn't react and lost their heads. Other players had to work in groups to defeat even one monster. But even so, things were still going well, and another group of players landed on the street. Hyun-sung took a break for a couple of minutes, quickly assessed the situation, and concluded that so far everything was going according to plan. At that moment, one monster managed to escape from the wall of fire and tried to attack the guy, but he finished him off with one blow of his sword. But this monster was not alone, and all the others were already running towards the main character, despite the fact that they should have already turned into coals. This behavior of this species puzzled Hyun-sung a little, and made him think that something was wrong here. Suddenly, they abruptly changed direction and ran to the cafe opposite. The young man looked at them and couldn't understand whether, in the middle of the battle, they really wanted to drink coffee, which they didn't have. It was the first time the boy had seen his opponents flee the battlefield after the very first attack. It was strange, so the guy decided to find out what was going on, and for this he decided to follow the monsters. For speed and safety, the guy activated the Breath of Lightning. In a couple of minutes, he not only caught up with, but also overtook those being pursued. But he didn't want to have long, heartfelt conversations with his opponents, so he finished off one of them, after which he summoned another fire spear to kill another monster. Having taken a comfortable position, the guy threw the spear and hit the target straight on. Sometime later, Hyun-sung summed up a small intermediate result. He killed 15 monsters. Now, most of all, he hoped that he had killed the last one and could return home. But it was not to be. The young man suddenly raised his head up as he heard an incomprehensible sound. The problem appeared unexpectedly, and it was a monster that looked like a dragon, but the worst thing was that its level was above 400. It's no wonder Hyun-sung was extremely surprised. It was the strongest monster in existence, a heroic rank one. And he was now standing opposite the main character, giving the impression that the guy was his target. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna was holding a meeting. There were currently about 100,000 players in Korea, including about 5,000 high-level players who had completed the 4th stage. Moreover, they saw from the monitors that low and mid-level monsters could be killed with military firepower. But another problem arose. As the number of gates increased each time, heroic-level monsters began to appear more frequently, but they had too few heroic-level players. At that moment, one of her subordinates interrupted her and said that they had an emergency. Another gate opened near the Seoul subway station, and workers were trying to find out what kind of monsters came through it. It turned out to be a group of wyverns. This was just a clear example of what Yuna had mentioned earlier, as the wyverns were of heroic rank. One of the guilds was asking for reinforcements, as they had enough tanks and damage dealers, but they were having a hard time fighting the flying monsters. Shin Yuna asked to try to contact other guilds that were nearby. There were only mages from the Yuhua guild nearby. The girl ordered them to be sent as reinforcements, took her weapon, and also went to help. But that wasn't the end. Headquarters were informed that the gates with harpies had opened, and ogres had appeared in Busan. But worse today was the news about the Blue Dragon. Hyun-sun reported this to headquarters and requested reinforcements. The situation was critical, so Shin Yuna ordered the players to be informed so that they all left Osan City. Hyun-seong couldn't fight the dragon, so his only solution was to try to escape. He had no plan this time, so he hoped that help would come, otherwise he was dead. At that moment, he heard information from headquarters that all operations in Osan had been cancelled, and all the players who still remained in the city had to leave it immediately. It was probably the right decision, but not for the protagonist who was being pursued by a blue dragon. At that moment, the guy had a thought about what to do, because he clearly couldn't run away. Noticing that the dragon had thrown a part of the building at him, the boy dodged, telling his superiors that now was not the time to retreat. Meanwhile, the blue dragon watched the movements and actions of the young man. Even if everyone left the city, even if reinforcements didn't come, Hyun-sung was going to fight to the end. When he stopped, the dragon tried to crush him with its paw, but his attempt failed, and Hyun-sung was able to quietly move into a nearby building and hide behind a wall. Now he had a couple of minutes to catch his breath and think. It was strange. The dragon didn't attack the other players. It was only pursuing the main character. The respite ended as quickly as it began, as the blue dragon was already looking into the window of the building where the boy was hiding. There was no point in standing there any longer since the monster had already extended its paw towards the window. But he didn't just knock out the glass. He broke part of the high-rise building where the guy was and threw him to the ground. However, somehow Hyun-sung managed to escape from the building and attack the dragon with a firestorm right in the face. But this was not enough to win, so he put even more mana into the attack. Obviously, this plan didn't work, as the dragon was still alive and kicking, even after such a dose of fire. However, while the monster was still in the dark, the guy decided to change his location. It didn't work. The dragon was already on his tail and was trying to catch him. But so far, the guy managed to dodge its tenacious paws. Since the fire didn't work, Hyun-sung used ice breath and created an obstacle in front of the monster in the form of an ice wall. And it didn't work. The wall shattered into small pieces after the dragon smashed it with his paw. The guy fell powerlessly onto the asphalt. However, the protagonist had no intention of giving up. He tried to stand up under the dragon's gaze, not understanding how it had managed to catch up with him. The guy obviously couldn't follow the orders of his superiors, so the only option left was to fight. There was no other. Since that was the case, Hyun-sung had to activate lightning breath again. It's strange, the dragon was roaring, but it hadn't attacked yet, and the guy was already ready for anything. There was nothing else to do, so the guy decided to attack first. He tried to strike the monster at its main body, but the sword only grazed it, nothing more, after which the dragon almost touched him with its paw. In flight, it was clearly visible that several blows that the guy tried to inflict on his opponent did not work. It was not difficult to guess that this happened because the scales were too strong. If so, then it was necessary to hit in the stomach, since there were no scales on it. Hyun-sung picked up speed and ran towards the target. A second later, he was already near the enemy's stomach, preparing to strike him. But no matter how hard the guy tried, there wasn't a single scratch on the blue dragon. But his mood finally soured, and the monster tried to crush Hyun-sung like an annoying bug. This time, the boy managed to dodge his paw. Besides the fact that the dragon was tenacious, he was also very fast. But what a surprise it was for the guy when he saw that the dragon's ears began to produce their own lightning. Hyun-sung couldn't escape. He was trapped by 2 dragon lightning bolts. The discharges tore through the young man's body, and he clenched his teeth to keep from screaming in pain. The discharge stopped, and the dragon slammed the guy into the wall of one of the houses. And a second later, the upper part of the main character's body ended up in the monster's stomach. Even in this state, Hyun-sung did not want to die. He could not leave his mother, sister, and father alone in this world. This meant that you had to live, you had to fight, you had to win. He had a trusty sword in his hand, which increased his chances of escaping the dragon's belly. And a moment later, the guy thrust it into the enemy's flesh. Yes, his body was now crippled. But the guy found the strength to pull himself up with an outstretched arm. At that moment, he felt strange and thought that the regeneration process had begun, not knowing yet that the Book of Immortality had raised its rank to the only heroic one. No matter how hard the young man tried to strike the dragon from the inside with his sword, he understood that he would not last long. It was getting harder and harder for him with each passing minute, so the boy bit his opponent's flesh to stay in place. Yuna eventually returned to the base, where she was informed that the main character had died while carrying out a mission. Her subordinates came to exactly this conclusion after analyzing the information, but the girl wanted to know how this could have happened. Yuna remembered very well that before leaving on her mission, she gave a clear order to the protagonist's group to leave the city. A young employee tried to answer this question. She said that Yun-sun was given the task of blocking the spatial gate. Therefore, he was closest to the dragon that suddenly appeared from the gate. Based on the collected data, it can be concluded that the protagonist did attempt to retreat from the battlefield. But summing up all the information, we can come to the conclusion that he was not destined to do this. To be honest, Yuna didn't expect this turn of events, so she was very upset by the news. If so, the girl wanted to know whether the player's death had been reported to his family. Its employees did not send any official notifications to the player's family. But at that point, the list of the dead was published online, so the boy's mother and sister could figure everything out for themselves. It was logical to assume that the main character's relatives already knew about everything, so Yuna grabbed her head. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung continued to pierce the blue dragon's flesh with his sword, but he couldn't remain suspended for long since, at the moment, he only had one working arm. It only lasted for a few seconds, after which it fell again. There was one positive thing about everything that happened. The main character no longer lost health. In addition, the young man noticed that there was a lot of blood where he was, after which, with redoubled pleasure, he began to pierce the blue dragon with his sword, making the bleeding even more intense. But at some point the guy stopped, realizing that something strange was happening. The blue dragon started bleeding, so the main character was almost washed away by a wave of blood. But the guy was a tough nut to crack and held on with all his might. Meanwhile, the monster began to roar terribly and writhe in pain. The players who had not managed to leave the city watched this scene, not understanding what was happening to him. The monster fell to one knee, holding onto one of the skyscrapers with his hand, and began to cough up blood. He was in such severe pain that he began to beat his tail and destroy everything around him. The building was about to fall on the female player, but her partner arrived in time and pushed her away. Meanwhile, inside the blue dragon, the main character has already grown a second arm. The guy crawled inside the monster for quite a long time until he found a blood vessel, after which he heated the blade of his sword to the limit and prepared to cut the blood vessel. A moment later, the blood vessel was cut. Blood gushed from him. This was what the young man wanted. After this, Hyun-sung climbed into the middle of the blood vessel, realizing that in this way he could continue to restore his body. After a while, he was already standing on his own 2 feet and moving quite easily. True, the guy had to spend a little time to get to the heart of the blue dragon. Now it was time to finish off the monster, so the guy pierced its heart with his blade. The result was obvious. The blue dragon began to bleed profusely internally. But Hyun-sung kept cutting the heart into tiny pieces until there was nothing left. At that moment, he noticed that some kind of transformation had begun to occur with his previously broken sword. To understand the situation, the young man opened his status window. And then the young man saw that all his passive and active skills had increased to heroic. Moreover, due to the fact that the protagonist was able to defeat a monster whose level was 200 times higher than his own, he received a rare rank title. Hyun-sung himself understood perfectly well that he was hunting no ordinary monster, so he expected to see even more pleasant surprises. And he was not mistaken, and the system completely restored his sword, changing its name to the Bloodwasher Sword. And from the residual magic of the blue dragon, a skill book was formed. It was a heroic rank dragon scale that greatly increased physical defense, as well as resistance to other skills, especially infection from electrical attacks. The young man, without hesitation, began to study the passive skill. Meanwhile, the surviving players in the city continued to watch the blue dragon and its convulsions. It was strange to see such a strong and terrible monster twitching when no one touched it. The boy and girl noticed that the monster did this actively at first, but gradually its movements slowed down. And now he had fallen to the ground and showed no signs of activity or life. The guy had a brilliant idea. He assumed that the blue dragon was sick. But that sounded more than absurd when suddenly the guy noticed that a man had appeared in the place of the monster. Indeed, the monster's body disappeared, and in its place a human silhouette appeared in the smoke. Meanwhile, another group of players was returning home after a mission. They had never been in such a dangerous situation before, so everyone was dreaming of rest. Unlike the others, Shin Yuna remained silent and did not share their joy and feelings. Deep down, she believed that Hyun-sung couldn't just die like that. Moreover, she was still angry about the recent management meeting, at which she learned that they wanted to issue a fine to the main character. She was angry and could not find words to describe her indignation. Meanwhile, they tried to calm her down. The management thought that there was nothing wrong with issuing a fine, since the guy was already dead, and overall they were only suffering losses because of him. At that moment, the girl doubted that these were people in front of her, and not monsters, since they only thought about money at such a moment. Moreover, she began to lose control over her power, which she suppressed. To tell the truth, the men were frightened by her outburst of anger, and they began to make comments to her, saying that she was crossing all acceptable boundaries. The meeting ended, but the aftertaste still remains. At that moment, one of her subordinates approached her and reported that information had just been received that the blue dragon had died. Unexpectedly, the players who were in the helicopter thought that they were the ones sent to kill the dragon, so who beat them to it? The point was that in Korea, or anywhere in the world, there was no group of hunters willing to challenge the blue dragon. It turned out that the player who was swallowed by the monster managed to survive, and he began to strike at the internal organs of the monster and was able to kill it. No one expected that such a method could be used to win, but Shin Yunu wasn't interested in how the monster was killed. She wanted to know the name of the player who did it. She immediately felt better when she learned that Hyun-sung had survived. Meanwhile, the protagonist drank some water, realizing that he seemed very unhappy to the other players, but there were no more wounds on his body. At that moment, a new acquaintance approached Hyun-sung and handed him a warm blanket so that he could wrap himself in it. Clothes were important, but right now the main character needed the phone more, so he asked the guys to lend it to him for a while, if possible. Since the young man needed to call his mother, the girl player handed him her phone. Hyun-sung immediately dialed his mother's number and she picked up. The woman did not immediately believe that her son was alive and calling her, but it really was him. The protagonist said that there was a mistake, and his name accidentally ended up on the list of dead players. After the woman heard the voice of her child, whom she had already buried, she began to cry even though she knew she should be happy. Since his mother was very worried, the guy lied a little, saying that he had eaten well and slept well. Suddenly, the woman asked her son not to strain himself too much and then thanked him for surviving. On top of everything else, a man from the Players Association came to the main character's family yesterday. The girl paid them the compensation that was due in such cases, and then knelt down and apologized to them at length, as she believed that Hyun Sung's death was on her conscience. The mother was also happy that her son was able to return alive, and she was very proud of him, as he had done an excellent job. Hyun Sung ended the conversation and then began to cry, hiding his face. Noticing his condition, the girl player handed him a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Even a small display of care and concern warmed the protagonist's heart, and he thanked the girl. Since the situation was calm, the guy sat down on the sidewalk and decided to examine his sword after all the changes. After carefully reading the specifications, Hyun Sung realized that the sword was now forever bound to him. From that moment on, the guy no longer had to worry about weapons, but he became curious about what kind of Thunder Dragon Breath skill he had received. Nothing changed in this skill except the name, although it could be upgraded. In addition, all of its other characteristics have increased several dozen times. This was great, but now a very pressing question arose. What to do with the clothes? The guy didn't have any spare ones. He definitely wanted to go home now. At that moment, he saw a helicopter appear on the horizon. She and Yuna jumped off him and began to hug the young man, as she was glad to see him. The girl was happy because the guy was able to survive the unequal fight. But as soon as she pulled away, she realized that the guy was wearing nothing but a blanket. This needed to be explained somehow, and the guy said that all his clothes had dissolved in the blue dragon's gastric juice. The male player had a spare set of clothes which he handed to the protagonist to put on. Yuna tried to pretend that nothing had happened, but in reality she was very embarrassed by the main character's appearance. At that moment, one of her colleagues approached the girl, saying that the reunion between her and the young man was very touching. The man, to tell the truth, was really very surprised by the girl's behavior. Yuna was also no less surprised by such a question, so she clarified what the man meant. He said that he didn't expect the girl to like younger guys. The other players who descended from the helicopter were convinced that the main character was the girl's boyfriend, whom she had carefully hidden. Such assumptions greatly confused Hyun Sun. Mrs. Shin was indignant and asked her colleague not to make up nonsense. Although the guy decided to follow this advice, he was still in the right mood for jokes. Overall, Yuna didn't understand why her colleagues decided to get off the helicopter, since she told them that the plan was cancelled and they could go home and rest. But one of the guys had seen a similar scene somewhere, so he decided to see it with his own eyes. After which he approached the main character and began to show him signs of attention, saying that the guy was just his type. But Yuna did not like these manipulations, and she stopped her colleague, saying that such behavior was unacceptable, and also the young man should be left alone, since he had just returned from the other world. But the man turned out to be more than persistent, assuring that he was not joking at all. Yes, I was curious to him about why the girl flared up so much, but Yuna wasn't about to fall for the provocation, insisting that the main character needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. She also couldn't help but understand that all the players were simply curious about how Hyun Seong was able to kill the blue dragon, and she believed that this information would be very useful to them in the future. After all, this time the young man showed how everyone should behave in extreme situations when the enemy is several times stronger than you. However, first the inspector wanted to take the young man to the hospital. She grabbed the boy by the hand and dragged him toward the helicopter she had commandeered to evacuate Hyun Sung. Now her colleagues were left without means of transportation, all because they were too daring. But they couldn't do otherwise since it was damn curious how a newbie could hunt a blue dragon. It wasn't hard to tell that Hyun Sung was an unusual player, as Yuna didn't care about everyone in that way. It was indeed curious, so the brunette decided to ask the girl about it a little later. Some time passed and the protagonist began to return to his normal life. But all of his customers were seriously alarmed, as there were no more new deliveries of goods, and they decided to boycott the man who had advised them to boycott the guy earlier. During the monster attack, Korea suffered significant damage, but it was less than that of other countries. The second cataclysm was stopped, and Korea began to rebuild its infrastructure. Scientists also began to examine the carcasses of slain monsters and the mana stones obtained in battles. Society was still a little unstable, but gradually everything began to return to normal. So it was time for the main character to resume his sales. So he came to a well-known used electronics store. Since he was not injured in the store, he had quite a lot of the items the guy needed in stock. After the country's electricity supply was restored, the first thing the store manager did was charge all the batteries for the main character. The situation was that Hyun Sung was going to buy all the batteries that were in the store. Since the supply of goods in the country was still rather low, The young man understood that when loading the battery, he would have to set a higher price. But even in such a situation, the first one was taken away immediately. Hyun-sung was a little surprised that the product was sold even at an inflated price. This gave him the idea that the price could be raised even higher. A few days later, the young man sold all the goods and went to the electronics store for more. But the manager told him that there were no more in stock, since he had only ordered the same number of batteries that the guy had ordered before. But he was ready to make a repeat order, as he had heard that the factory had started operating normally. Hyun-sung heard him, so he decided to go home for now. The manager asked the young man to give him contact information, and he would contact him as soon as the required quantity of goods was in his warehouse. But the protagonist had no intention of disclosing his details and said that he would come by to pick up the goods tomorrow. He walked home and thought that this was an ideal option for concluding a contract directly with the factory. Before the second cataclysm, the young man had already called the factory, but they refused to sign a contract with an individual, since they did not do such things. Hyun-sung did not give up and called again, promising to conclude a contract for a large supply of goods. But he was refused again, arguing that they only enter into contracts with large suppliers and corporations. If so, the guy could register as an entrepreneur and open an electronics warehouse. Although no, if you start a business, it should be an electronics store. A few days later, the main character opened his first electronics store. Friends and acquaintances sent congratulatory wreaths in honor of the opening. The store had a wide variety of products, professional staff, and, consequently, customers. Hyun-sung was delighted that his idea had been a success. And even though it was a weekday, there was no shortage of customers. All organizational matters were handled by the protagonist's sister, whom he made a manager at the store. The young man was the general director of this establishment, which meant that everything should be fine with him. Besides her organizational duties, the girl was also involved in the delivery of goods, so she sent the first batch of batteries to the warehouse. This was great news, so the protagonist went to check the batteries that should have already been in stock, and his sister asked him if he should order anything else. There was no particular need for this yet, so when something changes, the guy will let her know. The sister understood her brother well, but while he was at the store, she wanted to spend a little time with him, so she pulled him to the nearest establishment to eat together. After eating, they did not return to work. The protagonist checked his sales statistics in the status window and concluded that his goods were slowly starting to sell out. The more he traded, the slower his buying speed became. But he wasn't worried about it, as the batteries were selling like hotcakes at the market. During this time, the young man managed to earn quite a lot of points, so now he was thinking that perhaps it was time to start spending them. Buying everything at once didn't make sense, so the guy wanted to think everything through carefully and then make a deal. At the moment, he had 5 heroic rank passive skills and only 1 heroic rank active skill, which was an offensive skill that only dealt precision damage to the enemy. Therefore, now he needed a skill that would allow him to move around in space to avoid dangerous situations, or that would allow him to attack the enemy continuously. It was good that he had enough points now, so he decided to buy both. The best thing was that compared to passive skills, active ones were cheaper. Although there was a small mistake here, the skill of moving in space was quite expensive, but his own safety during the fight was worth all the points spent, so the guy made a deal. If this skill is raised to heroic rank, it will be possible to move even a person in space. This skill had many limitations, however. It was quite useful, as all the reviews of the product said. Yes, the protagonist spent about 40 billion won on the Flickr active skill book and immediately learned it. At that moment, he was alone in the warehouse, so he decided to test the skill with peace of mind. As soon as he activated the skill, he moved up from point A to point B. Surprisingly, although Hyun-sung was no longer a child, he now experienced a childish delight, realizing that he had not spent his money in vain. A little later, the young man was going to test teleportation over long distances. Now he needed to choose an attack skill, but there were too many options with different attributes. Finding the perfect skill turned out to be more difficult than he expected. After some struggle, the guy found the perfect active skill for himself, which was called Black Lightning. Its peculiarity was that it brought down powerful lightning on the target, consuming mana and stamina at the same time, being a skill of the dark attribute. But it was not possible to learn the new skill from the main character, as it was absorbed by the breath of the Thunder Dragon, increasing its rank. This was not in vain, as Thunder Dragon's breath could now be activated by consuming stamina and mana, and also unleash a powerful black lightning on the target. In addition, Black Lightning could form a protective membrane around the caster, plus all skills received the power of Black Lightning. Now, the main character could control many aspects that were previously activated automatically. To understand how it all works in practice, the young man decided to go hunting in the dungeon. In the dungeon, he was attacked by a large flock of winged monsters, at which he released his black lightning. This attack left the monsters no chance of escape. Now Hyun-sung was happy with everything. Besides, after he had spent quite a large number of points usefully, he felt great. The guy spent the next 6 hours hunting and was a little tired, but he earned a new rank, after which, with a sense of duty accomplished, the young man went home. First, he came to the store and saw that his sister had not yet gone home. The girl told her brother that she had packed and carefully stored all the batteries she had received in the warehouse and asked him to inspect them. Hyun-sung spent 30 minutes on this, and when he entered the main room of the store, he noticed that his sister was still at work. The guy wanted to invite her to go home together, but the girl asked him to sit down and listen to her carefully. The conversation promised to be difficult, as the sister wanted to talk about the time when her brother was declared dead. It turned out that the main character's mother, when she learned of his death, fainted, and after coming to, cried for several days. This was just the beginning, and the real problems arose later. One after another, notifications arrived about the loss of rented equipment and fines for non-fulfillment of the contract. This wasn't the kind of behavior the protagonist expected from the Players Association, so he couldn't believe his sister's words. The girl couldn't accept this state of affairs, so she read the document several times and contacted the association, but each time she was refused, since everything had been done legally correctly. The only way out of the situation for her and her mother was to refuse the main character's inheritance. The girl was not going to put up with this state of affairs, so she went to a lawyer, but he gave her the same answer. Moreover, the young man now had to immediately vacate the rented accommodation. The association was going to confiscate the money the boy transferred to his family, as it considered it illegal enrichment. But after some time, the situation came to its senses. Shin Yuna personally took on the task of rectifying the situation. She came to the boy's family, knelt down, and groveled before them for a long time, explaining that there had been a mistake in the process, which was why the association had made such demands. But Hyun-sung's sister wasn't stupid, so after analyzing everything that happened, she came to the conclusion that it wasn't a procedural error, but a deliberate action. Be that as it may, the main character decided to sort out the situation, but the girl asked him not to tell his mother about it, since the woman asked her daughter never to talk about it. The sister did not want her brother to get into trouble, and told him only because he needed to know everything since it concerned him personally. Hyun-sung thanked her for this. The next day, the protagonist came to the main building of the Players Association and announced at the reception that he had an appointment with Inspector Shin Yuna today. But the guy arrived earlier than the appointed time, so the manager hadn't returned yet. But since the young man had contacted Yuna in advance, she allowed him to wait in the office. In this case, the secretary kindly offered to show the protagonist into the office. Since the manager still had to wait, the secretary offered Hyun-sung a cup of tea, which he declined. As soon as the guy was left alone in the office, he decided to get down to business. He used his psychometry skill and began searching for information using the codename Choi Hyun-sung. In the first memory, the man reported to Yuna that the protagonist had died on the battlefield. In the second memory, the young man saw a very depressed and upset girl. In the third memory, Yuna was calling someone on the phone and was indignant, as she did not understand how it was possible to do such a thing to the family of a deceased player. On the other end of the line, the person on the other end of the line stubbornly stated that he acted in accordance with the rules of the association. Jin Yuna insisted on canceling these orders, but the person on the other end of the line claimed that she had no right to interfere with his work. It was not her area of competence. The girl tried to put pressure on her interlocutor, threatening to leave the Players Association if the blasphemous decree was not rescinded. But the man reminded the girl that this would be a violation of her contract. The interlocutor didn't think that Yuna had the strength to fight the entire Korean government for the main character. On this note, the minister ended the conversation, and this was the last memory that the main character saw. But this was enough for Hyun-sung to draw certain conclusions. For example, he realized who Yuna's mysterious interlocutor was. Namely, it was Lee Hangwoo, the Minister of Spatial Gate Management. At this moment, Shin Yuna returned to the office, apologizing for being late, but the young man was not offended because it was he who arrived before the appointed time. The girl was a little worried because the guy did not tell her about the purpose of his visit. The fact is that the young man was going to break his contract with the Players Association. The guy couldn't ignore the fact that he knew very well about Minister Lee Hangwoo's plans for his family. Understanding the complexity of the situation, Yuna apologized to the protagonist once again on behalf of the minister. But the girl had nothing to apologize for, because it was only thanks to her that the situation was corrected. Therefore, Hyun-sung thanked her for her kindness and sincerity. This was encouraging, so Yuna asked the protagonist to forgive the minister this time because she was going to offer maximum efforts to change the system. She was not mistaken. The guy was ready to make concessions, but there was one thing he wanted to do, so the girl was waiting for his verdict. It's funny, but the main character wanted to meet Minister Lee Hang-gu in person and get an apology from him. Yuna didn't expect this. It would have been better if the guy had asked for money. Meanwhile, the minister was given the protagonist's wishes, and the man began to go crazy with anger because the guy was behaving too insolently. He took it out on his subordinates because he didn't understand what he had done wrong. One of the secretaries suggested that the guy was behaving this way because he didn't understand how the world worked. The second was confident that the minister had carried out his duties properly. Lee Hang-gu was confident that he was trying to do the right thing in accordance with all the laws and regulations. That's why he didn't want to apologize to the young man. The first secretary continued to sing odes to the minister's generosity and offered to teach the protagonist a lesson. The corrupt minister really liked this idea. The only problem was that this news reached the ears of even VIPs, so the minister didn't understand how he should teach the guy a lesson. Therefore, no matter how much Lee Hang didn't want to, he would have to apologize to the guy, so he ordered his secretaries to bring Hyun-sung to him quietly, because he personally did not intend to go to his home. The protagonist was called to the minister's office later than he thought, but this had its advantages. But before entering the office, Hyun-sung activated several of his new skills. It turned out that there were many dishonest employees working in this place, from managers to ministers. Another positive aspect for the main character was that there was not a single player among the employees. At this moment, a female secretary approached the main character. She promised to take the guest to Minister Lee. Hyun-sung smiled and said that he was on his way. A few minutes later, the protagonist stood in the minister's office and listened to his smart phrases. At one point, the man even pointed out that the guest was the same age as his grandchildren. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung activated psychometry and asked the minister whether he would apologize or not. Mr. Lee insisted that he did the right thing because he had no choice but to break the law. Hyun-sung understood that this was a pure deception. All the people involved in his case were in cahoots. The minister believed that he had done nothing wrong. On the contrary, all his actions were legal. However, the main character had a different opinion, since his family received several complaints from the minister. The claim regarding the loss of equipment sounded especially strange, since the guy was on a mission sent by the government. Although no, more interesting was the fine for failure to comply with the terms of the contract with the association. After all, he essentially died on the battlefield, precisely fulfilling the terms of his contract, while others died doing what the minister ordered him to do. That's why Hyun-sung wanted to understand what the meaning of all the fines and claims against his family was. The minister lost control. He believed that the guy had no right to talk such nonsense in his office. The protagonist continued to provoke the man, calling him ignorant and stupid. The man no longer wasted time on pleasantries. He believed that since he was a minister and a former congressman, he had the right to do whatever he wanted. And in general, Hyun-sung hasn't smelled gunpowder yet, and has no right to even open his mouth in his presence without permission. The guy's ears started to ring from the shouting, insults, and other things coming from the man. But Hyun-sung got tired of hearing this and suggested simply killing Lee Hang-gu. Only now did the minister realize that he was not the master of the situation. So he broke out in a sweat and his expression changed. In general, the guy hoped that the man would continue to live according to his conscience, and most importantly, that he would first think well, and only then speak if he did not want trouble. The minister's assistants watched the events unfold. They, too, felt uneasy and scared by the force emanating from the boy. Hyun-sung hadn't finished yet, and pleased the minister by writing down all the insults directed at him that the man had blurted out in one breath. The young man was going to file an official complaint against the minister. Moreover, he had read that such insults could be taken to court. Having said this, Hyun-sung slammed the door and left, and the minister continued to swear in the office. Now he tested in practice how useful the latest abilities he had purchased were. It was the Fury skill, which provoked the enemy to take action. Within a few days, all the corruption schemes were exposed. Since it concerned players, at first only small guilds went on strike. But after some time, medium and large guilds joined the game. Meanwhile, while everyone was going crazy, the protagonist was chilling in his hotel room. So he was surprised when he saw Shin Yuna calling him. The girl got straight to the point and invited the guy to meet right then and there. She also asked Hyun Sung to tell her his current location so that she could come to him. Inviting a girl to his hotel felt somehow wrong and embarrassing, so the guy asked her to wait a minute. He spent a couple of minutes looking for a suitable place to meet, and then asked Yuna to come to a coffee shop near Sangdo Station. Yuna promised to arrive within half an hour, which suited the guy, since he still had to get there himself. The guy and the girl met at the appointed time, in the appointed place. Yuna directly asked Hyun Sung if the scandal with Minister Lee Hangoo was his doing. Even if the guy was in no hurry to answer, it was clear that he was involved, since there was no one else to do it. Moreover, the main character needs to be extremely careful from this day on, since officials reacted very sensitively to this scandalous story. The girl also said that if Hyun Sung's involvement in this case is proven, he could be arrested and imprisoned for trespassing and theft. It became obvious to the guy that he would not get off easy since the law on special players applies to him. But since Hyun Sung did not consider himself a criminal and was not one, he should not have paid attention to all this. However, Yuna asked him to be careful, as the people in power did not want the players to compete with them. True, the situation with the minister should have been an excellent warning for them. But Hyun Sung also made a lot of enemies because of this matter. So the girl asked the young man to lie low for a while. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, the guy nevertheless decided to keep a low profile for now and not attract unnecessary attention to his person. Shin Yuna was pleased that the protagonist understood and heard her correctly. Meanwhile, strange things were happening in the capital of North Korea. A missile was fired and a powerful explosion occurred. The soldiers who were trying to hold their positions hoped that after such an explosion the monster would fall. But they were very wrong, and the monster was alive and kicking, and attacked the people. After an attack of unknown nature, people's skin began to melt like wax. Moreover, the once beautiful and large city turned into ruins where a monster reigned. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna received a work message, so she had to leave first, and the guy could finish his coffee. However, Hyun Seong was not destined to finish the drink, because he received the same message from the association. They left their glasses on the table and decided to go to work together. Already sitting in the car, the girl said that she would call headquarters and clarify the assignment, while the guy was reading the news on the internet. The most discussed topics were the fall of the North Korean regime and whether or not the Imugi would reach South Korea. At that moment, the guy began to understand the seriousness of the situation. After some time, a meeting of the players began, and the secretary reported that although the article had been published, the situation was much more serious than it had been described in the media. So, the capital of North Korea was destroyed, the country's leadership fell, rankers and high-ranking players were destroyed during the fight against the Imugi. Since there was no one left to protect the people, the monsters came out in droves from all the spatial gates of the country. Meanwhile, all the people and players who managed to survive headed to the border of South Korea. But the problem was that they were being pursued by monsters. After hearing the full report on the situation, the director of the Players Association was about to take the floor. At this point, one of the players asked why only rankers and high-ranking players were called to the meeting. It was all very simple. They had to protect South Korea and its people from the monsters that were heading towards them from the neighboring state. They will also have to prepare the front line to fight the Imugi. 10 days later, a group of players with Hyun Sung fought monsters in Gyeonggi-do, Paju. The swordsmen didn't understand how much longer they needed to kill such worthless monsters, because it was a waste of time and talent. At this moment, the main character was attacked by a werewolf. Hyun Sung didn't even turn his head in his direction and automatically cut him into 2 pieces. Soo-yeon also didn't strain herself while fighting, leaving the monsters no chance. On the one hand, the easy work wasn't so bad, but on the other hand, the guy was getting pretty fed up with it all. But even in this wilderness, Hyun Sung continued to engage in sales, all thanks to his smart sister. However, he felt awkward among these players. They stuck together, but the guy was separate. While the situation in South Korea was under control, in China, in the Yalu River region, things were much worse. Against low and mid-rank monsters, soldiers used modern weapons and inflicted fatal damage on their opponents. But that was before higher-ranking monsters appeared. Fire attacks didn't work against him, but a player appeared on the battlefield who was confident that he would defeat the monster. His strategy was for the mages to attack the monster first with fireballs. While the monster is recovering, a man comes to the foreground and stabs the monster with a spear, killing it. After the deed was done, a soldier approached the man and reported that the Imugi was moving at high speed in their direction. It was certainly hard to call this good news, but the player only smiled in anticipation. The soldier continued his report. The experts were unable to determine the Imugi's level, but they were certain that it was a representative of the legendary rank. As the monster approached, the regular army began a preliminary fire attack with heavy weapons. The hunters prepared themselves, knowing that if they could succeed in killing the Imugi, they would earn a world-first achievement that would significantly increase their stats. Therefore, their group must kill the Imugi by any means necessary. The group leader knew that there were approximately 181 rankers located on their border. They also had about 3,000 high-ranking players in reserve who had previously changed 4 jobs. At that moment, an Imugi appeared on the horizon. This was a great chance to prove himself if he was lucky, so the man ordered the others to attack. All Chinese players attacked the Imugi at the same time. But these attacks were of no use, as suddenly the Imugi growled menacingly, and this roar paralyzed each player for 10 seconds with fear, after which the Imugi killed some of the players with one swing of its tail. The rest were so afraid they didn't know what to do, as they had no adequate plans. And while they were thinking, the Imugi finished them off. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the protagonist was researching news on the internet. Now he understood that he needed to buy a new skill book, preferably mental resistance, since the guy did not want to give up his first achievement. In this situation, the best option was to buy the unyielding spirit skill. The product reviews were quite good, so the guy bought it and learned the skill. The young man did not feel any particular changes in his body. However, in the future, he will have the opportunity to check whether he wasted his money or not. Meanwhile, the players gathered to take the test at headquarters, but one of them started making a noise. The others looked at him as if he were dirt under their feet. So he swallowed his complaints and walked past the main character. In fact, the situation was a bit unexpected. There were many more volunteers here than the guy thought. The reasons for many were understandable because even if you lift one finger in a raid, you will still get your first achievement. It goes without saying that there were also players who had completely different reasons for this. Many people left the room in a bad mood after taking the test. Suddenly, the secretary called Hyun-sung to come to the reception desk. The girl quickly confirmed the protagonist's identity so he could enter the room to take the test. Hyun-sung walked into the room and realized that it looked like an interrogation room from a detective series. After which, the guy said that he was ready for the test. The test began. The mental skill Queen's Dignity was used on the guy, and he was supposed to panic for 10 seconds. In response, the protagonist activated the skill Unyielding Spirit, which completely suppressed the Queen's Dignity. At this point, the test was over and the boy could leave the room. As she watched Shin Yun's players undergo testing, she once again thought that Hyun-sung was an unusual player. Several days passed, and the South Korean government decided to assemble an army and move north to the border. Meanwhile, another state continued the battle with the Imugi, with ground forces supporting the military and player operations being supported by aircraft that entered the border airspace. Moreover, missiles were fired at the Imugi, but they did not produce any results. But then the monster suddenly fell on its side onto the ground. While the players waited for the right moment to attack, the protagonist realized that everything seemed to be going according to plan. The assembled rankers looked quite menacing, and their weapons were modern and effective. However, the crowds of monsters did not become smaller, but the guy understood that thanks to the others, he could deal with them. A week later, the Chinese government decided to attack the Imugi again with its own forces. It was necessary to mobilize the rankers in Beijing as quickly as possible if they wanted to stop the rampaging monster. After all, at the moment, neither the players nor the army could cope with the monster, and if another legendary rank monster appears in Beijing, the local players will have a hard time. However, there was hope that if high-ranking players from each department were used, rather than who knows who, the result might be positive. But on the battlefield, the situation worsened. Players were unable to deliver precise, effective strikes on the monster. He scattered the players in different directions in 1 or 2 moments. The healers worked at the limit of their abilities, trying to get as many players back on their feet as possible. The Imugi turned out to be an intelligent monster, so he realized that he needed to get rid of the healers. Then the rest would not survive, so he attacked them. Rankers and high-ranking players tried to protect them. It was a perfect moment for a combined magical attack on the monster. But this rather powerful attack by the people also failed, and there was not a single scratch on the Imugi. Some of the attacking players were no longer able to stand up. Others were conscious, but the monster had given them a good beating. The worst part was that only 10 people from their group remained alive. Since Plan A didn't work, the players were forced to switch to Plan B. The first thing they did was attack the Imugi again, attracting its attention. The second stage of the plan was to drive the monster towards South Korea. So, the main character read the news on the internet, from which he learned that the Imugi is already heading deeper into China. Looking at the other players, he realized how disappointed they were with the news. Suddenly, everyone around felt tremors and mistook them for an earthquake. But they were wrong because it was not an earthquake, but an emoji approaching at high speed in their direction, so everyone had to prepare for battle. Now the players are left wondering why the monster has changed its plans and is now approaching them. But there were also some guys who were happy about this turn of events, because they had the opportunity to catch this monster. Now was not the time to enjoy such a situation, but the protagonist believed that the time had come for his first achievement. Since things turned out this way, it only meant that the Chinese rankers had suffered a defeat again. Moreover, Chinese players lured the monster into the camp of Korean players. They attacked the monster on the move while running in the direction of South Korea. By and large, what these people did can be considered a crime. Since they were hunting in their homeland, they didn't succeed, so they crossed the border and dragged this monster into a foreign country. Yes, that was exactly how things were, but nothing could be done about it. At that moment, Yuna appeared among the crowd and asked everyone to calm down. They had no time to get upset and cry, so everyone had to get ready for battle. The main characters supported this attitude. There really was no time left for worries, since the emoji was already close. The monster showed itself in all its glory to the South Korean players, and managed to eat one of the Chinese players in the process. The first thing he did was use a mental intimidation skill that would paralyze the players' bodies for 10 seconds. To avoid falling into the monster's trap, the protagonist immediately activated his recently acquired Unyielding Spirit skill, which suppressed the emoji's mental attack. Meanwhile, all the other South Korean players rushed to the attack. But the monster attacked them first, blocking their path. A second group of players arrived and attempted to simultaneously stab him in the body. They were supported by magicians who attacked the monster from afar with various magical spells. The obvious and correct thing to do was to watch the storms around the monster's body. At this moment, the main character decided to join the fight and attacked the monster with black lightning. At that moment, the guy realized that his new enhancement skill was pretty good. It wasn't an easy fight with the orcs, but a close-quarters hell where tanks were flying all over the place, attacking the emoji. So far, Hyun-sung has only used ranged attacks but hasn't engaged in close combat with the monster. Many players were already injured and bleeding. Since the operation was very well organized, magical healers provided all necessary assistance to the wounded. The protagonist, watching this picture, realized that he would have to absorb the cows of the earth a little later. Moreover, the guy couldn't deny that the fight was now on a completely different level. Yuna was participating in it, and it was even difficult for him to follow all of her movements. She and other high-ranking players stabbed and slashed at the monster. At that moment, Hyun-sun even envied them since he could not yet fight in a similar manner. He lacked the skill. In 30 minutes, the situation on the battlefield had not changed dramatically. But the guy realized that his only way to become stronger was to work towards achieving his goals until his accumulated points reached 1 trillion. However, at some point, it even seemed to him that this fight looked somewhat easier than even with the blue dragon. Suddenly, those at the front asked the other players to get ready, as the monster was preparing for another attack. The problem was that this time he was targeting the healing mages, so he tried to destroy their magical barrier, and he partially succeeded in doing so. However, no matter how hard it was for them to maintain the barrier, they did not stop casting spells. After a few moments, the emoji attacks ended, and then he was attacked from different sides by South Korean players. All the attacks hit their target, and a powerful explosion occurred around the monster's head. From the outside, it seemed to Hyun-sun that the end of this fight was already predetermined and near. But he was very much mistaken, since the emoji not only survived, but began to use the Berserk skill. The protagonist knew very well that Berserk is a skill that reduces defense power and increases attack power. Moreover, all players started receiving notifications stating that skill activation had failed. But the close combat masters continued to fight the monster selflessly. But at some point, one of the young men noticed that something went wrong during the attack. He turned to his comrades and asked them to leave the battlefield, as they were all in big trouble. It now became clear to some of the players that the monster was ignoring their attacks and simply pursuing the mages and healers. Their resistance was much lower than that of tanks or rankers, so they suffered more from the monster's attacks. Meanwhile, the emoji noticed the main character and crawled after him. Hyun-sung tried to escape with all his might, but he knew the monster was catching up with him. To avoid danger, the guy wanted to use the flicker skill, but it was impossible now. What happened next was this. First, the protagonist was captured by the emoji's point of view, after which he fell into a state of fear for 20 seconds. The unyielding spirit did not work. The state of fear decreased by only 1 second. The flicker skill was cancelled, after which the monster hit the guy hard with its tail and he fell. However, he found the strength to rise, realizing that his opponent was much bigger and faster than he thought. Panic and chaos broke out all around. The emoji continued to beat its tail on the ground next to the young man. Since long-range attacks weren't working, Hyun-sung decided to draw his sword from under the space. Now he was armed and very dangerous, although he had to run away from the monster again. And then something happened that the young man did not expect. The emoji turned towards him, struck him with its tail and smashed his shield to pieces. He slammed Hyun-sung himself into a huge boulder. The young man was unconscious for some time, but soon he was able to open his eyes. At that moment, he understood perfectly well that death was walking next to him, and he was lucky to survive. The problem was also that the guy didn't know that the monster had any other mental abilities besides fear. But when he looked around, he realized that if before he thought there was chaos around, now there was real chaos. Suddenly, the young man looked at his hands and was a little puzzled. There was no sword in them, and the guy had no idea where it had gone. But he decided to think about this a little later, because the main task now was to return to the battlefield and try to prove himself. Suddenly, he received a notification saying that his blood sword had received a heroic rank. This gave the guy a very unexpected thought. If you look closely, you can see the main character's sword sticking out from the tip of the monster's tail. It was logical to conclude that the object got stuck there when the guy tried to attack his opponent. This provided certain advantages, so Hyun-sung decided not to summon the sword again. Meanwhile, South Korea's strongest players, including Yuna, attacked the monster with all their might. So the young man came to the conclusion that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. In general, he was now receiving a lot of notifications regarding the fact that his sword was constantly increasing in rank. The guy assumed that all this was happening because the blade was consuming the blood of a legendary rank monster. Meanwhile, the players continued to attack him from different sides. They struck him with both weapons and magic, causing waves of pain and indignation in the monster. At that moment, Yuna appeared and cut off part of the monster's body. Seeing that this was possible, but the player repeated her success. The mages, using different attributes, attacked the main body of the emoji. Emoji was wounded and angry, so he growled angrily and terribly, but the players were no longer afraid of it. Yuna looked closely at the wounded monster and realized that the time had come for the decisive blow. She jumped into the sky and kicked the monster in the jaw with all her might. The emoji had no strength left, so he fell to the ground and did not move. The players ran up to him and plunged their swords into his body, finishing him off. As they cut off more parts of the monster's body, they realized that this was the end of the fight and the monster would not rise again. All the players began to rejoice, as they were able to stop the great evil and prevent it from harming their country. Suddenly, the monster's body began to slowly disappear. None of the players noticed that the main character's sword was sticking out from the tip of the monster's tail. After a few seconds, the monster's body completely disappeared, and the sword remained in the ground. The main character, without thinking twice, approached the place where the emoji disappeared and took his sword. At that moment, the young man received a notification stating that he was the first to win a legendary rank weapon, and for this, he was given a new title. The most interesting thing was that the appearance of Hyun-sung's sword also changed because of this. Moreover, he was the first to obtain a legendary rank skill. It was quite interesting, so the young man immediately wanted to know how the characteristics of his faithful sword had changed. After reading them, he realized that it was really important for him to obtain the first 3 achievements. Up until that point, he hadn't really known that there was a single rank achievement, so he assumed there must be players who had single skills or items. However, after rereading the notice, it became clear to him that he was the first and only one this time, after which the guy praised himself for a job well done. At that moment, another message came in, saying that the rewards varied depending on the contribution to the raid, and he took first place, so all of his stats were increased by 10. It became obvious that the sword that had been in the Yamugi's tail the whole time had secured him first place. It was also interesting to see how the goods would be distributed among the players, as there were quite a lot of them in the raid. Typically in such situations, they pay in cash depending on their contribution to the process of killing a particular monster. This information led Hyun-sung to the idea that it would be better for him not to reveal his contribution to this raid, as it would only bring him losses. So he decided not to be greedy and just go home with a calm soul. After all this, the world's attention was focused on Korea. Everyone was interested in knowing the heroes by sight, and the items and skill books that remained after killing the monster became a subject of public curiosity. But we must give credit to the Korean government, which kept all the information classified and did not disclose it to ordinary mortals. However, requests to sell goods continued to come in. Some foreign players foolishly bought tickets and flew to Korea, but it was too late. Everyone wanted to get the first achievement and become stronger, but the monster was already dead. A few days after the events described above, Hyun-sung was sitting in the warehouse of his electronics store. It occurred to him that it would be quite difficult to buy goods now. The young man also received a cash reward for participating in the raid. He also wanted to take part in the auction and compete for the items dropped by the monster. But he understood that they could be worth billions. So he repeated to himself again that he shouldn't be too greedy and should be content with what he had. Suddenly, Yuna called him. The young man was interested in what issue she was bothering him about. It was not the first time that the girl noticed that her interlocutor immediately got down to business, skipping formalities. Of course, she could have called him just like that, but the guy was sure that she had some business with him now. He was not mistaken, as the girl wanted to ask him for something. After thinking for a moment, Yuna asked the guy if he was interested in legendary rank items. It was a rather strange question, because every player in the world was interested in and needed legendary rank items. This time, the girl could help him buy one of the legendary rank items that would be put up for auction. But of course, there was one small condition. Yuna had no doubt that the boy understood what she meant. The protagonist assumed the worst, a lifetime contract with the Players Association. She did not comment on this assumption, but said that the government would do everything possible to buy the items that were removed from the monster. So the question arose, is there a player who can gain the financial power of the government? The protagonist had no answer to this question, and Yuna puzzled him even more by the fact that she and he were currently the only players among the raid participants within the association. It was quite interesting, but Hyun-sung suggested that the girl could take all the goods for herself. At first, she really wanted to do this, but one of the products doesn't suit her. But it would be perfect for the main character. If so, the guy wanted to check the product before buying it, and not buy a pig in a poke. This was the best option for both sides. But right now, it will be very difficult to check the goods. It was decided that information about the goods would be disclosed to the raid participants the day before the auction, so that the inspection could only be carried out then. After all, if information is disclosed too early, countries could try to get their hands on participants who have all the necessary information. Hyun-sung was not surprised by this assumption. On the contrary, he believed that this process had already begun. Even so, Yuna was sure that the guy would not be disappointed with the product she offered. Several days passed, and the protagonist received information about the item that would be put up for auction. It was a legendary rank Black Dragon Punishment active skill book. Technically, it was just the ability to use Dark Lightning, but it could be used at any time and did not need to be recharged. For Hyun-sung, it was indeed a useful thing, but he asked the girl if she was really willing to give him this skill. It was simple. Most of the girl's skills were set to respond to her divine mana, so this skill book wasn't suitable for her. But if the main character refuses to buy this skill book, she will offer it to another player who occupied a leading position in the raid. She knew very well that at this stage there was a person whom the government wanted to trap with this skill book. There was too little time to think, so Hyun-sung had to make a quick decision. The protagonist was not against buying this skill book, but only if the girl fulfilled one of his conditions. So the young man asked to be allowed to terminate the lifetime contract when he later paid the same amount as the initial payment for the goods. If this condition seemed too impossible, then the guy was ready to reject the offer to buy this skill. Yuna and the government were ready to make a deal, but the payment would not be the down payment, but the interest rate from today until the day the contract is terminated. Namely, this interest rate will be 5% per annum. And this will not be simple interest, but compound interest. Besides, it was a huge concession that Yuna made for the sake of the main character. After that, she brought him a contract to sign. While the young man was about to sign the documents, the girl decided to report everything to senior management. She didn't think that the guy should thank her for anything because she hadn't done anything special, and she was still alive, but holding on with all her might. The auction of items had begun and was already in full swing. The host was asking if everyone had placed their bids. There were seconds left before the item was sold, and the host began the countdown. Everyone waited with bated breath. Since the prices were so high, no one could beat Shin Yuna's bid, and the Black Dragon Spear was now hers. For the protagonist, this development of events was not surprising, since ordinary players could not afford such sums. In the end, the association had rigged the whole thing, as the auction only featured 2 unique items, and their combined value exceeded 2 trillion won. Now the host was ready to announce the last lot for today, namely the skill book. The assistant wheeled out a skill book on a cart, which was called Black Dragon Punishment and had a legendary rank. The book went to the protagonist. The auction ended, and he still couldn't leave the hall. He sat and grieved over the fact that his debt amounted to trillions of won. Moreover, the interest from the compound rate would accumulate, so the question arose whether he had signed a permanent contract. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna was in her office and was also asking herself questions to which she had no answers. This had never happened to her before, and the girl still hadn't received a notification about receiving the achievement. During the raid, she never received a notification about reaching heroic rank for the first time. Moreover, due to the mandatory fee, she received only second place. But that wasn't even the strangest thing. None of the killer team admitted who had first place. Even on her first hunt for a heroic rank monster, the girl took first place in contributions. She always got achievements quickly. The first 5 rare ranks were very easy for her. The only thing was that she missed out on armor and accessories, but this time, everything went wrong. Yuna tried to understand how it happened that she had second place and not first. Moreover, to get the first achievement, she put Black Dragon's punishment at the end of the auction. But even this did not give her the desired results. The only good thing about the situation was that she got the spear. But her conscience tormented her even more, because she had deceived Hyun Sung. At that moment, the main character entered the office and congratulated her on her win. Suddenly, out of the blue, Yuna asked the guy if he had already mastered the new skill and received a positive answer. It was good, but the guy now had to be careful. It was strange to hear something like that, so he didn't know how to react properly. So he simply decided to leave, but the girl stopped him and asked for forgiveness. In truth, Yuna couldn't bear the burden of lies on her shoulders, so she admitted that she had rigged the auction. Since the association wanted to award her the first achievement, the girl placed the items she needed in the first rows. Therefore, the Black Dragon's punishment skill book ended up at the bottom of the auction list. It wasn't something to worry about because if you look back at the raid, Yuna deserved her first achievement no matter how you look at it. Moreover, it was obvious that this was her first achievement, and the association took advantage of this. Therefore, the guy reassured the girl that he understood why the association acted this way, and therefore did not hold a grudge against her. After these words, Hyun Sung proudly left her office. Looking at the closed door, Yuna thought that the main character was a very generous person. For herself, she decided not to act in this way with a young man again. Hyun Sun was already home and was thinking that the girl was too honest, because everything could have been left as it was. But what's done is done. He sat down on the sofa and took out the skill book he had bought. He decided to try to learn the skill, although there was no guarantee that he would succeed. As he thought, he failed to learn the skill, so he tried to absorb it. It also didn't work, but the two skills merged into one. Thus, he received his first legendary rank unique skill. After the raid on the emoji, the protagonist continued hunting in regular dungeons. Moreover, after that event, the guy earned money and increased his stats well. While in the dungeon, the protagonist wanted to test the effectiveness of his new skill, which was called Black Dragon's Breath. He activated it and posted it to the monster group. The effect of the attack exceeded all the protagonist's expectations as it destroyed all the opponents in one go. The explosive power from the Black Dragon's Breath was greater than all of his previous skills and attacks. The young man even became a little bored, since after this attack the monsters began to disappear too quickly. The dungeon Hyun Sung was currently in was somewhat similar to a dungeon for wyverns or similar monsters. Quite quickly, the young man finished the hunt and left the dungeon. At that moment, Yuna wrote to him, asking him to call her back as soon as he was free. The guy did what he was asked to do. The girl picked up the phone and asked him if he was now near the dungeon, or had already gone far away. Hyun Seong was still near the dungeon, and Yuna made him an interesting offer, to go to the northern region to hunt monsters in the cave. The young man was curious as to why the girl was offering him this particular job. It turned out that the South Korean Players Association didn't have enough people to send to clean up North Korean territory. In addition, the young man will receive payment at double the rate for the emergency call. Now the young man began to understand what was going on, because it was nothing for players to kill monsters below their level. That's why Hyun Sung agreed to this adventure, especially since he was a lifelong debtor to the Korea Players Association. Yuna looked a little embarrassed, and then said that they were sending a helicopter for him and it would arrive any minute. The protagonist concluded that the mission was very important, since they were sending a plane for him. The thing was that there were quite a lot of dungeons in that region, of course. This was not a reason to call the player, but it was better to overdress than underdress. It was not the young man's nature to make promises, but he said he would do everything in his power on this assignment. 2 weeks later, a helicopter delivered the main character to North Korea. Hyun Song continued clearing caves and dungeons in the region when he received a notification that his account had increased to 300 billion points, allowing him to access the mercenary system. At that moment, he was being attacked from different sides by different types of monsters, but he didn't really worry about it. wondering if there had been a similar function before. In order not to waste extra energy and not make unnecessary movements, the guy killed all the attackers with one attack. After that, he decided to check his status panel, but there were no changes there. Everything remained as it was. But when he clicked on his unique skill, another panel opened before his eyes with the names of mercenaries and the prices for their services. What was also interesting was that among all these mercenaries there were even mercenaries of heroic rank, and accordingly the price for their services was very high. For example, for 2 hours of work of one of the mercenaries it was necessary to pay about 600 billion points. Everything was clear to us here, so the guy decided to look up information about rare ranks. The prices for the services of these mercenaries were also high, but among them there was one girl whose services were not as expensive as those of all the others. The problem was that this girl was a runaway and a loser, so she shouldn't be trusted too much. This wording made the young man think. However, he was too curious to know everything about the mercenaries, so Hyun-sung paid the money and called Lucy. The girl materialized in the cave and thanked the guy for the trust he had placed in her. She was ready to enter the battle right now and plunge all the main character's enemies into fear. But there were no monsters or any other enemies in the cave now. Lucy didn't expect this turn of events, so she asked the guy why he hired her. The answer was simple. The main character needed answers to questions. At that moment, the girl realized that her employer was using the mercenary system for the first time. And she was not mistaken. Only Hyun-sung was able to unlock this function. It was no surprise that he had a lot of questions, so Lucy was ready to answer all of the young man's questions. The first thing Hyun-sung wanted to know was who was behind all the mercenaries in the system. By and large, the mercenaries had no master, because they were the same players as their employers. Now this was interesting, since the young man did not expect that there were people similar to him. But that was indeed the case, as Lucy was a player with a similar unique buying and selling skill to Hyun-sung. From her words, the guy concluded that her world was also attacked by monsters. But if this happened, then he wanted to know where the spatial gates came from. It wasn't all that simple, as the world the girl used to live in was also attacked by monsters. But she didn't know where the spatial gates came from. But if the guy wanted to know information about the spatial gates so badly, then he needed to hire a legendary rank mercenary. After all, even the heroic ranked mercenaries, whom the girl had never met before, did not possess such knowledge. Hyun-sung told her that 20 years had passed since the first apocalypse, and at the moment they had already survived the second cataclysm, so now everything was more or less stable. It was important for him to know if Lucy knew when the next cataclysm would happen. According to the girl, this should have been the last one, since nothing like this was predicted for the next 20 years. What conclusion did she come to based on her own experience? Because in her world 40 years had passed since the first cataclysm, and the locals were unable to stop it, so her world was completely captured by monsters. The first thing Lucy did was to clarify the point of her description in the mercenary questionnaire. She said that she had once fled from her home world. 40 years ago, peace reigned in her home world. Everyone lived in harmony and enjoyed life. But one day something unexpected happened. The first spatial gates opened. Local residents did not yet understand what was happening, so they could not react appropriately to what had happened. Meanwhile, huge and terrible orcs emerged from the gates, and the people, in fear, tried to run away from them in all directions, but they were very unsuccessful. Then Lucy, as one of the knights, entered into an unequal battle with the monsters, killing them one after another. Over time, the level of monsters that appeared from the spatial gates increased and increased. At first, the girl tried to fight them with all her might, although their forces were often unequal. But during a battle with one of these monsters, unexpected changes occurred to her. The protagonist assumed that the girl became a first-rank player that day. Indeed, at first she used the accumulated points to increase her stats and learn new skills. It didn't take long before she quickly regretted it. After that, the girl earned points by hunting and then selling gems and skill books. Thus, she lasted 16 years, and it was then that she had the first hope that everything could be changed. True, all her hopes soon collapsed, as a second cataclysm occurred. Lucy and her comrades in arms could not find a way to stop the growing number of legendary monsters. It became more and more difficult to fight them, so at some point she despaired of changing anything. In the last battle, it happened that the magical force field did not allow the use of skills or spatial movement items. Then it occurred to her to resort to her last trump card, which she had been saving for an emergency. She had practically no chance of getting out of that battle alive, so she used the element of dimensional movement. She had to choose. Either die at the monster's paw or, regardless of the risk, be lost forever in the interdimensional continuums. Lucy decided to take a risk and chose the second option, hoping that the worst would not happen to her. But the universe had its own plans, and it so happened that she got lost in the interdimensional continuum. Thus, the girl was stuck in the empty space between dimensions. The worst thing was that no matter where she ran, no matter how she screamed, there was nothing around except darkness and emptiness. No one heard her, since this was a place that did not exist. But even in such a hopeless situation, the mercenary system became her salvation. So, in the unique trade skill panel, you can see a window called Mercenary System. The protagonist immediately decided to check this information in his control panel. So, the girl registered in this system as a mercenary and began to wait. But everything was not as simple as she would have liked. Since no one wanted to hire her for a long time, one day she tried to reduce the cost of her hiring for the employer. In return, she asked the man to allow her to live in his world but was refused. Hyun-sung immediately calculated the possibility of such a deal. The minimum cost of hiring rare mercenaries is 1,000,000 points per hour, which is 24 million per day, and 700 million per month. The girl continued her story. It turned out that one day one of the employers offered her a condition. Lucy had to give this player 24 million points. This information interested the protagonist, as he did not know that it was possible to transfer his points to other players. But here he was a little mistaken. You can't transfer your points to other players or people. This exchange is only possible between players who have a similar unique skill. She approached the young man and extended her hand to him in order to demonstrate this process. The moment they shook hands, a notification appeared asking if they were willing to exchange points with each other. Hyun-sung wondered if it was possible to increase the number of points accumulated by constantly sending them back and forth. But the girl categorically replied that it was impossible to increase the number of one's own points in this way. After all, if players exchange points with each other, their accumulations decrease accordingly, and the same thing happens with hiring. Returning to the conversation, the young man asked whether the girl had accepted the conditions of her previous employer. It turned out that she had refused. Basically, the mercenary system works the same way as selling items, that is, it is 20% of the cost of hiring. So, things went from bad to worse for her as time went on. But after some time, the same player hired her again, and she agreed, since she received a certain amount of points for killing monsters. To earn the required 24 million points, Lucy could hunt all day, but she would still lose 4 million. Her life lost all its colors as all she did was hunt monsters, interrupted by short naps and meals. This way she came to earn 5 million points a day. But her employer became too greedy and demanded impossible things from her. So at some point the girl terminated the contract with him. Since then, she was left without work, until this moment when Hyun-sung called her. To be honest, these 3 months were some of the hardest in her life, so now Lucy had a business proposal for the young man. She was ready to fight in any dungeon the young man wanted, while returning to him the amount of her hire every day. In exchange, he must allow her to live in his world. Since this was a rather unusual proposal, the young man asked for time to think it over carefully. She understood everything perfectly well, so she was ready to wait as long as it took. Besides, her time of employment was expiring. It was time for me to return to the interdimensional dimension. A few seconds later, the young man was left in the dungeon in splendid isolation. Since all the monsters were destroyed, he could sit back and think things through, and he realized that luck had been on his side. True, Hyun-sung still didn't understand what the right thing to do would be, although on the other hand, the mercenary system was a very useful thing. So he made his decision, so he opened the control panel again and hired Lucy. The girl was happy that the young man made a decision in her favor, so she was going to do everything not to let him down. He himself had high hopes for this, although now he needed additional information. The girl understood what he was getting at, namely, he wanted to know what skills she had. She was not mistaken, the main character wanted to see her statistics panel. Lucy had no intention of hiding anything from him, so she was ready to show him her level and stats. Hyun-sung made no secret of the fact that he was interested in seeing the stats of a first-tier player. He came quite close to her, and the girl opened the statistics panel. Interestingly, her total stats were over 3,500, while regular players would need to be level 700 to have similar stats. Certainly, her stats exceeded the main character's results by about 700 stats, but he could still catch up with the girl. With these stats, Lucy should have a lot of legendary and heroic skills. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him of how strong the monsters must be if even the best players couldn't deal with them without the help of mercenaries. The guy was brought back to reality from his rather sad thoughts by the girl's voice, who asked if she was good enough to be hired permanently. Yes, she was definitely good, but the protagonist decided to play it safe and start by hiring her part-time. This meant that they were now going to the dungeon together. Hyun-seong planned to complete the recruitment after the hunt was over, but to ensure everything went smoothly, he would take some food with him to the dungeon. At that moment, the girl realized that the guy was going to hire her every time he hunted. For a start, this was a very good option, and they were both confident that they would cope with hunting together perfectly. After this, the young man was again left alone in the dungeon, so the time for hiring the girl ended. The next day, they actually went into the dungeon together, and the girl bravely fought the monsters. Her tactics were quite interesting. Lucy stood in the center of the cave and waited until a large number of monsters surrounded her. After that, she began to activate her skills to counterattack. Meanwhile, at the other end of the dungeon, Hyun-seong was using a different tactic, not allowing the monsters to get even a step closer to him. His black lightning was very effective and hit a huge number of monsters at different distances. After some practice with the new skill, the young man realized that it was much easier than he expected. Meanwhile, the girls were cutting down their opponents left and right with lightning speed. Hyun-seong not only dealt with his opponents but also managed to observe Lucy's actions. To tell the truth, he liked their tandem. For some time, thanks to their combined efforts, there were no more monsters left in the dungeon. For the first time since they had known each other, the guy saw the girl so happy. She admitted that it was a great place for hunting. After all, in the worlds of other employers, hunting was much more difficult than in the world of the main character. In the dungeons the girl had visited before, there was too much competition between players. And the best hunting grounds, of course, were owned not by mere mortals but by noble lords. They, of course, allowed ordinary players to hunt in their dungeons, but they demanded a huge fee for this. Therefore, finding herself in such a good dungeon, Lucy came to the conclusion that the young man was one of the lords of this world. It was an interesting assumption, but in reality, Hyun-seong was just an ordinary player who was given the task of solving this dungeon by his superiors. After which he smiled and asked if the girl had the strength to continue fighting. Since she was doing this for the first time in a long time, she had accumulated quite a lot of energy, so the girl was ready to continue the fight. This was good news, but the young man decided to let her go for a while to rest and then call her again to clear the dungeon. Exactly a week has passed since that day, and the main character noticed that he began to receive achievements much faster than before. Moreover, he earned tens of millions of points on yesterday's hunt, and today his income has tripled. This happened even though he had paid 300 million points to Lucy last week. Once again, Hyun-seong was glad that he finally paid attention to this girl. It was amazing to see a person so happy after earning only 300 million points in a week. Hyun-seong even felt a little awkward, considering he was making hundreds of millions a day selling electronics. His thought process was interrupted once again by the girl. Lucy was afraid that her question might sound a little rude, but she decided to voice it anyway. It turned out that she had been observing his fighting style, so she wondered if he planned to continue using similar tactics in the future. The protagonist said that he plans to continue fighting this way, not understanding what is wrong with his fighting style. If so, the girl had a second question. Was the young man properly trained in swordsmanship or not? She had guessed what the answer might be, so she wasn't surprised when he said he only had swordsmanship. In this case, the best solution for the protagonist would be to hire an experienced swordsman to master swordsmanship. The thing was, Lucy thought her employer was too clumsy with a sword, and while he didn't see a problem with that now, it could backfire on him in the future. After all, when it comes to fighting heroic monsters, the employer's tactics will fail him. Previously, the young man had not attached much importance to this issue, so the girl's concerns left him perplexed. To demonstrate her concerns, Lucy challenged Hyun-seong to a fight without using active skills. She did this in order to assess the main character's abilities. The guy didn't hesitate, took out his sword, accepting the challenge. The main character decided to reserve the right of the first attack for himself. While he ran as fast as he could in the girl's direction, she waited, not moving from her place. He struck her first blow, which Lucy blocked with her shield. After this, she attacked the protagonist, disorienting him. At that moment, Hyun-seong also realized that his opponent was not using her full strength. To gain an advantage in the fight, the young man moved away from the line of attack and decided to attack the girl from behind. But this idea, like the previous ones, failed, as she blocked his blow without even turning her head. The main character did not expect such shame and reaction from her. Lucy smiled contentedly, as she had correctly assessed the state of the young man's skills. But Hyun-seong had no intention of giving up, so he gathered his patience and rushed into the attack again. This went on for exactly 3 minutes. He attacked. The girl blocked his blows. By the end of this time, the main character was very tired and began to sweat. The same question kept spinning in his head. Why was the girl so strong? And why was he so far behind her? But even understanding this, It was not in the protagonist's nature to retreat and sit idly by, so he attacked Lucy again. But this time, the girl was going not only to block his attack, but also to counterattack. With Lucy's sword at his throat, Hyun-sung raised his hands, admitting his defeat in this duel. The fight ended as Lucy expected, as the protagonist had low sword skills. This statement made the guy a little wary, as this information was not displayed in the control panel. Yes, that was true, but the girl insisted that in some sense, swordsmanship was more important than all other skills. From a player's perspective, active and passive skills were a power that manifested itself suddenly. But in order to survive in the dungeon, it is not enough to just know how to use it. Hyun-sung then wondered if this skill could be automatically manifested. Unfortunately, the answer was no, because when it comes to ball possession, things weren't as simple as they seemed at first glance. Mastering the sword could be compared to the ability to ride a horse. If you master this skill, you can gallop, break, and move freely. However, this does not mean that someone has mastered the art of horse riding. Depending on the skill level, combat power can vary greatly. Therefore, it is important to understand that even if players have mastered the same skill, they will have different strengths. Now the protagonist began to understand what Lucy was trying to convey to him. In Hyun-sung's case, it wasn't just about passive skills like swordsmanship, but also offensive skills like Thunder Strike, as the damage dealt to enemies would vary significantly depending on the skill level. At that moment, the young man remembered the time when he played video games, because the same principle worked there. If an ordinary person like him plays the same character as a professional player, their level will differ significantly from each other. This led him to the idea that even though the level wasn't displayed on the status bar, it actually had a big impact on the overall picture. In that case, he asked Lucy to help him master the art of the sword. It wasn't difficult for her to do this, and she even enjoyed it. Several months have passed since that day, and high-ranking players have gone to North Korea. They gradually cleared the dungeons captured by monsters. But for the most part, this only made them bored rather than gain experience. Players from large guilds who came here for the purpose of cooperation became lazy over time. Fighting weak monsters was not interesting to them, so they soon expressed their desire to go back to South Korea. After all, they were targeting low-level dungeons, but it turned out that the South Korean Players Association was in charge of all low-level dungeons. This soon caused a wave of discontent among the other players. With a fee twice the usual, the losses were too great. After all, it was impossible to increase your level by gaining experience points, or to obtain items or jewelry that were supposed to drop from monsters. But this wasn't the only inconvenience. Everyone had to sleep in tents, as there was no other shelter, and make do with the few food supplies they had. All the players lived in such conditions for several months. But if we talk about the main character, he was so carried away by hunting that he had no desire to join everyone else. Every day he summoned Lucy, trained with her in the dungeon, and also hunted monsters. Over time, he became better at attacking and blocking punches. Besides training and hunting together, they also ate together. While drinking another cup of tea, Lucy noticed that civilization in the protagonist's world was highly developed. This was true, but there were certain rules. For example, ordinary people still needed identification cards to do business. This was one of the reasons why the protagonist did not invite the girl outside the dungeon, because she was a high-ranking player. If you think about it, for such players the rules have always been strict, regardless of the world. But Hyun-sung promised the girl that once he dealt with all the monsters in North Korea, he would figure out how he could help her stay in her world. He understood that the first thing he would need to do was get an ID card and then register as a player. Since the girl was happy with everything now, she said that the guy could take his time, and besides, she understood that her photo should be on the ID. But she wouldn't mind being younger again. At first, the young man did not understand her hint, saying that she already looked quite young. However, after a couple of seconds, the protagonist understood what the girl meant and gave her just enough points to allow her to return to her original appearance. He gave these glasses not as a debt, but as payment for teaching him fencing. He was sure that Lucy could teach him a lot. Hearing this, the girl became embarrassed and said that she would try her best to teach him the art of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, at the camp, the players were busy with various activities. Some were relaxing, others were chatting with each other, but there was one player who was watching the main character, and when he saw that he was going into the dungeon alone, he decided that this was his chance. As soon as Hyun-sung found himself in the dungeon, his wild instincts awakened. Even though he couldn't see who was chasing him, he felt that there was definitely someone in the cave. But what the young man understood well was that the player who was watching him was not doing it out of good intentions. Yes, he needed to deal with this problem, but a little later, since now, He came here to compete with the monsters that were already standing in his way. This time, he decided to clear out the dungeon with the humanoid lions and try out the techniques he learned from Lucy on them. The first thing he decided to do was attack them from an ambush, so he hid behind a large rock. He then used his signature Thunder Strike for a long-range attack. Some of the monsters died, but there were also those who rushed to attack when the guy came out of his hiding place. But he was not afraid of them, and as Lucy had taught him, he stood still and waited for the best moment to attack. After which, with one blow, he killed several humanoid lions. Stones fell out of them, which the guy collected and put in his big bag. He dealt with all the monsters pretty quickly, so he sat down near a large rock to rest a bit. After drinking some water and resting a bit, Hyun-sung went deeper into the cave, as he intended to sort this out once and for all. Once there, the young man was attacked again by the humanoid lions. But now, it was much easier for him to deal with them than even at the beginning of this raid. And as soon as he finished the main part of this event, he was attacked by the people who were following him. Even though the guy couldn't see them, he felt them, so he formed lightning to strike, and waited until the enemy got close to him to counterattack. The man did not expect to fall into the young man's trap. From the skill the enemy used, Hyun-sung realized that he was being hunted by professional assassins. But it wasn't in his plans to let the man leave this dungeon alive, so he caught up with him, intending to kill him. But the killer was able to block the young man's blow. Hyun-sung's second strike also didn't work, as the attacker used his special movement skill. The guy couldn't deny that his opponent was quite smart and fast. Moreover, he tried his best to leave the dungeon to avoid being attacked and the main character's bad mood. The man could not understand how the young man was able firstly to sense his presence, and secondly to so skillfully repel all his attacks and attack no less skillfully. Meanwhile, Hyun-seong looked at the back of the fleeing killer and realized that he was much stronger than him, but much slower. But he had one big advantage, the black lightning that he was just using now. But the killer was able to dodge, move behind the main character, and try to attack him, but he didn't succeed. Suddenly, while still at a considerable distance, the man used his trump card to gain time. So, what happened was the killer tried to poison the main character, but the Book of Immortality passive skill came into play, neutralizing the poison's effect. After which Hyun-sun, without thinking twice, again threw his black lightning bolts at the enemy, but he managed to escape. While the killer was running away, the protagonist realized that he was using too much energy to use attack skills, so he needed to change tactics. The decision had been made. Now the main thing was not to make a mistake. The man ran as fast as he could, but he still failed his mission. Not only did he fail one mission, but also his escape, because a second later the main character appeared in front of him, preparing to attack. After another attack from the guy, which the killer barely dodged, he thought that it didn't look like this man had awakened only a year ago. The man still hoped that he had managed to break away, but he was wrong, as Hyun-sung had almost caught up with him. To tell the truth, the enemy was thinking a lot, so he couldn't dodge the protagonist's sword. At that moment, it became obvious that he would not be able to escape, no matter how much he wanted to. But it would be shameful for a professional killer not to have some deceptions up his sleeve, so he decided to use one to escape. While the protagonist was making him feel superior, the man ran forward. A second later, Hyun-sung activated the flicker skill. The timing was perfect. The guy appeared in front of the killer and stabbed him with his sword. The man was wounded and coughing up blood, but he was still standing on his feet, albeit not quite confidently. It was the perfect moment to put the enemy out of his misery. But the man was able to activate his movement skill, and Hyun-sung chopped at the air instead of human flesh. It was unpleasant to realize that the killer's reaction speed was high. He even tried to counterattack, and if it weren't for the shield of black lightning, the main character would have said goodbye to life. At that moment, he decided to use an explosion to prevent the enemy from escaping again. It was the end. The killer began to turn into history. Suddenly, Hyun-seong saw that the residual magic after the player's death had turned into a skill book that concealed the caster's identity, audibility, and magical power. The guy took the book. It will definitely be useful to him in the future. In addition to the book, the attacker's weapon and a beautiful pendant were lying on the ground. The sword fit perfectly and obediently into the protagonist's hand. Overall, the man had a lot of interesting things in his inventory. All the items the guy received will serve him well. But the question remains, why did this man attack him? He tried to apply psychometry to these objects, but it was impossible. So Hyun-sung decided to discuss what happened with Lucy. So he called the girl into the dungeon for discussion. The girl was glad to see her employer, but noticed that he had called her much later than usual. After that, they sat down opposite each other, and the guy began his long story about everything that had just happened. To draw the right conclusions, the girl clarified how often players in this world attack each other. Hyun-seong had no idea about the rules of other worlds, but in this one, players very rarely attacked each other, as it was strictly forbidden by the government. And if you take this into account, then it was completely unclear why this man attacked him and tried to kill him. The first thing that came to the girl's mind was that the man held a grudge against her employer. On the other hand, though, he might have been attracted by Hyun-sung's rapidly growing skills, so perhaps he was trying to figure out the reason for that. If Lucy's guess was correct, something similar could happen again in the future. The girl did not deny that if this man was part of some organization, then something like this could have happened more than once or twice. Besides, even if there was a law that prohibited players from openly attacking each other, the guy had to be extremely careful in the dungeon. Therefore, if Hyun-seong encountered an enemy that he couldn't handle alone, he would be required to call her, and if he had enough points, he would also hire another player to help. Lucy's sincere concern did not leave the young man indifferent, and he thanked her. As soon as Hyun-sung returned to the players' camp, he immediately caught the eye of a girl in a cloak. She watched his vigorous movements closely and did not understand how this was even possible. The girl did not understand how her colleague, an experienced killer, could fail the mission and not eliminate the newcomer. To understand what happened in the dungeon, she went down there, activating the hunter's vision skill. The first thing she saw was a trail of footprints that led further and further into the darkness of the cave. Further on, the cave widened, and by the movements of the red haze, the girl recognized the movements of the participants in the fight. This made her realize that she was on the right track, after which the girl activated her second skill, Earth Memory, raising the figurines from the mud. These figures could be recognized as the main character and her colleague, who were actively fighting. Suddenly, from the movements of her colleague, the girl realized that he was trying to escape, saving his own skin, ignoring the mission. And then the unimaginable happened. Hyun-sung killed the man. Meanwhile, in the Japanese capital, the minister listened to his assistant's report on what had happened to Jeon Song-woo. Every word in Kaneko's report was true, so there was no reason to doubt what was said. Obviously, if Hyun-seong killed Tadakashi, then he could easily have killed Jung Seong-woo as well, since he disappeared in an unknown direction. The young man was almost 100% sure of this outcome. Mr. Tanaka couldn't believe that a player who awakened a year ago could defeat a high-ranking player. But the facts showed that this happened twice. Apparently, the guy could somehow get around the 20-level rule, and that was far from his limit. The assistant minister was also confident that Yoon-sung had a unique skill, and it now became clear why the Korean Players Association was in a hurry to sign a contract with him. If you think about it a little, the question arises, what kind of skill is needed to grow so quickly? And if so, then the owner of such a skill simply needs to be killed. The situation was dire, so Minister Tanaka asked his assistant how many agents he could send out for reconnaissance right now. The young man could only send 5 of his men to North Korea. The purpose of their visit to the neighboring state has not changed. Although no, the minister made a change. If the mission failed, agents were allowed to kill the protagonist on the spot. The young man understood his boss and went to carry out his order. Meanwhile, the minister remained alone in the office, believing that Hyun-sung's lack of confidence in the Korean Players Association was to his advantage. The main character spent all day long in the dungeons and trained, and now he was trying to use a magic projectile. But this was not the first time that everything had started out well, but then changed abruptly. He believed that if he had been more focused, his projectile would not have gone out. Lucy watched his actions closely and asked him not to get so upset. After all, if you think about it, they still had a lot of time to learn. The main character could have trained himself with the projectile, but now it was time for fencing lessons. The boy and girl took their positions, but Hyun-sung reserved the right to make the first move. Lucy didn't object, and after a few moments the sword dance began as both opponents attacked simultaneously. Lucy blocked the main character's first blow with her shield, after which she pushed him, but the guy was agile enough not to fall, but landed on his feet. But this hesitation was enough for the knight to put her sword to the young man's head. But he moved with lightning speed out of her line of attack. Hyun-sung was confident that a surprise attack from behind would work this time. But Lucy quickly figured out his strategy and turned around sharply, repelling the guy's attack. Now it was her time to attack, and she was aiming for vital organs. True, so far the main character has had enough skill to avoid unwanted consequences. Overall, the training sparring was fast and lively, following the same pattern. The guy tried to attack, but the girl blocked the blows. She attacked, but he dodged. After a while, they stopped and looked at each other in silence. Hyun-sung was surprised when she said that training was over for the day. The reason for this was as simple as the world. Lucy wanted to move to a new dungeon. But the young man was interested in whether he had improved his skills or not. Yes, positive results were observed. The guy began to deal better damage to moving targets. True, when he dodged attacks, he made too many unnecessary movements, which only harmed him. But, to be honest, Lucy didn't expect Hyun-sung to improve his skills so quickly. He certainly enjoyed hearing the praise, but he would have liked to learn to defend himself better. But that didn't suit his fighting style. After all, if he wants to master the shield, then he better learn patience. The girl had long noticed that Hyun-sung would immediately attack the enemy as soon as he saw him. So at such moments, the shield would only get in the way. The guy himself knew that he had committed this sin, so he tried to be more patient, but he was not very successful. But this character trait, in the girl's opinion, added charm to him and made him himself. Moreover, it will be very difficult for the main character to use a shield and a sword at the same time. And it will be much easier for him to move with just a sword. To protect his left hand, he only needs to use iron armor. Lucy's arguments and explanations were logical, so Hyun-sung agreed with them. And now it was really time to say goodbye. A few seconds later, the main character was left alone in the dungeon. In truth, he was a little tired, but he had to go to the next dungeon when suddenly he felt and saw uninvited guests. At that moment, Hyun-sung realized that he was not alone in the dungeon. His opponent was slowly emerging from the shadows. The young man spoke to the main character in Japanese. Obviously, they were killers again. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the man was originally from Japan. The red-haired man said that it was better for the protagonist not to resist and to obediently follow him. Only Hyun-sung understood why he had to go with strangers to an unknown place, and for an unknown reason. True, the man was not going to reveal all his cards, but he demanded that the guy take his word for it and make his choice. It was obvious that the stranger was ready to use force if the protagonist began to resist. At that moment, the young man began to realize that this man was in cahoots with the murderer he had killed not long ago. At that moment, Hyun-sung looked behind him. He understood that there were other hostile players there, but he also realized that they would not all attack him together. The first thought that came to his mind was to call Lucy, but then he discarded it, as he wanted to try his hand and see what he could learn. So he drew his sword, showing his determination to fight back against all his attackers. The Japanese appreciated the young man's decision to fight to the last, as it freed his hands. He had almost unsheathed his katana, although he regretted it a little because he wanted the best, but it turned out as always. The battle began. Hyun-sung attacked first using the Black Thunder Dragon's breath, but he underestimated his opponent, on whom his attack had no effect at all, because he was already behind the guy and attacking him. Hyun-sung realized in time that the enemy had used a spatial movement skill. This allowed him to gain a few minutes and counterattack. But 2 consecutive attacks using Black Lightning made him realize that he needed to conserve his stamina and mana if he wanted to defeat his enemy. However, he now used lightning precisely, trying to break through the enemy's defense. But the Japanese man instantly increased the distance between them with just one swing of his katana. The man even appreciated the dexterity and speed of the protagonist's movements. Moreover, he noted that the guy had a very interesting and exciting set of skills. Only one simple question tormented him. How long could the main character hold out under the onslaught of his attacks? So he immediately moved from words to action, attacking the guy who was trying with all his might to block the blow. With each passing second, it became more and more difficult for the young man to hold back the Japanese man's onslaught. But it was even more interesting this way, because neither of the second opponents wanted to give up and tried to win by any means necessary. Yes, the protagonist's attacks were powerful, but he was inferior to the killer's speed of movement. However, Hyun-sung tried to aim his Black Lightning at him, but nothing useful happened except explosions. Suddenly, the main character had the idea that the Japanese's tactics and skills reminded him a little of the skills of Wild Instincts. Meanwhile, the girl watched the fight and did not understand whether Hyun-sung had awakened only a year ago. Her colleague confirmed this information, dispelling all her doubts. Of course, it was hard to believe that this young man was only at the first level just a year ago. But then a logical question arose. How did he manage to improve so much in just 1 year? They came to North Korea, essentially, to find out the answer to this question, and to see if this method could be applied to other players. Although one of the killers doubted that the protagonist had reached the level of a ranker, although on the other hand, the girl understood that this guy was not so simple, because he was not afraid even of Sasaki. The man also understood one simple thing. If the girl were the main character's opponent, it would be difficult for her to resist him. But such offensive statements really angered the Japanese woman. She basically believed that if she didn't intervene now, Sasaki would kill the guy. Her colleague phlegmatically said that they should just observe for now. Meanwhile, Sasaki, who thought he could easily defeat the protagonist, was no longer as cheerful as he had been at the beginning. True, Hyun-sun also had no reason to rejoice as he was injured. Well, he returned the same courtesy to the Japanese. Now the main character blamed himself for not training as hard as he could have, and therefore was not yet strong enough. For the first time during the fight, the Japanese realized that the young man's fighting style was too dangerous, so he again attacked the protagonist, who promised himself to repel the enemy's attack at any cost. But the killer believed that he had no chance left, and the outcome of the battle was already decided. The moment the sword approached his face, he thought that he was really going to die. But a miracle happened. At the last second, the passive skill, Survival Instinct, was activated, and the main character cut off his opponent's head. It was an unconditional victory, although the protagonist did not feel any moral satisfaction. And rightly so, because he shouldn't have relaxed. Besides this Japanese man, there were others in the dungeon. The first to appear in front of the guy was a girl who immediately said that she didn't expect her colleague to lose. Following her, other Japanese began to appear on the battlefield, although no one attacked yet. The last to appear was the leader of the group, who could not deny the fact that the main character had exceeded all his expectations. Hyun-sung turned around. There was another group of 3 opponents behind him. The Japanese slowly surrounded the young man. Only now did the young man realize that all these people were here only because they had somehow found out information about his rapid growth and skills. It was clear that he couldn't handle them alone, so he opened his statistics window, calling for reinforcements. After some time, a group of mercenaries appeared in the dungeon. The Japanese watched the players who appeared out of nowhere, growing increasingly nervous with each passing minute, as they were unable to track their mana. Meanwhile, the main character set the mercenaries a task, to catch the Japanese at any cost. But, if they fail to catch them, it doesn't matter if they kill them. Lucy was at the forefront of the process, ready to carry out her employer's order. The fight began, and the Japanese girl was the first to be knocked out after she was slammed into the wall. True, after Lucy's blow, she still tried to get up and resist. The Japanese woman wiped the blood with her hand, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The other mercenaries were doing well too, showing the killers who was boss. A mercenary with a hammer was running after 2 secret agents in hats, but the men realized that he was too strong. The mercenary jumped into the air and warned the men that he did not want them to die. But since he was about to strike, he asked the runners to try to dodge. After the lightning attack, only 1 killer survived, but he was unconscious. His partner was less fortunate as he died on the spot. The mercenary felt no pity for the Japanese as he was following his employer's orders. If he couldn't capture them alive, he could kill them on the spot. Meanwhile, the girl had already been bound with magical fetters and forced to await interrogation. However, Lucy realized that this was not enough and cut the tendons in the captive's legs so that the girl could not move. The leader of the Japanese group was also defeated by one of the mercenaries. At this moment, the main character spoke up. All this time, he had been standing to the side and watching others do the dirty work, while admiring how quickly and accurately they did it. Once the mercenaries had gathered all the prisoners in one place, Hyun-sung could begin the interrogation. The main character essentially had only one question: why the killers targeted him and not someone else? The Japanese company kept silent as if it could save them. It was not difficult to guess that these people had no intention of revealing their secrets. One of the mercenaries, who had a hammer, decided to intimidate everyone present by hitting the ground with this very hammer, hinting that next time there might be someone's head here if they don't want to answer to the main character. The first person the bald man noticed was the leader of the Japanese group, who began to stutter in fear. The mercenary wasn't going to wait long. He would have struck with his hammer in a few seconds if the leader hadn't started talking. He enjoyed the countdown, looking his opponents straight in the eyes. The girl's nerves gave out, and she said that they were here on orders from the Japanese Department of Dimensional Gates. Then the group's leader did not remain silent either. He added that they were ordered to capture the main character and bring him to Japan. The reason was that Hyun-sung had bypassed the level 20 rule and had risen too quickly, so the assassins needed to figure out how he had done it. The young man himself had assumed something similar, but when he heard it with his own ears, he thought about it. To verify the veracity of these people's words, Hyun-sung wanted to see their inventory. The Japanese didn't have much of a choice, as the bald mercenary was observing the process, so they provided all the necessary information. The only one who lied was the leader of the group. The man tried to come up with a convincing excuse on the fly, but his brain refused to work in extreme situations. So a man with a hammer came out to rent. It was obvious what he was going to do. A few moments later, the group leader's blood splattered onto a nearby rock. Now everyone understood that it was impossible to lie to the main character, and he was already asking the next question, since he was interested in whether there were any accomplices outside this dungeon. The answer was positive, but the girl knew little about them. The only thing she could guess was that those people were around level 200. The group's leader was still alive and reported that their colleagues had left the dungeon and were somewhere outside. After this, the main character told Lucy that he would leave them for a few minutes and would return soon. But before leaving, he asked the mercenaries to keep an eye on the enemies so that they could not escape. And now, the young man came out of the dungeon and found himself in a dense forest. Tracking down the mercenaries wasn't that difficult, so using flickering skills, Hyun-sung got close to one of them, drawing his sword. And just a couple of seconds later, the Japanese man became a distant memory, because after his death not even a scrap of clothing remained. Having finished dealing with the remaining killers, the protagonist returned to the dungeon. He did it just in time, because it was time for the bald mercenary to return to his world. So he asked the young man if he would like to extend the rental period. But this was not part of the guy's plans, so he let the man go home. But before he left, I thanked him for his help. The man laughed loudly because he was always happy to help, so the guy could always count on him and call him at any time of the day or night. But the time had come for the other mercenaries to leave too. But they were in solidarity with their colleague because never before had they been faced with such a simple task from their employer. After this, the men disappeared with a sense of duty accomplished, and of all the mercenaries in the dungeon, only Lucy remained. While the protagonist was pondering what to do with the killers, they felt they could take revenge and attacked the guy with magic. But he returned from the fire beam flying at him. This attack also had no effect on Lucy, as she blocked it with her shield. It was a diversionary tactic that didn't work, but the Japanese tried to escape nonetheless. Of course, the young man didn't expect that his opponents would be able to recover in such a short time, but he wasn't going to run after them. After all, he could always use his black lightning to either block their path or kill them, which is what he actually did. But the leader of the group was not going to give up and thought that the fireball would help him with this. A few seconds later, a loud explosion thundered in the dungeon. Well, as they say, there was a mistake, and Lucy put up a barrier in time so the fire didn't hit her employer. But the actions of the Japanese completely untied the girl's hands, and after a few moments she beheaded her opponents. Meanwhile, two more Japanese tried to escape in the opposite direction. At this moment, Hyun-sung decided to combine two skills for the first time. The first was Flicker, the second was Curtain of Darkness. So the Japanese ran and did not notice that the young man was already in front of them and was preparing to attack. And when they realized what was happening, it was already too late to do anything. They didn't stand a chance against the main character's black lightning. Now, in a few moments, all that was left of them were two charred bodies that were about to crumble into small pieces. They were wrong to think they could escape, since only Hyun-sung and Lucy remained in the dungeon. The residual magic from the assassins' deaths had been converted into skill books, so the young man wasn't too upset about having to spend a lot of points today. Besides, he was sure that this incident should not be reported to anyone. It was obvious that these people belonged to a secret Japanese criminal organization that deals with intelligence. As Hyun-sung collected the skill books and sent them into the subspace, he thought that this organization would definitely send someone else after him. And if that was the case, then he needed to make sure that his family was completely safe. After all, if the rest of the organization's members were as strong as these, then the protection of the Korean Players Association would not be able to help his mother, sister, and sick father. So the young man started looking through his shopping lists for something that could protect his family. The first thing he saw were rings of protection, which meant that the item, worth 10 billion, would absorb the blow in the event of an attack on its owner. Since it was necessary to protect 3 family members, the main character bought 3 rings. After that, he continued his search for useful things. Now his attention was drawn to the exchange bracelet. That is, if you put on 2 bracelets, one for each owner, you can see each other's emotional state. Then it was explained which color is responsible for what. It was a good item, so the guy bought 3 of them. Then he found long-distance travel, which teleports to a specified location or distance, so he bought 3 more. After some time, the young man returned to South Korea, and the first thing he did was go to his store to meet his sister and present her with the items he had bought. The girl was worried that her brother would do something dangerous. Hyun-sung just smiled and said that he hadn't done anything too dangerous, and he decided to simply give these items to the girl for safekeeping. Then he went home, where he met his mother, where he also came up with a rather plausible story, although he didn't like lying to a woman. It was only towards evening that he was free and was able to go to the hospital to visit his father. The man was still unconscious and his condition had not yet improved. Without thinking twice, Hyun-sun put the bracelet on his parent, then the ring. Suddenly, he noticed that the bracelet had changed its color to purple. The protagonist realized that his father was very worried, so he promised to find a way to cure him and get him back on his feet. After these words, the bracelet began to change its color to its usual one again. This meant that his father heard him and began to calm him down. Since the boy had been out of the country for quite a while, he decided to sit with his parent for a while, since it was unknown what would happen tomorrow. At some point, the boy took his father's hand in his. He understood that he was very uneasy, but he promised to find a way to help him. A week later, in Tokyo, Minister Tanaka summoned his assistant to his office, as he had not received any new information. The young man was afraid to open his mouth, but he had to admit that their operation had been a complete failure. The minister suggested that the people who were sent on the mission could simply betray the country of their employer. The young man did not deny this possibility, although it was unlikely. Moreover, the problem was that at this point there were no more secret agents to send on missions. At that moment, the doors to the office suddenly opened, and a ministry employee ran in with a frightened look. It turned out that the operation to lie measurements in the city of Fukuoka failed. The minister couldn't believe it because he had sent the Yamato Guild to clean up this district. This was where one of the snags lay because, in the heat of battle, the guild leader Yamato and all the other members of the raid were killed by the monsters. This was as strange as it could be, so Tanaka asked what level the monsters that appeared were. The speaker reported that most of the monsters were of the heroic rank, but among all the monsters that appeared in Fukuoka City, there was one called Jojo, but its exact level was unknown. It was the first humanoid on Earth that could move freely in space using its wings. He was quite smart, quick-witted, and could easily fly in the sky from point A to point B. Now the minister was worried not about the main character, but about the safety of his country, so he ordered all free players to be sent to fight these monsters. Meanwhile, things in Fukuoka were worse than ever, with the city streets littered with corpses. The Japanese army decided to enter the first battle. The military commander ordered his men to advance from all sides and attack the monsters. A hail of bullets rained down on the flying monsters. The players who arrived at this moment activated their skills and decided to join the fight. But the monsters easily dodged all the flying magical spells. But heavier weapons, as well as skilled energy strikes, wounded some individuals. They even considered a small tactical retreat. But it was just a moment of weakness, and the humanoid JoJos returned and were ready to attack the humans. Now the people had to retreat, as the small flock of monsters had turned into a huge one. But the soldiers did not retreat. They took up their positions and were ready to shoot at any moment. Monsters were approaching them from all sides. Next to the military were magic players who were ready to resist JoJo. The people attacked first and were ordered to hold their positions at all costs. The players and the military believed that if they continued to fight in the same spirit, victory would definitely be theirs. A light brown JoJo watched the fight from the sidelines. He didn't like what he saw, so he called all his relatives to him. Hearing the call of their leader, the dark brown JoJos left the people alone and went to him. The players didn't understand what was happening, so they looked at the monsters with confusion. People naively believed that the monsters had actually retreated, but after following the JoJo's flight path, the players came to the conclusion that they flew to a neighboring city. Using heavy weapons, people tried to stop the monsters, but they defended themselves well. Moreover, they were so strong that they were able to destroy combat helicopters with their bare paws, after which the helicopter fell in the middle of the street next to the players and exploded. At that moment, the light brown JoJo growled menacingly. Thus, he gave orders to his subordinates to attack the people, after which his relatives began to trample the players with their paws and bite them with their teeth. The players who were sure that the monsters had retreated now realized that it was a feint. Now the entire flock has gathered in one place to form one general power attack. A few moments later, a powerful explosion thundered in the city center. Many players died in this explosion, but there were those who survived and were ready to avenge the death of their comrades. One of these players was a fairly powerful mage, so he was able to create a wall of fire. The flames descended upon the monsters, trying to kill them. There was another group of fairly capable players below who were cutting down monsters left and right. At some point, people gained a slight advantage and believed that they could win this battle. But at that moment, the light brown JoJo decided to join the fight. He easily killed players who stood in his way. Seeing this, the fire player Mac decided to put all his efforts to defeat the enemy. But he was surrounded from all sides by a crowd of dark brown JoJos. The guy had no chance against so many strong monsters. A moment later, he missed a fatal blow dealt to him from behind. But he had no intention of dying alone, and wanted to take as many of his opponents with him as possible. But the leader had his own plans. He was tired of looking at the man resisting, so he concentrated and blew up his enemy. Players died in terrible agony, pierced by thousands of lightning bolts. The operation failed, and this was reported to Minister Tanaka, who began to clutch his head and could not understand how this could have happened. After all, the Japanese government sent a huge number of rankers and high-ranking players on this mission. The assistant didn't know what to do with himself, but tried to explain the situation, saying that Jojo had turned out to be smarter than they thought and had outsmarted the people by pretending that his troops were retreating. Even if that was the case, the minister couldn't understand how all the players and military personnel could have been wiped out at once. He didn't expect that the Japanese Secret Service players were so helpless against more or less strong monsters. The assistant argued that the issue was not the strength or weakness of the players, but that the monster was too smart. The minister did not understand the full complexity of the situation, believing that a monster is a monster, even if it is of heroic rank. In addition, the Secret Service had a recording of what happened on the battlefield, so he showed it to the minister. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyun-sung was drinking tea and listening to the news that a new kind of monster had appeared in Japan. It turns out that these were the JoJos who wreaked havoc throughout Japan and belonged to the heroic rank. What was worse was that the best Japanese rankers and high-level players were simply wiped off the face of the earth. The main character could not believe that such a thing was even possible. The thing is, the monsters were very smart, so the Japanese government publicly appealed to the international community for help. This was even more interesting, since after the second cataclysm, there was hardly any country that was ready and had the opportunity to help a brother in misfortune. The young man basically understood that such stories and actions could be aimed at outsmarting him and deceiving him into enemy territory. After this conversation, the young man went to the dungeon, where he met Lucy, wanting to ask her a few questions before starting training. He wondered if the girl had ever heard of JoJo's monsters. It was difficult to read the emotions on her face, but she was clearly aware of this type of monster. In fact, there was more than enough reason to worry because, in her world, a horde of JoJos attacked one kingdom and completely destroyed it. Based on her previous experience, Lucy concluded that there could be a lot at stake after JoJo's attack. The worst part is that JoJos were quite intelligent and agile creatures. They lived in packs and moved in large groups. You can get very hurt if you treat them like ordinary monsters. Hyun-sun understood the girl perfectly, but the neighboring state had already acted in a similar way. The girl continued her story because if the leader of JoJo was as smart as they said, then it would be very difficult to deal with him. Moreover, it may be impossible to do this in the future, so countries should unite and act together. The only problem was that there were too many cultural and other differences between the countries in this world that prevented them from uniting. Standing aside was also not an option, since this type of monster was characterized by the fact that it could grow to legendary rank. Yes, monsters had their own limit, but they, like players, could upgrade their skills. Their level can skyrocket after such a big battle that they win. The girl believed that the monsters had absorbed many magic stones and skill books. This was quite curious, since the main character did not know that some creatures could absorb mana stones. JoJos were special monsters that hunted other monsters and players to obtain magic stones and skill books. This was especially true for the magic stones, which helped them overcome their limit. Suddenly, Hyun-sung asked the girl if players could absorb magic stones to upgrade their skills. As far as Lucy knew, this was impossible. Many empires and kingdoms invested huge amounts of money in experiments, but all of them proved futile. The same situation was in this world, because similar experiments were carried out here, but they all also failed. After some thought, the protagonist came to the conclusion that the Japanese would not attack him anytime soon. 3 months have passed since then, and it is true that not a single attack has been committed against the main character. The Japanese government is still struggling to cope with the JoJo invasion. The monsters took over Fukuoka completely, and the city fell under their power. While Japan was desperately trying to secure international support, South Korea had finished repairing the damage caused by the second disaster. Reconstruction work in North Korea has also been completed. Following this, the South Korean government allowed players to visit North Korea for hunting. One of the players who visited North Korea was the main character, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to cope with all the dungeons in this country. As the number of South Korean players arriving in North Korea grew with each passing day, the number of dungeon spaces became smaller and smaller. For this reason, the young man returned home to his family. As always, his sister and mother were waiting for him at home, preparing dinner. For some reason, the young man was embarrassed to enter his own house, so his mother asked him to quickly come in and sit down at the table. Hyun-sung admitted that he skipped lunch because he wanted to eat with his family, so he was very hungry now. After that, he entered the empty room and called Lucy. As he had promised the girl earlier, he decided to introduce her to his world, so she was very excited. The world around her was very different from the one she was used to. Cars were driving everywhere, people were walking, music was playing. Lucy was amazed by what she saw, as she did not expect such a thing. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung reminded the girl that she first needed to get an ID, and in order to avoid many problems, a girl should do everything that a guy tells her. Although she was very inspired, she was ready to do everything that her employer told her. True, there was a problem of how to get Lucy an identity card, since she never existed in this world. The only way to do this is to join the Players Association, as all countries offer a number of benefits for attracting players, such as granting citizenship. In this world, where there are more players than the general population, this has become commonplace. Therefore, it does not matter whether you are an illegal immigrant or a smuggler. From the moment you wake up, you can easily obtain citizenship of any country. Of course, you need to sign a contract and comply with a number of conditions. For example, it was forbidden to join foreign guilds for 5 years, as well as to leave the country during these 5 years. The protagonist understood that these rules could not be broken under any circumstances. But Lucy did not receive citizenship. In South Korea, as throughout the world, society was now busy rebuilding its life after the second apocalypse. After a while, Lucy returned and showed Hyun-sung her player ID. He was happy for her, so he congratulated her on the legalization of her status. Besides, now he had one small proposal for the girl. He didn't reveal all his cards right away, but promised that the proposal would be beneficial for both of them. To begin with, Hyun-sung took Lucy to a cafe and ordered 2 drinks. It was the first time she had tried something like this, and she had been in a place like this. The young man was curious whether Lucy liked the drink or not. In her opinion, it was the perfect drink. Cold and sweet, therefore delicious. The girl didn't want to drag things out, so she asked the guy about the business he was offering her. It turned out that Hyun-sung wanted to sell additional products using her unique skills. Moreover, Lucy will receive 10% of each sale into her account. But the girl felt that these were too good conditions for her. True, this deal was also profitable for the main character, so it was not difficult for him to help the girl. Besides, they had known each other for 6 months already. And until she found a way to return to her world, he would help her with this. Moreover, if Lucy returns to her world, he would like to go with her and help destroy the monsters there. The protagonist's kindness and intentions touched Lucy, and she even cried. She didn't know how she could thank the young man, but then, unexpectedly, right there on the street, she knelt before him. Lucy didn't understand that this looked strange and embarrassing for this world. For the entire time she spends in this world, she will serve faithfully as a knight to Hyun-seong, as her lord. And her sword will be a sharp blade that will kill all the enemies of her lord. And her body will become the strongest and most reliable shield that will protect her master from the attacks of enemies. Thus, Lucy gave a knightly oath of allegiance to the lord, and even death could not break it. As soon as the girl finished reciting the oath, Hyun-sung received 2 notifications, the first stating that he had received the oath of allegiance as a knight, and the second that he had begun the qualifications for a lord. The whole situation seemed unrealistic to him. And besides, the guy thought that it was possible to obtain qualification after level 50. Meanwhile, the people around them began to talk loudly and look at them sideways. The protagonist asked the girl to stand up, but she could not do so until he repeated her oath. Hyun-sung was very embarrassed and was ready to promise anything just to get her to stand up. Thus, he accepted the girl's oath of allegiance, after which he received notification of a change in role, as well as new achievements. After some time, they returned home and the guy thought about the situation. Lucy asked Hyun-sung to take her vow of allegiance as her small payment for all the good he had already done and was doing for her. The young man understood that in the girl's world there might have been a class system, but here all people were equal, so to speak, a democracy. But for the girl, the standards of this world did not matter. Hyun-sung should have realized that Lucy was a knight, which meant that she chose the lord, that is, him, to serve, considering him a worthy and strong man. It was understandable. Besides, the guy accepted her oath of allegiance, and the role of lord appeared in his control panel. This was precisely the obligatory part of the oath because the person who took the knight's oath automatically became a lord. At this moment, the protagonist realized that the girl also had her own role. That's exactly how it was. Lucy was an immortal knight, a heroic rank role. The change of role, in principle, took place in different ways, although the level was important in this, but not of primary importance. Lucy received her role for her merits, because in her world she was a participant in many battles, and this was also influenced by her lifestyle and life experiences. Now, by fulfilling various conditions, the young man will be able to open quests for the role. Suddenly, Lucy apologized to Hyun-sung because she only showed him her level and stats during their first meeting in order to hide the presence of a role. That's why her stats were significantly higher than those of players of the same level, because they increase with role change. To be honest, the main character wasn't upset with Lucy. He actually thought he could never get the role. Lucy had a different opinion. She believed that even if she had not helped him, he would still have gotten his role. The girl herself spent 15 years from the moment she woke up to get her first role. But now she could tell the protagonist how to use what he received. First, he had to test his professional skills, but before using them, he needed to master them. Opening the control panel, Hyun-sung saw the role skills. The girl said that the stronger he is, the more skills he will have. In his case, everything depended on the servants under him. Hyun-sung also gained role-specific stats, such as leadership, which was determined by the sum of all stats. Now he was 60 short since Lucy was under his command. The following principle worked here. The sum of leadership points increases or decreases depending on the number and level of players who were subordinate to the main character. On average, this difference can increase tenfold, but after that the difference does not increase, even if the player changes roles. Based on this, we can safely conclude that the girl changed her role 5 times. For now, Hyun-sun had no new questions, and he silently studied the control panel. What was also interesting was that he had 2 active posts on his profile. So he clicked on the girl's name, and at that moment her status window opened. By and large, there was nothing unusual about this, since a guy must know the abilities of his subordinates thoroughly in order to manage them correctly and effectively. In addition, the guy acquired exclusive skills. Lord's Banner, Subordination. He could hire subordinates for himself, Exile. He could exile subordinates. For the latter, there was a huge fine. Not only does the Lord pay a fine in case of expulsion, but also the exiled subordinate. But this was all individual, and depended on how long a particular player spent with a Lord and how quickly he was able to find a new one. In addition, their level and characteristics were reduced because of this. Luckily, this was a temporary phenomenon, and players were able to catch up through hunting and skill books. Hyun-sung wanted to know how much of a setback there would be if he was expelled. As far as the girl knew, all the skills and characteristics that the players had acquired while under the Lord's control were disappearing. Okay, that was all clear. But if the player himself wanted to leave the Lord, the same rule applied in that case. That was sorted out too. Now the guy wanted to know how many subordinates he needed to make the Lord's banner work. At the very least, a guy has to win over 10 people to his side. Besides, Lucy was sure that since Hyun-sung was a worthy and strong man, there would also be knights who would follow him. Meanwhile, things were going really badly for JoJo in Japan. Besides them, the city was now full of other monsters that had left the dungeon. At this point, Minister Tanaka called his assistant into his office and tried to find out the results of their cooperation with the UN forces. Everything was almost ready. America, Europe, and some strange Asian countries were ready to provide support. But they wanted to catch JoJo first. It was clear that they were all stalling for time and had no plans to interfere with the hunt. The minister still believed that if they could hold out for a little while longer, everything would somehow resolve itself. The assistant also believed that if the monsters went further into the country, it would be better for them to retreat, since the result of the clash would be disastrous. Whatever the case, this whole story needs to be finished. Observations of the JoJo showed that they hunted not only humans but also lower-order monsters. They mercilessly killed them and ate them, replenishing their strength. Now the streets of Fukuoka were littered with the corpses of not only people, but also half-eaten monsters. The light brown JoJo watched his fellow humans and was happy because everything was going according to his plan. He sat thoughtfully for a long time on the roof of one of the houses, but then abruptly left his usual place. The monster growled, calling for help from his loyal subjects. The dark brown JoJos flew after their master. It was all quite simple. The leader sensed the magic stones that remained in the vault and led everyone there. And in South Korea, after a not very successful hunt, Hyun-sung was walking home. Lucy tried to calm him down, saying there was no need to rush because he could gradually become stronger. At that moment, he had to interrupt his conversation with Lucy because his phone rang. The young man received a call from Shin Yuna, who assumed that he had just come out of the dungeon. The girl offered him a flight to Japan, but if the guy wasn't particularly eager, it didn't matter, since the assignment wasn't mandatory. It may have been a good opportunity, but for some time the protagonist wanted to relax in the South. But Shin Yuna will have to go to Japan, as their government made a generous offer to the South Korean government. Hyun-sung wished her a good journey, and most importantly, to try to be safe. But the girl was not going to end the conversation on that note and asked the guy when he was thinking of treating her to a gratitude dinner. It was a little awkward, as Hyun-sung had forgotten that he had recently promised to treat Yuna to dinner as a token of his gratitude for her help. Even from a distance, it was clear that the girl was angry, because this invitation was just for show. The guy grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and promised that as soon as Yuna returned from Japan, he would very generously treat her to dinner. The girl was a little embarrassed, but really hoped that they would see each other again. Hyun-sung and Lucy were driving home. He told the girl that he had received a call from the association offering to go on a raid in Japan, but he refused, as he did not plan to end up in the enemy's lair. However, the girl believed that this could be a great opportunity for the guy if he was provided with complete safety. After all, you can only catch a tiger by entering its den. So, if someone could ensure Hyun-sung's safety, then the idea of flying to Japan was great, so they could deal with all the enemies at once. Besides, the young man didn't have to do everything himself. He could use her for this purpose. In fact, the girl meant the mercenary system as a whole, but she was surprised by the guy's refusal to do this, because he considered this to be wrong, and he didn't need to get rid of his enemies now. Hyun-sung had no intention of rushing things. A few days later, the guy stood at the entrance to the Horned Turtle's dungeon. He could have cleared it out long ago, but something kept going wrong. Since this dungeon had been here for a long time, the main character thought that there was nothing interesting for him there. Nevertheless, he decided to try his luck again. By and large, there was nothing difficult in this dungeon. He killed the turtles with ease. Hyun-sung had no trouble killing the monsters, but he had a bit of trouble finding them. At the moment when he wanted to take a little rest, he unexpectedly became a witness to one scene. A young man without equipment tried to defeat horned turtles with his bare hands. He was getting wounded, and the healer mage was trying to patch him up so that the boy could fight on. Hyun-sung looked at all this and didn't understand what this player was doing, even without a shield. Besides, he most likely didn't have enough level to hunt here. Still, the guy somehow miraculously managed to defeat 2 horned turtles. The boys gave the other party members a few minutes to rest while the female mage healed him, but she used up more than half of her mana on it. The leader of this group grabbed his head and insulted his tank, saying that he had bad stats. The rest stood still and nodded in agreement with the leader, but since they were going to go to another dungeon, they were going to find a new tank, since there was little use in that. But the young man was stubborn, as he wanted to be part of their team. The leader didn't like such requests. He believed that the boy should already be grateful to him for taking him hunting. But the young man ignored the leader and insisted that he would hunt with everyone. True, the group members believed that he should develop his characteristics if he wanted to go hunting with them. This dialogue was reminiscent of a conversation between a deaf person and a blind person. In the end, the young man got his way, and the leader allowed him to hunt with them. Hyun-sung guessed from his position that these people forced the guy to remove the armor so as not to pay for its repair. The protagonist was not going to tolerate such injustice, so he used the Veil of Darkness skill and approached the company. Meanwhile, all members of the group were trying to kill one horned turtle. Suddenly, the leader of the group turned around as he sensed someone's presence. Indeed, Hyun-sung was already there and blew up the turtle. While the group members were already insulting the main character, he approached the tank. The leader of the mercenaries did not understand that it was better for him to remain silent. The other players noticed that the monster dropped a skill book. The main character had been looking for this rare skill book for quite a long time, but couldn't find it. And then suddenly it dropped out. But this group of players were determined to take the skill book for themselves, as it had dropped from their monster. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung decided to ignore these people and ask the guy how his body was, if anything hurt. Besides, he didn't understand why the guy didn't use the shield that his comrades were holding. Moreover, the main character assumed that these people not only took the guy's armor, but also did not pay him for the hunt. And if they did, it was pennies. But the tank just stood there and remained silent, as if it had taken a deep breath. At this point, the leader of the group began to threaten the protagonist with a sword, demanding that he leave them alone if he did not want to die. Meanwhile, the group members were talking among themselves. They decided that the main character would not be able to resist them altogether, even despite his good equipment. But they didn't understand who they were dealing with, so the protagonist took out his Players Association membership card, indicating the position he held. Since Hyun-sung was a member of the player supervision team, he had every right to interfere in the affairs of the group he had just met. Now the leader of this small but strange group realized that he was in trouble. Meanwhile, the main character once again asked the tank how much he was paid for hunting. The guy answered that it was a lot. This answer was evidence that the young man would never tell the truth. To understand what was going on, the main character again used psychometry. He saw how a group of players took a young man into a dungeon and forced him to fight monsters one-on-one, without giving him any weapons. On one of the first raids, the group leader noticed that this guy was stronger than they thought. He may not have been quite right in the head, but physically he was very strong. During his first dungeon expedition, Baek Woo-shin was even praised for his good work. But then the situation became worse and worse. Nothing remained of the good attitude. Instead, the guy began to be constantly insulted. They shouted at him, put moral pressure on him, intimidated him, saying how many times can they repeat the same thing to him. But he still won't remember. One day, they felt like they were paying Woo-shin too much money, even though he didn't have any normal stats. After some time, they went to another dungeon, where there were monsters of a higher rank. No matter how hard the guy tried to hold back all the monsters, one broke through and ran towards the other players. And then the group leader decided to remove the armor from Woo-shin because he did not want to pay money for its repair in the future. After that hunt, the young man came home with scratches and bruises, so his younger sister asked him not to overexert himself so much. After all, the girl also got a part-time job after school, and now she can help pay her mother's medical bills. After all, she didn't want her older brother to get sick like her mother. Woo-shin just smiled and said that he would try not to come home with bruises and scratches anymore. The guy continued to go hunting with this group of players, who ordered him not to tell anyone how much they were paying him, and also to never, under any circumstances, mention that he was removing armor in dungeons. After all, if he tells even one living soul about all this, he will no longer be able to go hunting with them. More than anything in the world, the guy was now afraid that these people would leave him, so he promised not to tell anyone about the money and armor. After scanning Woo-shin's memories, the protagonist was furious. He looked sternly at the players and asked them if they understood that they had crossed the line. The leader of the group pretended that he did not understand what the main character was talking about. The players began to actively support him, saying that they were only showing concern for the tank and nothing more. The group leader continued to pressure Woo-shin, forcing him to say that they treated him well, only took care of him, paid him regularly and well for his services. The guy didn't answer this. He just nodded his head affirmatively, as he was afraid of being rejected. But Hyun-sung knew perfectly well that this was not a sincere answer, so he had no intention of leaving anywhere, nor of leaving the situation unattended. The young man invited the players to follow him outside, where a thorough investigation of their case would be conducted, because if they were all so honest, then they had nothing to fear. But the group's leader was too brazen. He believed the boy didn't have the authority to send them to investigators, since the player surveillance agency wasn't a government agency. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already drawn his sword, saying that they would all be much better off if they agreed to his kind offer. At that moment, his opponent decided that if Hyun-seong disappeared into the dungeon, there would be no more problems. So he asked his guys if they were ready to go to the investigators. If not, then the matter could be resolved differently. For some reason, these players thought that the main character was afraid of them, although they should have been afraid of him. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung asked Woo-shin to close his eyes and wait for him here for a while. After all, if the young man does as the protagonist asks, he will be able to pay his mother's medical bills and buy some delicious food for his younger sister. Meanwhile, a group of players attacked the main character. Before the first attacker could even blink, he was left without his right arm. The second attacker was even less lucky, as Hyun-sung chopped off both of his wrists. The healer girl and the magician guy froze in place, not knowing what to do. At that very moment, the magician made the most correct decision. He fell to his knees and began asking the protagonist to pick him up and take him to the investigators. But the main character wasn't going to let him go so easily, so he kicked him hard in the jaw to teach him a lesson in doing something like that to defenseless people. Evening came. The beaten players came out of the dungeon and went to the police officers. Hyun-sung and Woo-shin watched this process from the side. The next day, the boy's mother was placed in a good ward and her daughter sat next to her. Woo-shin thanked the protagonist from the bottom of his heart and promised to repay him for his kindness. But even now the boy was going to continue hunting. To tell the truth, he wanted to earn a lot of money and not depend on anyone. This attitude really appealed to the protagonist, so he asked his new acquaintance to show him the status window. Woo-shin was a naive boy, so he showed his characteristics, which greatly surprised Lucy. The girl believed that with such characteristics the guy could easily become a knight, and she was ready to do it. The big guy had heard right. His native characteristics were astounding, and his unique skills were useful. One of these skills was indestructible body, and if developed correctly, he would become one of the best knights and players. Exactly. But a guy must understand that without the necessary characteristics, he will not be able to develop. Therefore, it was important for the girl to know whether the guy wanted to become one of the best or not. After this, the conversation took an embarrassing turn for Hyun-sung, as Lucy suggested that Woo Shin become the protagonist's subject. The girl was confident that this collaboration would be beneficial for both of them. After all, Woo Shin will become stronger, and Hyun-sung will gain an ally he can trust. It sounded convincing, so the protagonist decided to give it a try. Since Woo Shin wanted to become the best, Hyun-sung offered him a contract, and the guy agreed without hesitation. The agreement took effect immediately, and the protagonist even received points for his leadership. Now they were in the same boat, so Hyun-sung bought one pill for the new subject, as he needed to improve his stats. So the guy handed the pill to Woo Shin and asked him to eat it. There was no need to ask the big guy twice. He felt the result in just a couple of seconds. After this, the main character handed him several skill books and asked him to learn them all. After just these simple actions, Woo Shin became much stronger than he was a couple of minutes ago. Then, Hyun-sung and Lucy consulted and decided that it would be better for the guy to hunt on his own in low-level dungeons, so he would become stronger faster and get a couple of his first achievements. But before going hunting, the girl wanted to test the guy's skills. To do this, they came to the dungeon, and Lucy arranged a training fight. Woo Shin had to defend more than attack. The first thing that caught Lucy's eye was the guy's incorrect stance. So he missed the blow, lost his balance, and fell on his back. But that wasn't a reason to end the training. So Lucy demanded that the guy follow the trajectory of her blow and repeat the attack. Woo Shin may not have been a genius, but he understood perfectly well what the girl wanted from him. Exactly 2 hours of training had passed. Woo Shin was lying on the ground, beaten and squeezed like a lemon. But Lucy was happy, since it was fun to teach the guy. Hyun-sung even felt a little sorry for the guy, since he had once been in his place. But he was glad that his subordinate had excellent muscle memory. Lucy was confident that with a little more practice, Woo Shin would be able to take part in serious battles. Moreover, all signs pointed to the fact that his class change was about to happen soon, and she would try to train him to become a knight, not a soldier. It turned out that changing your class depended on how you fought. So if you did everything right, nothing was impossible. After that, the girl approached Woo Shin and said that his stamina should have recovered by now, so it was time to get up and continue studying. Meanwhile, in Japan, players were at a loss as to what to do with the brazen JoJos. One of them couldn't stand it and rushed to attack, as he couldn't watch the monster finish off the man. With his first blow, the young man was able to drive away the monster. But the man's behavior, and most importantly the interruption of the meal, greatly angered the monster. Meanwhile, another group of players rejoiced, as out of 1,500 individuals, they managed to kill 400. But their joy did not last long, as the leader of JoJo appeared on the battlefield. At the battle observation point, analysts concluded that the dark monsters were obeying the light brown one. The commander-in-chief ordered the main part of the operation to begin. Meanwhile, the main character and Lucy came to the crocodile dungeon and are ready. The first phase of the main operation involved firing missiles at the monsters. They exploded near a cluster of JoJos. Their area of effect was quite large. It turned out that the missiles did not cause any particular harm to the monsters, but only made them even more angry. The players tried to restrain them by any means necessary. Some players' fire skills worked well for this purpose. They even managed to kill several JoJos. Their leader noticed this and soared upward, preparing for the attack of the bipeds. To carry out his plan, the chief JoJo called together all his subjects. Meanwhile, the Japanese government launched dozens of cruise missiles in their direction. But as soon as the missiles approached the monsters, the light brown leader activated a force field around his kin. Ordinary players couldn't even imagine such a display of strength and skill, so they looked at the sky in awe. Meanwhile, at the command headquarters, analysts came to the conclusion that a heroic ranked monster could not defend itself in such a way and devised tactics to counter cruise missiles. Therefore, the employees were forced to raise the rank of light brown JoJo to the legendary level. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of the operation had to admit that the enemy had broken out of the encirclement, and so the operation had failed miserably. Therefore, the combined UN forces were currently forced to evacuate. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyun-sung was delighted for his protege, who had passed his theory and practice tests for player development with flying colors. Therefore, they no longer had to go into the dungeon secretly but could not do it openly. At this moment, the main character arrived at his destination and found a very interesting picture of a strange-looking young man inviting Lucy to join his guild. But the girl gave him a categorical refusal, although the young man still insisted on his own, promising mountains of gold. The man also claimed that if the girl continued to refuse, she would regret the missed opportunity for the rest of her life. However, Lucy was serious about refusing because she believed that people should not do things they don't like. Seeing Hyun Sung appear in the room, the girl wanted to leave, but the persistent red-haired young man tried to stop her. The protagonist decided to stand up for his friend, and he didn't understand why the man was insisting on his own, since the girl had already answered him and wanted to leave. The man didn't understand the first time, so the main character had to slightly dislocate his finger, after which the young man asked Lucy who this person was and what he wanted from her. It turned out that he was a scout from the Dark Guild. After the protagonist heard this information, he set up a soundproof barrier and asked the girl if she had done anything that could attract the attention of this guild. The girl replied that she had proven herself to be an ordinary low-level player. After this, Hyun Sung removed the barrier and the man immediately began to threaten the protagonist. But these threats passed the young man by, because if his opponent boasted about his status, then what can the guy say about his? So the main character smiled affably and said that he worked on the Players Association's supervision team, and then asked again which guild the scout was from. Now the man does not look so cheerful and happy, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Having asked the man not to pursue Lucy anymore, the protagonist and the girl proudly walked away, leaving the scout alone. Looking after the young people, the man was sure that they would regret their actions. Although the scout himself understood that it was his problem, not theirs, since he was ordered to make the girl a member of the guild by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the main character was already in the crocodile dungeon, changed clothes, and was preparing for the next battle. Lucy also changed her clothes and was ready to accompany her young master on the hunt. They were both prepared for unexpected turns. But Hyun Sung was worried about Wu Xin, but the girl believed that the guy had undergone serious training, so he would have enough strength to close the dungeon solo. Besides, if the guy was in danger, Lucy would be able to find out about it, so there was no reason to worry. In general, the girl adhered to the rule that every drop of sweat shed during training was equal to a drop of blood during battle. Therefore, the more difficult the guy's training, the higher his chances of survival in a real fight. At that moment, the protagonist thought that their new comrade would hardly worry about his safety and security during the hunt. While talking, the boy and the girl approached the place where the crocodiles were supposed to be hiding. The gist of their conversation was that the main character was interested in what would happen if he invested all his unallocated points into physical strength and fortitude. Lucy suggested that if she did this, Wu Xin would become the strongest tank in existence. But suddenly the time for talking was over, because the first enemy was waiting for them ahead. Moreover, the crocodiles attacked them from under the water, throwing spears at them, which the main character cut with his blade. But there were too many, and he couldn't fight them off in time. Therefore, in order to save time and energy, the young man used his signature move with Black Lightning. Now Lucy came to the forefront, ready to protect her master from the monsters. Hyun Sung already understood that fighting crocodiles would be more troublesome than fighting other monsters. So, with a little effort, Hyun Sung was able to catch one of the crocodiles. After that, the guy pierced the monster with his sword. At that moment, several more crocodiles emerged from the swamp, clearly wanting to avenge their relative. This became an excellent opportunity for the protagonist to kill them in one go. After coming into contact with the boy's Black Lightning, the monsters lost their limbs and died. It was certainly a small success for the young man, but he understood that these were the weakest representatives of the heroic rank crocodiles. Lucy began to calm Hyun Sung down when he remembered the fight with the blue dragon, and how difficult it was for him back then. Besides, she was sure that the guy was rapidly becoming stronger every day. This dungeon, although difficult, was good for training a number of passive skills, such as Wild Instinct. Hyun Sung agreed with his friend and stood up, ready to continue the fight. Meanwhile, in the Dark Guild office, the scout listened to his boss complain about his uselessness because he was unable to recruit a single player. The man was yelling, angry, and threatening to fire the guy. The young man decided to shift the blame onto the main character, who prevented him from completing the task. The boss wasn't very educated, so he had no idea what a supervision team was or why one of its members was interfering in the affairs of their guild. The scout did not go into details, only noting that the boy and girl were friends. But the main thing was that the girl did not want to join their guild. Even after the guy talked about good conditions 10 times, he still received a refusal. The boss assumed that either the girl already had sponsors, or they offered little money. Since she is so determined, wouldn't it be easier to refuse her? But the leader believed that the deal was too profitable to refuse. The sponsor of their guild was really eager to see the girl in their ranks. Therefore, the chief ordered the scout to find out all the information about the main character. After all, they need to see this thing through to the end. And besides, the sponsor was being so persistent for the first time, and it was better not to contradict him. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung met with Woo-shin and asked if everything was okay during his hunt. The guy confidently stated that he had no problems. Moreover, he obtained 2 skill books and collected a whole bag of crystals. But instead of keeping this property for himself, he was going to give it all to the main character. But Hyun-seong did not take tribute because all the items and stones belonged to Woo-shin, although he did not understand this. So, they left the dungeon. Hyun-sung helped sell the skill books and magic stones. He gave the proceeds to Woo-shin. The big guy was beaming with joy since he hadn't exactly seen that much money, but he had certainly never held it in his hands. True, he immediately wanted to return some of them to the main character for the help he had provided. But Hyun-sun had his own principles. He believed that a guy should first help his sister and mother with money, and then slowly repay him. Moreover, the main character helped find an apartment for his family and asked if they liked it. Woo-hee, the big guy's younger sister, was absolutely delighted with her new home. Hyun-sung was glad to hear this. Besides, he hadn't chosen that particular apartment by chance because he always had to think ahead. Who knew how long the Japanese would remain silent and do nothing? After this, the guy was silent for a while and then suggested that Woo-shin go hunting with him tomorrow. The big guy was happy, so he agreed without hesitation. It was evening, and the Dark Guild leader was closely studying the files of Hyun-sung, Lucy, and Woo-shin. The scout believed that Woo-shin, whom they considered disabled, and Hyun-sung, who had awakened a year ago, would be easy to get rid of. The guild leader was of the same opinion. He thought that, other than being a member of the Players' Association, there was nothing special about the main character, and his skills didn't seem outstanding. In addition, the scout found out that Hyun-sung was close with Shin Yuna. A new day had arrived. Hyun-sung and his friends were going hunting when he suddenly noticed some oddities. As soon as he drove away from the house, it became obvious that someone was following them. Lucy looked in the side mirror and saw a black car driving behind them, because there was a sense of magic coming from it. Hyun-sung understood that most likely there were players riding in it. Although the surveillance was inept for the Japanese, it was not worth excluding this option. But the guy suggested first getting to the dungeon where Woo-shin was hunting, and then solving the problem. So, Hyun-sung and Lucy reached the dungeon where the big guy was hunting and provided him with moral support. Woo-shin has gotten much better at killing monsters on his own. Suddenly, the main character suggested to his friends to go deeper into the dungeon as enemies were approaching. How they went further and further into the dungeon to deal with the uninvited guests. Lucy noted that the guests arrived much later than she thought, but this did not bother the protagonist. So, a fairly large crowd of hostile players had gathered in the dungeon. But the first thing Hyun-sung noticed was that they all had rather plain and flimsy equipment. Moreover, everyone had equipment of normal class. Nevertheless, the protagonist decided to ask the people who came what they were doing there and what their purpose was. The group leader looked at the guy with a smirk, saying that he was acting too brazenly for a player who wasn't the strongest. The man couldn't understand the young man's calm. Did he really not realize what a difficult situation he was in? Only now did Hyun-sung realize that the person in front of him was not Japanese. The group leader considered the guy's behavior to be a real mockery of his person. He pointed at himself, asking where he could be like a Japanese. The protagonist didn't respond to this, but he was interested in why the players were pursuing him if they had nothing to do with Japan. The man became even more angry. He was going to bring the boy's body back safe and sound, but now he couldn't do that. The rest of the players in the guild understood the mood and order of their leader, and were therefore ready to engage in combat. The man ordered his men to cut Hyun-seong in half and bring the body parts to him. The players didn't have to repeat the order twice. They immediately rushed to attack Hyun-sung, Lucy, and Woo-shin. The protagonist stood in place, not worrying about the outcome of the battle. However, he did not understand why these people were targeting him. But what he didn't expect was that the big guy would get out of control and go wild. Lucy and Hyun-sung didn't have time to react and just watch their new comrade. The boy ran forward, drawing his blade, ready to kill anyone who was about to harm his master. The first player he encountered was lucky enough to receive a strong shield hit. The man's teeth were already sticking out and his face was splattered with blood. Watching his actions, Lucy came to the conclusion that there was no longer any need to worry about Woo-shin's safety in the dungeons. Meanwhile, the guy continued to attack his opponents, dealing them crushing blows. But Hyun-sun was not happy about this. He asked the girl whether she explained the situation in the car to him or not. Yes, Lucy explained everything to the big guy, but apparently his mental capacity was not sufficient to understand and assess the situation. The girl explained that now Woo-shin only thinks about how he must protect the main character and her at any cost. She was sure that today's events would be excellent training for him to gain experience in real battles. The main character understood something else, that the big guy was lucky that their opponent's level was low. If it had been higher, it could have ended badly. Now Lucy understood that she had made a mistake in admitting her guilt. Because a knight who does not understand his lord's orders cannot be useful in battle. She promised that in the future, in a combat situation, she would flawlessly carry out the guy's orders and would train even harder. At this moment, the main character felt guilty for what he had said earlier. Meanwhile, the leader of the group ordered his subordinates to stop standing and staring at the big guy and to join the fight. They followed the order, but they had no chance to put up a fight against Wu Xin. Only now did the man begin to understand that the man he had considered disabled was too strong for his boys. So while the rest of his subordinates distracted the big guy, the leader of the group himself decided to grab Hyun Sung Lucy. The man thought he was smarter than everyone else and decided to take care of the girl first by attacking her from behind. But his plan failed miserably, as Lucy immediately noticed his movements and hit him in the face with her shield with all her might, knocking out his teeth. It's good that she didn't kill him, but only crippled him a little. The girl looked at him, saying that if he had remained standing quietly, he would have been an excellent teaching material for their friend. And now he must reap the fruits of his failure. And besides, all the other members of his group noticed that he was defeated. Some of the players decided to avenge their leader, so they attacked the main character. But instead of a relationship, they received a fist to the jaw. Others felt the edge of the protagonist's sword as it cut the tendons in his legs. All the enemies were neutralized and defeated. But in order to find out the necessary information, Hyun Sung healed them a little and began asking questions. But while everyone was silent, the group leader was pondering how this could have happened. Who in their right mind could have called this monster a newbie? The game of silence dragged on, so Lucy repeated her master's question as to why they were targeting him. The players began to give up on the guild leader, saying that they were only following orders. He said to attack. They attacked. There was no other reason. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung activated his psychometry skill again to understand the situation, but he was disappointed because the guild leader was using his spatial skill to trade players. If we go into detail, everything that the guild leader had done now was considered a crime for which he should have been severely punished. It is obvious that everything will end in death for these players now. Meanwhile, in Japan, Minister Tanaka was contemplating the fact that he only had a short time left in his post. He decided that it was necessary to finish Hyun Sung's case before he retired. After Minister Tanaka made his decision, he informed his assistant, who came to his men and told them the news of the new target. He placed a photo of Lucy on the table, saying that the girl was presumably a colleague of the first target. The boys looked closely at the photograph, concluding that the girl was most likely from the West. The chief added that the girl left her country and received South Korean citizenship. However, the boys should have known that there were a few strange elements to this situation. After reviewing the documents, it became known that the new target graduated from the Players' Academy just a month ago. But just recently, information was confirmed that the girl and the main character are going into a heroic rank dungeon. The players began to whisper among themselves. They understood that if a person graduated from the Player Academy, it must mean that he had only recently awakened. Their conversation was interrupted by the leader, who said that entering a heroic rank dungeon does not always mean hunting. After all, if we assume that Hyun Sung has an ability that nullifies the 20-level rule, then we can conclude that he goes into the dungeon for a reason. In this case, he could receive and share experience points regardless of his level, and the probability of this was quite high. Moreover, the main character kept bringing newcomers into the dungeon with him, which suggested that he did this for a reason. The man understood the strangeness of the protagonist's behavior, so he was not going to ignore it. And besides, he was well aware that the first team that was engaged in capturing him had disappeared. His subordinates had always believed that their colleagues had simply fled. Yes, such a possibility could not be ruled out, but it was extremely unlikely. The meeting was drawing to a close, and the leader asked his subordinates to prepare for the worst-case scenario. They all had to understand that the first group that dealt with Hyun Sung's case had been destroyed. The players did not expect such a statement from the chief, as they did not believe in the possibility of destroying an entire group of elite fighters. I still couldn't calm down because their team was very well trained, so even an excellent ranker alone could not destroy it. So it was hard to believe that a man who had awakened only a year ago could have pulled off such a feat on his own. But the group's leader once again asked everyone to understand one simple thing. The pace of the protagonist's skill growth was unpredictable. Therefore, their squad must think about the worst-case scenario and not underestimate the enemy. Their team must also be ready to move out immediately at the first call from intelligence at any time. Meanwhile, the protagonist was relaxing at home and checking his status window. He noticed that the speed of hunting, achievements, and battery sales had definitely dropped. He also understood that to increase his buyer rank, he needed to accumulate another 300 billion points. Only then would he be able to buy the coveted elixir. It was also only now that he noticed that there was a limit on the sale of electronics. But in order for the money to keep rolling in, he needed to come up with some new product. He couldn't rush. And besides, the game content was still selling quite well. At that moment, his mother called him to eat, because everything was already ready and on the table. As soon as the boy came closer, he saw that on the table was his favorite dish, which his mother had prepared especially for him. The woman had heard that her son usually stuffed himself with kimbap or hamburgers while hunting, so she wanted him to at least eat well at home. The young man understood perfectly well that Lucy had told his mother this information, so he looked at her with displeasure. But the dish looked so amazing and smelled so nice that all the grievances were forgotten, and the main character was ready to start eating. He couldn't deny that the food his mother cooked was the most delicious and the best in the world. Suddenly, he noticed that his mother and Lucy were looking attentively at the screen. When he turned around, he saw that an American TV series was just being broadcast. Lucy and her mother immediately admitted that they really liked the movie because it was interesting. But the young man asked them to take a break from watching and have a good meal. The girl and the woman started eating, but the main character still couldn't understand what they found so interesting in American TV series. When Hyun-sung voiced his question, Lucy explained to him that watching TV series, movies, and GIFs were her only hobbies in this world. Moreover, the boy's mother envied Lucy, since she had to watch foreign TV series or films directly on the internet and wait until Korean subtitles came out. After all, even if players don't study a foreign language, they can understand how to wear it. At this moment, a brilliant idea matured in the main character's head. But before he started implementing it, he wanted to ask Lucy a few questions to understand the full picture. He wanted to understand whether the TV series and films were really that interesting, because there are many things that could be incomprehensible in a girl's situation. The girl admitted that there were things that she sometimes didn't understand, but nevertheless, I was still interested. After all, she can adapt to the outside world and understand the culture of a particular country if she watches a series, so this process gave her pleasure. But suddenly she became curious as to why Hyun-sung was asking her all these questions. The guy admitted that he is considering launching sales of new video content. This news took the girl a little by surprise, however. She believed that the idea was viable and interesting. Even if this could turn out to be a failure, they still won't have any major problems. The main character was inspired and thanked the girl, because if she hadn't fallen in love with films and TV series, such an idea would never have occurred to him. She simply revealed the product's characteristics to him. He saw a price that exceeded 100 billion points. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, a beautiful girl noticed that the main character had downloaded a new type of product. At first, she thought that it would be another useless item, because she didn't know what a TV and DVD player were. This didn't stop her from making a purchase, though, so she sat and enjoyed the movie. The film's plot was dynamic and exciting, so she couldn't tear herself away from the screen. This movie was like Transformers, with two huge robots fighting each other. The stranger even chose a favorite for herself, for whom she worried and supported in every possible way. The only thing she couldn't understand yet was how Earthlings managed to hire robot actors. She bought a lot of different films and thought about the fact that in the world in which Hyun-sung lives, in addition to abilities, there is another powerful force. Meanwhile, the protagonist checked his status window and noticed that the TV and DVD player set, as well as the movies, had been sold. Initially, the young man did not have any outstanding plans regarding the sale of these items, but now he saw that it was very profitable. The reviews for the product were also excellent, which gave hope for quick enrichment. In addition, players from another world, while communicating with each other, exchanged thoughts about how they would like to buy Bombi, although this was impossible. This gave Hyun-sung the idea that if the boys really wanted it, he could sell them a car. He even decided to check online whether it was possible to buy a car without insurance, even though he knew that driving without insurance could easily result in a fine. Therefore, he himself does not intend to drive such a car. Meanwhile, Lucy approached him and said that they had sold everything they had planned. This was great news, but the main character was curious if the girl knew a way to sell the car. Lucy tried to understand why the young man needed this, and it turned out that recently there had been many requests to sell the robot that was in the film. That's why the main character wanted to sell the car, since he couldn't sell the robot. True, the girl still couldn't understand why he would sell a car to players from another world. It was simple. Hyun-sung wanted to earn as many points as possible. If that was all there was to it, Lucy suggested to her boss that they sell small robot figurines that could transform. It was indeed a great idea, so the protagonist thanked the girl from the bottom of his heart. After a few days of active trading, the guy received several notifications. The first said that the number of accumulated points exceeded 1 trillion, which meant an increase to the heroic level. Now he could load approximately 1,000 items and buy the coveted elixir. The first thing the guy did was open the elixir's stats and see a price that exceeded 100 billion points. But the main character did not skimp and bought the elixir, since only with its help could he cure his father. Lucy shared this moment with him, congratulating her boss on the acquisition. But, to tell the truth, Hyun-sun owed the girl, since all this became possible thanks to her profitable ideas. Having received the elixir, the young man immediately went to the hospital to see his father to check whether the remedy would help or not. As soon as the young man was in the ward, he forced his father to drink the medicine. Now all that was left was to wait and hope that everything would be fine. After visiting his father, the boy returned to his warehouse and began to examine the goods. This time, he found a very interesting item in the list of goods. A Divine-level Thunderer active skill book. The presence of a Divine-level item also implied a high price, which Hyun-seong decided to find out. As soon as he pressed the right button to check, he saw a number with a huge number of zeros. Realizing that this time he needed to accumulate 1,000 times more points than last time. He was not discouraged, knowing that someday he would be able to accumulate the required number of points, although that day was still a long way off. In addition, the main character found an interesting stat boost elixir, but its cost was quite high, and it required spending about 300 million points to purchase it. And this time, Hyun-sung wasn't going to be greedy and didn't want to miss out on new opportunities to become stronger. Meanwhile, the main character's mother came to the hospital, where they reported that her husband was getting better. The doctor was 100% sure of this, since the dying cells were restored. The Choi family did not know how to thank the attending physician for the miracle that happened to the head of their family. The man admitted that he was pleased to hear gratitude from the patient's relatives, but he himself did not yet understand how such improvements in his condition had become possible. After all, he was taking the same amount of inhibitors as usual. The doctor also said that if rehabilitation goes well, Hyun-gyu will be able to lead a normal life. Meanwhile, in Japan, special agents demanded answers from their superior. The man didn't know what to really tell them, except that they needed to wait until the main character stopped in one place. After all, as was already stated earlier, they were preparing for the worst-case scenario, according to which they could not allow for a single unnecessary variable, and therefore thoughtlessly attack the guy in the first dungeon they came across. The male subordinates were unhappy with this decision, thinking that such meticulous behavior was connected with his military past. There were rumors that when he served in the self-defense forces, things were going badly for him until he became a player. But after the man became a player, everything changed dramatically. He even received the nickname Hero of Osaka, so it was strange to see him in this place with such people. Although there were many very unpleasant rumors circulating around the group's leader, according to one of them, he raped a minor. According to other rumors, the boss was a serial killer. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyun-sung was going into the dungeon as usual and fighting monsters. Lucy actively helped him with this. The two of them were a great team. One distracted the monsters, the other killed them. Under the circumstances, they appreciated the legendary rank equipment, and both the girl and the boy really liked it. But Lucy refused to let the protagonist buy her this equipment, because after buying the legendary rank elixir, they already didn't have enough points. Suddenly, the girl noticed a strange reaction from the young man, who began to look around intently. At this moment, the protagonist voiced his guess. They were surrounded. The girl suggested that the Japanese were hiding in the darkness of the cave, and the guy did not deny it. It seemed like there were a lot of ill-wishers, so Lucy suggested that the Japanese might have taken advantage of hiring people from outside, but the protagonist dismissed this suggestion. Hyun-seong knew that they might soon be surrounded, but until that happened, they could try to kill all the enemies. At first, they planned to deal with those who were 100 meters away from them on the right. After that, they had to move to the left and he would destroy everyone else. The plan was simple, so Lucy was ready to start implementing it. So, the girl was the first to rush to attack the enemies, while the guy remained in place for now. After which he activated his skill called Flicker. This skill helped the main character move through space and end up behind one of the players attacking him. After which Hyun-sun dealt a crushing, fatal blow to his opponent. The mage player, who stood to the side, watched this scene in a state of shock. Truth quickly regained consciousness and attacked the protagonist with an ice storm. But he couldn't predict that Hyun-sun's speed and agility would be so high that not a single ice projectile would touch him. A few seconds later, the main character was already near the attacker, killing him. Lucy also did her part of the job perfectly, but her opponents were very unlucky. It took the players a long time to realize how powerful an opponent she was, and they paid for it with their lives. The group leader watched the battlefield with silent surprise. He understood that if things continued like this, they would all die here and now, so he ordered all his men to gather and show results. The leader's order and motivation raised morale a little. His subordinates gathered themselves and were ready to fight back. But their determination was nothing compared to Lucy's determination, who wanted to prove her usefulness and protect the main character. The Japanese squad players took up a defensive position and waited for her to approach. The leader was the first to notice that there were only seconds left before the collision. The only problem they had was not only that Lucy was approaching, but also that Hyun-sung was behind them and ready to attack. At the last second, the man sensed something was wrong and turned around. Just a few centimeters away from him, he saw the fearless and ruthless protagonist, flashing with a sword blade and 100 black lightning bolts. And then a loud explosion thundered, forcing everyone to turn their heads. A terrible pain shot through the players' bodies, causing them to scream as the end approached. Meanwhile, Lucy was already attacking a couple of other players. They tried to defend themselves, but their techniques and skills were powerless against her sword and shield. The leader of the group realized that they could not defeat the boy and the girl, so he ordered his people to retreat. The players were required to concentrate and run towards the exit. But this wasn't the best idea, since they weren't destined to leave this dungeon alive. Some were killed by Lucy with a sword, others were fried by the main character with lightning. At that moment, it dawned on the group leader that there was something definitely wrong with this situation. Until this moment, the man was confident that he had enough people to deal with the boy and girl, but apparently he miscalculated. Hyun-seong saw the man trying to escape, so she stopped him with her lightning. The fight was over, and the protagonist thought that he still needed to refine his last attack a little. Meanwhile, Lucy gathered all the survivors in one place. The young man also asked her to collect the personal belongings of the attackers. By and large, there weren't many personal belongings: a passport, a watch, and a locket with a photograph. So, the young man began to analyze the situation using psychometry. And the first thing he found out was that the attackers were Japanese, after which he gave the men one last piece of advice. If they wanted to survive, they had to cooperate with him. After these words, the young man activated the Truth Treaty. So, the main character used the Truth Contract on the leader of the Japanese group. The young man was interested in the question of how many personnel they had left. The man couldn't resist the power of this skill, so he answered honestly. They had about 20 to 30 personnel left, but he didn't have any exact information. The other players who survived considered his answer a true betrayal, but their opinion didn't interest either the main character or Lucy, so one of the guys got hit in the face with a shield. The blow was so strong that the man fell on his side and lost a couple of teeth. Now it was the girl's turn to ask questions, and the first thing she asked was how many people knew about her existence. The group leader assumed that only the minister of the Dimension Gate Department, Tanaka, had such information. It is possible that the minister shared this information with his closest circle, but blocked it from the public. It was also quite likely that the minister did not report this information to his superiors in the hope of gaining favor. At that moment, Hyun-sung realized that this man wanted to live. Although the man didn't answer, it was clear from his expression that the guy had hit the nail on the head. Then the main character turned his gaze to the medallion and assumed that the man's decisions were connected with his daughter. What awareness struck the leader of the mercenary group to the depths of his soul? Hyun-sung decided to double-check his findings a little more, and for this purpose he activated psychometry. He saw several moments from the man's past, such as him talking to someone on the phone before the mission began. A sweet girl in a hospital gown was smiling at him on the other end of the line. The player knew that this might be the last time he would be able to talk to her, so he tried to stay calm and smile sweetly at her. This information prompted Hyun-sung to listen to the man's briefest account of his personal situation. It turned out that the man had dedicated many years to serving his country as a military man. But while performing one of the tasks, he woke up. It was then that he came into contact with Minister Tanaka, who had high hopes for him because he possessed heroic skills. The man then decided to do everything possible to satisfy the minister's requests. So 5 years passed, but an incident occurred in Osaka when evil monsters attacked the city. To save the city and its civilians, a group of players was assembled, led by a man. He bravely killed the monsters one after another, clearing the city almost single-handedly. He stabbed some in the heart, cut off the heads of others, and killed others in a more sophisticated way. Well, he moved like black lightning, leaving none of the monsters alive. The rest of the players could only stand silently on the sidelines and watch what was happening, and if necessary, provide any support they could. This went on for some time, but suddenly the main boss of the monsters fell to the ground, dying from multiple wounds. After that incident, the man's name became famous throughout Japan as he single-handedly dealt with the disaster in Osaka. Around that time, he learned that his daughter had contracted a mana-blocking disease that had a nearly 100% mortality rate. At that moment, the man's entire life was divided into before and after because he realized that there were still no suitable drugs or inhibitors to help his child. So, from that day on, his smiling daughter spent almost all her time in the hospital, as the doctors could only keep her alive while waiting for a new medicine to appear. As soon as the man had a free minute, he would visit the girl, bringing all sorts of goodies to somehow please her. For the first time in his life, Inukuso felt like a complete failure, as he had many overdue loans and banks were refusing to give him new loans. Just when the situation was at its worst, Minister Tanaka summoned the man. At that moment, the man knew perfectly well that his subordinate had a lot of debt on loans, after which he approached him with an offer. If Inukuso worked for him, he would not have problems paying his daughter's hospital bills. The girl's life was more important to the man than anything else, so he agreed to serve the minister. Returning to our time, the protagonist has a general understanding of Inukuso's situation, while pondering how things can be fixed. Lucy watched closely as the young man tried to remember what he had against the mana-blocking disease. Indeed, the guy found a magic neutralizer in his supplies that cost less than 10 million points, after which he approached the man with an offer. The protagonist was interested in the answer to the question of whether Inukuso would be able to kill all the government members who knew about his existence. The man could not yet give a precise answer to this question. Since the player himself was not sure about this, the main character asked to show him the status window. The man complied with the order immediately, and Hyun-sung began to study. The first thing that caught my eye was the 1,000 points of dexterity, which was typical for hired killers. At that moment, Inukuso promised to do whatever the protagonist wanted just to stay alive. The young man was willing to put up with this only if the man agreed to the deal he had made. So, Hyun-sung bought a soul contract that would guarantee him the Japanese man's obedience, although it cost more than the magic neutralizer. After he had made all the necessary changes, he gave it to the man for signature. As soon as the man heard that the boy knew something about neutralizing magic, he thought that his daughter could be cured. Hyun-sung confirmed his words and added that if the contract was broken, both the men and he would die at the same time. But this information was no longer needed by the man, since he had signed the document. As soon as the signature was placed, the contract sheet was torn into 2 equal parts before everyone's eyes. The first part of the document was absorbed by the main character. The second part of the contracts was absorbed by Inukuso. Seeing this, the 2 remaining Japanese also began to demand that a similar treaty be signed. Only the main character brought them down to earth, saying that they couldn't do this. It was all very simple. The contract could only be used with mutual consent and without the use of force, so Lucy was already starting to draw her sword, after which both guys lost their heads. Immediately after eliminating the enemies, Hyun-sung handed the bottle of medicine to the Japanese. The man accepted this gift of fate without hesitation. Thus, the terms of the contract were met. The soul contract took effect. Hyun-sung ordered Inukuso to tell the minister that the mission had failed and then board a plane to Japan. Upon arrival in his homeland, the man will have to kill all the people who know about the main character. The only thing that bothered the guy was that with his current qualifications, the man could fail this task. Inukuso remained silent, not knowing how to fix the situation. Since this matter was important to Hyun-sung as well, he decided to help the man a little, and then sent a request on behalf of the Lord to join, after which he insisted that the man accept this offer. Inukuso looked questioningly at the young man, trying to understand what was happening. Nevertheless, he accepted the boy's proposals and was now walking through the city streets, reporting to the minister about the failure of the mission due to the interference of the Korean Players Association. After this, the man said that he was returning to Japan tomorrow. Meanwhile, the man had already approached his hotel. He promised that upon his return he would bring the minister a report with precise information about the strength of their targets. After some time, Inukuso returned home, went to work and gathered all his subordinates. He was interested in how well they had cleaned up their tracks after their last mission. The players reported that they did everything with flying colors. Only after this did something happen that they did not expect. The chief wounded the first of them. The wounded man began to fall dead to the floor. After this, the man cold-bloodedly beheaded 2 more of his subordinates. Some of the workers tried to escape, the girls cried, not understanding why their boss was acting like this. Within a few minutes, there was not a single living soul left in the room. No matter how hard some players tried to resist, their captain was stronger. The man's weapon was covered in blood and his gaze was expressionless, so some thought he had gone mad. But these people couldn't talk for long either, because corpses don't talk. And in the meantime, only one guy remained alive. He cried bitterly and asked Inukuso to spare him. But the man was also only following orders, so he killed the guy. Blood and lifeless bodies. That's all that Osaka's hero left behind. A few days later, Hyun-sun read good news from Japan, which said that the minister and his assistants had committed suicide. Inukuso had done this part of his job well, so Lucy was curious about how the guy was going to use him next. To be honest, it was a very good question that Hyun-sung thought about. In their situation, there were two possible paths. The first was to leave everything as is and gather a lot of interesting information. The second was to formulate their own power in Japan. Although the guy didn't want to think about it now, but going hunting, yes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated because his mother was calling. He accepted the challenge and arrived at the hospital sometime later. As soon as he entered the room, he saw his mother holding his father's hand, who reciprocated the gesture. The man's entire family, including Lucy, waited for the moment when he would open his eyes. More than anything, Hyun-sung hoped that his father could hear him and respond. Indeed, at that moment, for the first time in a long time, Hyun-gyu was able to furrow his brow. It was clear that the disease had completely receded, which meant that after rehabilitation the man would be as fit as a fiddle. Suddenly, the man started coughing, frightening all his relatives. While Hyun-gyu found it difficult to speak, he confidently pointed his finger at his son. The boy's mother concluded that her husband wanted to thank his son. The guy was a little taken aback, not knowing how to react to this. Moreover, he felt that magic began to emanate from his father. Lucy also noticed the changes that had happened to Hyun-gyu. Suddenly, the main character's mother and sister began to panic. What if their loved one did not recover? But according to Lucy, the man woke up after his recovery and became a gambler. After saying this, the girl asked Hyun-gyu to show Hyun-sung her status bar. Everything turned out exactly as Lucy expected. The man became a player, and his son studied the information in his father's status window. The main character no longer doubted. His parent had awakened. Suddenly, the young man's mother began to cry. She believed that her husband's recovery was connected with his awakening. The boy's sister was also willing to believe this assumption, since even the doctor didn't know why dad was recovering. But Hyun-sun couldn't agree with them, because he understood that most likely, everything was the other way around. Yes, and the guy had long since stopped believing in simple coincidences. Perhaps the point was that the elixir contained a power capable of turning an ordinary person into a player. A week had passed since Hyun-gyu woke up, and his wife was with him the whole time, but on that day, his son came to visit him. The man looked well and was clearly on the mend, and he also felt a little guilty since his son had to come to him often. But the main character liked to see that his father looked better every day. Hyun-gyu was sure that not only did his face become more handsome, but he also had more strength. Suddenly, the woman interrupted the conversation between father and son, saying that she needed to go home for a short while. Only Hyun-sung asked his mother to sleep and rest at home, and he would stay with his father. Moreover, this was one of the best wards in the hospital, so even after the hunt he could rest here normally. The man also supported his son's desire to send the woman home to rest. Moreover, the man wanted to spend the day with his son today. If so, the woman decided to spend the day at home, but tomorrow she would pack her things and come here again. Hyun-sung offered to give her a ride home, but her mother refused, as she could have taken the bus. As soon as the father and son were alone in the room, the man thanked Hyun-sung, as he had recovered only thanks to his efforts. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung tried to pretend that he had nothing to do with it. But Hyun-gyu knew very well that he came to his senses after his son gave him that medicine. Father and son were drinking tea in the ward. Hyun-gyu said that he was not going to ask where his son got this magic medicine from. The man understood that his son could get into trouble if people found out about the cure for the incurable disease. However, he really wanted to thank Hyun-sung for his help. The young man was a little surprised by this turn of events, but he didn't mind being thanked. But he was worried about what his father was going to do next, and he smiled and said that he was in the prime of life. So after his rehabilitation, he planned to go underground and become a full-fledged player. The main character thought that this was a terrible idea, and that it would be better for his father to be at home, resting, and that the money the boy earned would be enough for everything. However, the man was sure that 57 years was not a reason to sit at home, and that he still needed to work. It was difficult to convince Hyun-sun, though, as he knew how dangerous the dungeons themselves were, and anything could happen inside. By and large, Hyun-gyu did not want to live on the money his child had earned at such a cost. Moreover, he wanted his son to stop going into the dungeons. After all, Hyun-sung had already earned enough money and could stop doing something so dangerous. At that moment, the boy realized that his father had made his final decision. However, the guy thought that his mother would not approve of this, but the man had already received his wife's approval. This was truly amazing news. Several days had passed since that conversation, and the protagonist was sitting in a cafe reflecting on the complexities of life. Lucy, who kept him company, understood that the boy did not like his father's decision. The girl thought that the main character should not be so negative about this issue. Hyun-sung didn't quite understand where the girl was going with this. She thought that in such a difficult time, it was wonderful that the boy's father became a player, as it seemed like a blessing from above. After all, when spatial gates open and crowds of monsters come out of them, ordinary people cannot do anything and die. But with players, things are completely different. Yes, there was some truth to that, but it was difficult for Hyun-sung to agree with it. Lucy reminded the guy that there were more and more spatial gates they didn't stop opening. And recently, more and more dangerous monsters have been emerging from them. From the girl's monologue, the protagonist came to the conclusion that she was inviting him to sit and watch as his father went into the dungeon. It was strange for him to hear something like this from a girl who knew just as well as he did how dangerous the dungeons were. But Lucy had another question. Would Hyun-sung, with his strength, not be able to ensure his father's safety in the dungeon? Hyun-gyu already knew about the elixir and intended to keep it a secret, so there shouldn't be any problems with other questions either. Therefore, the stronger the man, the calmer the main character will be. A few hours later, Hyun-sung went to see his father at the hospital, but the man still insisted on the decision he had made. The guy no longer intended to dissuade him, and this time he came here on business. To make everyone happy, the boy asked his father to do what he was about to ask him to do. After all, now Hyun-sung was a more experienced player and knew what would be best for everyone. First, the man had to accept his son's proposal. The man didn't quite understand what kind of strange offer his son was making him. But the boy asked him to accept it first and then ask questions. Hyun-gyu didn't argue any further and simply accepted Hyun-sung's proposal. Now the boy could start to open his cards. The truth is that he is not quite an ordinary player, but his mother and sister do not know about it. Moreover, the man began to feel the strange influence of his son's power. Hyun-gyu had to remember that everything that happened from now on had to be kept a secret, even from his mother and sister. After this, the guy got the second magic medicine from another world. He handed it to his father and asked him to eat it right now. The man looked in surprise at the medicine, which looked like a precious stone. No matter how scary it was, he had no reason not to trust his own child, so he swallowed the object. From the first minutes, he began to feel strange changes in his body. It wasn't surprising that this happened, since Hyun-sung had given his father a substance that increased his stats. And now, he was handing over a whole handful of similar things. Hyun-gyu accepted the gift, but he knew that the substance was extremely expensive. Hyun-sung didn't deny it, but in this world, only he could buy this substance. Therefore, the man did not have to worry about the price or the product in general. It was surprising to hear that only the main character can buy this substance and no one else. But this was the pure truth, so it had to be hidden so as not to cause unrest in society. At that moment, it dawned on the man that his son had obtained the medicine that had helped him in a similar way. Hyun-sung didn't deny this either, but he couldn't give more details. But now was not the time to think about it, and the man had to eat all the substances that his son had prepared for him. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the money spent, because after purchasing items, the protagonist could not return the money. This had an effect on the man, and he began to eat the medicine. In addition, Hyun-sung prepared several skill books for his father to study. After looking at the skill books, the man came to the conclusion that his son was suggesting that he attack monsters from afar, which was true, since his father was assigned the position of a long-range fighter. It was interesting, and Hyun-gyu studied the first book. Now Hyun-sung let his father go into the dungeon, but only with a person assigned to him. For some reason, the man thought that they were talking about Lucy. In addition to the girl, the man will be accompanied by a reliable tank who can protect or help him. Suddenly, Hyun-gyu became curious about whether ordinary people could take the substance that lay in front of him. In truth, the protagonist never tested this question in practice. After all, you can't recklessly risk the lives of ordinary people. For some reason, Hyun-gyu thought that if ordinary people could study skill books and there were substances like these, it would be wonderful. Hyun-sung immediately realized that they were talking about his mother. The guy was right in his guess. The man felt 30 years younger after taking the medicine, and he wanted his wife to experience something similar. Hyun-sung was against it. Besides, if his father didn't remember about the elixir and didn't want to go into the dungeon, he wouldn't have told him all this and shown him. Despite his own feelings, Hyun-gyu understood that his son was right, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. They sorted this out, after which the man asked when he could go into the dungeon. First, my father needed to be discharged from the hospital, then complete the player training, and only then go into the dungeon. The man had forgotten about these nuances, so now he felt a little awkward. The situation at the official residence of the Japanese Prime Minister did not look good. The man listened to the report that the incident with Minister Tanaka was the work of a player with heroic-level stealth skills, and he wanted to know the identity of the culprit, which had not been identified. Akunabe didn't think there were many people with heroic-level stealth abilities in Japan, so he also wanted to know the exact number. The only problem was that players do not disclose their personal data regarding their abilities, so the government did not have accurate information. But the Prime Minister could not understand how an ordinary player could kill a high-ranking government official, so he ordered his men to triple their border defenses. The first thought that came to his mind was that Minister Tanaka was killed by the opposition, although, on the other hand, this could have been the work of some faction within the party. Yes, the Prime Minister did not have a precise answer to the question of who killed the minister, but he was sure that it was either the position or a faction within the party that did it. This means they won't stop at killing Tanaki. There was no need to sprinkle ashes on his head, so Akunabe asked his assistant, who was currently in charge of all the secret agents. The girl reported that since all the higher-ups had died at the present time, Inukuso was in charge of the secret agents. The Prime Minister immediately realized that they were talking about the hero of Osaka. Akunabe wanted to contact the player because he had some business with him, but it had to be done secretly. The assistant immediately understood the man's wishes and was therefore ready to arrange a meeting. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the protagonist just got out of the shower and saw Inukuso calling him. Hyun-sung immediately assumed that something had happened since his subordinate was calling him. It turned out that the man had a meeting with the Prime Minister. The player began to briefly recount to the protagonist the gist of his conversation with the Prime Minister. The young man listened attentively to his subordinate, putting the puzzle together in his head. The essence of the meeting was that the Prime Minister instructed Inukuso to fabricate accusations of corruption against the ruling factions and the opposition party. Moreover, it seemed that Akunabe was planning to ultimately cover everything up by disguising it as suicide. The man didn't know what to do, so he called the protagonist, who ordered him to follow the Prime Minister's instructions and earn his trust. In this way, if possible, the man would be able to strengthen his influence in the Players Association or the Department of Dimensional Gates. After this, Hyun-sung asked the man how his trip to America went. Fortunately, everything went great. The young man was pleased to hear that thanks to the medicine he gave the man, his daughter recovered. It was logical to ask Inukuso what he was thinking about doing next. Whether to bring his daughter to Japan or not, the answer was clear. The man planned for the girl to continue living with her mother in America. The protagonist felt it would be appropriate to hide the fact of her healing in order to avoid suspicion. Inukuso planned, as before, to send a large sum of money for treatment so that no one would suspect him of anything. It was a great idea, but the young man asked not to contact him again for trivial matters. He could only call Hyun-sun if he personally was in serious danger, or if his country was in serious danger. In all other cases, the man could act at his own discretion. At this point, the young people ended their telephone conversation. The guy understood that the situation with Japan had normalized, and there was no need to worry anymore. Meanwhile, a player named Park Jin-young went into the Orc dungeon to hunt. He quickly passed the check, as he was a member of the Players Association and was ready to go inside. The man thought that today was a great day for hunting. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the dungeon, a crowd of angry orcs appeared before his eyes. For the first time in his life, the man realized that his dream was to work in a place like this. But the orcs did not appreciate his emotional outburst and were ready to attack. But Jin-young wasn't going to stand idly by and activated one of his skills. His ordinary sword turned into a fiery one, and the man called the orcs to him. He didn't have to wait long before a crowd of orcs attacked him. The player proved to be quite skilled and dealt several fatal blows to his opponents with lightning speed. Those whom he did not kill with his sword, the man kicked. In this way, he disoriented the enemy and gained time for a counterattack, after which he cut the enemy into 2 equal parts. Now the dungeon was littered with orc body parts and stones that had fallen from them. Jin-young was pleased that even after becoming a security officer, he could still come to the dungeon and hunt. Suddenly, some movement caught his attention. The situation escalated as a new group of orcs emerged from the dimensional gates into the dungeon. Initially, the man believed that he could cope with the newly arrived monsters. After all, he had just managed to restore some of his strength, so he was ready to deal a crushing blow to his enemies. Only he didn't notice that one of the orcs threw his hatchet at him. It was his mistake, as the hatchet hit the target exactly, and the man choked on his own blood. The problem was that the orcs that emerged from the spatial gates were not ordinary orcs, but higher ones. At that moment, the security personnel looked in his direction, realizing that the player had died. The guys didn't understand what could have happened that would cause their colleague to suffer from some orc. But before they could react in any way, the orcs began their attack, cutting through their weapons. Following the weapons, the boys deprived themselves of their heads. A few minutes later, the orcs began to celebrate their victory over the first humans. At that moment, another high orc emerged from the spatial gate. The orcs, who were of a lower rank, immediately bowed their heads before their kinsmen. Meanwhile, there were still players left in the dungeon who noticed the appearance of new orcs. But this didn't help them at all, since the orcs decided to exterminate all the people who were in the dungeon. Realizing that something had gone wrong, the people tried to escape, but they failed, and the orcs killed them one by one. One girl almost reached the exit, but turned around and realized that the monster was already nearby. Within moments, her cows splashed the walls of the dungeon. Meanwhile, people in the city were walking and having a good time. But at some point, they all froze and looked in the same direction. They saw a group of orcs emerge from the spatial gate and head towards the city. The further they went into the city, the more people they killed. The city streets were littered with the corpses of people who were unable to escape from the monsters. The orc leader rejoiced at the chaos he had caused. While Hyun-sung and Lucy were in the dungeon hunting, the protagonist missed several calls from the Players Association, so the young man called back immediately. Only when the guy called the association, no one answered, since the subscriber was out of network coverage. At that moment, Lucy called the guy and told him that they wrote on the internet about a monster invasion. Hyun-sung was surprised that the monster invasion hadn't been dealt with yet. But the girl clarified that these weren't just monsters, but a group of orcs. The young man was a little wary, as he did not understand what the girl meant. Lucy hadn't voiced her assumption before, but most likely the monsters began to evolve and became stronger. This was indeed not a pleasant surprise, but the girl added that of all the monsters, the orcs were the most similar to humans. So, non-combat orcs were of normal level, but when they became soldiers, they could reach rare levels. Based on this logic, there were also stronger representatives of them. If there is a commander in this group, then he can be of a heroic level, but a leader, albeit in rare cases, could reach a legendary level. Hyun-sung had never heard of legendary-level orcs, but Lucy had seen them with her own eyes. Meanwhile, in order to somehow contain the orcs, heavy military equipment appeared on the city streets, along with representatives of the regular army. The orcs met the people with hostility. Meanwhile, the commander of the South Korean armed forces gave the order to open fire on the monsters. A series of explosions from exploding shells near the monsters echoed through the city. The other orcs began to resemble a sieve due to the bullets fired at them. Before players appeared on the battlefield, the military rushed into battle. After some time, reinforcements arrived. The male player was afraid to imagine how strong these orcs could become. That's why he and his men decided to get rid of the monsters in one attack. The orc stood still and looked at the ice blocks flying at him. The attack by the mage players was truly impressive, as an ice wall appeared in the middle of the city, forcing the orcs to retreat. The soldiers took advantage of the moment and shot accurately at the monsters. After some time, the number of orcs in the group decreased significantly, but among them there were individuals that you couldn't kill with bare hands. At this point, stronger players appeared on the battlefield. One of the commanders quickly assessed the situation and killed the orc closest to him. The knights also cut down monsters left and right. The number of dead orcs increased rapidly. It was at this moment that Hyun-sung approached the scene. He looked around appraisingly, realizing that the situation was so-so, although he had worried for nothing. Everything was going according to plan. At that moment, he noticed how one group of players was surrounded by orcs. People were able to cope with them right up until the moment when a strange explosion occurred next to them. When the dust and smoke settled, the players noticed a huge orc standing in front of them. The men thought that if they attacked him together, they would defeat him. Hyun-sung watched the events unfold and realized that Lucy's assumptions were justified. The strangest thing was that this huge orc made eye contact with the guy. The orc that appeared differed from the others not only in its size, but also in its abilities, and it was precisely one of them that he activated. The group of players standing next to him were almost blown away by the force of his roar. They were under the influence of the mental skill. Battle cry. Their bodies were paralyzed for 10 seconds. Hyun-sung managed to stand firm thanks to the unyielding spirit, but this turn of events was the worst possible outcome. Meanwhile, the rest of the players froze in place and could do nothing about it. The battle cry had the opposite effect on the orcs. They became more aggressive and stronger. Now the orcs could kill immobilized players without any problems. Neither the boys nor the girls could escape. It was a bloody, one-sided game, and now the human losses were higher than those of the monsters. They could only suffer from pain and ask to be saved. At that moment, the orc approached the beautiful girl mage, who was trembling with fear and almost crying. One of the leaders of the orc group loomed over her menacingly. The first tear rolled down her pale cheek. At that moment, a player who had just arrived at the scene rushed to her aid. But he didn't really have time to do anything, as the orc was about to step on him. The man was unable to run away or dodge, so the orc crushed him like an insect, after which he swung the axe intending to kill the girl. Unfortunately, the monster was very accurate, and the blood of people flooded the street again. But one heartbeat later, a brave player attacked the orc, although the monster blocked his attack. The man was certainly strong, but even he had a hard time standing up to the high orc. It was lucky that a comrade who was attacking the orc from above rushed to his aid. Now the orc had to defend himself as blows fell on him like snow on his head. The problem was, though, that the monster was very angry and wasn't going to tolerate being bitten by people anymore. Meanwhile, the players began to lose strength. They were breathing heavily and did not know what to do next, because these orcs were too strong. The men understood that if things continued like this, they would die here, when suddenly a black lightning bolt flew past one of the players, after which the orc found himself at the epicenter of the explosion. But he wasn't dead yet, so the protagonist attacked him from behind. True, his blow did not harm the monster. Hyun Sung, like everyone else, understood that they were in big trouble. The orc turned to face the guy to show him his place. With difficulty, the young man managed to repel the monster's attack. However, he was alive, healthy, and uninjured. And this is good, considering that a whole crowd of orcs was running towards the main character. The young man was going to use his signature attack of mass destruction against them. He hit the target right on target, and the monsters began to writhe in pain, growling terribly. This situation inspired the other players, and they were ready to try to stop the high orc. But the blows from their tanks were like a poultice on a dead man for the orc. Seeing this, a group of players decided to retreat immediately. Hyun Sung understood that in this situation, such a decision was the right one. To move quickly, the guy activated the flicker skill, but a second later he received a notification that the skill was cancelled. The guy understood that he was in trouble, and that his opponents were too well prepared. If you looked at the roof of one of the houses, you could see the orc mage who was the cause of their troubles. Meanwhile, one of the player commanders ordered his men to retreat immediately. Since a legendary orc had appeared right there, all the players started fleeing the battlefield. Meanwhile, the main character stood still and wondered whether he should do as Lucy taught him. The decision was made. The young man mentally began to convince himself that he was going to die now. Meanwhile, the high orc began to run towards him. Looking at the monster, Hyun Sung repeated to himself that if he didn't dodge, he would either die or become disabled. He needed to believe that he could die now. It worked. The passive skill survival instinct was activated. The orc didn't immediately understand what had happened, because when he struck the asphalt with his axe, the main character was no longer there. Meanwhile, Hyun Sun was already behind the orc, inflicting his first wound. It was an unexpected turn of events for the monster. However, he was not going to give in to the man, so he counterattacked. But now, Hyun Sung was 100% confident in his abilities. It was evident from his gaze. After this, the protagonist wounded the orc on the arm and leg, reducing his mobility. And then something incredible happened. The young man, with lightning speed, inflicted a huge number of wounds on the huge orc. The other players watched in fascination, not understanding how the guy managed to do it. Suddenly, Hyun Sung shouted, ordering the rest of the players to retreat, as he was currently using a temporary buff, so he would not be able to hold off the orc for long. The guy was about to strike the orc again, but at some point he stopped, realizing that something was going wrong. At that moment, the monster swung his axe, trying to finish off the guy. Hyun Sung jumped back a decent distance from his opponent in time. The problem was that the passive skill had expired, so the protagonist decided to end the fight for today. Only the orc's expression indicated that he was not going to end the battle. But the young man had no intention of asking his permission, so he activated one of his spatial movement skills and disappeared. Meanwhile, the rest of the players fled the battlefield as fast as they could. Hyun Sung followed them, but suddenly his intuition told him that something was wrong. At some point, he looked up at the sky and saw a pentagram above the players running ahead. His colleagues also realized that they had problems, but it was too late. The guy also tried to warn them, but it was of little use. A second later, an explosion thundered in the place where the players were gathered. The protagonist managed to escape from the trap and arrived at a temporary shelter near Sinchon Station. The picture was not pleasant, as there were a lot of wounded players in the tents. Hyun Sung was there too, but his mood was at rock bottom, as he understood that his strength was still insufficient to fight such monsters. Most of the players who were in the shelter were also in confusion, discussing their next steps. At that moment, a girl who recognized him approached the main character. She was curious whether the young man remembered her or had already forgotten. Hyun Sung blushed, trying to remember where he had seen a representative of the fair sex. After some thought, the young man remembered seeing the stranger after the battle with the blue dragon. He was a little surprised, realizing that the girl would most likely now join the operation. Kang and he was glad that the guy remembered her and also didn't forget her name. He didn't understand such a violent reaction to such ordinary things. It would be strange if he didn't know the girl who, out of all the rankers in South Korea, had a unique ability and appeared on television with her specialty as a demonic spearman. This person was a famous ranker even among ordinary people, not to mention players. Suddenly, she grabbed the guy by the hands and began to thank him for his help, because if it weren't for him, trouble could have happened. At that moment, two more young men approached them and also thanked the protagonist, reminding him that they had already worked together once. The other players also began to pay attention to Hyun Sung, remembering that he was the one who survived the battle with the blue dragon. At that moment, a man approached the main character and said that he was glad to see him and finally get to meet the guy in person. The chairman of the Korean Players Association, Kak Sung-yeon, extended his hand to the young man in greeting. The protagonist responded to the man's handshake. Hyun Sung was pleased to meet the chairman, who asked for a few minutes for an important conversation. The young man did not refuse. Afterwards, they returned to the Players Association headquarters, where Sun Yeon told the young man that he had received many reports about his achievements. Therefore, even if they were meeting for the first time, the man had the feeling that they had known each other for a long time. But the main character couldn't say the same, because he knew practically nothing about the chairman. The boy's wariness did not escape the man's penetrating gaze, so he suggested that the boy try to establish friendly relations. To make the conversation more relaxed, they brought tea. Hyun Sung didn't want to beat around the bush, so he asked why he was called in for a conversation. The chairman also started to prevaricate and replied that the orcs were a leader and a legendary mage. Therefore, the Players Association, as in the case of the Amugi, planned to create a special squad to eliminate these two monsters. But the main character understood perfectly well that a fight with two legendary-level orcs would be much more difficult than their previous raid. This was clear enough, but they now had a more serious problem. It turned out that the orcs had taken civilians hostage, so this time an aerial attack was impossible. Hostages wasn't quite the right term. Most likely, the monsters had captured people to use as food in an emergency. Therefore, to begin with, the association planned to gather a large number of military personnel and players. From among them, 2 elimination squads will be organized, which will simultaneously deal with both the leader and the magician. This was all good, but the main character didn't quite understand why the chairman was telling him all this information. To his credit, Song Yong didn't beat around the bush and said he wanted to appoint Hyun Seong as the commander of one of the assassination squads. Hyun Sung didn't quite understand why he was chosen for this role. Everything was extremely simple because it was the young man who, albeit briefly, was able to fight the orc chieftain. Moreover, the chairman was interested in what skill the main character used for this. The guy became very tense when he heard his boss's wishes. Hyun Sun couldn't give any details, but he could describe his actions in general terms. Namely, he could tell about the activation conditions, the time of use, and the cooldown after this skill. Song Yeon believed that if the boy told even this information, it would be enough for him to understand the overall picture. But before he began his story, the young man asked why the boss was so interested in this issue. It was simple. The man wasn't sure that even with a buff like Kim Hana's, it would be possible to defeat the orc general within the skill's duration. But for the main character, the chairman had one consumable item. The man took a small object out of the inside pocket of his jacket and placed it on the table in front of the guy. Without thinking twice, Hyun Sun picked up the item and began to examine it. And it turned out to be ogre blood. After reading about all the characteristics of this item, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it was an improved version of the Werewolf King's heart. Hyun Seong assumed that the boss wanted him to accept the item so that he could defeat one of the legendary-level orcs with it. Song Yeon was confident that the boy would be able to win using his buff together with the effect of this item. They will also definitely add Kim Hana's buff to these two stats for a more powerful effect. Moreover, if the protagonist accepts this offer, the entire debt for purchasing the legendary-level skill book will be written off. Also, after completing the raid, the young man will be able to receive one item for free. Certainly, this offer sounded very tempting to Hyun-sung. Besides, 10% of lost skills can be restored for about 3.5 billion points. But the chairman of the association didn't know this, so the guy decided to demand from him 2 free items that he wanted as compensation. That wasn't all the young man wanted. He asked for the proceeds from the sale of items corresponding to his contribution to the raid. Song-yeon didn't expect such a wild request, although he understood its validity. Neither of them could refuse this deal, so they shook hands to show their agreement to the terms. The chairman sincerely thanked the protagonist for making such a difficult decision. Suddenly, Hyun-sung decided to ask the man for something else. Song-yeon was ready to listen to and fulfill the young man's request if it was within his power to fulfill it. So, the protagonist wanted a new team to be created in the association after the raid, which he would lead, having been promoted to commander. The chairman thought for a moment about this unexpected proposal. However, he thought there was nothing wrong with it, so he agreed to do it for the young man. Hyun-sung smiled, saying that he was afraid of his boss's refusal. As the secretary brought in the sweets, the chairman said that people with the protagonist's skills naturally had the right to take the position of team leader. A minute later, both interlocutors sat down at the table. The protagonist was even a little embarrassed by such an assessment of his skills. Afterwards, Hyun-sung told the chairman about how his temporary buff skill had activated. The boss didn't expect the conditions for activating this buff to be so difficult. But a minute later, the protagonist surprised the man even more when he asked to be sent alone into the thick of things. After all, if you do exactly that, the chances of activating the skill will increase sharply. Song-yeon considered this proposal too dangerous, but the protagonist argued that he had to take this risk. At that moment, the man realized that he had been very wrong about the young man, because he had initially read him as an unprincipled egoist. There was no point in throwing ashes on my head. I needed to start preparing for the raid right now. It was approaching evening, and it became obvious that the detachment sent to fight the orcs had suffered a defeat. This sad news was immediately known to all citizens of South Korea. The main reason for the failure of the first raid was that there were only 2 legendary-level orcs. Obviously, after such news, all citizens of the country fell into panic, not knowing where to run or what to do. People who lived in the capital and surrounding regions began leaving the city en masse and heading south, where it was safer. The South Korean government has appealed to the UN for assistance and has also called on rankers and players from across the country. UN representatives soon arrived in South Korea, and their leader Jason inquired if there was a way to stop the psychological attack the orc chieftain was using. The man believed that if they couldn't stop the orc's mental attack, there was a high probability that the operation would fail. Sun Yeon once again reminded that there would be a punitive squad that would lure out the legendary-level monster and destroy it. Jason didn't really believe that the players would be able to destroy a monster of that level in such a short period of time. Moreover, if the monster activates a mental skill at this time, then it will be impossible to avoid large casualties. Suddenly, the chairman of the Korean Players Association realized that his colleagues were proposing to leave everything as is and do nothing. Things were a little different. Jason argued that until they had a way to counter the psychological attack, there was nothing they could do. Sun Yeon was outraged. He believed that the UN representatives had come to their country to help destroy the orcs, and not all this. Jason argued that his men could sacrifice a lot to win, but they would not participate in such a rash plan and die like dogs. Hyun-sung sat silently the whole time and was amazed because he hadn't seen such a mess for a long time. Watching the players around the round table, he thought that perhaps they were newcomers and not UN peacekeeping soldiers. After arguing a bit more, Jason and his men left the negotiation room. Representatives of the Korean Players Association were outraged. Because Jason was deliberately stalling for time, he acted similarly during the expedition to Chozo. Then, the number of civilian casualties increased greatly. Yuna approached the chairman and asked how difficult the new battle with the orcs would be. The answer was, very difficult. There was no guarantee that the orcs would just sit there, so the players had no choice but to hold another meeting with the UN representatives tomorrow. The boss praised his people for a job well done today. Therefore, I allowed everyone to go home and have a good rest. Everyone was about to take advantage of this advice when suddenly the main character was stopped by Yuna. The girl asked the young man to give her some time. Before starting the conversation, Yuna decided to make coffee. Already holding a cup of hot drink, she approached the main character, saying that she had already heard certain rumors. For example, that in his first battle the young man made a huge contribution. To be honest, the girl thought that Hyun-sung joined the second raid to quickly and strongly level up. But now she understands that this is not so. Therefore, She assumed that the young man had been hiding his skills all this time. This wasn't entirely true, since otherwise the guy would have been killed by the blue dragon. This was true, but the girl also understood that since then the main character had become much stronger. Hyun Sung decided to remain silent loudly, as he didn't know how to respond to this statement. Meanwhile, Yuna had already come to another topic. She heard that in this battle, the main character decided to take the greatest damage. This was the pure truth, since the guy was going to get the maximum benefit from this situation. But Yuna believed that this proposal did not bring any benefit. After all, it was essentially impossible to restore lost skill points. So she was grateful to the protagonist for the decision he made. But if the guy suddenly changes his mind, he will have to tell her about it at any time, and she will take over his role. But Hyun-sun had already made his final decision and had no intention of changing it. Essentially, the debt of over 1 trillion won for the 2 legendary items would be written off, so there was no way he could refuse. However, there was one more question that Yuna wanted to ask the protagonist, but she thought it might sound a bit rude. Hyun-sung was ready to answer almost any question she had, so she could confidently voice it. Surprisingly, she wanted to know about the protagonist's contribution to the raid on the Yamugi. The young man didn't quite understand why the girl was interested in this question, but everything was simple. She became second. So, to find out who took first place, she asked all the rankers who took part in the battle about their places. But none of these people were the first. Therefore, it was logical to assume that Hyun-sung took first place. The silence dragged on. So after a few minutes, the protagonist gave in and said that he had won first place. There is no need to think that the association made a big mistake. She gave the player who contributed the most to the raid the smallest reward. Therefore, the girl was going to talk to Mr. Kan so that the main character would be given a reward again. The young man did not intend to refuse such generosity. The girl realized that he was not telling the whole story and was hiding something else. In essence, this was true, but Hyun-sung couldn't say it out loud. However, the girl asked for one promise: to fulfill her duty as a member of the Players Association from now on. There was no need to ask the guy about this, since he was going to do it himself. The next morning arrived, and the UN and Korean government delegations gathered in the negotiating room. Hyun-sung, unlike the others, wanted to sleep rather than take part in a useless meeting. Today, everything happened exactly the same as yesterday. Chairman Khan demanded help right now. Jason stubbornly refused, biding his time. Thus, the meeting today did not end well either. Only suddenly did everyone notice that something strange had started to happen. It felt like an earthquake had started. But in reality, the orcs had begun to advance deeper into the city. It was no longer possible to wait, so Chairman Kan demanded that all armed forces be assembled, after which the delegation of South Korean players left the meeting room. At that moment, the man turned his gaze to Jason and asked if the UN military would help them in their current situation. Jason had no choice, so he agreed, after which he and his men left the meeting room, leaving Chairman Khan alone. Jason believed that they should just pretend to fight and retreat at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, a helicopter had already been prepared, which would carry the team led by Hyun-sun on their mission. Yuna walked confidently towards the second helicopter, leading the second team. Each player had to board the helicopter after receiving the extra buff. After Hana's manipulation, the players felt much stronger. At this moment, the main character once again realized how good it is to have a good buff. He walked towards his helicopter, checking the status window, but skill books with buffs still hadn't appeared on sale. Unfortunately, in a year and a half, he still hasn't come across any similar skill books, which is a shame. Now he realized that it would be good if he had a few skills similar to the survival instinct. After all, using consumables would be very unprofitable, while most of his team members were already on board the helicopter. Now the guy understood that if it weren't for the battle with the legendary level monster, he wouldn't have had to use consumables at all. Meanwhile, one of the association's employees checked the list of team members and said that the helicopter could depart. So they had already been in the air for some time, flying to the right place. Looking out the window, Hyun-sung realized that everything looked very crazy. It seemed to him that as soon as he went down, the survival instinct would immediately be activated. Nevertheless, the operation had to be started. He ordered the airlock to be opened, as he intended, go first. The rest of the team looked at him in surprise but said nothing. While the players were pondering whether it was right or wrong to do this, the main character left the helicopter. It was rapidly approaching the Earth. He believed that this operation needed to start off well, so he began to activate his Black Lightning skill. Moreover, to gain an advantage, he needed to use his strength to the maximum. A bolt of black lightning burned everything in its path. The orcs began to writhe in terrible agony, turning into ashes. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung had already descended to the sinful earth, moving forward. He would be pleased with the result of the first job he had done, as some of the orcs were dead. Meanwhile, a legendary rank orc came to the forefront. Hyun Sung did not hesitate and was ready to accept the fight. The orc was angry and wanted to destroy everything around him. Standing in place, Hyun Sung was not going to, so he dressed himself in black lightning and ran towards his opponent. The orc commander immediately called his subordinates for help. They ran as fast as they could towards the main character, trying to stop him. Only the man was much more agile than them, so he jumped up, turned over, choosing a new victim. True, he was unable to attack, as a legendary-level orc took advantage. At that very moment, the survival instinct was activated, so the protagonist ate the consumable. His strength had definitely increased exponentially, as could be seen from the explosion that engulfed the orcs. The commander tried to protect himself from the blast wave. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung stood to the side and watched the results of his actions. He understood that if everything went according to plan, he would be able to defeat a legendary-level orc on his own. But something didn't want to go according to plan, and the orc, although a little weakened, was still in good physical shape. His speed increased, so he already attacked the young man. The main character didn't expect such agility from him, so he stood still for now. But his confusion lasted only a few seconds, and when the orc's axe came down, he moved out of the line of attack. The orc didn't like this, so he became even more angry. But this was of no fundamental importance to the main character, who was about to counterattack. In truth, the movement of the man and the monster were almost at the same speed. They tried to injure each other, but were short of direct attacks. At that moment, the young man realized that his opponent was very strong, so it was difficult to kill him, even without the support of other orcs. However, he was not about to give up and once again acknowledged his black lightning, forming a new attack. The guy launched a ball of lightning that exploded right between him and the monster. At this point, conventional military forces stepped in and launched several cruise missiles at the enemy of humanity. At the same moment, there was a collision and a strong explosion, after which other players appeared on the battlefield to support Hyun Sung. Among them were not only knights and tanks, but also powerful magicians. That was it, and the protagonist was ready to begin the second round of the battle. Players began to surround the orc general from different sides, but the main character still remained in the center. People attacked the monster with various spells, causing it to suffer. When he was distracted by a group of people, he almost missed the attack of the main character. However, he was able to put up a good defense against attacking techniques. Unexpectedly, it didn't work as expected, and the orc missed the first blow. The first was followed by a second, a third, a fourth in different parts of the body, slowing down his movements. The protagonist did not stop at the achieved result, since the monster was not yet dead. But this situation began to annoy the monster, so he began to growl menacingly. But no matter how hard the orc tried to fight back, he couldn't do anything. Hyun Sung turned into a real lightning bolt, and the other players didn't let up either. A few moments later, the young man inflicted significant damage on his opponent, and blood sprayed in all directions. No matter how much pain it was for the monster, he was not going to give up. However, he did not have the strength to remain upright, so he fell to his knees. The main character stood a little to the side, observing the situation. Meanwhile, the orc was still kneeling and not moving, yet he was still alive. At this moment, the orc used his battle cry to paralyze the enemy. Hearing the battle cry of their leader, a group of orcs moved towards the people. The players weren't fools, so they realized they had a small problem in the form of other monsters. In order to hold back the crowd, one of the players used his Shield of Faith skill. Another held back the orc with an indestructible wall. But there was another group of monsters that attacked the other guys. They tried their best to fight back, but it was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, there were still 2 players left in the helicopter, providing magical support from the air. The boy and girl specialized in healing and long-range combat, so they did not go down to the main group. They turned their forces towards their comrades, who stood right in front of the orc general. He, the general, turned out to be not as stupid as his subordinate, so he prepared to throw the axe. Surprisingly, his target was not the main character, but the players who were on the helicopter. The players who were in the helicopter were clearly in serious trouble as they were injured. An axe was sticking out of the bottom of the aircraft, which began to lose altitude. Now the players below had another problem. They knew that a crash was inevitable. The orc was pleased with the work done. Now all that was left was to finish off the people. However, the players were not about to give up and attacked the monsters again. Now, the orc had only one axe with which he could defend himself from the attacks of his opponents, so most of his body was open to blows. The main character took advantage of this. He inflicted several wounds on his opponent's chest, and the monster staggered. But even after this, he did not want to die, continuing to growl menacingly. Now, Hyun-sung had a problem because the effect of the survival instinct skill had ended. It felt like the monster sensed that its opponent had become a little weaker, so he activated all his power reserves in order to kill people in one fell swoop. This counterattack turned out to be very good, as the players scattered like wooden soldiers in different directions. The knights and magicians decided to run to the tanks to minimize the damage. Now, the main character and the orc general were about to fight one-on-one. The first blow came from the orc, who threw an axe at the man. Hyun-sung barely managed to dodge the attack, which was a grazing one. Now it was the young man's turn to return the favor, and he did so with lightning speed and quite successfully, wounding his opponent. The orc was already covered in blood from his wounds, but he resisted. The main character had to actively dodge the monster's new attacks. At that moment, several players rushed to his aid. They managed to inflict several stabbing and cutting wounds on the monster. Meanwhile, the main character cut off the orc's left hand, which was holding the axe. The guy was already starting to get pretty irritated by the fact that the orc didn't want to die. But even without one arm, the monster managed to wound the main character in the stomach. But this was already a problem since the calculation was based on the ability of the young man and not other players. But it was this wound that served as the trigger that enabled the guy to cut off his opponent's head. After the monster's head flew off, its body also fell to the ground. Hyun-sung was tired and sat down on the asphalt. At that moment, he heard calls for evacuation. Players who stood firmly on their feet helped the wounded get to the evacuation point. At that moment, an airplane flew up to the battlefield, and everyone rushed to board it. Some of the men were able to move independently, while others were given all possible assistance. Within minutes, they were all on board a working helicopter. The OKR general fell, but the orc mages continued to rage and attack people. Their combined attack was so powerful that it broke through the defensive barriers that the players had been holding up until now. It was obviously a loss for the people that galvanized the opponents into action, who were not going to stand by and watch. The monsters wanted blood, they thirsted for revenge, so they rushed to attack. The young man could not move from the spot and looked in horror at the crowd of monsters that was approaching him. He could only ask for help, but he himself was mortally wounded and could not do anything. For a few seconds, the players who were ahead looked back and saw what was happening below, but did not go down. The last knight came on board and reported that all the survivors were here. Their group did everything they could to complete the mission, so the helicopter carried them to safety. The players on board the helicopter did not feel the joy of defeating a legendary orc. They remained mostly silent. Hyun-sung also sat silently, as he was very tired this time during the fight. To be honest, he was currently very worried about whether Yuna's group had defeated their legendary level orc. Suddenly, the young man jumped up from his seat as soon as he saw the intelligence officer. The girl approached the main character, greeted him, and asked how she could help him. Hyun-sung, like the other players on board, was interested in how the raid on the orc mage went and whether they managed to kill him. An unpleasant question that the girl did not dare to answer, even though her boyfriend asked her to. Nevertheless, she gathered her strength and voiced the terrible information. The raid on the orc mage had failed miserably. The main character couldn't believe his own ears. He thought it was impossible. There was only one explanation for what had happened. The monster had used its spatial movement skill, but it was hard to call it a failure, since things were much worse. 90% of all players died during the raid. The young man had little interest in strangers. He wanted to know what had happened to Yuna. The intelligence girl was silent for a moment, but then replied that Captain Shin Yuna was alive. But according to the information received, the girl was seriously wounded and could no longer continue the fight, so she had to retreat. It was important for the other players to know what happened to their friends. Jin-guk from the TS Guild, and the leader, Ma Jin-kwan. It was hard for the girl to tell the bad news, so she handed the guys a tablet with a list of surviving players. Yes, the news was sad. The girl player could not hold back her tears as people close to her died. The men tried to hide their faces so that no one would see their grief, but it was obvious that they were also very worried. Hyun-sung understood their feelings perfectly, but he couldn't help, so he simply stood aside and remained silent. Following the completion of the two raids, government and UN officials met to discuss further action and assess the effectiveness of the operation. It turned out that when the helicopter with the players approached the landing point, the orc mage launched 2 spells on the sides of the aircraft. The players managed to land on the roof and begin the attack. But unexpectedly for everyone, the ordinary orc mage turned into a genie-like giant. None of the players had ever seen such a transformation. Even watching this process on the screen, everyone froze in surprise. And then something terrible began to happen. The monster crushed people with his fiery fists like bugs. When he got tired of doing this, the monster decided to spit a pillar of fire at the people, like a dragon, in order to get rid of them in one go. Analyzing what he saw, the protagonist came to the conclusion that the orc mage had a skill similar to Wild Instinct. At that moment, Mr. Khan approached the young man and asked how he was feeling. The man had a patch on his cheek, apparently hit during the fight. Although all of the boy's wounds had healed, his boss asked him to be more careful and cautious with himself. After all, external wounds might heal, but internal damage could not be cured even with healing magic. At that moment, Hyun-sung looked at his hand, realizing that the wounds he received from magic left residue in his body for a long time and interfered with the use of his own mana. Although small magical wounds healed fairly quickly, serious injuries were a different matter. The main character wasn't worried about himself. He wanted to know the details of Shin Yuna's condition. Song Yeon had bad news on this matter. The external wounds had healed, but the internal ones were too serious. The girl must undergo treatment at the association's hospital for at least a week, and then we'll see. On the battlefield, the circumstances were not the best either, and the fighting was fierce. But there were many losses which did not inspire hope. The only good thing was that Hyun-seong defeated the orc warlord, which caused the rest of the orcs' morale to drop, making them easier to kill. This made it easier to use military forces and modern weapons. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided to join the fight again and help resolve the issue with the orc mage. Mr. Khan was against this decision because the guy himself had recently been on the verge of death, so it would be better for him to rest and fully recover his strength. But the main character had already made his decision, and besides, he was already completely fine. Hyun-seong was confident that if he helped the association a little, the number of casualties would decrease, which would undoubtedly benefit everyone. Having said this, the guy went to the exit. Sun Yeon stood there and realized that he didn't understand something. The guy must be very upset about the loss of stats. But for some reason, the main character still decided to return to the battlefield without showing his true feelings. As the guy approached the door, another player suddenly stood up, saying that he would also go into battle. Since the young man's magic has almost completely recovered, he is ready to go and avenge his fallen comrades. Two more players who had been in the previous raid with the main character were ready to return to the battlefield with him. By and large, the entire group was once again ready to go on a new raid against the orc mage with Hyun-sun. The protagonist was silent and looked at his comrades in arms. The young man could not make such decisions on his own, so he turned to Mr. Kan. The determination of his subordinates could not leave the man indifferent. He was also ready to lead them onto the battlefield. So, the second phase of the operation to eliminate the orc mage began, and a military helicopter dropped off the main character not far from him. Hyun-sung began his attack by using black lightning to destroy the enemy in a massive way. The monsters growled in pain and helplessness, as they could do nothing against the power of black lightning. Within moments, almost a dozen orcs were destroyed by the main character. The young man cut some of them in half to discourage them from attacking the ground. Only now did he realize that hunting heroic-level orcs was much easier than hunting legendary-level orcs. The other players who landed after the young man also showed good success, decapitating their opponents. Some of them preferred hand-to-hand combat and the use of brute physical force, but the result was the same: the death of the enemies. At this moment, the head of the Korean Players Association appeared on the battlefield, activating a fire skill. As soon as the monsters saw him on the battlefield, confusion and some fear began to appear on their faces, and they could be understood, as Mr. Kan activated an unusually powerful spell, forming a huge fireball that launched his opponents. Now the orcs had no chance of salvation as they were turning into burnt shish kebab. Meanwhile, the man transformed the fireball into a fire sword, which was an extension of his right hand, and rushed into battle. His new attacks were unusually effective, cutting down heroic-level orcs in no time. At this moment, the protagonist realized how strong a player his boss was. The man possessed such destructive power that he quickly dealt with low-level orc mages. At this moment, a legendary-level orc mage entered the game. He was clearly angry, ready to rage and throw a tantrum because someone dared to disrupt his plans. All the heroic orcs heard his commanding call and turned their heads towards him. Moreover, it became obvious that they began to use deceptive maneuvers and avoid the battlefield. Some players didn't bother to analyze the situation and decided to run after them to finish what they started. Moreover, Mr. Khan ordered his subordinates to kill all the monsters, leaving no one alive. It was difficult to understand the direction of the orcs' movement. Most likely they were running towards the spatial gates, but this is not certain. Meanwhile, the main character looked around and realized that these monsters had made a mess here, but for some ridiculous reason they were running away from the battlefield. This was extremely strange. So he activated the flicker skill and moved through space, appearing and blocking their escape route. After that, he made eye contact with the monster, preparing to use lightning breath. As a result, an entire group of orcs disappeared from the face of the earth. All that remained of them were body parts and ashes. But this was not the end of the battle. The protagonist looked at the artifact on his hand, realizing that he could now better use a number of new attacks. Meanwhile, not far from him, a powerful explosion thundered, destroying the space around him. The shockwave almost blew him aside, but he found his footing in time. As soon as the fire and smoke cleared, an orc mage appeared in that place, whom the young man wanted to catch more than his life. Meanwhile, the monster activated one of its mass destruction spells and aimed it at the main character. However, Hyun-sung did not move and looked his opponent in the eye, showing no fear or worry. This human behavior slightly surprised and alarmed the legendary level orc mage. However, this did not mean that he would spare him, so the monster began its attack, and the young man had no choice but to retreat. But Hyun-sung was determined to catch and destroy his enemy. So he tried to activate his flicker skill, but something went wrong during the activation. However, he was able to advance quite quickly and far, killing the monsters that came his way. But this was still not enough. So the guy gathered a huge amount of black lightning around himself, creating a kind of sphere trying to scare the opponent. But the problem was that the Elder Orc did the same, but with fire. And then what happened was that during the first operation, the Orc Mage turned into a huge monster that looked like a genie. UN representatives observed everything that was happening from a respectable distance and provided comments without rushing to help. Jackson decided that the combined UN forces would provide support from the rear without engaging in open conflict. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the protagonist took out his sword preparing to attack the enemy. But in this clash, it was unclear who had caused damage to whom, or whether they had caused any damage at all. A few seconds later, Hyun-sung jumped aside, completely safe and sound. But this was not part of the monster's plans. So he tried to grab the main character, but he failed. At that moment, the young man realized that he would not win easily. Meanwhile, the players who had been supporting him gathered to attack the enemy. They used a variety of melee and ranged attacks, including a range of magical attacks, to avenge their fallen comrades. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not cause any damage to the enemy. But at some point, they noticed that the flames began to diminish. This was their chance to finish off the enemy. Only this was planned by the monster who wanted to lure people into a trap. A few moments later, the monster created a huge fiery force field around itself, which consumed everything around it. At that moment, the main character appeared behind the orc, forming a ball of black lightning, after which he struck him directly in the back. To consolidate the effect, high-ranking magicians were involved. Small explosions occurred as their magic collided with the monster's body. Now the time has come for the main character to attack, which he did. The force of his attack caused the orc to transform back into its original form, after which people began running towards him. However, the monster tried to cast a new spell and cast it on the players' heads. So, after a few moments, a wall of fire appeared in front of the people. This might have been a hindrance to most players, but not to the protagonist, who broke through the veil of fire and approached his goal. After which the guy dealt the first significant blow to the monster. The orc immediately understood what had happened. And what had happened was that the main character's sword had pierced him right through, and the blow hit right in the heart area. A few seconds later, realizing what was happening, the orc fell to his knees. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung pulled the sword from him and stood there wondering what to do next. The monster is not yet completely dead, so the magic has not yet completely dissipated. At that moment, the young man turned around, as some movement caught his attention. The protagonist's comrades began to rejoice, as they believed that victory was in their grasp. Even the head of the Players Association, although silent, applauded the young man. Meanwhile, UN members continued to watch all the events, believing that the Korean victory was incredible and amazing. From everything he saw, Jackson concluded that the main character was a magical swordsman. Since the guy was quite strong, the man gave his assistant an order to use any means to attract Hyun-sung to their side. To be honest, the man didn't expect that Korea would produce such an outstanding player besides Shin Yuna. So, the battle ended with a great victory for humanity, but the players were unable to destroy all the monsters. This is all because some of the orcs managed to escape to their homeworld through the spatial gates. Afterwards, the Korean government declared victory in the second raid. A stunning success after the first raid on the legendary monster. The victory over the legendary orcs was widely publicized throughout the world. Although Korea seemed quite strong on the outside, many rankers and high-level players died. Therefore, the government began to feel a certain amount of anxiety due to the fact that it was now unknown when another legendary-level monster might appear, and dealing with it would now be much more difficult. Meanwhile, Yuna was still in the hospital bed. Suddenly, the girl's peace was disturbed by a knock on the door. Although she wasn't expecting guests, she allowed them in. Hyun-sun himself came to visit the girl. She even felt a little embarrassed, as she didn't look her best in her hospital gown. The young man did not come empty-handed, but brought the girl a small present, which he left on the nightstand. He sat down opposite her and asked how she was feeling. Yuna answered honestly that the external wounds had healed. She didn't use magic on purpose, so she should be back to normal in a few days. Hyun-sung was worried not only about her injuries but also about her physical condition, so he asked the girl not to blame herself too much for what happened. He understood that nothing could be done in that situation, but she believed that it was her mistake. Therefore, the girl decided to become stronger, at least so that she would not experience such terrible pain a second time. Therefore, if next time she meets an orc mage, she will definitely avenge her fallen comrades. Hearing these words, the main character felt a sense of relief. Now he clearly understood that Yuna was not the kind of person who could be broken by something like this. And besides, the girl thanked him for the fact that this time he was able to avenge her as well. The young man believed that he had done nothing special, and that other players had helped him to carry out his plan. Yuna believed that it was Hyun-sung who made the biggest contribution to their victory. If it weren't for him, everything could have failed from the very beginning. That's why the girl was worried about the guy's well-being, since he had 2 fights in a row. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that he was fine. The girl understood that even though the young man had received 2 legendary-level skills, he must have lost quite a lot of stats due to the consumable he had consumed. But the main character didn't worry about it, because he just had to try harder to improve his level. Therefore, he hoped that when Yuna finally recovered, she would help him with this. The girl just became embarrassed and looked down. So, it was time for the auction. 7 items dropped from the Orc Chieftain and Mage Hunt. All of them were legendary level. Among the legendary level items was an axe used by the Orc Chieftain. The Orcs took one with them when they fled, and the Rankers took the remaining one. The remaining items might not fit the main character. Moreover, he had already collected the set, so he simply didn't need them. If you exclude these 4 items, there are still 3 skill books left, and the main character was promised 2 free items. Of the 3 skill books, the main character liked 2. The first was Berserk, the second was Battlecry, and the second was on sale now. So, Battlecry is the first legendary level mental attack skill, the girl who was running the auction announced. The starting price was 3 billion, then the bid was raised to 4 billion. The bidding continued and the bid rose to 6.5 billion won. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed that all the major guilds had gathered in the hall, so it was not surprising that the price was rising and was already at 7 billion. At that moment, Mr. Khan made his bet, raising the price to 1 trillion won. But there was a man who outbid this bet. The girl who was running the auction asked again if there was anyone in the room who was willing to offer a higher price for the item. But no one dared to beat such a high bid. No one dared, except the main character, who was ready to pay 2 trillion won for this skill book. 2 trillion won was an exorbitant amount of money, so no matter how much anyone complained, they couldn't pay more. So the battle cry went to the main character. At that moment, the head of the Players Association regretted promising the guy 2 free items for participating in the raid. Meanwhile, Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs was pondering what to do with JoJo. The government understood that the Kyushu disaster was partly due to Western reaction, but given that the monster was flying, it could not have been avoided. Unfortunately, they lost Kyushu Castle, and everyone who lived in it, namely 15 million people. And if everything is left as is, the monster will definitely reach mainland Honshu. It was known that Korea had dealt with 2 legendary-level monsters at the same time, so the Japanese government needed to enlist the support of its neighbor. It was obvious that other countries that had problems with monsters would also fight for South Korea's support. This was already clear, so the Prime Minister was going to submit an official request to the neighboring country. They will ask you to send a group of players to them to destroy a legendary-level monster. The protagonist emerged from the dungeon and read a message that Japan had requested Korea's support in the fight against monsters. He was outraged, as they already had more work to do than they could handle. And apparently the advertising campaign was too good. The situation in South Korea itself wasn't the best right now, so the guy honestly didn't understand how they could help anyone else. Hyun-sung understood that the government was saying this because the elections were currently underway, but it made little sense. At this moment, the main character was called by 2 players who approached him. It turned out that Mr. Kan had been looking for the young man for some time. The main character was not happy to hear the news as he was a little busy at the moment. However, he had nowhere to go and had to go to meet Mr. Khan, who told him that they were specially organizing a team for the young man, which would be called the Assassination Squad. Hyun-seong was surprised because this unit was supposed to be temporary to fight legendary monsters. Did the leader really plan to keep it and use it in the future? Mr. Khan had thought of everything. The association would create an assassination squad led by the main character, and in the event of a legendary-level monster appearing, this squad would be expanded by recruiting other rankers. Hyun-seong understood that this scheme was similar to creating a reserve force that specialized exclusively in difficult battles. Only at this stage, the main character was the only member of this squad, but if there was someone in the association whom the guy would like to take, they would provide that person. In addition, it was possible to consult with the captains of each team and select suitable candidates. At this point, Hyun-seong asked the boss if he could take someone who was not directly a member of the South Korean Players Association. However, the boss believed that if the goal was to fight legendary-level monsters, the criteria for selecting team members should be as strict as possible. True, he was ready to leave this issue to the protagonist to consider, because the assassination squad was created to achieve long-term results. And even if not immediately, in the long run the guy will be able to choose talents that will help him in raids on legendary-level monsters. Hyun-seong understood that, on the one hand, these were excellent conditions for cooperation. The boss thought that the guy would fall for the bait called, "the more you have, the harder it is to leave." So, the young man came to his office, sat down at the table, put his feet on it, and began to think, the first thing he would do is use the King's Banner skill. After that, I was going to recruit a team of players who couldn't change their first profession, because high-level players are treated well wherever they go, so they don't come often. And he would need too many leadership points for such high-ranking players. It would be easier to start with something easier. He was going to cultivate in the shadow those people who knew about his personal skill, along with Lucy, his father, and Wu Xin. Therefore, he intended to raise worthy warriors from low-level players who would obey him. As they stay in the sun and their levels increase, they will be unable to escape due to the high penalties for breaking the contract. This way, he will be able to seize all the power in the South Korean Players Association. Evening came, and the young girl walked around the city thinking out loud that, although she could both defend and attack, but because of such an ambiguous position she was not taken into any unit. In this situation, she had no idea what to do next or how to hunt. Everyone was living their normal lives. Some were playing sports, some were going on dates, and she was sitting alone on a bench in the park. Before this, she bought a lottery ticket in the hope of winning at least some easy money. But she was not a lucky person since only one number matched. At that moment, she heard footsteps behind her. Hyun-seong approached Lee Soo-jin just as she was tearing up the ill-fated lottery ticket. The girl turned around and looked at the young man, not understanding who he was. The protagonist introduced himself as the captain of the Player Association Assassination Squad. The girl was embarrassed, not knowing what such a high-ranking person wanted from her, after which she rose from her seat and bowed politely to the protagonist. Meanwhile, the young man proposed to her, and the girl was interested in whether if she accepted his proposal, her salary and support would be increased or not. Yes, everything will be exactly like that. Besides, Hyun-seong promised to help her acquire a skill book that will allow her to improve her characteristics. Soo-jin didn't listen any further and immediately agreed to join the young man. Hyun-seong didn't expect that she wouldn't even ask about the consequences of the penalties, and he would also know her skill window. Moreover, if she leaves his command, all levels, characteristics, and skills that she has increased will disappear. But the girl apparently was not at all frightened by this information, and the window of her status has long been known to the association. Besides, the girl was in a hurry now, so she didn't have time to worry about such trifles. Since that was the case, Hyun-seong sent her an invitation, which she had to accept. After Lee Soo-jin accepted the offer, 10 leadership points were spent, and the protagonist gained the special class skill King's Summon. Now Hyun-seong could give orders to his subordinates regardless of distance. While the young man was pondering his new skill, the girl was overjoyed that she was now at least part of a team. Suddenly, she stopped because she heard the guy's voice in her head. She didn't understand how this could have happened, and whether everything was okay with her, or whether her mind had been clouded by joy. So she asked the young man why she heard his voice in her head. The protagonist smiled, saying that this was a special skill. Having such a skill seemed very cool to the girl. Hyun-seong noted to himself that using this skill consumed almost no magic, while simultaneously taking out 2 skill books from the storage. He gave these skill books to the girl to study. Out of gratitude and happiness, the girl hugged the books to herself and bowed low to the young man, almost crying from strong emotions. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung said goodbye to her, saying that her salary would be raised starting tomorrow. Suddenly, he noticed that his subordinates started to cry, although these were just ordinary-level skill books. But apparently, ordinary players had a difficult life. Meanwhile, he returned to work and began looking through the association's player lists. There, he found another candidate suitable for his plan and offered him a job. Overall, the guy thought that 1 to 2 people would refuse his offer, but no one was going to refuse. On the contrary, many cried with happiness upon receiving his offer. Hyun-sung was sure that rumors about his unconventional actions had already reached the head of the association. A whole month has passed since the events described above. Sun Yeon listened to his assistant's report, which stated that the assassination squad did not have a single player who was directly related to the main character. The secretary added that after a thorough check, player Hyun-sung had not yet accepted their team. Moreover, Hyun-sung did not communicate with any of the players he hired before the hiring. Mr. Khan understood that all this sounded and looked very strange, but he could not do anything. Besides, the secretary had nothing more interesting to say, so the man let him go and do other things. Sun Yeon began to study the personal files of the players hired by the main character. None of them had yet completed their first job change, so what was the point of hiring them? Yes, it could be seen as an investment in the future, but still, the efficiency of these guys was too low. Moreover, Hyun-sung never met again with any of the players he recruited. However, each of them spent days training in the dungeons, improving their skills and abilities. In particular, the protagonist's father cultivated himself in the dungeons under the supervision of Woo Shin. Hyun-sung himself didn't waste any time, but rather practiced his hand at killing monsters. His boss understood that the guy had hidden motives and plans. Meanwhile, the main character and Lucy were returning home after a successful hunt. Suddenly, someone called Hyun-sung. His face even changed a little. The number was unfamiliar, but the main character answered the call anyway, and the caller asked how he was doing. After a couple of long seconds, the young man learned that the caller's name was Sun-ho. Sun-ho was Hyun-sung's childhood friend. They used to live in the same house and were friends. They attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, and after graduation studied at the same university. For as long as the main character can remember, their families have been friends, so they even considered each other's fathers to be family. That's why Sun-ho was now upset with Hyun-sung, because the guy didn't tell his best friend about changing his number. On the one hand, the young man understood that his friend was busy, but on the other hand, he could have sent a message with a new number. Besides, so much had happened, and my friend didn't even tell me, for example, about his father's awakening. It turned out that Hyun-gyu had recently visited an old friend, and Sun-ho was home at the time. That's how he learned the news, and then he called his uncle and found out the main character's number. After which the young man invited Hyun-sung to go out for a drink, and he did not refuse. If that's the case, then there's no point in delaying the meeting, so Sun-ho suggested meeting right now. That's what they decided on. And after they finished the conversation, Lucy noticed how the protagonist's mood had improved and suggested that he valued his friend. That was true, but the guy felt a slight sense of guilt, because he didn't even think to contact his friends and tell them the latest news about himself. Lucy believed that her master needed rest, because a taut bowstring would sooner or later break. Suddenly, the main character asked the girl whether she would go straight home or go out for a drink with him. It turned out that the girl had plans for the evening, watching a drama, so she couldn't go with the guy. Since that was the case, the young man gave her the car keys, even though she said she could take a taxi. At first, Lucy wasn't even against giving the guy a ride to the meeting place with a friend. But it was on the other side of town, and if she did that, she would miss the beginning of the drama. This information changed her mood dramatically, so the girl quickly got into the car so as not to be late home by the start of the drama. But before leaving, the girl said goodbye to the young man, wishing him a good time with his friend. Hyun-sung could only wave his hand at her. To be honest, the guy couldn't understand what was so interesting about these dramas that the girl was watching. After some time, he reached his destination. He and his friend ordered a lot of delicious things and began exchanging pleasantries. Sun-ho was simply amazed that his friend had become such a handsome man, fit for a magazine cover. Hyun-sung claimed that his secret was hard work and muscle strength. It sounded funny, but it was time for a drink. The guys still liked to mix soju and beer. The glasses were full, they clinked glasses and said a toast. Everything as it should be. The first glass of the killer cocktail went down perfectly and was soon empty. Sun-ho didn't mind repeating it right away since the first one went well. Today was their day, which meant they shouldn't deny themselves anything. The boys hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Hyun-sung was curious about what his friend was doing. Oh, Sun Ho didn't really believe it, but he showed his business card and it turned out that he worked in the sales department. The young man was truly proud to work for the Osen company. Sun Ho was a little sad that his friend hadn't returned to university, since his father had awakened and there should have been enough money for his education. The main character didn't respond to this, but he was curious about what it was like to be an office worker. It turned out to be difficult. The fact is that the salaries of the sales department employees were low. In order to sell anything at all, you have to give it your all, maybe even 200%. And lately, players have started to get even more cocky. Even those who had recently changed their profession were too arrogant. Hyun Sung promised that his father would bring all the stones he mined to Seong Ho. The friend was delighted and warned me that there were a lot of scammers in his field, but he would buy the stones at the best price. At that moment, someone started calling the young man persistently. This was one of the arrogant and conceited players the guy had spoken about earlier. The guy decided not to answer the call as the player would most likely demand that he pay his drink bill. The main character was a little surprised that his friend did not answer the call. Apparently, alcohol made him bolder. Sun Ho had already come up with a plausible excuse for why he hadn't answered the call, not knowing the player was nearby. The man stood opposite the cafe where the guys were relaxing, looked out the window and was seething with anger. Even before the man spoke, Hyun Sung realized they had guests. The man entered the cafe with the obvious desire to start a fight and humiliate the protagonist's friend. The man's aggressive behavior frightened everyone in the establishment. Sun Ho didn't expect to meet Captain Park Hyun-wook here. The young man tried to explain that he had been drinking with a friend and had not seen anyone calling him. Hyun-wook clearly had aspirations to be a genius, so he couldn't understand how the guy dared to drink and not answer his calls. It was pure intimidation, so the guy apologized for his behavior. But the man did not listen to him and demanded that the boy go out into the yard with him, where he would teach him a lesson. Sun Ho was about to pay the bill and apologize to his friend for ruining the evening, preparing to go with the bully. But the main character had his own views on this situation, so he was going to intervene. The guy asked his friend to sit down because he didn't have to go anywhere with that person. Park Hyun-wook stopped and looked intently at the protagonist, as he did not expect anyone to contradict him. He was angry and wanted to suppress Hyun Sung with his power. Only after everything he had experienced, this did not make any impression on the main character. Hyun Sung sat in his place and didn't even move. He didn't care at all about this big guy's opinion. Hyun-wook was almost shaking with anger at how someone could treat him, the great and terrible, like that. To prove his superiority, he even tried to grab the main character by the lapels and shake him. Sun Ho tried to stop him, arguing that such behavior was not allowed in public places. Only their strength was initially unequal, so the man easily pushed the guy away, and he fell. Hyun Sung really didn't like such rudeness towards his friend. Hyun-wook didn't understand what was wrong with this guy and why he was looking at him fearlessly. It was infuriating. The protagonist asked the offender a simple question: whether players can use force against a civilian or not. Of course, this shouldn't have been done, but the man didn't do anything like that, the guy just imagined it. He then turned to the other patrons and asked if they had seen him use force. Only he did it in such a way that a negative answer would be a death sentence. People were scared, so they kept silent and looked down. But Mr. Park's problem was that Hyun Sung saw everything directly. But the man continued to believe that nothing would happen to him. Since calling the police was useless, no one would believe the young man, and everyone else saw and heard nothing. Moreover, Hyun-wook was going to teach the main character a lesson so that he wouldn't interfere with his moralizing in other people's affairs. After which he turned to Sun Ho, who was still sitting on the floor. He was going to cut off the guy's trading, not sell him anything himself, and persuade other captains to do the same. But this man was not enough, and he began to threaten the main character directly. The essence of the threat was that the guy could soon, unexpectedly for himself, become disabled. Such bold statements only caused a predatory smile from the young man. Mr. Park did not yet understand that he had dug his own grave, since the main character, with feeling, with sense, and with calculation, recounted all the laws that he had just broken. Sun Ho sat and listened to his friend with his mouth open, especially when he said that the man could lose his player's license because of his antics. But that would only be the beginning, since a number of actions could lead to a real prison sentence, perhaps 20 years. At that moment, Hyun-wook noticed that the protagonist was recording their entire conversation on a voice recorder. This made him so angry that he attacked the guy, but the guy easily withstood his blow. The man, however, did not immediately understand what was going on. Hyun Sung added an attempt to steal his phone to the man's list of offenses. It took Mr. Park a long time to realize that the guy in front of him was a player. But the main character didn't understand what had changed because he was also a player. It was strange to watch Captain Pak's strained attempts to look nice, as if something changed because they worked in the same field. Hyuk Wook was ready to sell the stones from Sun Ho's hunt and ask his friends to do the same. The main character believed that his friend would have no use for the player who would soon see a checkered sky. Sun Ho and Hyun Wook didn't understand what was happening here because players are supposed to maintain good relationships with each other. But the main character didn't want to have anything to do with a person like that, who began to entangle their conflicts with his sister, who was the deputy of the first team of the Sioux Guild. In this way, Mr. Park wanted to increase his importance. Sun Ho was truly impressed by this news. For the main character, this information had no meaning, but the man insisted that the guy was finished because his sister was close to the head of the guild. Moreover, he decided to call her and drag her into this conflict. The girl answered the call but did not understand why her brother was doing this at such a time. The visitors looked at the man askance, and the sister thought that he would ask to be rejoined by the Sioux Guild. But this time, Hyunwook called her for a different reason. At that moment, it seemed to the main character that he had already heard the girl's voice somewhere. She was already starting to get annoyed by the fact that her brother was now calling her because he couldn't solve his problems with some player. Mr. Park began to lie to his sister that the guy did not respect either the Sioux Guild or her personally. Up until this point, the girl had been having a good time, so she was outraged that someone unknown began to think and speak so dismissively about her guild. That's why she decided to talk to the main character personally. But as soon as the guy saw the name on the screen, he immediately remembered where he had heard the girl's voice and seen her in person. It was her he met during his first trip to the dungeon, so he decided to turn on the speakerphone and start a new game. Ms. Lee didn't understand why no one was answering her for so long. While the young man remained silent, the girl continued talking and becoming indignant. But it was time to start the game, so the first thing the guy did was say hello and add that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Soo-hee tensed up a little, not understanding who she had the honor of speaking to. After which Hyun-sung introduced himself as the captain of the New Players Association team. This is a career move, so the girl fell silent and there was a pause. Mr. Pak didn't find the situation funny either. Sun Ho also looked stunned by this news. Meanwhile, the protagonist told the girl that her younger brother had attacked and threatened a civilian, and had done so in front of him. Moreover, he used his power and skills outside the dungeon, which could harm ordinary people, and wanted to steal his phone. He did all this believing that the Sioux Guild would help him avoid punishment. But if he behaved this way, then it meant that all the guild members were as arrogant as he was. Since this was the state of affairs in the Sioux Guild, he simply had to consult with Kang Song-yeon and conduct a special inspection of the guild. The girl did not like this turn of events, and she said that her brother had nothing to do with the Sioux Guild and was simply hiding behind her name. Without thinking twice, Yoon-seong suggested that Ms. Lee sue her brother for slander, since what he had said earlier was untrue. But when the girl hesitated, the protagonist assumed that she was in cahoots with her brother. It worked, and the girl was ready to file a corresponding complaint against Mr. Pak in the morning. Now Hyun-wook was definitely not amused. After some time, special bracelets were adorning his arms. The player himself was escorted out of the cafe by police. Investigators interviewed the cafe owner and everyone who was there to document the gambler's crime. Hyun-sung even felt a little offended that, due to all the proceedings, he sobered up quickly. So he thought it would be a good idea to go for a second round with a friend. Sun Ho couldn't think straight yet because his friend hadn't told him that he had awakened, become a member of the association, and held a high position. The protagonist confirmed all these facts, a little embarrassed. Moreover, he was about to tell his friend everything when that guy intervened and ruined everything. That's why they needed to go to another cafe, sit for a while, and discuss all the details. Meanwhile, a meeting of the government and the UN was taking place in the USA. They ran a simulation based on the strength of legendary-level monsters known to exist today. US President Wilson has become familiar with this information, but has not yet commented on it. He understood that even if only one monster appeared, the human casualties and damage would be colossal. But on the other hand, he thought this was an exaggeration. After all, South Korea has already surprisingly dealt with 3 legendary-level monsters, and there wasn't much damage. Jackson believed that this was because they were able to handle it quickly and efficiently, and that this country could gather rankers from all regions in less than an hour. In comparison, it would take the United States 6 hours to gather even a fraction of the rankers. Furthermore, South Korea, which dealt with 3 legendary-level monsters, suffered enormous damage that is not mentioned anywhere. This was especially true for the large number of casualties among rankers, which occurred due to the mental skill of influencing the psyche over a wide area. In addition, Monsters such as the Orc Chieftain and Orc Mage live in groups with a large number of heroic-level monsters. Therefore, they are much more difficult to deal with than monsters that act alone, like the Amugi. The first president realized how many problems monsters caused. Jackson added that most high-level players who participate in raids on legendary tier monsters don't provide much benefit. Therefore, the United States needed a large number of rankers. Wilson noticed this using China as an example, and also based on Raiden's battle plan against a legendary orc, it could be concluded that they needed someone very strong. So they need none other than the protagonist. Jackson did not deny it. The government officials present at the meeting began to whisper when Jackson mentioned that the guy's level was between 500 and 600, or maybe even higher. But if you think about it, this was simply impossible. After all, the level of monsters existing in heroic-level dungeons is somewhere around 400, and players are limited by the rules of 20 levels. Jackson did not deny this, but because of the doubts that arose, CIA agents investigated the matter, after which they discovered a rather interesting fact. For example, the player Hyun Sung had a unique skill that allowed him to bypass the 20-level rule. The US president was extremely surprised by this assumption. Based on the information gathered by CIA agents, Jackson was 99.9% sure that everything said above was true. This was interesting, so the president asked his subordinate to tell him all the details he knew about this unique player. The presentation began, showing moments of the main character's battles with legendary-level monsters. Now, President Wilson realized that such development in less than 2 years and the speed of Hyun Sung's growth were astonishing. The president was curious about the guy's unique skill and whether it could be used against other players. Unfortunately, Jackson and his people were unable to verify this information, but they found something even more interesting. This information concerned the protagonist's father and his neighbor, Paek Woo-sin. It hasn't even been 2 months since Hyun-gyu's awakening, but he has already entered a level 100 dungeon. That wasn't all. Hyun Sung is currently the leader of the Korean Players Association's assassination squad, and he has also recruited 316 low-level players, but their results so far have amazed everyone. Government officials began studying the players' statistics, amazed at the rate of their growth. Although it is not so obvious, Jackson and his people confirmed that since these players joined the main character's team, their overall stat level has increased. This information shocked everyone present. The question arose, could a player who demonstrated such power really be a buffer? But that wasn't entirely true. Jackson's men came to the conclusion that Hyun Sung, like the buffers, had a skill that allowed other people to increase their stats. One of the government members noted that Jackson was not sure of what he was saying, but if it was true, they should recruit the guy into their ranks. But it would be difficult to do it somewhere, since the guy had a lot of money, and the status of the Korean Players Association was also high. It was obvious that if the Korean government was not made up of stupid people, they would not simply let the guy go. Therefore, to begin with, it will be necessary to make friends with him. And since the USA and Korea are on friendly terms, this will be possible to do. Jackson calculated that, when necessary, they could use Hyun Sung as a mercenary at any time. President Wilson believed the best solution was to get the boy on their side for the long term. Jackson believed that they needed to first develop a plan to put pressure on the Korean government, and then the rest would follow. Meanwhile, the main character's house was under active surveillance. The men decided that as soon as the association's guards began to replace each other, they would begin to act. So, the spies noticed that a change of association agents was approaching the scene of action. The group leader noticed that these players were around level 200 or less. Since the guards had just changed, the operation could begin. They left the car with them, killed 2 guards, and moved towards the house. One of the attackers had a particular skill in opening and moving objects, so he stuck the guard in there. Meanwhile, the main character's mother was sitting in the living room and watching a cooking show. She could not notice that uninvited guests had appeared in her house. The mercenary began to activate his skill. It was a type of mental skill, so the woman screamed and grabbed her head. But the man thought the effect produced was not enough, and he decided to strengthen the skill. Meanwhile, the other players had finished dealing with the guards and were also heading into the house. At that moment, they noticed that Hyun Sung's mother was wearing her son's special gift, so they decided to aim for her legs and arms. Due to the stress she experienced, the woman lost consciousness, and the mercenaries decided to kidnap her and deliver her to their superiors alive. But no matter how hard the guys tried and how much they hit the ring, it didn't want to break. But after some time, the stone inside the ring cracked. But at the moment when one of the bandits extended his hands towards the woman, Hyun Sung appeared in the room and stopped him. And then the man was in great pain as the main character launched black lightning bolts. After seeing the nightmare, the mercenaries began to run away in all directions just to get away from here. But after the attempted attack on his mother, the guy had no intention of letting these people go alive. At that moment, the group commander was paralyzed with fear. This delay was enough for the protagonist to kill the mercenary. Meanwhile, 3 of the bandits managed to escape by jumping out of the window. But they were very much mistaken in thinking that this would help them, since the guy was going to catch them. Or kill, as the case may be, so Hyun-sung fired a double arrow at them first. One of the men thought that it would not be difficult for them to destroy these arrows. The intention was good, but the execution was poor, so the first arrow pierced the body of one of the bandits. Another was able to cut the arrow in 2, but inside it were black lightning bolts that seemed to be waiting to be released into the light of day. And then everything happened in the classic way. The silence of the night was broken by 3 explosions in a row. After this, the protagonist put his mother to bed, covered her with a blanket, and monitored her condition, which was now stable. Next, the young man looked at another bracelet to make sure that his sister was okay. Hyun-sung understood that Lucy would protect his mother, but he had to take care of his sister and father. The girl did not need to repeat the order. She was ready to protect the members of the master's family at the cost of her own life. So he used one of the artifacts and was transported to the store's warehouse, where a group of mercenaries captured his sister. One of the bandits ordered the guy not to move, naively believing that he would do so. The boy looked into his sister's tear-stained eyes and understood that it would now be more difficult for him to resist his enemies. For the first time, the protagonist was unsure of what to do: retreat and follow the Chinese orders, or resist. At that moment, the bandits ordered him to accept the invitation and enter their subspace. The guy hesitated, so the bandit decided to put a little pressure on him. To make things more convincing, he put a knife to the girl's throat and drew some blood, promising to kill her if Hyun-sung did not fulfill their demands. The young man was going to go with them, but reminded them that it would be better for them not to touch or harm their sister. The guy didn't have to worry about that, as they had no intention of harming their dear hostage. Moreover, the men planned to drag the girl with them into subspace after the guy. But Hyun-sung didn't like this at all, but he didn't have a plan of action. However, he entered an alien subspace, which was pitch dark inside. It's good that the main character had another movement artifact. He thought that this thing should work here too. Meanwhile, the guys in the warehouse were torturing the main character's sister, pouring water on her, so to speak, to bring her to her senses. The bandit commander demanded that she accept his invitation if she wanted to live. The girl cried, hesitated, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the man began to threaten her with a sword. At that moment, something happened that no one expected. The man cut off his own hand. The man himself was shocked, looking at the blood and part of his hand that was now lying on the floor. And then the main character's signature explosion occurred in the warehouse. The bandits didn't understand where Hyun-sung could have come from, since he should have been in subspace. The guy was indeed inside subspace, but that didn't stop him from attacking his opponents. At that moment, the main character threw the enemy aside with lightning from the subspace. After this, the main character began to emerge from subspace. The mercenaries did not understand how this could be possible. The man was clearly overthinking things, which is why he found himself in the epicenter of the young man's attack. Although he had a chance to escape, he did not take advantage of it. The sister was glad to know that her brother was doing well. But now was no time for sentimentality, so the guy first killed the bandit who was standing behind the girl. But as soon as the girl focused her gaze, she saw that her brother was missing a body part. Her psyche couldn't withstand this, so the girl lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the main man began to recover, realizing that this time he almost died. Overall, he concluded that the subspace transfer had gone partially well. The main character's mother and sister were sleeping after experiencing stress. He was going to leave the woman and his sister and asked Lucy to look after them so that no trouble would happen. The girl promised to protect the protagonist's family even at the cost of her own life, while he noticed his bracelet, which signaled that something bad had happened to his father. The young man had to go away now and help his parent and his subordinate, who were in trouble. A short moment later, he disappeared, moving through space, leaving Lucy in the room with her mother and sister. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place in the dungeon. The man in military gear was annoyed that his opponents turned out to be quite strong and skilled. To help his partner, Hyun-gyu used a wall of fire, forcing the enemy to jump back several meters. The remaining members of the criminal organization wanted to attack the protagonist's father and his protege all at once, since it would have been very difficult to close the distance otherwise. Having counted to 3, they rushed into the attack. But it was in vain that they raised their hand against Hyun-gyu, because at that moment the main character appeared on the field. And then everything happened as always. The heads of the guy's enemies flew off their shoulders. Those who were still on their feet had the same question. How did the guy end up here? No one had any answers, and the father looked at his son like a ram at a new gate. He had never seen his child like this before. They flew in different directions, explosions thundered, the bandits tried to escape. Only lightning was faster than any player in this room, so they were in for a sad end. Those who had not yet fallen under the influence of the main character's attack ran as fast as they could towards the exit. Naive, the passage was blocked by an ice wall. Hyunsong had no intention of letting his enemies out of this dungeon alive. The men did not want to give up and tried to cut at least a small hole in the ice wall in order to escape the trap. At some point, they even succeeded, which instilled hope for salvation in their hearts. Only again there was a mistake, and the main character appeared in front of them out of nowhere, who attacked again. Now these people had to experience the force of the ice storm. The moment seemed like an eternity to the assassins, as they began to turn into walking ice cubes, unable to understand how the boy could master an attack of such a level. The bandits who approached the main character were also not to be envied, as he used his signature move. The men each took a drug that increased their strength as they needed to win this fight. Just against the young man, it was unlikely to work, to be sure. He activated the absolute shield skill. The enemies attacked him from 3 sides while everything around thundered and exploded. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man saw one of the bandits approaching him from behind. He reacted in time and killed the enemy. Another one tried to repeat the feat of his brother, but the main character noticed his attack. But even this did not help him avoid his first wound in this fight. This only meant that he had not yet fully recovered from his sleep. But nevertheless, he killed this bandit too. Only now did the guy realize that the drug the men had swallowed made them very resilient, strong, and fast. But all the training he had done before was not in vain. And this time he used hand-to-hand combat techniques to harm the enemy. There were still 3 killers who were approaching the young man. At that moment, his subordinate came to the guy's aid and took one of the attackers onto himself. He was very strong, so with one blow he slammed the bandit into a stone wall. Hyun-gyu came to the aid of the young people, using fire attribute attacks to bury the attackers. There were 2 mercenaries left who understood that they were in the minority and not in the most advantageous position. They decided that the easiest way would be to capture the protagonist's father in order to have leverage over him. Only the look and voice of the young man indicated that they had better stop. Fear paralyzed the men, so they did not freeze in place, and Hyun-sung was able to pierce them with his black lightning. But some of them tried to wound the main character's father and then take him hostage. But the man was mistaken, and Hyun-gyu was in good physical shape and was able to dodge the unexpected attack. And then everything happened like in a horror movie, because Hyun-sung entered the battle. Now the cave resembled the Battle of Mamayev and was strewn with the corpses of bandits. At that moment, when the fight was over, the young man's friend and his father ran up to the guy, asking if he was wounded. The main character claimed that he had no injuries, only a little blood. Hyun-gyu was glad that his son was okay. The man could not understand why all these people attacked them, because if you listened to their speech, you could conclude that they were from China. This was indeed the case, and Hyun-sung was about to find out the reason for the attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked through the soldiers' memories. In China, a high-ranking official listened to his subordinate's report on the progress of the mission. Now the young man was convinced that these people would not leave them alone. But the guy wasn't going to sit and wait for the weather to clear up. He didn't want to make the Chinese cry tears of blood for disturbing his peaceful life. The first thing the next day the young man did was go to the Players Association and report to his boss what had happened. Moreover, he understood perfectly well that the Chinese had attacked his family with the aim of blackmailing him into leaving South Korea and going to China. Hyun-sung also assumed that if they failed, they had orders to kill him on the spot. Having verified all the necessary information, the young man killed all the attackers, leaving no one alive, as evidence of what had happened. The guild director, who realized that Hyun-sung was their trump card, therefore they had no right to allow him to become a member of other associations. The association's chief didn't understand why Hyun-sung didn't want to stay in the safety of the association's headquarters. The protagonist didn't trust anyone, but he nevertheless told the man that he would take him up on his offer. The man sincerely felt sorry that the boy had to face something like this. Well, since this is the case, the South Korean Players Association will make every effort to ensure that his family receives the protection of high-ranking players. The main character thanked the boss for the honor and kindness shown to him. Having finished his business at the association, the young man returned home, where Lucy was already waiting for him. Since she often gave him very valuable advice, this time Hyun-sung asked her what was the best way to carry out his revenge. Yes, one of his advantages was the skill, Veil of Darkness. But the guy understood that this skill would not be able to completely hide his identity. Since this was the case, the girl offered her candidacy to carry out this task. He wasn't going to let her do something like that because his plan required psychometry skill, so he had to do everything himself. However, Lucy did not want to let him go alone and wanted to go with him. He was glad to hear this, but asked her to stay in South Korea and protect his family by any means necessary. In addition, she had another very important mission, namely the sale of electronics. The girl understood that no one but her could cope with this task, so she agreed. After this, the young man began to think about his plan. To answer the main question, he decided to look for items in the store. At that moment, he saw a rather interesting offer, a form for the transformation of a human rat. That is, the buyer could transform into a human rat, and at will return to his original form, but the price for this item was not small. You could also choose a goblin, kobold, orc, but the cheapest was a rat man, whose seller was a regular customer of the main character. At that moment, the guy understood perfectly well that if he acquired such an item, the chances of being recognized would be reduced to practically zero. Yes, it was certainly not a cheap purchase, but Hyun-sung could have gained much more than he would lose now. Several days passed and reporters reported that Chinese secret agents had infiltrated the country, attempted kidnapping and assassination, and were then killed at the scene. Meanwhile, an assistant entered the office of the director of the South Korean Players Association and reported that Captain Choi Hyun-sung had announced that he was temporarily stopping the hunt and had left his temporary residence. He then took his family and moved into a single-family house in Pando, where high-level players lived. This house, according to the assistant, was located near the buildings of the large guilds and the association. The guild director understood that such an expensive area would be relatively safe, and the protagonist's feelings were understandable given what he had already been through. The protagonist has already arrived in China, in the Zilin province, and found the place he was looking for. Hyun-sung was quite skilled at changing his appearance and decided to come here at night. Now he was in his hotel room, thinking about how Inukuso had been very helpful in giving him a real passport, not a fake one. The young man changed his clothes. He understood that, given that there were certain similarities between the rat man and an ordinary person. But in China, he was like an ordinary Japanese journalist. But now it was necessary to begin the second phase of the operation, namely, turning into a rat man. Within a few seconds, the ordinary man turned into a huge and terrible creature, similar to a monster. After looking himself over from head to toe, the guy realized that this was the ideal option for implementing his plan. Surprisingly, this transformation not only changed his appearance but also provided him with weapons. After some time, Hyun-sung reached the room he had found in the morning. Once inside, he realized that everything inside was more dilapidated than he had imagined. But there were a huge number of high-ranking players there. It was obvious that the members of this organization acted even against their own citizens, exclusively in their own interests. After observing them, the young man summed up the results. He needed to kill 27 people. Among these people were those who possessed skills at the level of a good ranker. He decided to kill them all with one blow, so he came out of the shadows. The men were not just surprised but completely shocked that a rat man had appeared in their warehouse. Because they thought for too long, the protagonist killed several people with one blow. The other players didn't even have time to notice when the young man inflicted mortal wounds on them. One of the commanders came to his senses and ordered everyone else to kill the monster. Only the main character killed him first. Several players activated their magical attacks, directing them at the rat man. The ice missile and the compulsion chain did not work, and within seconds the men lost their heads. The main character destroyed the rest of the bad people with his black lightning. After some time, only traces on the floor remained of them and nothing more. Several warehouse workers in civilian clothes decided to check what was going on inside the premises. But when they opened the doors, they were stunned by what they saw. The room was covered in blood. The event, which took place in a secret hideout where 27 high-ranking agents were hiding, was discussed at a closed government meeting. One of those present believed that the shootout in the government building was the work of a traitor from the Mongolian region. Okay, but how could they resist such a big difference in strength? The white-haired man believed that Hyun-sung was involved in this strange case. The suggestion sparked a flurry of speculation among other members of the government. If we assume that this is indeed the case, then this means that the protagonist was somehow able to move undetected through Chinese territory. As unpleasant as it was to admit, such a possibility did exist. It was only necessary to analyze the results of the investigation. After all, the use of lightning element attacks was obvious, so the question arose whether there really were that many players in the world who could use this type of attack. Much to the regret of many, this was more than real. They had to officially admit that they had a problem in the form of Hyun Sung. In addition, the investigation report of the incident was ready, so everyone was waiting for their employee to familiarize themselves with it. The man reported that after using a number of skills, they were able to establish the events that took place in the safe house. Nobody was interested in what happened there. Everyone was concerned with the question of whether the main character or someone else did it. The speaker didn't understand the question, so the scarred man had to repeat it. He was asking whether the criminal was Choi Hyun Sung from the Korean Players Association or not. Now the question was clear, but the answer puzzled everyone a little, since the investigators came to the conclusion that it was not a man, but a monster, who killed all those people. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events, as they had already found a scapegoat. The young man continued his report and said that after assessing his combat and regeneration skills, it could be concluded that this was not an ordinary monster, but a legendary rank one. This news was worse than what Hyun Sung had tried to do. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat in the hotel and studied documents about the association's plans, as well as service instructions. But they did not frighten him, because the more enemies he had, the better for his army. Besides, he now knew everything about the strongest players in China. The guy planned to destroy these people one by one. Not long ago, a huge humanoid rat attacked a group of players. The men couldn't even put up much resistance before they ended up dead. The monster simply turned their heads into mush. There were at least 5 more players in the room, watched by the main character in the form of a rat man. The players didn't even feel threatened, so they were easy to kill, since you could level up by killing not only monsters but also high-ranking players. The fight was unequal, and the players had no chance against the young man, and he only attacked them because they were high-ranking and gathered in one place. The news was so-so, so there was silence in the office, and everyone wondered what to do next. Meanwhile, the rat man came to the warehouse. Strangely enough, it was dark there, and not a single living soul was visible, although many people should have gathered there. The main character dreamed of killing everyone at once, but something went wrong. He was angry that someone had disrupted his plan, because each transformation cost him 30 billion points. Suddenly, he found a note left for him. Overall, killing agents was a great way to earn billions of points. Meanwhile, the house of one of the officials was well guarded. The man inside was collected and decided to have a cup of tea, but he didn't yet know that he had become the main character's target. The scene in the house was similar to the scene in the safe house, and it was now clear that the rat man was gathering high-level players in one place and killing them. He was glad that today he would be a little busy with hunting, after which he left this house. Another day came, and the authorities were furious again, as the rat man had attacked another house and killed everyone in it. After all the attacks, they lost about 100 agents. The question was how much they would lose today, and even worse tomorrow. Furthermore, the problem was that they could not track the enemy's movements. The chief froze. He already doubted that the cause of the murders was a monster, so he wanted to know if it could be a person. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was a man who was turning into a monster. No, of course, there were players with similar skills, but there were very few of them in the world. But people with this skill would not be able to use the range of attacks that the rat man used. Indeed, they would not be able to concentrate all their stats around magical power, nor maintain the transformation for long. Therefore, 3 hours was the maximum they could stay in animal form. But this time they had a video of the Ratman attack, and they decided to watch it all together. This video proved that the Ratman had been in active beast form for more than 8 hours, which was impossible for a normal transformation. Therefore, it remained to believe that the attacker was a monster. The boss was going crazy from this news and the confusion. Evening came and the Ratman tracked down high-ranking agents. So, there were 2 agents standing at the front entrance, hidden under the invisibility skill. He couldn't determine the strength and skill level of all the 100 people inside the building, but he was sure that Minister Wang Jin-guang was definitely there. The main character decided for himself that if something goes wrong, he will first attack and then run away. To do this, he used the flicker skill and moved from the roof of the house directly behind the 2 agents at the entrance. The men did not hear his appearance, so they died from the brutal blows of the protagonist's sword. 3 other high-ranking players watched the one-sided game from their positions. They were confident that they could catch Hyun Seong off guard and defeat him by attacking from ambush. To increase their chances of winning, they attacked the rat guy together. The opponent's attempts to prepare for battle looked ridiculous to the protagonist. He was hundreds of times faster, so it was not difficult for him to dodge the attack. But now it was his turn to counterattack. The players below were engulfed in the flames of black lightning from Hyun Sung in his rat form. All the players, without exception, were dead within a couple of minutes, some from lightning, some from the guy's sword. However, this was not the end, as a new group of players rushed to help their comrades. One of the attackers used a mental skill on the main character, but he, with the help of the unyielding spirit, instantly suppressed it, after which he killed a couple more of his enemies. The guy's eyes lit up with excitement. He realized that now he really had become much stronger than he was at the very beginning. At this point, another group of determined players appeared in his path. But for the protagonist, they were nothing more than bugs, so he jumped up and attacked them from above using lightning. Seeing the scale of the attack, the boys realized that they were finished. Unfortunately, they were not mistaken, since it was impossible to survive after such an explosion. In his wake, Hyun-sung left only mountains of corpses and destruction. But at the same time, he proudly walked towards his goal. Suddenly, he stopped, realizing that he had fallen into a trap because of his arrogance. The problem was that the person who was walking towards the main character deactivated a number of his skills, such as flickering, transformation, and others. Now Hyun-sung had to fight high-ranking players almost with his bare hands. The players didn't expect to be able to lure the rat man into a trap, but now they saw him with their own eyes. Ma Bong-suk, president of the China Players Association, laughed as they finally caught him. Some of the players didn't understand why they had set up a magical barrier now and how it would help them. But there was no time left for conversation. Mr. Ma gave the order to attack the enemy. True, the players were in no hurry to carry out the boss's order, as they feared the rat man more than him. While the men around them were gossiping about their boss being out of his mind and wasting precious time, Hyun-sung reached into his subspace and pulled out several items that he had swallowed. He needed to break the magical bonds as quickly as possible and escape from this place. His plan almost succeeded. After swallowing the substances, his speed increased, and he almost reached the window. This made the local players come to their senses, and they decided it was time for them to join the fight. But it was too late, as Hyun-sung slit their throats. Although the main character had managed to resist his opponent so far, he was haunted by a nasty feeling, and it didn't let him down. On his way to his goal stood a beautiful, terrified girl player. As much as he would have liked to keep her alive, he didn't do it, because his own life was more important. The guy couldn't afford to die here. At that moment, two strong players blocked his path, but they couldn't even try to attack the guy. He killed them first. It was his personal little war in hell. Suddenly, a player appeared who was able to seriously injure the main character. Long-range attacks using magic, similar to gunshots, worked on Hyun-sung and even caused some damage. But he was still stronger and faster, so he killed this group of opponents as well. Since magic didn't help, the tanks decided to stop the guy with the force of their bodies. But it was obvious that the main character's power was many times greater than theirs. So no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't contain him. After some time, the guy broke through this line of defense as well. Hyun-sung was curious as to whether many of them had come or not, and it seemed to him that he had already eliminated a fair number of enemies along the way. At that moment, he activated the Berserker skill. The main character was covered from head to toe in the blood of his opponents. The tanks tried to hold him back again, but they didn't expect his instant transformation. A few seconds later, they died from blood loss. The protagonist cut their throats and ran forward towards his goal. The mages tried to block his path using fire spells, but the young man ran just neatly between the two beams of fire fired at him. In the process, he killed two more opponents, but now he realized that his tactics were too risky. But I had to be patient a little longer because there was very little left to the exit. But this time he miscalculated, and someone knocked him down with two force beams. After this, a powerful explosion thundered. Mr. Ma thought they had victory in the bag, so he ordered everyone to leave the premises. He wanted to admire the results of the work done. And besides, he had two high-ranking magicians covering his back. True, he started opening the champagne too early since Hyun-sung was alive, cutting through the flames with a sword. The man was sure that these were the enemy's last attempts to survive, and in a few seconds he would give up. The guy might not have many cards left, but he wasn't about to give up. From the subspace, he took out all his skill books, as he had no other choice. To get out of here, he learned a bunch of passive skills. Now the young man was again ready to clear his way to the goal, that is, to the exit. But first, he attacked from a distance the people who had ruined his perfect plan. A few seconds later, a new group of players died in terrible agony. There weren't that many frightened players left on their feet. It's not surprising because it's not every day that you could see a huge tornado of black lightning in front of you. Mr. Ma continued to demand that they attack the protagonist and not retreat under any circumstances. True, the young man had no intention of backing down. At that moment, the old man realized how unequal their strength was. Before his eyes, all his best employees lost body parts and died. The man had never seen such carnage even during the times of cataclysms, and now everything around was covered in blood and corpses. And Mr. Ma, like a total coward, tried to run away. His cowardly back was covered by 3 high-ranking players, 2 of whom were mages. After some time, the fight ended, and Hyun Sung came to in a room that looked like a sewer. He could no longer maintain the transformation, so he returned to his previous form and began checking his status window. Yes, many of his indicators decreased after the battle, but on the other hand, his stats increased. For killing high-level players, he received new titles, and with them, an increase in stats. But it happened a little differently. Apparently, he received more bonuses for people than for monsters. He couldn't act in his current state yet, so he decided to sit and wait for everything to return to normal a little. Somehow the guy made it to the hotel. It was a new day. He was reading the news, and he realized that he had plunged China into chaos. Basically, he came here to kill Minister Wang, so he wanted to do it quickly and return home. In one of the articles, the guy read that the minister was isolated at his home. He needed to come up with a plan, so Hyun Sung collapsed onto the bed. He had no ideas, so he decided to sleep now and kill the minister at night. Night fell. Minister Wang was sitting at home getting angry and drinking. He didn't understand why he had to follow this absurd instruction. He was guarded by specially trained people, but the man was depressed, not understanding what he was doing there and why. But a mistake was made right away. The security turned out to be no security, so they tried to put the minister to sleep. However, the man had not yet fallen asleep, and one of the attackers was convinced that it was Wang Jin-guang in front of them. And then everything happened like in a cheap movie. The perpetrators decided to hang him on the leaves in the living room. The minister tried to loosen the noose because he did not want to die in this way. He mentally asked all the gods of the world to save his sinful soul. He no longer had the strength to resist, so he slowly died. Suddenly, the man saw that someone had cut off the head of one of the killers. A second later, the second bandit was killed by the main character. The young man also cut the noose, and the minister fell to the floor trying to catch his breath and come to his senses. However, he did not expect that he would be saved not by the guards, but by a rat man. The protagonist did not have time to say or do anything before Minister Wang Jin-guang lost consciousness from fear. Hyun Sung didn't think that the Chinese minister would turn out to be not a fighter, but a jelly-faced young lady. Hyun Sung began to study the documents. Everything was as he thought. This man was a secret agent, which meant he would still be useful. First, he needed to be brought to his senses, so the guy stabbed him with his claw. Nothing happened. Since that didn't work, he decided to tickle the man's nose with the tip of his tail, but that didn't help either. The minister asked for it himself, so he got a painful paw to the face. Great, but the pain brought him to his senses. Although now he sat, cried, and rubbed his cheek. The secret agent is called. The young man was in culture shock from this picture, but Hyun Sung wasn't planning on killing him yet. But using him, yes. So he showed him the document he'd taken from the killer's pocket and asked him to look at it. With each new line read, the man's face changed more and more. Meanwhile, the protagonist activated his rage skill, and the minister went ballistic. He screamed, became indignant, and couldn't believe that he could have been treated so unfairly. This was the desired reaction, so the guy suggested that the man take revenge on his offenders. Hyun Sung urged the minister to expose all the corruption schemes of the people who ordered his murder, post them on the internet, and thus completely annoy them. The minister was no longer in control of himself, and this idea seemed to him the best of all possible ones. Moreover, under the influence of the protagonist's skill, he went to bring it to life. To be honest, Hyun Sung didn't think these skills would be so effective. It was around 6 in the morning. The minister was busily typing on his laptop. A young man was watching and constantly goading him, saying, "You should do this yourself. Pass the information on to reporters. Publish it on forums." He did just that, and by the morning a crowd of journalists of all stripes had gathered near his house. The man tidied himself up and came out to them in full combat readiness. He claimed that he did nothing on his own, but only followed the party's policies and orders. All the time he spent on duty, he was like a devoted dog who carried out the wishes of his master, but yesterday, the party ordered his death. To make his point, he showed journalists a secret document that proved he was right. It was a sensation. Everyone was taking pictures of the document and the minister, getting ready to go on air right then and there. Today was a holiday for journalists. They saw several secret documents, including orders for murders, as well as forged wills, which were the work of party officials. The minister insisted that he could no longer sit idly by and wait for death. He had to put an end to corruption in China. At that moment, in front of dozens of journalists who were broadcasting live from the scene, someone shot the minister, after which a loud explosion thundered. throwing the journalists aside. If the assassination was the work of the Chinese government, then Hyun Song himself carried out the explosion so that no one could catch him. So, half of his mission was completed. Only the director of the Chinese Players Association remained. And he just had problems because he had to prove that he had nothing to do with what happened. On the one hand, his interlocutor believed him, but on the other hand, there was no one else to carry it all out. But even so, the man promised to protect his comrade for as long as possible. It's clear that this service wasn't done out of the kindness of his heart. So the association's director promised to send the other person a nice gift. The conversation ended and both men hung up. The whole situation was disgusting, as the minister should have died quietly, but he created such a mess. The director was angry. Even alcohol didn't help calm his nerves this time. But he was confident that if the players supported him, he would be able to eliminate all his enemies. At that moment, Hyun Sung appeared in the office, curious about how the man was going to change the situation to his advantage. Although the director was now wearing a suit and sitting in a comfortable chair, he had previously hunted monsters, so upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, he immediately reacted and attacked the guest. But this was a waste of time and effort, so the protagonist warned him that if he wanted to survive, he had to put down his weapon. After all, the young man was in a good mood and ready to make a deal. But if the director continues to behave badly, showing hostility towards him, then he will have no choice but to kill him, because that was his original plan. Surprise, the monster turned out not to be a monster and could speak human language. The director quickly pulled himself together and asked what the main character needed. Hyun Song was ready to kill the entire party leadership for a man. An interesting proposal, but then the question arose of what the director should do in response. It's simple. He will have to sign one mysterious document. It was not just a document, but a soul contract. If a man signs it, he will become the protagonist's puppet for the rest of his life. Hyun Sung didn't see a problem with this because he did far more useful things for his opponent than his opponent did for him. Moreover, it was a contract for 10 years, after which the man would be free. And during the contract, the guy won't be able to harm the director, except perhaps help him. It all sounded, of course, very tempting and convincing, but the man understood that if the guy killed the entire leadership of the country, then his chance of gaining real power was too small. That would be it. But the director will become a hero who kills the rat man who sowed chaos in China. For this, they will act out a small scene, nothing more. And if everything goes according to plan, then the players and the people of China will look up to him as a god. It sounded quite convincing, and besides, the man really wanted power. A few moments later, the soul contract was signed. After all these manipulations, the document was returned to the protagonist in its finished form. At this moment, Mr. Ma received a strange notification from the system, not quite understanding its meaning. The man didn't need to worry too much about this because, with the help of this tool, he would become stronger. If so, the man immediately agreed to all the conditions. Indeed, as soon as Ma Bong-seok accepted the terms, he felt a surge of strength that he had not had for a long time. But the protagonist didn't like the way Mr. Ma spoke, so he reminded him that if he wanted to show his loyalty, he should start speaking properly. The man thought that he was smarter than the guy, and until the contract ended, he would take as much of his strength as he could. What he didn't know was that there was a flip side to the contract, namely the relationship between lord and subordinate, which was eternal. A whole month had passed since those events, and all members of the ruling party gathered for a conference. Besides them, Mr. Ma was supposed to be present here. Hyun Sung didn't expect such luck, but the heavens have always been kind to him. One of Mr. Ma's companions was the main character. The man was delighted with such a wonderful turn of events. Now the guy could kill everyone at once. However, the director was afraid that it would take a long time and that the officials would start running away out of fear. But Hyun Sung was sure that they would not have such an opportunity. Besides, the conference had few player guards, so his task was not that difficult. Everyone took their seats, and the main character realized that it was time for the show. Suddenly, the two men became alert as they noticed that someone was using magic without permission. But they didn't have time to finish their thoughts because they lost their heads. A magical beam cut off the head of a man at the podium. Obviously, it was the work of terrorists. Now the other players who were in the hall entered the battle. The only thing they managed to do was to blow up the speaker, which they considered a source of danger. The frightened members of the government actually began to run from the hall. But at that moment, a rat man appeared in the room and killed the guards who resisted him. On the rest, he used one of his skills. The people froze in place, and no matter how hard they tried to move, they couldn't do anything. Seeing that the main character had reached them, the men realized that their end had come. And it really was like this. as the guy paved his way to his goal with corpses again and filled it with blood. The players in the hall tried to use magic because they didn't have their usual equipment, which reduced their chances of winning. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung summoned his signature move, Black Lightning. But the players here were quite weak, as they could be killed even with bare hands. The security, government officials, and players tried to escape before the guy noticed them. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma entered the game, calling on people not to run away from danger but to look it boldly in the eye. He called for killing the protagonist here and now if they didn't want to turn China into ruins. Therefore, in order to save civilians, they must put their lives on the line right now and not let the monster win. At that moment, Hyun Sung realized that Mr. Ma needed to work in the theater. He would definitely win an Oscar. Surprisingly, the man motivated many players with his speeches. They were ready to fight, and he himself stood in the front lines to defend cities and civilians from the main hero. The fight began, resulting in a large explosion in the center of the room. Mr. Ma fought bravely with Hyun Sung, although the latter was not even at half strength but rather less. Other players noticed that the main character had become slower and assumed that he had fully recovered from the last battle. Having gained confidence, the men decided to help their leader defeat the young man. Everything went exactly as Hyun Sung had planned. It was time to move on to the final chords, so he created another explosion. After which he moved himself and Mr. Ma outside so that people could see their fight. As expected, passers-by began filming what was happening on their mobile phones. Then Mr. Ma pretended to attack the main character, but no one could make out what was happening inside the vortex. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung took out a small bag and emptied its contents onto the ground. Therefore, when the whirlwind died down, people could see a bunch of different objects on the ground, and a proud Mr. Ma. No one could help but believe in the success of the battle. People were happy that the director of the association saved their lives and killed the Rat Man. The plan succeeded, and the man accepted congratulations with an important air.